Tartaria, Australia, autodidactic. I always reverse this way, this way. Hey, buddy, how you going?
I'm good. Hello. Calmer than you, I think. But yes, how are you doing?
What a week.
What a
This
week.
organizing a live event for us has been so past what I was anticipating as far as securing a venue and everything. And we've had a venue change midweek, Campbell, and that's caused a lot of like extra energy and focus on getting this sorted. So we've got an update to come out to the audience over the next couple of days. We'll be sending out an email to everyone who's bought a ticket to update you guys with the information. But everything's sorted, secured, upgraded even. And
yeah, definitely. It's gonna, and we can also we've got a few more tickets as well we can sell it. So there's tickets to come if you haven't bought yet. But
I know.
We'll sort of maybe do a bit of a chat about that at the end and put out a video. But today,
well, Cameron, before we launch today, I have to say, like, it's so exciting. Like, we've literally sold 340 tickets, which means that 340 people, Tartarian hunters and like-minded individuals are coming together in one spot next weekend. Can you fucking believe that?
Wow. So that means, guys, we've got about 150 or so tickets left.
Yep.
So 300, I mean, wow, the energy is going to be amazing. Like Kel said, it's an upgrade of the venue. We've got a really good venue now. It's really cool. Everything's sorted. So Kelly's had a massive week. So thank you, Kelly, sorting it all out. But it's all good to go, guys. It's happening a week tomorrow.
Yeah, a week tomorrow. I mean, I can't believe it. Like, wow, we've been here for 2 years almost, sort of getting to know everyone just by these little fucking chat rooms and Zoom, and suddenly we're going to actually make each other's accountants. Like, amazing, exciting, energetic. I can't imagine what the space is going to feel like when we all come together. It's just going to be, a miracle of energy and light energy hitting one space. Just wow. I mean, we don't even know what to expect. This is sort of like expect the unexpected, guys. We don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be phenomenal. And this is the first time ever in Australia's history this sort of events come together around this community and this consciousness. But, even like around the world, this is such a unique event that's happened here. And so, definitely a magic is waking up in Australia. Fuck yes.
It is. First of many, so don't fret if you can't get there. We will be taking the show on the road, as they say.
Yeah, we are going to go live in every capital city. That's our new mission, Campbell, and I'm so excited. I just can't imagine, like, when we sat down to think about how do we start this hunt for the Crystal City, and we kept getting blocked with what was going on in the middle of Australia. But this just feels so naturally the starting point, like because the information isn't so much in a location, it's actually in the consciousness of the broader group. Like, we hold all the keys, all the information, all the shift for us to see this crystal cities within us. So it's the coming together wherever we are that's going to like enable that shift. And wow. Yeah,
it'll be all the collective energy that'll, we've talked about it before, is we need to be on the right vibration, right, to see these crystal cities and to see all this stuff. So that's what these events are going to start kicking off. And Crystal City, it's still happening. It's just very organic, right? We just haven't had the call. It just hasn't been right. But like Kelly said, I mean, I think this is the start of it. And as we go around, we're going to build up the energy, raise people up until we're at a point where we've got enough people that can go out and literally manifest or, see, bring it into our vision, this Crystal City. So it's happening. The journey is still going, guys.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably old school thinking of ours to actually try to identify a location on a map. Like, when we're actually really understanding that all of that is that inner world is within us. And, when we're looking at a crystalline concept that, may be multidimensional and like somehow like blocked from our consciousness down here, which is part of the hijacking, we should not be looking at such arduous things as 3D maps. We need that map is, how far can our brains open to see it. How multidimensional can we be in our own space? So
Exactly.
it's not a location, it's a coming together of ourselves. And that's just like gonna be mind-blowing.
And we're not. So yeah.
So Campbell, today you were about to launch into it because we've had a new idea and triggered by a little TikTok video that I saw a couple of days ago, which I am going to show in a minute. So we can start by screening that and then like get into it. So I've noticed you've got an astronaut behind you in the ocean there, Campbell.
Oh,
what is going on there?
Geez, that wouldn't have anything to do with bubbles in space, would it?
So topic today, let's go. You can launch it, buddy.
All righty, I'll launch it. What is outer space? We've all heard water's above, right? And water's below, as above, as below.
Yeah.
And we've also, a lot of people may have heard of the concept that, the sun and the moon are a projection that may be coming from below us, right? From the center of the earth. So I guess the question we're going to put out there is, where are these planets, these wandering stars? Where are they really? And are people really going to a place that is Mars or the moon or whatever? And maybe they're in the deep, not the deep outer space, but the deep space below.
Yes.
And what we're seeing in the sky is a reflection of what is below us.
Yeah, exactly. And like, we can't deny that when those rockets, they go up, they come down. And when they come down, they skim a firmament, which looks like they've been surfing the ocean. And it's really interesting that our realities focus on space travel, outer space, aliens, NASA, governments putting billions of dollars into space, Tesla, Elon Musk, like all focused on space. Even Trumpy was talking about the space program. And then there's no attention ever on our oceans, ever. Like the most mass unexplored land mass on this plane, in this realm, never gets mentioned. In fact, no one grows up anymore and says, I want to be a sea explorer or an underwater explorer or a pirate on the waters again. This whole concept of that whole like, don't look at the water. And then here we got with all the recent Q analogies of like, watch the water.
Such a theme lately. And I mean, they tell us, right? They tell us that 70% of the planet or the realm or whatever is water. And they tell us, that Mariana's Trench is the deepest place and the oceans are the most unexplored places. Why is that?
Yeah.
And how come in the 70s there were so many ocean Jacques Cousteau and all these people?
Jacques Cousteau, he was a hero.
Everywhere. And then it just suddenly stopped. Right? Why did it stop? And the other question I'm thinking is, if they can build a spaceship that can go into a vacuum with, if you can imagine, the forces trying to rip that apart if it's in an infinite vacuum, if they can do that, why can't they build one that goes underwater? Because they say, the pressure's too hard, way too much pressure.
Yep.
Well, then you can't go to outer space either.
And yet, Campbell, when we watch all these like astronauts practicing for their space travel, it's always in a swimming pool. When you watch all these debunking of the videos from like space flights, they're always under the water in the swimming. We've got all those ones with little bubbles swimming past the astronauts. And also like, hello, aliens. Hello, have you guys seen some of the crazy creatures that live at the bottom of the ocean? Well, probably not, because it's not a big like focal topic at the moment. But I got obsessed a few years ago and watched a few documentaries of creatures from the deepest parts of the ocean that they've like brought into our consciousness. And there's some pretty crazy things there, Campbell. Like if I was, if I was to think aliens, if there wasn't Hollywood telling us what aliens were and where they came from and always associating it with space and UFOs, like how easy would it be to think aliens were sea creatures?
Exactly. And that there was a couple of movies, I can't remember the name of it, where they're literally, it was like science fiction underwater, you know, where they go underwater and way down deep, they find this big domed city or something, and there's this completely different race of beings down there.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of those, and of course we have, you know, the traditional sort of Atlantis.
Yep.
With the dome under the ocean.
Yep.
And the other thing I was thinking about when you mentioned this topic was, you know, we have these things called starfish, but their actual name is sea star. They're called sea stars.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about a sea star is the sea star is it's a living not fractal. What's the other word? Basically, like every part of it is contained, the whole is contained in every part. What are they called?
Yeah, like it's
hologram.
a fractal.
Hologram.
Oh, hologram. Yep. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So with a sea star, you can cut its leg off, and the sea star will grow a new leg, but the leg will grow a new sea star. So so they're literal organic holograms, and that's kind of interesting, isn't it? That they're called sea stars and they're hologram. You know, I don't know. It's an interesting connection.
And how about the old octopus? The old octopus, very contentious creature there. We've like been through a bit of a discussion about the octopus and how it has, you know, classically been represented in the deepest, darkest parts of the rabbit holes.
How many stories are there about, you know, treasures, you know, when they go hunting, you know, for treasures in sunken ships, and there's always an octopus guarding the treasure.
Yes.
Always.
And of course, I have this like unrelated but curious concept about calamari and how calamari exists, you know, in every restaurant. When I was in America recently, like every restaurant, no matter the nationality, served freaking calamari, which meant billions of plates of calamari were going out every day. And I think, I'm a farmer and I know that we don't farm octopus. We don't farm this thing called calamari. It doesn't exist. We don't catch it enough, nowhere near. It's just like, it doesn't exist. Like that calamari that we get served, I'm pretty sure it's just the pig butts of leftover, you know, random. I won't even like hypothesize what, but I certainly don't think it's from the sea.
Away from the calamari.
And you know, and also we've got like this concept of the firmament being water, of course, and we look at like all these, and this TikTok video sums it up really nicely, but we've seen all these images from all the different religious cultures where they incorporate stars and the firmament with water above us and below us. Now we always see like this concept, we all look up with the idea of dome and the firmament and like really try to wrap our heads around how is there water above us. That's a real trippy concept for us, because you know, when we look at like actual images of stars that they've really taken with telescopes, like real people, you know, they just look like glistening little fractals in water. You know, they're not solid like we've been, they're not solid you know, they
5 points.
Yeah. So like so when we think of the firmament above us and water being above that, and that's like a head trip, you know, to really conceptualize. But then like right at our feet is the ocean. Like all around us is the ocean, this big controversial mass of water that proves or disproves flat earth. It all comes down to the freaking ocean. And here we are, and it's all around us and no attention on it whatsoever. But it's really easy to conceptualize water below us, isn't it? Like it's easy to imagine water below us. Now, I remember Ramtha said many years ago, he was giving a talk, and he said, he was talking about, you know, alien ships, basically. And he said, there are massive ships under your oceans, massive. And these ships are so large. They're whole continents, you know, like larger than, you know, huge land masses. And they've just been there the whole time, which then would lead us to look at the Bermuda Triangle, Campbell. Like, what the fuck is the Bermuda Triangle? Is this this thing that like we all know about?
Apparently there's a crystal pyramid down there somewhere. You know, and there's so many stories of, you know, we know there's a lot of sunken sort of towns and cities and that, but they're not very deep.
Yeah.
You know, so like you said, we don't know. Once you go sort of, you know, a couple, even a kilometer down, which is a long way, you know, we don't know anything, right? But that's probably, well, I don't know, but that's probably 40% of the ocean or something, you know, most of it. So Yeah, we just don't know. And, you know, we know we've got this, well, you know, theory at least of a map on the moon, right? Which is a projection up. So it would be the same theory, you know, the same kind of physics, I guess, if the ocean is actually being projected up onto the dome. And that's what we're seeing, right? We're seeing the stars or whatever and who knows what they are.
Yeah.
What these stars are, civilizations or something, or portals. But the other thing is the stars. We've all seen, you know, the cymatics in water.
Yeah.
You play music through it.
Yeah.
And you get exactly what you see when you look at a star through a telescope. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah. So 70% of the world's landmass is the ocean, is water. And what else is 70% water?
Us.
And we know for certain that when you can change the frequency and the properties of water by intention and words. Like we've also seen that demonstrated beautifully by the Japanese scientists, you know, that came out a few years ago now.
Yamamoto.
Dr. Imato's laboratory does research on water samples which are subjected to various forms of outside influence. The impressions made upon the water are recorded by swiftly freezing it in a cryogenic chamber. This is what water heated in a microwave oven looks like. This is the effect of a mobile telephone. Somebody said, "Thank you" to this water. Excuse me. You disgust me. Let us see how this type of water affects human blood. The doctor is drawing blood from a patient's finger. Using a special microscope, we shall be able to see the condition of her body from this drop.
These are red blood cells, and they've lost their electrical charge, so they're all stuck together in a formation called a rouleau. Here's a huge symplast. Symplasts are associated with heart disease and arthritis and lung disease and many other conditions that could be coming in the future.
The doctor asks the patient to drink a small amount of structurized water. After 12 minutes, the doctor again draws blood from the patient and studies it.
So you can see that the cells then become buoyant, they become slippery, and they have their electrical charge, so they repel each other. That allows them to carry oxygen, and it means that we're changing the pH of the blood back to an aerobic environment rather than an anaerobic environment. I think that's utterly amazing. That just drinking water could do that.
In 1995, Dr. Emoto Masaru was the first one to record musical impressions on water. In Dr. Emoto Masaru's laboratory, they allowed water to listen to music, after which they flash froze the water, and then, under the microscope, they could clearly see the crystals that the water had formed. Here is what the music of Bach looks like. Mozart. Beethoven. Heavy rock. Dr. Emoto has conducted another interesting experiment. He placed rice into 3 glass beakers and covered it with water. And then every day for a month, he said, "Thank you" to one beaker. "You're an idiot" to the second. And the third one, he completely ignored. After 1 month, the rice that had been thanked began to ferment, giving off a strong, pleasant aroma. The rice in the second beaker turned black. and the rice that was ignored began to rot. Dr. Emoto thinks that this experiment provides an important lesson, especially with regard to how we treat children. We should take care of them, give them attention, and converse with them. Indifference does the greatest harm. There have been many wars on religious grounds in human history, but in our experiment, water reacted to individual words that had a religious content by forming beautiful crystals. This means that the conception of our nature coincides with each religion. The Christian prayer, the Buddhistic prayer, the Muslim prayer. Dr. Emoto presumes that serious crimes are committed most of all in areas where people curse the most often. Idiot. I hate you. Laboratory containers of water were inscribed with hieroglyphs denoting words and the names of well-known people. Love, hope, soul, Mother Teresa, Hitler. Emoto Masaru's numerous experiments aimed at finding the word that cleanses water most powerfully have shown that it is not just one word, but a combination of two. Love and gratitude.
So like then we conceptualize 70% of this realm is water, and they have taken all of our attention. Like when you introduce something like Google Earth and everyone thinks, oh my God, this is amazing, we can see the whole world now, like we just and everyone's focused on the land masses, right? Again, it's sort of like deletes the water, like you don't bother because suddenly you've got all the tech to go after what's on the land. But again, it's like this technique to keep you, like to give you one thing to kind of like remove something else, and you don't even realize it's happening. And we've got this massive watery world going on and zero attention on it, and we ourselves are water, and all of this frequency and vibration that consciousness is putting out, hello, of course it's carried in the water. If 70% of this realm that has essentially been technically hijacked, then it's the water that's carrying that consciousness. It's the water that's spreading. It's the water that, you know, with the rain cycle and the water cycle, that is what we're drinking. That's how we're producing our food and our crops. It's all recycling up and down through the oceans and the rain and the water. We've got mass interference with our weather right now, and a lot of focus on rain. So water. That's all washing into the oceans. All the chemicals from agriculture washes into the ocean. All the oil spills and pollutions that, you know, in my head are deliberate, because I don't think anything's in it, all pointing into the ocean. And I always thought it was really cool when Abraham Hicks, who, you know, Abraham Hicks is super cool for that positive energetic. Like there's no way around it. Like it's like hardcore rampage of appreciation all the way, always does it on cruise ships. And I always thought it's cool that there's 2,000 people on the water rampaging to the max gratitude and appreciation, because that shit is affecting the water, which is affecting the consciousness.
That's a good point. And, you know, Jaws, right?
Jaws.
Titanic. They want everyone to be scared of
water. Yeah.
I mean, and there's been so many movies of, you know, shipwrecks and people just floating in the middle of the ocean and all this terror and, you know, sharks circling, and, you know, it's promoted, you know, as a scary thing.
Yeah.
You know, it really is, you know, they don't want us to be going there and exploring it. And this is the whole thing. If they're putting negative energy, you know, into it and dumping it, like, are they, do they know? Are they trying to repress what's down there? And are they going down? Have they got bases down there? Or are they visiting these different civilizations? Or is this, who knows, some kind of attack from below, right? Trying to poison the above from below.
Imagine, Campbell, if the space program is to launch these rockets, knowing full well they're going to come and do this big arc back into the water, and then it gives them the momentum to get down really low into the ocean. Like, imagine if they're not trying to get up, they're just trying to get the gravitational pull, that trajectory, so like solid and strong.
Down.
It's like diving back down, which you couldn't do just from staying still. You'd have to go up to come down, like diving. Imagine if that truly was the purpose behind the space. That would be like not a surprise to me at all.
And then how did all the old, you know, pre-shuttle, how did they land, right? In the ocean.
Yep. Always in the ocean.
How do we know they didn't pop up from below the ocean, right?
Yep, exactly.
Because look at the spaceships, the space suits. There's no protection for radiation, and this is becoming a big thing, right? With the Van Allen's belt, and they look like diving suits.
Yep,
you know,
they do.
And we've seen the underwater pools, and there's even a mural on the back wall, I think, that shows. It shows things underwater. I can't remember exactly what it is. I'll find a picture, but yeah, there's a lot of.
And the Phoenicians, the Phoenicians came from the water. Our whole law, maritime law, based on the water.
Siren,
the mermaids,
mermen.
Yep.
Sea monsters. I mean, all the old maps have all these. They all have these weird sea monsters, don't they? Sea creatures.
Yep. And then if you look at like movies like Pirates of the Caribbean, and even what was that called? The BFG from Roald Dahl. Like both ones, they jump into a pool. Well, with pirates, it's a big boat. It goes down into a whirlpool, black hole, and then pops up straight side up, but in an inverted reality. Same with BFG. Jumps into the water, pops back up, inverted reality, and they're in the human realm. Like water was the portal.
Exactly. And I'll put this video in. There's a video, the oceanographer from Titanic, who filmed Titanic, and he's under the water in a submersible, and he finds a lake.
Exactly.
At the bottom of the ocean. And
yes, I've seen this.
And he can't get into it. He
That's
can't.
right.
He tries to get down. I'll put the video up. It's bizarre.
One of the strangest places on the ocean's floor was only just discovered in the 1990s. I might agree as one of a handful of people to ever see it in person.
Without a doubt, one of the most amazing things that I had ever seen in the bottom of the ocean. It was while filming for Blue Planet. It was in the Gulf of Mexico. And I noticed there's something out in the distance. Couldn't tell exactly what, but it looked like a dark band. And as we approached it, the dark band became a donut. I saw this donut that was black in the center. What the heck is that? And so as we get closer and closer to it, I noticed that the black band had what appeared to be kind of steam over it. And then I looked, and there was water lapping against the shoreline. This band was a ring of mussels. And inside the ring of mussels was a lake. And it's like, wait a minute, I'm already underwater. We went out over the water in this lake and tried to descend in it, and bounced off. It was so super saline and dense that the submarine couldn't go down in it. We literally bounced off, and as we bounced off, we sent ripples heading back to the shoreline. It was insane. I've never seen anything like it.
So technically speaking, we could be all this concept of portals, multidimensional portals, and getting to in and out of realms. All of that energetic has been focused upwards, which we should instantly know to invert and go down. Like, we should know that by now, fools, if we don't, after all we've learned.
It was, have you seen that movie, Don't Look Up?
Don't Look Up.
It's kind of recent. It's Leonardo DiCaprio. And I was like, oh no. God, I don't know. And my sister's like, you'll actually like it. Watch it. I'm like, no. And it's actually really good.
Okay, cool. I'll watch it.
Go and check it out. But it's called Don't Look Up, and it's about destruction from above and all these things. But again, it's just this subtle sort of programming. If it's destruction, it's going to come from above and all this kind of stuff. But maybe they're just diverting our attention from where we should be looking.
Well, we know. Hello, with all the
$1 a day from NASA going, really.
Yeah.
It's
not going to just Hollywood.
And have you heard that there's a tunnel, a submarine tunnel that goes from like Ohio or something, in the middle of the United States.
Wow, no.
Under half the country, and then out into the oceans, and also off the coast of California. Someone found on Google Maps a few years ago this massive shelf, and it looks like it literally looks like a massive docking bay or something.
Yeah, right.
And it's huge, and it's off. So we just don't know what's under the water.
Sorry, I interrupted. Yep.
Right.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, and isn't it interesting that with all of the attention on the above and like no attention on the water itself, and yet we know with the Tartaria consciousness that we're always looking at a fucking flood. We're looking, and every time we look at land masses that we've been told are craters, actually have ended up being more in alignment with aqueducts, and that the great flooding in the Bible came not just from above, but mainly from below. And if you look at the movie Noah that they brought out recently with Russell Crowe, the flooding came from under the ground and up. It was huge, massive torrents of water coming up. Like the water is that's always affecting the surface, us, is coming from below and up, less than down onto us. And so the evidence, I mean, everything, we could like cross-reference Tartaria with the idea now of space actually being water, the ocean. The space is actually the ocean.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, isn't it? The vastness of space, the vastness of the ocean. I mean, they're both unexplored territory, both full of stars. And, you know, we just get this concept of, you know, domed cities under the ocean, don't we? You know, especially with, you know, Aquaman, but it's been around for a while under ocean civilizations, and even with the like the Chimera, there's, you know, all the mermen and these half fish people and stuff. And I mean, and ultimately, even if you want to get back to Darwinism, they say we all came from the ocean, don't they? Really, that's what they want us to believe.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like it's not counteracting like that there's other broader realms on the surface, that there's a much broader map with broader realms on the surface, and that there's entities that live in those broader land masses, and they're potentially multidimensional. They're not from our, you know, firmament, our realm. But like we've never really like gone into, is there access point? Is the way to travel through, is it the ocean? Is it through the water and going through the ocean? It makes so much more sense than trying to pierce the firmament, trying to go up to the firmament, trying to, you know, when the whole like, and then if like we should align this with a conversation around light and dark as well, like the energetic of light and dark, because, you know, we see space and stars and lack of light, and then we see the ocean, which also potentially appears to have a lack of light. But we've never really looked at it, have we? We've never really gone in and had a look fully at if the ocean was purely space. And what would that mean?
Light down there. There's fish, you know, that make their own lights. There's
they're luminescent,
a little lantern that hangs off at the front of the head.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, this is the thing, you know, and we know plants, you know, so if that can happen once, I mean, then why wouldn't all the dark areas just be glow with light? You know, what is it called? Phosphoroluminescence.
Phosphoroluminescent.
So that, you know, and we just don't know, you know, and who knows what's below that lake, right? That this dude found, maybe like that's a doorway, and then you go down and that's where the water's below us. So maybe, you know, they tell us that the ocean is, you know, so deep in that, but it might not be, right? We might have a realm of ocean, and then there's doorways to what's below it, and and those doorways might be the reflections we're seeing. I mean, and you know, the planets, the wandering stars, that they could be ships or something, because they move, right?
Hello, we're always told they're UFOs, they're ships.
Yeah, they could just be cruising around the ocean on a you know, built-in trajectory, and we just see them reflected up and in the stars. Because, you know, this is the thing, you know, about the planets, you know, everyone, you know, we can say that planets definitely aren't what they tell us, but there's so many stories of people going to places like Mars, not necessarily the moon, but Mars is a massive theme, isn't it, of people. There's so many people. I've been to Mars, you know, there's secret Mars programs. So, you know, we have to look at it. We can't just dismiss it and say, well, Mars doesn't exist. That's stupid.
No.
There's got to be something there.
Yeah, it's definitely another realm. It's definitely. And you know, the other thing is, like, we're actually born in water. Hello, we walked, our mums carry us around in a big fucking sack of water for 9 months. Like, we come from the water and we breathe in there and we grow in the water. And then this weird miracle happens to the human being where we're popped out the other side into no water. And like, that's a trip. And maybe that is the evolution of the human species, that we've actually taken this journey we've taken to be able to be on the surface out of water and be completely alive and breathing, and to the point where we can no longer breathe within water. But Campbell, if you look at these aliens, that I say aliens, if you look at these, I don't even know what to call them, but all right, aliens, we'll call them, you know, a lot of them look like they've got gills, they've got scales, they've kind of watery skin, like they've got that sort of rubbery skin that you'd see sort of more attuned to sea creatures than mammals. For example, all of the aliens that we see sort of like fit this, like the greys, they've got that, like, you know, that rubbery skin, and they don't have like, you know, the same breathing things. The reptilians,
bigger eyes.
Yep.
Things like that.
Sensitive to the light, you know, sensitive to what would be on the surface. And, you know, they have to do all this work to sort of hijack our astral bodies, almost our chakra points, to like sort of puppet through us to be on the surface. But they don't feel like they're naturally creatures of the surface, way more attuned to.
Like anatomically.
Yeah.
None of them look strong. Like, I mean, those greys, they don't look like they could hold themselves up.
No.
You know, and that's what you would get in the water, because you don't need, you know, the muscles to hold, you're not holding your weight up. You know, so that there's so many things. And also, you know, there's stories of, you know, obviously 1940s and the people that were around in Germany and New Schwaberland. And there's stories that I've seen the maps, there's maps of tunnels going out past Antarctica, right? Past under somewhere. So yeah, is that where the main civilization is, or is that the main travel land? And then, because, you know, taking, you know, the first breath is, you know, it's a big thing, right?
Yep.
When you take your first breath, you're not a human, you can't have a life, at least in the dry up here.
Yep.
Is that it? Is there all these domes and you know, you go around underneath and you can pop up in one and have your experience there and take your first breath into, you know, it could be the reverse of what we're thinking. Because they've actually made liquid that you can breathe. That there's liquid that you can breathe. You literally,
like, you can like eat it almost.
Yeah, you've got to fill your lungs with it.
Yeah.
But it's just, and they were doing it, I think they were saying, for deep sea diving because of the pressures and stuff. You know, so we can breathe liquid. You know, we don't know what the liquid in the waters below are, you know, necessarily, do we? So we just, it's very, and they also tend to be telepathic, don't they, all these aliens?
Yeah.
You can't
similar to sea creatures, hello, dolphins and whales.
Exactly.
And actually, what's more coveted than like the most coveted space in our realm is Antarctica, hello, which is this frozen water, and this ocean. Like, you can't fucking, honestly, I've been watching video after video where people fishing, they're just like testing it, they're going out to do some fishing, and then there's this huge like crew, like, you know, army, navy ship, you're in protected, you know, water space, turn back. Like, there is a massive ring around the human being that prevents us from moving freely into the oceans. It's crazy.
And when you think about it, that's 70% of our realm.
Yeah.
You know, and it's up and down, so it's even more than that. But it's true. Like, you know, there's water police and stuff everywhere. You can't. There's so many laws, and everything has to be registered. And you know, they don't even want you going kayaking anymore. You know, unless you've filled out their forms and crap. But what rules us is Admiralty law, maritime law of the sea. You know, you got to go in all the docks. We all need something to pass ports, right? We've got to be able to pass their port.
Yeah.
And we can't travel.
Ports, yeah.
So it's a very watery world. Everything is definitely water-based. So it's, you know, this is the thing. You know, has anyone ever seen that, like an alien movie where we get invaded from below?
Well, look, I have to tell you, of a cool dream that I had,
Oh, yeah.
like, which relates, right? So this is about 2017, and I had this dream, and I was like, and we were being invaded. There was these things coming down from the sky, and they look like giant televisions. That's what they look like in my dream, the back of giant televisions. And I was so like, oh my God, we're being invaded. And I ran up to this like high-rise building in my dream, and it was like being on the Gold Coast or somewhere. And I like got to the top, and I could see 360 degrees around me was the ocean. And these things were landing in the ocean, and where they land, this iridescent like blue color came up from the ocean, similar to the color behind us. And where that happened, like kind of like a jellyfish would create this like really vibrant, bright blue. And then where that happened, everywhere, for as far as I could see, these towers of dolphins appeared, like 20 dolphins wide and infinite dolphins on top of each other to the sky. And there were towers everywhere, like thousands of these towers of dolphins. And I was blown away because I'd never seen a visual like this. I've never since seen a visual like it's one of those dreams where I really remember it. And I called it the Dolphin Tower dream. And then like 6 months after that, I ended up discovering the flat earth, right? So I was just like, someone gave me this, I think I've told you this story. Someone gave me this documentary. They're like, check this out. And I'm like, oh, flat earth, all right, cool. Historical documentary, no worries. So I was pretty like, it's around 2016. Yeah, I reckon it's 2016, just into 2017. And then I watched it and I was, yeah, fucked. I can't believe this. 3 hours later, I'm like totally convinced. And I was like, of course, but I got so pissed off with God. I was like, I cannot believe I have served you my whole life. And it takes till now that I didn't even know the shape of the planet that I'm on. I couldn't believe it. I was so mad. First time ever I've ever felt mad at God, right? So I went out into the bush by myself. And I was just like, oh, and I screamed my head off for like honestly, I had no voice, just screaming at God, just so pissed off. I couldn't believe it. I felt like it's forsaken us. How dare he keep us in such ignorance? What hope did we have if we didn't even know this? Like how far does the lies go? Like coming from an avid truth seeker of 20 years, I was just like, God, WTF, God damn you. And then and so until I literally had no voice, and then instantly, literally 20 meters from me, like beside me, out of nowhere, this lightning strike, bang, hits the ground. Never experienced anything like it. It was literally like God had taken those two things from the ambulance, gone on my chest, like, those things, those electrical, and every cell in my body just went, it was like it had exploded, and the sound wall, and it just like was so high impact on my system. I actually felt like I'd just been electrocuted, and then I thought, oh my God, I've just been reset. That's what I felt like, reset. And then everything went silent. It took me about 30 minutes for every cell to stop vibrating. And then this little tiny voice leaned in and went, it's a hologram. It's a hologram. And I was like, well, okay, I kind of know this. I've looked at holographic universe, but I hadn't like known it. I hadn't like integrated it, And so then I immediately get onto my phone to buy a book on the holographic universe. And then I find this book that says the holographic universe of dolphins, with this like daggy hand drawn cover. And I was like, never would have bought that book before. And I was like, that's the book for me. So I buy this book. It arrives like a week later, but here's where it gets trippy. Have I told you this story?
I don't think you've gone this far before. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
It just feels like it relates to our topic today.
Yeah.
So this book arrives. So I'm reading this book, and I'm looking at it, and I'm reading it, and I've got to literally, actually, no, the book hadn't, no, sorry, skip that. What happened was I ordered the book, and then the next day while I was still in the bush, I actually decided to write to the author. I didn't know who this author was, but I was like, listen, I've got all these questions, and I'm just going to write to her and find out maybe she has some answers for me. Because I had 20 years of truth-seeking knowledge to like come to my questions around what does it mean the world's holographic? What does this mean, and how the hell does it relate to dolphins, sort of thing. So I just sent her an email. It took me a little while to track it down online, sent her an email, and on half an hour later, she got back to me. And she was like, Kelly, you can ask me anything you like. And I was like, wow, that's so nice of you. How nice. You're this random stranger. You must be so busy. Anyway, so I listed off all these questions, and then she diligently wrote answers to everything. And I did this for 4 days. I literally emptied my brain for 4 days. That's how long it took me to like fulfill like asking all my questions and then getting them answered. And it wasn't the answering so much. It was just that I got to ask, you know, it's just how I put them out there. And then that kind of put them in order in my brain, and it sort of helped facilitate it. And so then, like, after 4 days, she wrote to me, said, listen, Kelly, I just want you to know that 2 days before you contacted me, I had a dream that this pure spirit would contact me out of the blue and ask me all these questions about my books, and that I was to answer every single question diligently because they would make up the text for my next 3 books. That was the dream she had. So like our meeting was predestined in that, like she already knew that I was coming. So that's why she was so like, I'll take all this time and answer all your questions. And then just to trip it all off. So if you guys don't think like synchronicities and destiny, it doesn't entwine our lives all the time. I then went back to my farm and joined her up with my little Facebook group, which was nothing back then because I didn't have social media. Maybe there was like 100 people on it. And I sent her, like I showed her my backyard, and I sent her a picture of the classroom that I built. And she was like, wrote back to me, Kelly, where did you get this picture? And I was like, oh, that's my classroom. You know, I just wanted to show you. And she said, oh my God, well, 2 days before I had the dream, 2 days before you contacted me, someone sent me this picture. And I was so taken by it that I literally stopped what I was doing and spent like 5 minutes just looking at this picture and trying to imagine who created this picture. Like, and she was blown away that it was me. And like, she's in Hawaii. So, and I'm in the middle of fucking nowhere. So I don't know how she got a picture of my classroom, which I had no social media presence. And then obviously, and this all related to a dream that I had 6 months earlier. So that's a crazy fucking story. But it, like, it puts the consciousness of the holographic universe into a metaphoric state with dolphins, onto questioning what is reality around us, and it all lands squarely back into the oceans.
And how come dolphin is the only fin that's not spelled with an F?
Ooh, good point.
Phoenician, the PH Phoenician.
Phoenician, yes.
Dolphin. Interesting. Yeah, so there you go. Is the world under, well, is outer space, the wandering planets underneath us? Is this what's happening? Did the invasion?
Well, I'm convinced now. I think we've just convinced ourselves. I'm convinced now. Space. What's space, man? We're talking about the oceans. Let me share screen and find this like video that triggered this conversation today. I think where did I have it?
So leave us your comments below. And we're not saying that there's no water above either. We're saying we think it's both, right, above and below, but maybe the threat, if there is one, where all these parasites came from, is below us, you know, because like I said, have you ever seen a invasion movie from the ocean? They don't exist. It's always from above. Yep,
always from above. They've put, exactly like Google Earth, they've put everything, they've tricked everyone. They've provided like what looks to be full disclosure, but in doing so have removed actually the reality they don't want us to look at. It's so clever how this mirror effect works.
It is.
Anyway, so this is the chick. I like this woman. I don't know who she is, but hopefully this video finds her because she's great. So let me put it onto full screen. So now tell me if you can hear this, Campbell, because I don't know. Remember, we have that little issue with volume.
Yes.
So let me know.
No.
Okay. So how do we solve that again?
Put your mouse up the top. And then there should be like 3 dots.
Yep.
And then it should say something. If you go down, there's like
share computer screen sound.
Down, yeah, that one.
All right. See, that's the old expert, the old man there, the old man expert at podcasting, doing it forever. All right.
Ocean.
Here we go. Now, give me the thumbs up if you can hear it.
Y'all, I am freaking out right now. There's a lot of unexplained things going on in the ocean right now. Hold on real quick. I do not trust them. Just watch this real quick for me.
You get to Mars by going through the ocean. You can't get to the bottom of the ocean because outer space is the ocean.
Now, what she just said just blew my mind. Now, there's a situation called the firmament. So we know that water is all around us. And it is said that this dome divided the sea into upper and lower sections. You can't cancel this out because they still haven't discovered 80% of the sea. Early civilizations believed that the ocean and the stars above were linked. I mean, just look. Mayan, Norse, Hindu, Hebrew, all of them. Now we already know what spacesuits look like, but they look exactly like sea suits. I know once in your life you've heard of the Bermuda Triangle. Planes and people going missing in the ocean. There are black holes in the ocean. And I just know once in your life you've heard about sea monsters. When you see a comet, it looks like a boat soaring through water. What if these unexplained species in the ocean are actually aliens? If y'all have ever watched this movie Underwater, they went too deep and found the creature that don't even look like it's supposed to be from this earth. Or could it have just been a creature from space? Now you can say what you want, but I bet you we are not the only beings, only species, only creatures that are in this universe. It's just ironic that when they return to Earth, they're on water. I mean, I know I'm not tripping. And I know y'all heard of mermaids. So many unexplained things in the ocean. They're making more discoveries in space. Not really putting too much money or caring about what's going on the planet. Why? Because this sea stuff might have a lot of connections to space. And they not telling us. Y'all be safe, and I know I'm not the only person who feel this way.
Oh, I fucking love her, man.
Yeah.
She was great.
Cool.
She just I want to get her on the show.
And I mean, that's a good point, which I guess we haven't really mentioned, is in all these old, depictions of the realm, the water below and the water above, they're linked. It's one system, and we're in the middle. So the waters below are the waters the same as the same water that's above, right? So, literally, and we've seen those, what do they call them, comets or something, that was skidding across the water.
Yep.
Up above us. So yeah, this is the thing, is it just an easier entry point to get there by going down? They found how to get into the waters by going down, but they still haven't found how to get into them going up yet. So
if we look at if we look at like that astronaut head around you, it's like there's a ball, a firmament in that mask behind you, and then there's this ocean all around it. So we've got this notion of the planet, and we've got this firmament, this dome, and when we've got water all here and water all around here. So would it not be, is this what you were trying to say there, that if you went down under our oceans, you could basically pop up above our firmament?
Yeah.
That it's just all one. So essentially we would then be operating, and I think Martin Littke would say this, as an upside down fishbowl.
Yeah, exactly. So almost like the they show us, with Aquaman, with a little dome, but the water goes underneath as well. So we're almost floating, I guess, like a floating capsule. And you hear, a lot of people talk about the cosmic egg. Is it an egg? And in an egg you have the white and the yolk. Is the white the waters and the yolk our realm? So we're sort of floating in these waters, right? And so all around us, up, down, sideways, that's all outer space, which is water.
So outer ocean. It's all outer ocean.
Outer ocean.
Outer ocean. It's all outer ocean. It's a new word. That should be my new t-shirt, outer ocean.
We could see.
So then if we look at sort of like go back to the two sun theory, and that potentially they've removed a sun source, a light source, and that we did have two suns, like, would it be possible that they managed to drag it down through the water and place it somewhere else? Like, because we have been taught that all the stars are old suns.
Yeah.
I mean, like, is it conceptual that they could just like fish for suns, go fishing for suns, just like, like catch a sun and then drag it down and then put it somewhere and it pops up somewhere else?
I mean, that's the story of the moon. Like in heaps of ancient cultures, they say that the moon was rolled across the sky, or it was dragged, or it was an egg. But I mean, there could be bigger cycles that we don't know about. If we're floating, there could be 4 suns, and they could be moving in their cycles around us, so that when they're below us, we don't see them, right? We only see them when they're above. And that's, so, and the sun's just gone from yellow to white. So maybe there's been, we don't know, right? Or maybe it's a difference in, maybe, that, is it a projection? Is the sun a physical thing or a projection? This is the other thing that we don't know.
And like water, you know, we've only got sort of like one version of water. Like we see water as what our water in the oceans, or our rainwater. We have a water of massive density. That water can turn into steam. It can turn into a much lighter form, an atmospheric form, or it could turn into a much solid form with ice. So we know that the water we're used to changes forms. But the vast majority of water we have is, you know, what we take from our ocean water. But, you know, that's just like our conception within this little fishbowl of what water is. Like it could be, I mean, the ether is we know with the Tartarian stuff, all connected to living waters, or the fountains, or the water sources, everything, water. They use water.
Yep. We know water holds information. Like literally, well, Dr. Emoto again, you know, all that kind of stuff. And we're told about the ether, right? And the Akashic records. It's all, well, I'd say above us, but is that the waters, right? Is it just holding all the information? Is that, you know, source, you know, like where we return to, and then, you know, we're back we remember everything, right? Because it's the information.
Like the greater womb, like the womb that we came from. We are the micro version of that womb as little babies in the womb. Like our mothers are carrying us in a vessel that is watery. Like, you know, is the earth realm and all realms just like being held in a womb by the mother, within the water source. Like, you know, you could really draw this narrative.
Sorcery, like there's, and, you know, there's so many water, you know, current, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, so, yeah, I mean, water's definitely not what they're telling us. And it's also, you know, I was thinking when you were saying solid, liquid.
Atmospheric.
Gas.
Yeah, gas.
You know, water's the only sort of element that we see in 3 states naturally. And the Trinity's 3, right? No, this 3, you know, 3 is a big number.
Perfect, of course. And then the holy waters, and then baptism in water, and then christenings in water. And that we like
get reborn. That's what they do. Dunk you in water.
Reborn you. And also, you know, like pretty much most illnesses and issues with the human being it's basically 90% chronic dehydration. Like it, you know, most of us who have any issues whatsoever, aches, pains, all these ascension symptoms everyone talks about, you know, all of it comes down to being dehydrated, and chronically so now, because, you know, they've poisoned they've made a big intention to poison all the water and all your drinking sources, and you have to go to a really big effort these days to find good water to drink. Like it's not available to a big majority of the human race. Like they focused in on poisoning the water source before they did anything else. Before they did the food chain, they went to the water.
If you think of it as information, and that's what they're doing, right? They're polluting the information that we're receiving. We're not getting the right messages, so we get lost. We don't know where we are. I mean, so that would make sense. And, you know, water is the only thing that we can't live without, right? We can, you know, live without food and all the other stuff, but water, I mean, what is it? 3 days or something, or I don't know, not long. You wouldn't last longer than a week, you know.
Water. You need water. You can last for, you know, a year without food, but with water, you know, days go by and you'd be really suffering. So it's really interesting, because the problem with our environment now, if you put it down to what's been happening in the environment, and with the regen ag stuff, you know, it all comes down to soil that can't hold water. That's what it comes down to. Soil that's been like chemically toxified and depleted by industrial farming can't hold water. It acts like cement. So it like water just like hits it and runs off. So you get flooding, hits it and runs off. So you lose all your topsoil. Like it doesn't go down. It doesn't act like a sponge. And that's all been by design. And it's the same with our bodies. Like we have got all these toxic blocks now that don't allow us to take in hydration, to take in natural water, and very hard to even find water that hasn't got, you know, deliberate toxins in it to begin with.
Well, I mean, they even do, you know, the stuff in the sky, don't they? Which no doubt affects the clouds and the rainwater as well. And this, the thing is, you know, most people, when they think they're hungry, they're actually thirsty. You know?
It's dehydration.
And so because people can't hydrate properly and can't absorb the water, that, you know, that get this, health and obesity epidemic that's going on.
Yeah.
Because people are literally dehydrating when they're full of water. It's bizarre.
And that's why when you look at sort of people who do a lot of work in chronic illness or healing chronic illness, or alongside a lot of spiritual work, the best solution is always water fasting. It's always like just saturate your system in water for as long as you can. Like that is the quickest, speediest way. It's one of my favorite ways. I need to do one right now, Campbell. I need to do what after last week of sorting out Tartaria Live Australia. I need a 40-day water fast.
I think I do too. It's in the desert. But so, I think that's I mean, and it's been talked about a lot, but I think the waters are a lot more important than or definitely more important than what we've been told. And is it all linked? Are we floating in the waters above the water?
That's hard to imagine floating. Like, I can't comprehend that we're bobbing up and down in a mass source
chain like Lig, because clearly we don't feel the movement. But if there's waters below, so what are we talking? Is it landlocked? Are there tunnels? Are they just gateways to get up above or down below? Or is it two separate realms? Are they two separate realms? Is it literally the heavens and the hells? One's a good realm and one's a bad realm, and they can access the bad realm when they're still trying to get into the waters above.
Gosh, I mean, it's so
to come from above, but we're told from the bad stuff comes from below.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really, I mean, like those, the angels or the gods, they could be deep sea divers, really. Like, I'm basically, space is out, the ocean's in, everyone. That's the end of the show. Good night.
Thank you.
No, look, I honestly think this is, I think this is right. I feel like, we've only just introduced it conceptually, but now we can tune it as an audience. I actually think this is the right place to be looking. We know that space is nothing apart from a Hollywood projection. We know this. We, well, at least our theories have led us to that. We know all about the fuzzy haze. When you ask anyone about the oceans, it's like, oh yeah, the oceans, I know nothing about it. Like, I know nothing. It's just there. It's the beach. That's what I know about the oceans.
The immeasurably small border of the ocean is all we know.
Yeah, it's all we know. And if you go on a cruise ship and you're faced with the ocean, like, that's like a very narrow pathway through that you're allowed to go through.
You look at cruise ships, that's why they're all tropical cruises and that. They're all just in these little areas where there's lots of islands and things, and they just stick to these little, there's no, I mean, we used to hear about, what do they call it, like crossing the Atlantic, or, Atlantic crossings and that, but they don't obviously happen anymore. And
there's not many people doing like solo, there's not much going on with people adventuring into the water. And of course, we get very traumatized by, we're kept in check by the idea of fucking Jaws and perfect storms. Jaws and big, massive waves of water that are going to destroy anything that goes in there. I mean, I'm scared of water. Like, if I go into the ocean and I'm like, that, like, idea of
we know what's below you. We're still exactly. You just don't know. Rivers are even worse when you can't. They're brown, and you're like, oh my god, what's down there?
Yeah.
They've done the snake. They've done rivers as well. They've done the big snakes in the rivers and all this kind of stuff. So they don't want us exploring it. They just don't. Big
psychological push by Hollywood to scare us out of the water. Big. So if we sat there and like went through a list of every film and movie and everything that gave us psychological trauma and fear of the ocean, like, it'd be pretty friggin' long. Yeah.
It would. And I was just thinking of JCK's favorite song, Holy Diver.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Holy Diver.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. She would have a lot to say about this topic.
Holy Diver sounds like an angel, right?
Yeah.
Holy Diver.
Yeah.
Is that people coming down to our realm? I mean, but yeah, I agree. We've got to be fixed. We can't be floating.
No, well, I mean, unless we don't understand what the water that we're floating in. So
well,
we've been, sorry.
They show a stump at the bottom a lot, don't they? You know, like it's like a tree and we're sort of in the middle of it, held sort of steady. So who knows? Well,
we have been given 3 versions of water that we know about. But then we also know about the ethers and these other like versions of electricity or energy or life-giving force or source. And conceptually, our idea of what water is very limited now. And there's just infinite more versions and like, you know, configurations of what water as a source could actually present itself as. Like it is, we do know for certain that water will change its crystalline structure just with a thought. We know for certain that water is the most malleable thing we have in this realm. Like instantly it can change, grow, it completely, sound, intention, words, all of it impacts water. Everything, every single thing impacts water.
Bruce Lee, be like water.
Yeah.
Take any form. It can, what does he say? It can be soft, you can dive in and swim, or it can crash and destroy things. But
that's right.
But it's everything, you know, it's such a malleable thing. It holds information, it holds light, it reacts as far as we know to emotions and things, to energy. It's
so source, if we say source is water, and that space is the ocean, and that to get into the broader firmament you're going down through our oceans and out, then we can also say that water can hold all potential and all possibility, which means it could be constructed in any imaginable way. Like as long as it's imagined, it can become, like that is its brilliance. And we don't ever think about water in these terms. We've got really set ideas about water in the way we talk about it and think about it. Drinking water, ocean water, rainwater, you know, like, you know, water, steam, ice. That's it. That's how we communicate about water. But actually, if we look at water as being the whole source, the source code, the grand organized design is actually in the form of water or a version of it, it makes total sense. Like we don't necessarily have to be floating or bobbing to be immersed in water. We don't necessarily have to be immersed in the same version of water that we see with our eyes in the ocean. It could be like cloud. It could be, I mean,
denser, could be lighter, could be, you know, if it's in a different atmosphere, different space, it could act differently. But it seems to have all the you know, the characteristics that we're told, you know, the heavens have, you know, really, when you think about it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and so is that where we're coming from and returning to?
Yeah.
And I think the Atlantis, I just keep thinking of that Atlantis dome. Like it's such a picture that most people have in their mind, don't they?
Yeah.
But of course they tell us it's fantasy when it's not. And that they've got us thinking about water as purely physical, because we're all told water, 3 states, you know. And the other thing that now we only really think about water is it clean? Is it bottled water, or is it crap, or is it chemically? You know, we don't think what's because I think this is the thing. I think polluting water is changing the information in it.
For sure.
And that's what illness is. We're getting information into our body, and it's going, what the fuck do I do with this? Freak out.
Yep, 100%.
Everything's energy, you know, as we've said so many times.
Yep, 100%. And, you know, like we've been told in a myriad ways by a myriad of people and a myriad of teachers the last 2 years, watch the water, watch the water, watch the water. We are, as a community, getting very close to the truth of our existence. It is predestined this way because we're sitting here asking the questions and therefore allowing and enabling the answers. And if it brings us all back to the water, and it brings us all back to what we are made up of and what this realm is made up of and what all of life is made up of, where we came from in our mother's wounds, that it all comes back to the water, then for sure space is the water, and the water is like the vessel out of here, like the great rebirthing into the new realm, the great rebirthing into the new dimension. The ascension process is actually the descension down and out of the realm. Something is blocking those that have hijacked us to get out of the realm. Somehow they are being blocked. That's a whole other thing we have to think about. Oh, I'm floating in water right now.
Yeah. Bobbing Earth, it's a new concept.
Well, fucking awesome, Campbell. Like, there's so much to think about in that.
It is, yeah. I know this is the thing. Like, it's another concept show, guys. So these, are just, no factual research has been done. These are just our imaginations.
Oh, our humble imagination.
Our humble imaginations.
The best research out there.
Exactly, and this is the thing. Imagination is the link to the waters, right? To the waters, to the information. Yeah. Reading a book is a link to someone else's opinion.
Yep.
In reality. So, yeah, let us know what you think, guys. Give us a like, share this out there, leave us a comment. You'll find links to Kelly's Facebook below and her YouTube. So
which miraculously is just sitting on 7.1 thousand for like 2 years now. Just sitting there.
I saw it yesterday and I went,
hovering in the water, like completely like cut off. We've been blocked. But whatever, there's like, I probably reckon there's 17,000 people on that Facebook page, but whatever.
I just don't know. Like, I don't use Facebook. Now I post and I get nothing. No one sees it when I post.
No,
so
you get nothing, man. You get nothing.
Be there. So
just to recap, everyone, we can't wait to meet you on Saturday. Oh my God, we're so excited. Campbell down, JC will be joining us. We will send out an email in the next couple of days updating you all with the new venue and where we're going to be and what's happening. So no one panic. It's all under control, says Captain of the ship.
Yep. And it's not, it's in the same, vicinity. So, it's not going to change anyone's plans or anything.
But it will change though, Campbell. One thing I don't know how to fix this one, but obviously when we promoted the first venue, I put up also a link to parking, and some of you may have actually purchased parking, and I'm really sorry about that. But the cool thing is you are still able to park there and just catch the tram to the new venue. But also we're happy to compensate in some way if that is you. Yeah. So yeah, just put your hands up when you see us on the day.
Yes, and I did see that we've seen a couple of people have needed refunds. If we don't get to, just send us another email because we're getting tons, so we don't want to miss anything like that. But apart from that, it's all good. It's all, and the best thing, another 150 tickets.
Yes.
If you come. It's still out there, and so hopefully we'll have to see. We're definitely not guaranteeing it, but there might even be some left on the day. But don't count on that. Jump in and get your ticket out. The biggest, 350 people already, guys. Let's get 500 there. I mean, imagine the energy with that. And then we'll all go marching around the city the next day. And
yeah, awesome. And also, people have asked us about childcare facilities, and I'm sorry, guys, but this time round, being the first pilot live event, we didn't have the resources to figure that out. It was just a step too far in our ability to get this off the ground. But as we start perfecting these live events and really get them into a really beautiful professional formula, we will definitely take into consideration that there's a lot of our community that have children that want to come, and obviously the kids don't want to sit there for 8 hours. So we will be taking that suggestion on board.
We could do some really cool stuff and have a kids thing as well.
Yeah,
this was a massive learning curve. When did we decide to do this? It wasn't even a month ago, month max. I think it was 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And here we are, we're doing our best, but yeah, unfortunately, this is just going to be pretty much adults only. 16-year-olds, whatever. If they're prepared to sit down for 8 hours and bring them along, it won't seem like 8 hours. It'll be fun.
Yeah, no, it definitely won't.
But yeah, but we're going to be going around Australia doing bigger and better ones. Probably moving on to like a day and a half, 2 days. And yeah, so guys, the first inaugural Tartaria, Australia. You got to be
Rocky. Yeah. up the mountain. All right, guys, we will be in contact. We love you. We'll speak to you soon. Go and ponder on that. Send us some evidence.
Yes.
Space is the ocean.
All right, get your tickets.
Over and out.
Bye. Bye.
All right. Mr. Autodidactic. I'm sitting here in my art studio, very excited because we're about to launch the 2024 Tartaria Australia t-shirt designs. Woo! And I've really modeled them off the coolest sort of 70s comic vibe, 70s inspiration that I went through. The whole like Mad magazine and all those cool things that we saw in our childhood, plus the music industry when it was looking cool. In the 60s, 70s, you know, when it actually looked cool and we didn't know they're all demons worshipping Satan, Campbell. Now they're not cool, but these ones,
they're cool.
These ones are going to stay cool forever because it's the truth. It's the truth.
Yep. Good quality. They're not going to fade out on you. They're literally like the 70s when you had a t-shirt that lasted you, you know, until you grew out of it, right?
Yeah.
These are going to last for decades.
They're going to increase in value, Campbell.
Family heirlooms, what they're going to become. Family heirlooms.
That's right. Look, if we're going to go through this bullshit of the next couple of years, getting to this like redemption of the human race, and hopefully they're breaking into sovereignty and freedom finally, we might as well look fucking excellent while we're doing it, man.
Let's do it in style. In style.
But more importantly, in fucking style. But more importantly, Campbell, the purpose of this is to say, if you have enjoyed our contribution this year to your lives, whatever that may have been, just may crack a joke now and again, a bit of humor, or some wild new theory we've discussed, or some, you know, intellectual chewing, some sort of trigger we provided, anything that you've enjoyed from Tartaria Australia this year, we would really appreciate it if you would buy a t-shirt. Because these t-shirts are our only way of funding things like the next 12 months of gigs around Australia and getting ourselves to the UK to do our thing there and rally the troops, drum roll, to get them into the stadium gig in 2026 or 5, whenever we get to first. 5 would be good, wouldn't it? 2025, that's next year. No, so 26.
I don't know if we'll get our shit together for that.
2025, we're going to do all the hard work. We're going to do all the hard work. We're going to go to as many communities as we can. We're going to get to the UK. We'll eventually get to the States. And the whole purpose for us is to get you guys excited and into this stadium gig. 100,000 of you. So...
yeah, man. I mean, the truth can be very depressing on one of these channels. So let's make it fun. Let's awesome and get some color back in there and some style and some fashion sense. And also, you know, wear it loud and wear it proud. And when you see another person wearing a Tartaria Australia t-shirt, you'll know there are great conversations to be had with them. Yeah,
go and see if they've got a joke they can share with you. So guys, we would really love it if you showed your appreciation from buying a t-shirt. That would be excellent for us, and that will let us start next year with a planned tour. And not only that, I put a lot of love and time and energy into creating you know, words and truth and frequencies, all backed off the last 12 months of working with everyone in our community and doing our podcast. You know, they're really designed for you. They really are designed for you. And I think that I've at least done one design that matches you guys, because I have got to know this audience very, very well, Campbell. I do make such a big effort to go and meet every single person and speak and hug, and I love it. And all your energy has transferred into my creativity. So I have literally done these designs for literally our community and no one else. And I really hope you enjoy them, guys. It's like literally my gift to you and hopefully your gift to us. And what a perfect business model for the new earth.
We've got the coolest community, and now we're going to be the coolest looking community. And we're taking the rainbow back, man. We're reclaiming it. It's ours. Bloody hell, stuff all that crap that's been going on. Let's reclaim it. And let's make it fun. And let's look cool while we do it, all right?
Yeah, and let's see how long it takes for your teenager to try to steal it off you because they realize how fucking cool their parents are. They just don't realize yet because they're all in the like blah, 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 of the Taylor Swift vibe. Like, I'm just saying.
Men out there, your girlfriends, they're going to steal your t-shirt. They're going to wear them to bed every night. Like, so you may as well buy 2 or 3. And Christmas is coming up. Get some for your family.
Yeah, Chrissy.
Remember those photos from the 70s and everyone, the families would all be dressed the same? Take your family out, all in Tartaria t-shirts.
Well, we'll have to do that, Campbell. We'll have to do that. When I'm back, I'm leaving. When I'm back, we are going to do a Tartaria meetup, all wearing t-shirts.
Yep.
That's fun.
Yeah, man. Tartaria
All right.
photo shop. Photo shoot.
All right, guys. Yep, we really appreciate it, and much gratitude to you. It's been an amazing year. 2024. It's been excellent, excellent, excellent. We've had some amazing shows, some amazing theories, and just some amazing events and experiences this year. It's been like a total fucking honor and a total blessing from you guys to us, really. And yeah, we really appreciate it.
Yeah. 2025 is going to be even better. You'll find the link below, guys. Go check them out. And look awesome. See ya. All right.
Oh, good morning, Tartaria, Australia, and Autodidactic. Hey, buddy. How you going?
I'm
We
good.
didn't get raptured. We didn't get raptured.
Oh, no, nothing. Such
We're
thing.
still here on Zoom.
We're back. We're back.
We got censored, but we didn't get raptured.
About the anthropomorphized beings, shall we call them? Yeah, work that one out. Coming. Yeah, man, we got censored for talking about that, and a bit of trays and stuff. But the Eclipse was cool, man. We looked at it for a bit without the glasses, like when it was fully. What's that word? I keep wanting to say fully dilated.
Oh yeah, no, they had that terminology. What was it? It was a
totality. Full totality.
Oh, that's right, full totalitary.
Yeah.
What? Classic.
That was cool because then it just looks like just a fire ring. Actually, I've got a video I can show too, because this is the thing. When the eclipse came, it came from the opposite side and direction than where the moon was.
Yep.
So it's not the moon.
Yeah, there's so many videos that come out of people staring at the camera of the eclipse and then panning over here, and there's the moon.
Yeah.
Like there's so many videos now panning over and the moon's not there. It's actually in the sky. Like perfect juxtaposition.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, so that's good. Like I guess the consciousness of our community is caught up to that concept. Like it's not the moon. The moon, the moon's transparent. B, it's an energy body. It's not physical. It can't black out the sun. And certainly it can't black out the sun by going in front of it. And yet no one sees the moon approaching. No one sees the moon exiting. So suddenly the sun is black. And it's like...
Sorry, I was just going to say, and it proves that the sun's not 66 million miles away, because all the beams they tell us come in straight. So even if you blacked out what we can see as the sun, there would still be it would be a minuscule amount of. Yeah. So it wouldn't darken. So yeah, man, that's we're all getting shown if those with eyes to see, right?
Yeah. So of course, obviously, there's a lot of gossip about the black sun going on and what the black sun is. What are your thoughts on the black sun?
Yeah, as far as it being like the dark body, there's definitely something out there, right? That's spinning around on a different length orbit, at least, to the sun and the moon, because it keeps crossing the paths. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It could be, right? It could be a black sun. It could be an old sun that's burnt out and it's just still floating around. Who knows? But there's something out there. There was a lot of talk years ago about the black satellite as well, which is supposed to be another body out there. So, I mean, most people should know on this channel that space ain't what they tell us, man. It's made in the Hollywood basement, right?
And Hollywood swimming pool.
And a really big swimming pool, yeah.
Yeah, they're diving suits.
People are talking as well about the ISS, why isn't it filming the eclipses and stuff?
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah, I saw this classic, excellent feed from NASA. Did you see it? Where they show like there's a satellite, like you're on a satellite, and then there's the Earth, the round Earth is like really moving very quickly, and then there's this black cast, this black shadow that just goes over the Earth, And it's just, it looks so fucking retarded. It's like that. It just looks so dumb.
It's supposed
Like
to
you
show
couldn't,
nothing, yeah.
like our access to AI and art and motion supersedes what NASA's putting out right now. You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
really bad.
It's like they, I've thought this for a while, man. It's like they're trying to tell us, but they can't tell us. They're like, come on, look how retarded this is. Can you not see it yet?
Yeah, it's so bad. They're trying to tell. That's like when you pick up basically 99% of the food in the supermarkets and reading the ingredients. Like they're telling you what's in it. Like they're telling you.
I had a pack of Doritos the other day, and the ingredients, man, it was huge. I didn't read them all, but in like corn and oil, right? And it was just like, whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
man.
NASA is similar in my head to a box of cereal ingredients. That's what NASA feels like to me. Looks like Cocoa Pops. Looks like Cocoa Pops. It's got like 100 different ingredients of poison in it.
Looks fun and chocolatey, but it's death. Yeah, well, it's everything, right?
Do you ever like nostalgically wish for that time when you were a child where you just like everything was just, you just took everything as it was, like it wasn't something that you would do.
Oh,
So, you know,
yeah.
I used to get up on Saturday mornings very excited because I'd grab my bowl of Cocoa Pops. I'd turn on the television and, you know, there would be the Smurfs or whatever random cartoon I was watching. And as I grow through that, it became like the music, like a Rage in Australia. It was Rage. And then, you know, the top 20 countdown, like that was like Saturday mornings for most of my childhood. And it was blissful.
Yeah, was it video hits, man? Video hits.
Video hits, that's right. Oh, the good old days. And now, of course, all that music's fucking demonic. All the subliminals are fucking poisonous. The food's poisonous. Like the cartoons have, you know, sex symbolism all the way through it. It's like, damn.
It was so innocent back in the day.
Well, look, nothing happened. So we made an occasion of the eclipse, not because we were anticipating anything happen. I knew that Australia wouldn't be able to see anything, and I wasn't anticipating, you know, but just to start to mark these occasions on our, you know, I personally want to be awake and conscious when any sort of like alignments like this happen, whatever it is, whatever the reason, from here on in. So, you know, we had a girls' sleepover, some friends came over, and we sort of like got the fire on and camped out for a bit.
It was a very girl energy, I'm guessing, like the moon conquering the sun, right?
The moon conquering the sun. That's like a paradox. Yes. So anyway, we got up, we filmed, and then we went to sleep for 2 hours, and we got up at 3. And then we just hung around just to see if anything did happen. Of course, nothing did happen. And except for the fact that we were watching the live feed from America, you know, that there was lots of live feeds and, you know, live feeds over each place where it was eclipsing. And at the same time, the sun was rising here, you know, so it was just like, that was a trip. So to actually see the sun rising here, and apparently it's eclipsed, you know, where you are, that was a trip. That's probably the most interesting part of it. Just to see sort of like how that works.
I guess it's some kind of perspective, unless we got 2 suns, right? Who knows, man? Maybe well, 2 suns, and maybe they go out for 12 hours and they become the black sun going around the back, right?
Well, I don't know, because you would think at the very like exact moment it was eclipsing, there would be like some impact on the sun rising here. There'd be some impact, at least a little wobble in the sun rays or something. But no, nothing like that. It just was consistently rising, and the eclipse was consistently eclipsing. It was just like, okay, two parallel universes going on. So that's the only exciting element of that experience. But it was still fun. I hope everyone else had fun marking the occasion. So, of course, we're on to, it's the 8th today, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. So we're 4 days into the rapture right now, according to the biblical prophecies. And that, so on the, And on the 18th, ironically, those who are coming to Bosnia with us will end up on the last day of the rapture in the Bosnian pyramid. That's the actually times with our exact arrival to the Bosnian pyramid. So that's interesting.
It's going to be a good place. Yeah. Yes. And unfortunately, tickets are now closed. So there's no more tickets available because we're leaving. I'm leaving in 6 days and you're leaving in about 2 weeks. And the whole thing starts in 3 weeks on the 5th.
Woohoo.
Yeah, man.
How exciting. I mean, I've been observing the world, like, you know, probably the only questionable element to all this is like, as we study ancient, like history, it does denote that, you know, when there is an eclipse like this, there tends to be between that date and 6 weeks forward, some sort of natural, or, you know, some sort of disaster, a big disaster.
I heard there was a earthquake in Taiwan, I think it was.
Yeah, so the earthquakes are happening all around at the moment. Like, obviously, you know, as the eclipse was unfolding around you, New York had 3 or 4 little earthquake wobbles. They're at about the 4.4 mark, and that's like unheard of in New York. So that was notable. And then also notable, if we look at the Omens, there was like these giant, full-on 6 feet oarfish. Did you see them? They were like, they're these like 6 feet, they're translucent, they've got all these colors going on, and then they've got holes in them, like big holes. And they come up from the deep, deep, deep ocean. And they only come up when there's an earthquake on the horizon.
Okay.
So they've come up around the coast of Japan. And then we had off the coast of Taiwan, there was all these fish that were coming up and spinning in a circle non-stop, and that's spinning until they were dying, basically. And again, that's sort of like usually an omen for some sort of you know, seismic activity underwater. So that's basically, and then of course the wobble on New York. So I mean, that's sort of like on the Ring of Fire, that sort of platonic plate. So that's, you know, noticeable. Just to look at the omens, that's also been happening. I think one of the volcanoes in Italy erupted and was blowing smoke rings out of Gandalf's pipe. That was another thing. Did you see that? There were literal smoke rings.
Wow, how cool.
Man, Campbell's been away.
I was offline for 2 weeks pretty much. I mean, sent a few messages, but yeah, man, it was good. It was interesting being offline, you know. It's worth doing. Obviously, you know, you can come back to watch my videos and Tartaria Australia, but yeah, no, it's good. Like, got a lot of writing done, got a lot of reading done, but it's interesting because you just start like going, oh, what do I do? And everything, you know, even like to check the weather and stuff, it's like, oh, I need a device, right? Like, so everything, you see how dependent we've become on you know, the one information source, right? Which is really kind of what it is.
Yep.
Show, of course. Yeah, no, that was good. Been having my ice baths and saunas. You still having your ice baths?
Yep. I don't get an option. I get harassed and bullied if I don't do it. Also notable with the eclipse is which I just told Campbell about because he didn't actually know this, but on the day of the April 8th eclipse, which of course we got all that context about CERN starting up and doing its thing on the day of the eclipse, right? And they had a few gross theatrical rituals going on, but actually curiously on the day of the eclipse, the guy who created the whole theory of the Higgs boson particle, which is we call the God particle, that CERN was specifically looking to explore exactly during the eclipse, died. So yeah, so Higgs, the inventor of the God particle, died on the day of the eclipse. And he is essentially the foundational inspiration for CERN. So I don't know if they sacrificed him or they shot him through a portal, or, you know, he ended up in some other realm.
Oh, wow.
He can return as some biblical being.
Though.
Huh?
He was 94.
He was 94.
Yeah. Discovered it.
He was old.
Both of them in 2012, died April 8th, age 94. So there's probably
but
some commentary in there somewhere for you, number people.
what are the chances though? Like that's the sort of shit that just pisses you off, right? Like that's the sort of
Like
alignment.
one of those weird
Yeah.
coincidences, you know.
So annoying. And also in Australia, there's been this last week, there's been a whole pile of random public figures that have died suddenly. So
Really?
that's just an
Who's
oddity
died?
as well. Yeah, well, it's a Channel 7 reporter. What was his
I think
name?
I saw
Nathan
you post
Templeton.
that, yeah.
Yep, he passed away. And then we've got some sport player from the girl version of soccer, the girl version, they've got a name.
It's not the Socceroos, the something Roos, no doubt. The
Yeah.
Wallabies? I don't know.
Anyway, they're very popular. They're the female version, and everyone was very shocked at this happening. So, and then there was another person also in the news realm that passed away suddenly. So, yeah, that's just all been happening.
And all young by the sounds of it, or not, you know, old.
Yeah, all pretty young. Yep. So that's all going on. And also, I don't know if you heard about the you know that bridge incident in America where the tanker took out the bridge and the bridge was being exploded at the same time, and you know, you remember the cargo ship. Yeah, the big cargo ship that actually ran like it lost power and ran into one of the pillars of the Boston Bridge. Was it Boston? I think it was Boston. And it's a really significant bridge because it's like there's only 6 avenues in America that can take like waste hazard and sort of more like dodgy things drive them, and this bridge was one of those pathways, so it's knocked that out anyway. But like, so you didn't know about this? Yeah, how did you not know about this? You fucking, where have you been?
I've been,
oh my god,
offline, man.
Oh, right. Well, here I am to update you. So this tanker cargo ship went in and lost power, hit one of the pillars, and then systematically within a few seconds the whole bridge collapsed. But yeah, of course they've overanalyzed the video now and they've seen explosions right up through as suddenly just dismissed. But the reason I bring it up is because the guy who owns, I guess, the bridge, who has taken a $1 trillion insurance policy off the bridge incident, was the same guy who cashed out $3.5 billion on the World Trade Tower insurance policy.
Wow.
What's his name? Larry Silverstein.
Yeah, and he did some thing on the World Trade Towers where they're actually insured twice, so he got paid out twice. Yeah.
Yep.
Jeez,
so,
man.
Yep, that went on. It's just so annoying, isn't it?
He's growing, broken up in his career path, right?
And then
the trillions.
There's a lot of cases of birds like dying, lots of like big flocks of birds is falling from the sky and dying. There's like all these reports of beetle plagues that have like just swarmed beetles, not your normal like grasshoppers, but like beetles that have swarmed in and just died, like in the hundreds of thousands. Like there's been a lot of omens in nature the last couple of weeks. Wow. For sure. Yeah. So
that's Jay's next show.
Yeah, there's definitely stuff occurring and happening. Yeah. So I mean, I guess for Campbell and I, like the only way we can really find any sense of what's coming is to study the signs in nature. I mean, at least in nature, there's no rhetoric. There's no God. There's no lords. The beetles, there's their direct relationship to our atmosphere, to our environment. There's a direct relationship. So as there's some sort of like movement or shift or change in our atmospheric pressure or our natural environment, then it's nature that's going to like show you what's happening. And so I mean there's definitely some signs going on in nature that things are not as harmonious and balanced as they have been potentially.
Fish near Japan sound a bit ominous, don't they?
Yeah. So obviously we're getting quite a lot of signs that there is a bit of movement going on and a bit of a shift and change. So, it wouldn't like I would not be surprised at all if we like over the next month seeing some dramatic. I mean, I think the last eclipse of 217, I think that time with New Orleans, was it New Orleans? Let me just check that up before I make a statement like that.
Years ago. Wow. New Orleans. But yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
and there was also Japan. When was it? Oh no, that was 2005. Geez. When was the tsunami?
Fukushima, yeah. Yes.
When was that was 2011. Anyway, I definitely watched a piece relating the eclipses that have been with disasters that followed in the next 4 to 5 weeks after that. So I mean, I think just worth noting and looking out for. And yeah, I mean, yeah, anyway, but that's not what the show's on, Campbell. Let's talk about something more fun, like my bitchy attitude towards the Lord right now. That's like more fun. I was feeling quite, yeah.
I've never liked the word the Lord. Well, I think it was because the Bible, right? If you read Genesis, there's two creation stories in there, man. First one, God creates Adam and Eve from the dust of the earth. And the second one, the Lord creates Adam and then he creates Eve from Adam's rib, which is clearly a bit of a, male dominance thing. The Lord man speaking and pushing around his male bloody privilege. God.
I mean, like obviously with all this energetic and focus on the repentance, the rapture, I obviously our last show. So our last show got censored. I can't believe it. This is our first show ever.
It might have been some of the talk about, so let's be careful, right? About the Bible. I don't know, but you just never know what YouTuber are in. Like, they don't send me an email and say, from now on you can't talk about people who think they're another species. But they're obviously on that, and we had a big discussion about it. And yeah. So if you want to see that full video, watch the old one, and the link to Rumble is underneath with the full unedited version.
Yeah, because we were just theorizing on the concept that the which everyone and the connection to lots of children around the world thinking that they are woof woof or meow, and that potentially the had in it woof woof meow DNA, and that it has impacted on their neuro pathways to the point where they believe that they are these things. And why I've been fascinated by it is because obviously I'm being exposed to it via the schools right now, live as we speak, and it's happening. And I speak to a lot of families now about this topic, and it's definitely happening. And what interests me is that as I watch these people talking about it online, so often the mums and the dads go to bat for these kids who think they are woof woof or meows, and actually like start suing schools. Or like there was one case where they sued a vet and for not treating their woof woof child. It's just like madness. But so that we drew the parallel that potentially the parents and the child took the same and of course it's affected all of the whole family. And I just think it's really interesting because then when you look at sort of go into Egypt and go into the Anubis and go into all the sort of like fuckery around the timeline around Egypt, and where this sort of like potentially this hijacking or potentially this other energy has been, I guess, harnessed, shall we say, and maybe made manifest again. And because obviously like the Anubis fascinate me because I've had that one moment with them, and and it definitely became obvious that Anubis mythology was essentially soulless, meaning, and when I think now of beings that are soulless, I actually think of AI. And I think of AI playing out in all sorts of like manifestations, all sorts of morphed mythology and morphed beings, and you know, the vacuum of space. Like, I really relate that now to the, you know, AI concept. Or if you take away the AI and take it back to its core, potentially we're just talking about the black goo, or the black, you know.
Yeah, and it came
And so
years ago that they found some under the pyramids in Giza. It's interesting.
yeah, so if that black moo is speaking code now, that black moo was actually is the foundational energetic of the soulless creation, which is the lifeless creation. Then, you know, I think at the end of every reset charge, we live into a realm that is incorporated positively, negatively into that other force, which I feel like, Campbell, is actually part of this realm and is never going to not be part of this realm.
Yeah, it's part of the dualism, right? Like that's dualistic, right? You hear it all the time. It's a dualistic realm, but I think, you know, you need both energies, right? Both poles. I mean, magnets show us that, you know, that's probably the way it is. But, you know, how do you know what's good and makes you happy if you don't know what's bad and makes you sad, right?
Yeah, I mean,
And
I don't even know if we can even make that parallel anymore. Like, how free is our being, our soul, to really know anymore? Like, how morphed are we in between all of this stuff? I mean, you know, I mean, we haven't had the for our whole adult lives, but when we were children, we most likely got it under the guise of measles, or, you know, whatever stupid thing that our parents just like lined us up for. And then all the shit that rains down. Oh, you know, we all know the story. So I don't even know how interconnected we are.
Well, yeah, exactly. What's that disease where all the fibers start coming out of your skin?
Morgellons.
Morgellons. Yeah, I mean, and that was around way before we were talking about, you know, the black.
Yeah, that was around 215. I started seeing the Morgellon stuff.
So, I mean,
and
who
the
knows?
chicken
It could have
McNuggets.
been from, yeah, well, it could have been from chicken McNuggets, or it could have been from childhood, you know, hands. And then when you grow up and they start enacting it all, it starts, who knows, right? But I mean,
I know.
It's like I was saying before, just being offline for 2 weeks, it's you realize how connected we are just through that means, right? Just through relying on it for pretty much most of our information, right? For everything, you know, and even ordering
100%.
food and stuff, and seeing stuff, paying your bills, doing your bank, like everything. So yeah, it's definitely creeping up. So
Yep.
so
And that Morgellons issue that came out around the 215, that's when I saw it anyway. That was basically the people who were rejecting the AI. They weren't the people sick from, their bodies were rejecting it, which means everyone else integrated it.
Yeah, well, good point. Yeah. Well,
So
yeah. I mean, it's interesting, like the you know, the older generation to me, like the people in their sort of 70s and 80s, you know, like our parents' age, back in the 70s and 80s, last century, they were all, you know, you'd hear them all the time, you know, don't trust politicians and don't sit too close to the telly and get outside and don't come back right until the sun stops shining, right? And now they all seem to be just glued to the TV, and they just repeat news, you know, news headlines to you and stuff. And it's like, when did this all change? So who knows?
it's interesting. Like, I was in casino this morning, sitting there having a cup of tea, and I was watching a group of sort of ladies, and they were probably in the 60, 70 range, probably around the 70 range. Remind me of my mother, you know, and they're like, I was looking at them, and then next to them was another table of women, and they probably would have been in their 80s, maybe, you know, and the difference in the two generations was, you know, I don't know about the rest of the world, but in Australia, our grandparents, our grandmothers all looked the same. They all cut their hair really short, and it's like a tight little curl.
Yeah.
And there was this thing with purple rinse that went through, where they all sort of had this purpley grey hair. I mean, this is serious. Like, this is Australian.
And I was short and hunched over a bit. Yeah, man. They all look the
Yep,
same.
and they all had the same clothes on. This sort of like, you know, these like like these matching long
And a
skirts and long
cardigan sort of
tops
thing.
and cardigan and all the patterns and colors. And then you skip forward a generation or two, and they're sort of like these younger, older women were sort of like their hair was sort of the same length, about their gray and straight. I mean, I can't fucking talk, but gray and straight. And like little white denim jackets with like white pants and little white sneakers, and you know, a nice sort of like pastely you know, light jumper. And it's just like that's the new look.
Interesting.
And
Yeah,
I was just
that's funny. Yeah.
and I was just looking, and they all look, and they were just like how what's the word, monoculture our generations end up being, that we all sort of sit there, it basically ending up looking exactly the same and speaking exactly the same tonalities,
And
the
surrounding
same.
yourselves with people with the exact same views.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
It's
that's not a good way to grow. I mean, yeah, no, that's interesting. Yeah, it's so true though that they've now got the straight white grey hair and like the
yeah.
fringe and yeah, man, it's crazy.
And they've all got their little you know, Tupperware container of all their medicines that they have to take and have been taking for the last 20 years, everything, blood pressure, heart medication, blood thinners, blah 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 blah, blah. They've all got a Tupperware container. Like it's just it's so funny. Anyway, I don't know why I noted that. I just observed it today thinking, yeah, I mean, I wonder what our generation's going to end up looking like.
Man, I don't know. Scruffy.
Skanky. I was about to say skanky. We'll all have lung cancer. But no, only kidding. Only kidding. Don't say that.
We'll be the cool generation, man.
There'll be heaps of innovations by then. It's me, my little smoker's cough. But yes, anyway, what were we talking about? Well, I was about to, oh yeah. So yeah, we were drawing these parallels. So that was right at the end of the video. So the first part, we were just talking about what it means to repent, the repentance, what that would even look like today in modern terms. Like, and basically we got to the conclusion that all it really meant was that you accept Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior of your being and say sorry for anything you've done wrong. That's actually what it looked like, and ask for forgiveness from the Lord. And then once you've done that, all you have to do with your whole life after that is to convert other people. Like, and you know, and I just think that's the bit this week that I've been bitching about. The conversion.
Yeah, well, the replication is kind of what it is, right? Like they're trying to replicate themselves, I guess, with people with the same beliefs. And it's interesting, isn't it, when people get into it, into the Christian religion, especially, I mean, probably all of them, but that becomes their whole world. Like everything else sort of tends to fall away, and you know, all of, you know, from an outsider's perspective, at least, most of what they used to be passionate about and made them unique, it falls away, and they become part of this conglomerate of
Well, that was my bitch, because basically, like, if you were to accept Jesus Christ as the Lord God of your being, the Lord and Savior of your being, which, I mean, I'll get onto that topic in a minute, but literally, if you do that, you have to then repent and stop taking any actions that the Lord has denoted as against the Lord, or not making the Lord happy, or not part of the Lord's plan, and basically making it thus demonic. So anything that the Lord has condemned as a bad practice is then put into the demonic category, which is really fucking annoying, because if you look at it from the perspective of our tribe, like all the things that I love and adore about the people around us, you know, are that they're energy workers, that they have literally found a pathway in their mind, heart, and soul to work with energy that they generate from their beings to heal others. That who are the you know, the ones that are interested in sort of the more shamanic ancient practices, that will look at plant medicines, that will look at you know, that classically will use things like fire, sage, candles, crystals, will call on guides for support. They will put energetic protection around you. They will guide you through meditations and visualizations. Their whole premise is to help you heal fragmentation in your soul energy, whether it be trauma or whatever, fragmented parts of yourself. And all of that is condemned by the Lord. All of that. Using your psychic abilities is condemned by the Lord. Reading the stars is condemned by the Lord, which, Campbell, was actually part of the Bible.
That's how those men found Jesus when he was born, was by the stars. It tells you.
Yeah, astrology is all the way through that damn book. But no, not for us. For us, his servants, you are not to do that. Now, here's my fucking beef with it, just so we're clear with the audience here. So everyone knows where I stand now this week. This is my beef. Like, if you were to be put onto this realm and to develop as an individual, you develop natural gifts and talents that are within you. And from that state, you make decisions to work with that natural gift and energy and focus and interest in service to others. And that is basically an evolving spiritual human being who is service to others and wanting to heal and help humankind and all living beings, in fact.
As far as we can tell, that's how Jesus lived.
Exactly. So then we've got this situation where we see people give all of that up, everything that makes them unique, individualized, and all their gifts and all their talents and all their desires to serve and to help and to heal, give all of that up, even though the Lord has gifted it and granted it to you in your very incarnation. Have to give it all up and not use any of it. And your only purpose in this realm is to get off the earth and go into the heavens and convert people to this thinking. It's so, like, what's the point of that?
Yeah, exactly. That's the part I never got, is why would you live this life in servitude to whatever just to get somewhere else? Like, basically, they're telling you to not worry about this life. It doesn't mean anything. It's all about getting to the next life. But I mean, so why are we here? Why did God create?
What's the fucking point?
Yeah, and it says
exactly.
God created the earth, right, in 7 days, and then man and woman and all this. Like, why? Because what? He's an egomaniac who just wants people down there that he created to worship him, so he can say, okay, now you can come back. I mean,
I know. Why not just birth us void of our own individualization? Like, exactly. What's the purpose of giving us that? What's the purpose of giving us faculties of being able to utilize energy, imagination, intuition, psychic abilities, love, vibration, sound modalities, all of them? What's the purpose of that being provided if we were not meant to use any of it? I mean, that fucking pisses me off. And then, like the Lord, just say it like 10 times, people. This Lord, just that whole word.
Yeah.
And we know, Campbell, that there's so many lords, there's so many gods in that Bible, right? There's so many gods in that Bible. We just happen to have a sucky, jealous one.
Yeah, man, and Lord, the House of Lords, the Lords in England, they tell you, like, Lords, like, and it's, you're not supposed to call yourself by the name of God, as far as the Christian book, as far as I know. But I mean, the other thing, about the Bible, like, Christians don't adhere to it, really. It says that don't have any of those or even get tattoos. How many Christian people do you see with big crosses tattooed on their arms and stuff, or whatever else? And I mean, it tells you, a lot about diet and stuff. Most of them just go to the supermarket. Like, most Christians don't really follow the Bible, but then they try and convert you to, and it's like it's weird, isn't it? It's like they forget the Bible. It's just, just accept him as your Lord and Savior. And it's like, well, if I don't read the Bible, what am I accepting for the first point? But you should practice what you preach, right? Like, and this is the thing, if it makes you a better person, you go out and be a better person, people will see that. And then you may convert some people, I don't know, right? But that's, we didn't get the Bible that's how we got the Bible, because people watched Jesus and went, wow, what's he doing? That's cool. Let's, ask him, let's write stuff down. But now that's all out the window, apparently.
Mate, I tell you what, like, I just make this very clear to everyone and also the Lord listening. So I'm obviously never going to get raptured after this statement. But I am the Lord God of my being. There, I said it. So rain down the terror, but I am the Lord God of my being. There's no Lord over me. There's no God over me. I am the Lord God of my being. And from that, I will use my God-given talents and gifts to express and to serve in any way I feel fit, because I am the Lord fucking God of my being. And that is like the idea that we go from this shitty, satanic, negative charge realm to a positive realm where I have a Lord above my head. From one fucking slave mentality bullshit to the next drives me friggin' sane. I am never going to sit with that information. I am never going to accept that I have a master. I do not have a fucking master. What am I, like a fucking German Shepherd? Like, I do not have a master.
Yeah.
I mean, from that conversation, Campbell, it's really interesting to see all these woof woof and meow meow children, because essentially they are an embodiment, a metamorphosis of literally having a master reality.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, right. Yeah, pets that we keep, you're the master, right? You can't be one of those without a master. So it's interesting, right? How it all, it's a crazy world, but yeah, I agree. Like, everyone's the god of themselves and their body, like, that's why we were given choice. That's why we were given all this stuff to wonder about, to make us think, right? I mean, look at nature. It makes you ponder the universe. Why would that be there if we're not supposed to ponder and come up with our own, perspectives and ideas? And I mean, again, be like Jesus was, go and help people. And that's what most people, the healers and all these people who are denounced, that's what they're doing. They're doing their best to help others.
I know.
Right?
I know. And it makes them fascinating human beings, interesting human beings, like evolving human beings, heart-based human beings, like great storytellers, very engaged, very alive human beings, like, as if that can be condemned. Anyway, the point is, as I am the Lord God of my being, thank you very much. As I am that, I choose my tribe. I've chosen it. So the reason I'm talking about this today, because we've kind of become a Christian bashing statement, but we're not mean to be, right? Cam and I are just like interested in it because it's around us right now, And if we're in Islam, we'd be bashing that. And if we're in, Asian country, we'd be bashing that. But like right now, here we are. Hi, Western world. We're bashing your religion. Sorry. But anyway, here we are.
Leave no stone unturned. That's the Bible.
Because it's on lots of people's mind. Because in the West, you're kind of having to make a stand. You're having to decide, because a lot of this prophecy is wrapped up in the Christian biblical, literature or understanding of consciousness. So I have made my decision, and it's taken me a while. You guys have watched, like me, agonize with Campbell for the last couple of months, where I sit with this, where I stand, how deep I'm going to go on the topic. But I've chosen. I've decided that I know who my tribe is. My tribe are the people of the earth. They're the earth people. They are the people who are in nature, who turn to nature, who have a connection with elders, who are shamanic based, who practice energy healings and all of those modalities, who are the artists and musicians, the creators, who are the great thinkers, who are the writers and authors. They're my people. That's my tribe. They are the ones that stand around the campfire with me and speak masterful conversations, and don't take it personally, and don't run off crying, who can actually speak at a deep, long level, like Campbell and I can do for ages and ages and ages, and not hurt each other's feelings, and actually be able to like handle deep and high-end conversation and not take the fucking shit personally. That's my people. My people are dirty. They smoke. They're covered in grot and sweat and dirt from their lifestyles. They wee outside. You know, they eat from their gardens. Like, they're agonizing about the right way to get their way through this poisoned realm. They're my people. That's my tribe. So I don't want to go to heaven. Note, I don't want to do that. I'm not interested. I actually am not. I want to stay here on the earth and watch the positively charged realm flood up from under the earth and out through me. I want to participate in that. I am going to stay here and be with that vibe. Like, I don't want to escape this planet like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to escape like that. I don't want to be raptured. I don't want to float off and with total no conclusion on any topic. It just like I'm just floating up to sit with the Lord, master of my being, at his feet and watch the world burn in flames, and fuck it.
After your one and only incarnation. I mean, I know, right? That's the thing. Like, what I think we mentioned it last time. What are you doing in this heaven place? You know, like, apart from watching your friends and family burn. But the other thing is, it's, you know, they say go to the temple, right? The temple of God. I mean, what have we got here on our heads, right? We've got temples, right, in the heavens of our body. Like, hello. That's
because you are, Campbell, the Lord God of your being, and I really like hanging out with you. I like hanging out with lords. I like hanging out with masters. I don't have a master, but I fucking love hanging out with masters. I love hanging out with masterful human beings. I'm cool with that. Look, honestly, if I made it to heaven, I'd be dumped within a day. Within a day, I'd be denounced and sent right back. on a floating frozen volcano caught a comet.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's the thing, yeah. And just quickly on Lords and Masters and all these of themselves, we're going to do another show in August. So if you're somewhere that you want us to come, if you've got somewhere that can hold 100 or so campers and a hall that'll hold a few hundred people, send us an email. Go to tartaria.com and tartariaustralia.com and get the link that says contact or email or whatever, and send us an email.
Absolutely. Super cool. Yeah. So, well, look, today's Friday the 12th, April 2024, and I've declared that I'm the Lord Master of my being. I'm assuming you're declaring the same.
Yes, man.
And
I've always been God of my temple, man. Yeah.
Yes, and we're staying here on Earth. We do not want to be raptured or removed or taken to heaven. So, yeah, good. That's done. I'm done. I feel complete on this topic, Campbell. No one, I doubt, will be able to change my mind after this. Every conversation I have after this will be here at this place. I'm no longer going to continue to watch and keep my consciousness on the topic. I'm done with it. So we can move on now. Is there anything else, any last words you'd like to say on the topic?
I was just going to say, Campbell? It shows you how strong the programming and the fear is, right? That it takes you that long, because that's really what you're getting over, right? Is, what if I'm wrong? Will I go to bed? Like, that's just all. It's like any other propaganda that we know about. It's, if it's all coming from, positions of authority and they're making money off it and control, then, I mean, we should know by now, right?
Indeed. Well, I'm a slow learner, Campbell. It's taken, I think I've been here a very long time trying to figure all this out. I don't think I'm very smart. I think I'm very unsmart, actually. I think it takes me a long time. I think I have to really think about it deeply and slowly.
You're wise, right? Yeah. It wants to be smart. Smart is just regurgitating facts, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Okay, so now what can we talk about? Because now I'm done, Campbell. So you better have another topic up your sleeve.
You've ascended to the high ranks. Oh, okay, another topic. Well, just on all that stuff too. Like, I was talking to Tara the other day. She's in Serbia at the moment at the Ratanj Earthen Pyramid. And
now, for those who don't know who Tara is, she is well, you could introduce her so everyone knows what you're talking about.
Yes, Tara's the amazing lady who's organised the Bosnian Balkans and Bosnian Pyramid tour that is starting in 3 weeks.
Yeah,
it's sold out. But we have got another one in September. But basically, she was saying that no one over there is, you know, talking about any of these raptures or the end of the earth and these kind of conspiracies. They don't exist there. So that's the other thing is, you know, we've got to understand we're in an echo chamber too, right? It might be a bigger one, but you know, we don't know what's going on in the rest of the world, and to sort of, you know, make decisions in your mind on what's going to happen to the entire earth based on what's going on in you know, a small percentage of it is, you know, probably not, you know, being self-educated, shall we say.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing. We should be able to question, you know, question everything, right? And you know, if people get offended at certain statements or questions, then it's you. It's you that's getting, because not everyone's getting offended. That just means that there's something in you got to deal with, right? And most of the time it's got to do with the belief structure, and you're not really 100% on board with it, because you know, if you're getting triggered, you clearly don't believe 100% what you say you do.
Well, it takes ages to make a choice. I mean, I take ages, like, you know, to actually determine and stand sovereignly with a choice and have that form now an element of my moral coding or my values or my belief structure. It takes me a long time, man. Like, I think, you know, I did the I Ching. I got the I Ching done on me once. And I don't know if you know much about the I Ching. Do you know much about the I Ching?
A little bit.
No, I didn't know much about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like basically a part of the I Ching, and maybe in the chat someone will have more elegant, you know, information on it. But basically, from my memory of it, there's like everyone, there's 4 different possibilities with how your energy flows, and sort of like the ascended masters will have one center, so all the energy flow through one center, so they have a very amalgamated focal point. And the majority of people sit at the 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. But I'm in this trippy little vortex where something like 0.001% of the population has 4, meaning that my energy splits into 4 ways, which means that I literally can hold 4 very paradoxical, paralleled points of view at all times. So it takes me a long time to make a singular decision on any topic, you know. So as you've noted, probably with how I think about lots of things. So yeah, I mean, it feels good. I'm good, but now I feel empty. Like I need a new Rubik's Cube to chew on.
To contemplate. Yeah, I mean, but that's good, right? That's how we should be. We should be getting different perspectives and points of view, and working out things and coming to proper conclusions rather than just believing what people tell us. Oh, that's a fact. Oh, that's a fact. Oh, I watched a video on it. Ooh.
Do you think that I've become anti-heaven?
Well, you just said you don't want to go there and stuff.
So I'm anti-heaven. I am anti-heaven. Wow, okay, that's interesting. Oh, okay, I've just opened up 4 new vortex thought processes.
Nice.
So I'm anti-heaven. So that would make me, from the Christian perspective, pro-demonic.
Well, that's what they would say, but that they, even though it's a polarized, you know, bipolar, you know, world, there's not just 2 answers to every question. There's many answers. I mean, you talk to Buddhists and they're like, what about nirvana, man? And you know, all these other places, which
I'm anti-nirvana as well.
Anti-nirvana.
I'm anti-emptiness.
Yeah, their albums weren't that good. Poor Kurt, R.I.P. Nirvana. Sorry, dad jokes, right? But yeah, the whole thing like wrapped around this prison planet, right? Which you hear a lot of talk about. It's a bad place. Oh, we've just got to get out of here. We've got to find a way out. We've got to do this. We've got to do that. But you know, maybe we're supposed to enjoy it while we're here, right? Like maybe.
Well, I'm anti the prison planet as well.
Good.
Yes, because from my perspective of being pro the Earth Tribe, then from that perspective, the reason I'm pro the Earth Tribe is because like characteristically, historically, through my whole life, it's the Earth Tribe that has emitted the most service to humankind, the most love and the vibrational. That's the other element, right? Oh, so I thought I said we'd stop talking about it, but look here, I've got more. So the element of, if you've been given these God-given I can't even say that term anymore. If you've been given these gifts or you've evolved yourself to have these gifts, because I like the idea that, you know, each lifetime we master things and we take that wisdom, that what we take through our incarnation is the wisdom that we've acquired. And that's not knowledge, that's personal experience. And that wisdom then gives us, obviously, a heads up in that lifetime, you know, some accumulated, you know, skill set there, which we put down to talents or gifts. And from that, we emit, when we follow the things that we naturally love, we emit higher frequencies, higher vibration, which is why the healers, the earth tribe, can heal, because they're emitting a high frequency of service to others, like to heal others and to heal. All they do is they want to heal others and they want to heal the earth. That's a very unselfish action, because it's characteristically, you know, you go broke in this path line. It's you know, it's not like you don't have that shiny lifestyle, you know, that like that social media lifestyle that everyone's trying to obtain. Like, you don't have that. So, but you do have this natural desire to do that and to help others, and that helping of others is a higher frequency. So if we're on a frequency-based reality, then that to me would be the place that I would be comfortable sitting at. I mean, like this show, Campbell, you know, you and I, we're besties, we're good friends. Yeah, we've spoken a lot about every topic. You know, do you feel that we do this show because it emits an energetic that is in service to others? Is that one of your driving energetics?
Yeah,
Like,
for
what gets
sure.
you up to do this?
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, yeah, I think a lot of people get stuff out of it. I mean, to me, the biggest thing is to, you know, try and give people better questions, right? And I think this show does it. And that's tied to, I want them to have better questions, because it will help evolve them, right? And sort of get them to a better place, not necessarily financially or anything, but yeah, it's all about evolving, raising the frequency and all of that. So yeah, I'd say the same thing. And of course, none of these shows, we've never, you know, our biggest script is like literally a sentence. Let's talk about this. Okay. And so I think that's also, you know, letting whatever flow through us, right? Like, you know, a lot of the times we'll do shows and it's like, oh, what did we talk about? Or you listen back to them, it's like, did I say that? Because we're not pushing a message, we're just talking and seeing what comes out and being our true selves and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it's a high frequency, high vibing show.
Yeah, because this the whole
Yeah.
Earth tribe energetic, not the environmentalists, even though they sit kind of vaguely in that genre, but the Earth tribe, like, it's none of that Earth tribe energetic is focused on emergency. Like, it's actually focused on emergence. And this is a big turn that I've taken with Carbonate, like actually shifting the conversation from the emergency that's unfolding within the environment to the emergence of what is coming. And so I feel that that's sort of where we sit as a community, like we're interested in the emergent energy, the emerging of consciousness, the emergence of you know, moving towards the emergence of a positively charged realm. And that's a very clear distinction in my head, like where one sits. If you sit in the emergency energetic, it's very full of programming and rhetoric,
Stress,
whereas
fear, all that. It's not thinking, right? When you see it as things emerging, then you're in the solutions realm. You're suddenly thinking, how do I help this? And you're looking for solutions, rather than when you're in the emergency, all you're seeing is problems. And in the end, helping nature and people, I mean, that's God's creation, right? I mean, how could you be a better, you know, servant to God if that's what you want to be, rather than helping what he created, which is apparently his most grand creation, right?
It's so funny to me that you could essentially be given a book called the Bible. Here I go again. And in that Bible, you're given like I guess like a prereq to what is God. You're given a list of instructions to what is God. And yet you stand here completely unaware of who you are. Like you have been stripped of any memory to denote that you came from somewhere, who you are, where you came from, what you are, what your purpose is, like the shape of the earth we stand on, what is the earth and where does it sit? You know, what's next to the earth, what's around the earth, what are the other beings around there? Like you completely been put into a paradigm where you are so fucking ignorant to the most basic like if we were really talking about the Bible denotes like really our creator, then like surely that creator is a bastard for like amnesitizing us and then making us go, here, I'm going to amnesitize you and then I'm going to give you a set of rules that you're not even going to remember or have any sense of where they came from or why you're interacting or how you got here. And then this is your creator. Like, why would we be given the idea of here is your creator, and yet they haven't even bothered to like fill in all the other ignorance, which is on every other topic, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it just sounds like such a false paradigm.
Oh, it is, man. When you start taking it apart, it's completely false. And that's without all the contradictions and stuff through the Bible. But in the end of it, especially the Old Testament, right? God's not a nice dude, man. He's the jealous God, right? And it's all about servitude. He sounds more like a prison warden than, you know, it's like, here you are, okay, these are the rules. I'm your boss. If you do this, you know, you'll be okay. If you do this, you go into the lockup for 3 days, you know, it's the same.
That's right. And I'll give you, yeah, it's so much like a mental a lunatic asylum, you know, like you go in there, you know, you've got little like shards in your mind that are giving you contradictory ideas and you're free thinking for a moment. You get put into a lunatic asylum. Then they give you electric shock therapy and then they annihilate your brain waves and then they tell you what is what. And then if you accept it, you're released. Sort of. That's what Christianity feels like to me. You know, like I'm going to amnesize you, strip you of all elegance, of all wisdom, of all accrued wisdom, and all your, I'm going to strip you of all of that. And yet here's your book. Here's what you are to believe in. Like fucking hell, man. You know, like far out.
Creation, yeah. And they want us to sort of hone in on this little one tiny part, forget everything else, not have new experiences, just go around in circles. Which again, right, sounds a lot like the control system. It's
like if you're a Christian, Campbell, like wouldn't you be fucking pissed off right now? If you have acknowledged that this is your Lord and Savior, aren't you pissed off at it?
Where's he coming?
Aren't you saying,
come on,
how dare you?
Jesus. But also,
like,
well, this is the thing, like, yeah, why would he put us in this particular time? Because again, they've only got one life. You know, you'd be a bit annoyed, right? Especially a lot of Christians talking about, you know, the season of Satan is coming. And we've mentioned this before too, like, I mean, it seems like we might be in it, or the negative side. Yeah, how can we get this experience? And then, you know, if we look into the past, it seems that people had much better experiences, right? There wasn't all this control and all this nefariousness going on. So, yeah, it's, you know, yeah, I'd be feeling ripped off. I'd be like, dude, come on, like, really? Like, oh, you've got to, you know, be there a certain way to go to heaven, right? And avoid hell.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's kind of put us in hell before we go through that first anyway, right? It's very strange.
This is what I think. This human me. This made me laugh. Let's just watch this on repeat on a loop for a little while for our community. Can you read that? This is what I feel like you and I do all the time. This is so fucking funny. I just thought that was hilarious.
It's been 4 years of this already. That's funny, right?
By the way, in Australia, this digital currency is coming into place, by the way. So Hamilton Island has been declared a cash-free society. So you can no longer use cash on Hamilton Island, which is an island off the coast of Australia, very popular tourist destination. And they're starting to really push this whole that during the week of the eclipse, a bill got signed in Parliament, basically passing the digital ID. So no debate, no nothing, just pass the digital ID, which is pretty bad, everyone.
Yeah, well, there's also talk of the USA joining BRICS, joining the gold standard, and that would that would be a good thing. That would have a lot of money system, so that's good.
There's a country this week went onto the gold system that they've given their people like 2 weeks to get all their money sorted. Was it like somewhere random, like Czechoslovakia? It's somewhere random. I'm just scrolling because I'm finding.
I know there's BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa.
This chick was good.
But a lot of people want to join it. All right, what's this chick gonna say?
Yeah, I'm just showing you some of. I love this Facebook page, by the way. For everyone who posts on the Tartarian Facebook page, I fucking love you. There's almost 20,000 people on it, and it's just like so much good content. But I like this. It's a good summary of
spirituality. Nobody can teach it to you. You need to get the fundamentals of any books, any spiritual system. You can get the fundamentals and then look at inside of you and then determine how you are going to use the fundamental principles to improve your life. But nobody can tell you, you must pray every Friday, you must do this every Saturday, you must do that every Sunday. No, because what is good for you is not necessarily what I need. You may need to go into yourself and meditate 100 times a day. And even the same person will not need it the same way all the time. You, in certain circumstances, you need to be meditating and finding all your forces, gathering all your forces continuously certain days. And then other days you may not even think about it. It doesn't mean you don't pray. Because everything you say, if you're living your own life, if you are who you are, and you know who you are, and you live working towards realizing your mission in life, every sound of it out of your mouth is a prayer. Make is a prayer. Every dance you dance is a prayer. And when you make love with somebody, you are praying. If you know who you are, and they are. That's right. There isn't anything that you do that is not a prayer.
Fuck yeah.
When you know who you are.
I love that.
Yeah, that's cool.
She's part of my tribe. Anyway, the thing that I'm trying to find here is an hilarious thing. I'm just looking at the funny things. Obviously, the channel's full of excellent information all over the place. But let me just see if I can find it, because it was Greta Thunberg. Did I send it to you before?
No, I don't think so.
Sorry if I'm making everyone dizzy. Should I take it off?
No, that's cool.
Let me stop sharing.
For a while.
Oh, is it cool?
That's Greta. Show.
All right.
Show's Greta. What's Greta?
All right, I've got to find it though. I didn't want to make Oh, wait. I may have turned the sound off. Sorry, everyone. I was trying not to make you fucking dizzy. But anyway, let's just keep scrolling. It was a week ago now, so I have to go down a bit. Anyway, it was really hilarious because this will be for the Aussies out there. Someone put the famous Greta Thunberg speech of like, how dare you?
How dare you? You stole my childhood.
You stole my childhood. Fuck off. And they put it into an Aussie pub. It's just like really funny. But oh shit, I've got to find it. It's been a while. Oh, maybe I find it on WhatsApp. Anyway. So how are you going with the whole Tartarian conversation, mate? Like, this has been a few years. We're looking at the same information now over and over again from so many different perspectives. Are you bored yet?
No, I'm still interested in finding interesting things. I went through West Virginia, listening to John Denver, by the way, the other day.
Yes.
And
yes.
In the middle of the capital, Charleston, which has like less than 50,000 people, there's this massive like Capitol building with this huge golden dome on the top of it.
Oh, yes.
in the middle of nowhere. Then we went to a memorial for one of the presidents, and it looks like it's built on a step pyramid. I mean, I think we're still uncovering. I think there's tons in Australia, but it's all covered. And it's like all the, you can find pictures everywhere of all the pyramids through South America. And when they were found, they were all hills. They were all, none of them were just like the pyramids. They were all hills that had to be dug out. And I think Australia's like that. I think it's covered in stuff that just needs to be dug out. So I still find it interesting. I'm a bit of a history geek. And of course, we're going to be getting more boots on the ground. On the tours, we'll be showing all these cool places and getting the stories. And in the end, it's just breaking the stories down more and more, isn't it? It's just breaking the spell more. And so I still think Tartaria is small, right, as far as the world stage. But I still think it's one of the best tools to wake people up with.
I mean, for sure, 100%.
Asking different questions, right, of what's going on, because much out there now.
I'm not finding it.
Jules, can you search? Can you search Greta? Is there a function? But look at
let
great
me stop
content, people. If you're not a member,
I know there's so much cool shit going on. Oh well, this is. Let's just check this out. This is the.
G'day everyone, it's Senator Ralph Abed here. Just want to make a quick little video to let you know that the digital ID bill has passed just now. It was supported by the Greens, the Labor Party, Senator David Van, Senator David Pocock, Senator Jackie Lambie, and Senator Tammy Tyrrell. So basically everyone except for the Coalition, One Nation, and of course yours truly, the United Australia Party. It is a sad day for freedom today. Like I've always said, this digital ID has the ability to lead towards a social credit system. It has the ability to really weaponize the central bank digital currency, and it's all round. Who trusts the government to have that much information that belongs to us in a central place? It is not going to end well anyway. But yes, it has passed. Next election, vote one UAP. If we ever have the ability to, we will repeal it. Thank you guys. Bye-bye.
Yeah, man. Government for the people and by the people. Hey, whatever happened to that? Now they don't even know how to do stuff.
It's so annoying. So annoying.
It is.
Anyway, just plods on, doesn't it? I mean, you've got to have hope that something that we're on. Oh, remember that? We've got to have hope that we are on the right path here with the concept of the resets and the shift in from a negative to a positive realm. Like that to me is like, it helps me settle in this current realm without being just basically grumpy all the time. I've started to write, Campbell. Did I tell you that? Every single morning for an hour before I start my job, I have been writing down my little crazy stories from my lifetime. I don't know if anyone out there's watched. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if anyone out there has watched Two Aussie Birds, one of the last interviews I did with JCK, but it does go through some of my very crazy lifetime stories. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to start writing this shit down.
Yeah.
And so maybe by this time next year, I don't know if anyone will be interested, but maybe there'll be a little book.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm about 50 pages into my book, so there you go, right?
Campbell's doing it, mate.
Yeah, man.
Awesome. What's your book about?
It's just about how I think, like how I see the world, kind of thing, autodidactic type stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's not really about me, but just
It'll be so
questions.
It'll be so interesting if we release a book on around the same period, Campbell, how our different consciousness have what comes out of us. Mine is nothing. I'm not making any commentary on anything. I'm just sharing all the bizarre stories that have happened to me and why I end up getting so grumpy.
Yeah, you've definitely got to do the Kindle version, right? In your voice.
All right, I found it. So this is just something fun and cute that I just thought was fucking funny, and it's just so Australian. It's so Aussie. If anyone in the world wants to like get their head around the Aussie humor, this to me summed it up. So check it out. Check it out.
Yeah, it's good.
My message is that we'll be watching you.
What?
This is all wrong.
What's wrong? I'm just having a few beers. What are you, the ABC?
I shouldn't be up here.
No, you probably should be at school.
I should be back in school.
I just said that.
You all come to us young people for hope.
What? No, I go to young people to help me fix my internet and get onto Netflix for free.
How dare you?
What? Put the phone down, Russell.
You have stolen my dreams.
Your dreams? Wait till you get married, sweetheart.
How dare you?
Look, settle, pedal. I'm just having a beer, you know? Like, people aren't suffering.
People are suffering.
Well, people aren't dying.
People are dying. How dare you continue to look away?
Can't I just have this? I mean, I haven't flown halfway around the world in jet planes, and look, I don't even own a big F-off V8 Land Cruiser.
How dare you?
Ash, shouldn't the kids be away from the bar?
How dare you come here saying that you're doing enough?
Look, I'll probably just have a few more beers.
The politics and solutions needed are still nowhere in sight.
Our pollies can't even build a dam in 50 years.
You say you hear us,
Nah, can't hear ya.
and you are still not mature enough to tell it like it is.
Because you're mine.
It's where we draw the line.
What? That's not the lyric.
We will not let you get away with this.
Look, I'll happily get you a pink lemonade and a packet of chips,
Pink
maybe.
lemonade.
And if you choose to fail us, I say we will never forgive you.
Jesus Christ. I mean, why having a whinge about something? Whinge to Ash to get a few more younger chicks in here, you know? It's about time for a change.
And change is coming whether you like it or not.
Excellent, thank you. Can I get you a beer?
Thank you.
All right, Greta.
So that was funny. It just entertained me. Hang on, turn that shit off.
That was the attitude though as well, isn't it? Just let me
Get it. If you like any what sense of the Aussie humor, I thought that summed it up really well. So
Yeah.
I don't know, Campbell. Like we haven't really specifically had any brainwave breakthroughs today, but I feel like I've had an important session with you
Well,
today.
you have claimed
I've made a creed.
yourself, yeah, man.
Yep,
You've become
I've
an
created it out.
anti-heavenist. Lord of your own
I'm an
domain.
anti-heavenist. Well, so be it. So that's it. So I won't be raptured, everyone. So that means that Campbell, and I don't think Campbell will be raptured. So you plan to be raptured? Okay. So that means we'll keep broadcasting through the rapture, and for all those, yeah, or underneath the pyramid. And we will be here to tell the tale right up until essentially, hopefully, the charge shifts from negative to positive, and we see this new era coming forth and have survived it. So I'm quite focused there now.
We're going to host
So
you
that's
through
it.
the whole change, man. From dark to light, as they say. We'll be your hosts.
That's right. That's right. Go Tartaria, Australia. Sticking it in to the end for you guys, right? Sticking it out here in the apocalypse. No backstage passes required. All right, everyone. Well, excellent. So Campbell and I'll be on next week as usual, and probably the week after that. And then we'll be live from Bosnia. We will keep broadcasting and doing the show as usual, and we'll be around, 50 other people who will probably most likely end up being guests on the show. And you'll get to see a bit of the other side of the world and see what's going down there. I think it would have been excellent if Campbell had been in India or China with us, because we would have been on a podcast from those two very contrasting countries. But let's start with Bosnia and see what everyone's thinking about it there. And it'll be cool because we'll be able to actually talk to real human beings, localized human beings, all our tribe, by the way. Like, we're interacting and staying in places that are all the Earth tribe from that region. So it'll be really interesting to have these conversations with other cultures. Yeah.
Yeah, we've definitely got some fireplaces at some of the places we can sit around and chat around the fire, and no doubt learn some very cool stuff, and we shall report it back. And some footage of some cool places where we go, including the castle where they shot Game of Thrones. We can do a little act up there. But yeah, it's going to be awesome, and we'll take you with us. So stay
We will
tuned.
take you with us. So for all the healers, all the hippies, all the artists, all the creators, all the writers, all the musicians, all the ones that are standing with the elders and the earth, like, it's okay. We're all going to be here together, and Campbell and I will be right beside you. So fuck it all off. All the rest of it, fuck it off. If it's making you feel weird, if it's making you question who you are, if it's making you feel bad about what you're doing, just get rid of it now. Move
One of
on.
the
New
chapters in my
chapter.
new book, right? It's people are what they do, not what they say.
People are what they do. Yep. And not what they say. I agree with you, Campbell.
There you go.
I can be pretty grumpy though. I
You
just think
can.
that I'm a really old, grumpy man, tree trunk being. It's like a retarded one that's been here a long fucking time. The
He's
dunce of the
overall.
class. I feel like I'm the dunce of the class, Campbell. If this is if evolution has anything to do with it, yep, it's taken me a long time, and I can admit that and be okay with it. All right. Well, look, everyone, have an amazing week, and keep sending stuff to the Facebook group. I love watching it. I don't comment. I don't know what other people are commenting. I know there's some some bullshit like trolling in there, but I don't care. And if you can be bothered to troll, like, fucking hell, man. Like, what a waste of time for yourself. Like, it doesn't affect me or Campbell or the community. Like, we're just giving you space to vent, be an idiot. That's all right with us.
Yeah, if you want to show yourself to the world, go for it, man.
All right. So love you, buddy. And you have a really good week in America. And now that you're back online, I expect next week you have some actual observations to share. I want some input from the Americans.
All right.
Yeah, man. Like, get out there and vox pop. I want some input from the Americans. I want to know where they're at.
Cool. I'll get a soapbox, go stand in the city square and ask them.
That's what I would like. Yes, that's what would be really great. Yeah, go medieval on their asses. I like it. All right. Okay, everyone. You have the best week ever, and we'll see you next week for Tartaria, Australia. Bye.
Bye.
Good morning for the third time, Tartaria, Australia. On a didactyl, we're having a few tech issues here today.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's a hot, stinking, windy day. And where the fuck did winter go, Campbell?
Man, like literally, like within a week, it's gone from cold, frosty nights and mornings to I was up at before 7 this morning. It was already warm, and it's crazy, right? In a t-shirt for the first time in months. So
no, I'm ripped off. I'm so ripped off right now. I feel so upset about it. Last week, I was in front of my fireplace. It was delicious. It was wintry. It was English. And now it's been the hottest, shittiest, summerest day out of nowhere. We've been ripped off, because it didn't even get cold to June. So we got ripped off May and ripped off September and half of August. We've literally had 2 months.
yeah. Well, welcome to Australia, man.
No, this is not acceptable behavior. This is not good for the human being. You need to have winter. You need to have cold, bug-free couple of months, man.
There is the ice bath. You could join us in the ice bath. Get your cold on.
Dude, last night I was covered in mosquitoes and my reading lamp was covered in bugs.
I know. I tried to listen to like some music, that sleep music when I went to bed, and I had to turn my phone upside down because all the bugs were like going towards it for the light. It was crazy.
You guys don't know. I know why the rest of the world it's terrified and horrified of visiting Australia. I get it, man. Like, this place is literally crawling.
It can bug you, man.
We're tough bastards to live with them. And also to walk around with no shoes on all the time.
Oh, it's awesome.
Well, we're certainly a very special
Right.
breed, Campbell. That's what I'd like to say about that.
I've seen a few snakes in bare when I've got bare feet. I'm like, well, maybe I should actually wear shoes out here next time.
Yes, yes, indeed. And snakes that jump out and eat birds mid swoop.
Yeah, man.
Yes, I know. It's a matter of time before Sherlock mistakes one for a stick. It's a matter of time.
I know, right? Well, I know he's going to be a farm dog no more. 2 weeks, and he's going to be a mountain dog without so much running space, poor boy. But at least he won't get bitten by snakes, because he does tend to just bound into the foot-high grass, not,
Yes.
carrying it all. He's like the dog off the cartoon that just goes boing, boing, boing through the grass.
With those big pointy German Shepherd ears. I tell you what, he's going to become Heidi of the Swiss Alps. That's the plan with Sherlock.
Yeah, man.
He's going to be an all-rounder, all-round terrain animal.
Already a shepherd.
Yes. Because we're leaving the farm, much to our dissatisfaction, but it is time. This farm has been really fun. Campbell and I've had a good 2 years here. Like, we've had fun, man. We've built a lot.
We've built, sheds and toilets and showers and, like, gosh, heaps of stuff, right? Fences and camps and
whole buildings, man.
Buildings, yeah, man.
Very well. It's been very good for us. We've enjoyed the sun and the sweat and the dirt and the mainly hot seasons, and having a dog join us, and then all of our friends. It's been a really cool time. I've really loved it. And we went to Bosnia and done heaps of gigs, and it's just been a really good time. And of course, Campbell and I've got to experiment with all our whatever cleanses, diets, different various things.
Yes.
Put ourselves through.
We have, we've been
living the dream, buddy.
We've been the guinea pigs of our own experiments, like, for the last year or so. Done a few different diets, and the fast for 19 days, and the trip to sit under the pyramid and meditate and all this stuff. And so we did a fast 19 days on water, and that was the big part of that, was to clean us of parasites. So we watched that doco, didn't we, on gut biome. And we started researching parasites and started thinking, what are these parasites?
Oh, ye old
Interesting story there, right?
The old parasites. Well, I mean, Campbell, so we came out of the cleanse, and we were in a very chirpy mood and very, very sunny dispositions.
Very chipper.
Very chipper. And we did a very positive podcast, and we did our very personal podcast last week, and we really sort of like looking at this excellent concept of all the opportunities that exist at the bottom of the pyramid, where we're taught that we're so enslaved and it's the worst place to be and we're totally disempowered. But actually, upon examination, Campbell and I truly discovered that it is at the bottom of the pyramid that you have all your freedom, and you are the most personally empowered of the whole lot. And so that was a really good change in our, I guess, perspective and process when it comes to looking at what this, some would appear to be shitty reality of ours. But from that perspective, it was like, it wasn't too bad, was it? It was quite a nice reality at the end. We were like, all right, this is quite nice.
Yeah, man, like, we're the freest out of everyone. We have the most choice and all this. And I think in the end, it's us, but them, right? Using our thoughts against us, kind of thing, that make us think it's crap and it's hard and it's all this. And, what we focus on, we create, right? So when we focus on the world sucks, guess what we start seeing? A world that sucks. So, yeah, we thought we'd be in that conversation just to sort of say, it's actually pretty good out there. We've both been traveling lots, we've been working on the farm, we've been doing cool stuff over the last couple of years, so you can just make your own reality, I think, from what you focus on.
Yeah. And it was really good for us to start to ask the question, what's the opportunity in this for us? Like, what is the opportunity of being at the bottom of this organization, this official parasitic pyramadic organization? What's the opportunity? So of course, then we did last week's show on the opportunity for people today to be healing their traumas, and how that's going to enable them to, pull back in even more of their personal direction and power, and focus and, well, whatever it is you feel like you were missing. Like, it's a very personally a very excellent opportunity right now, and we, of course, as being free at the bottom of this pyramid and most empowered, have the right and choice to do that at any time. Hire a healer, go into any sort of form of modality that sort of you're drawn to, and do all that work. That's another excellent opportunity for now.
Totally agree. Yeah, yeah. We get to clean ourselves of all the, the energy, right, that's holding us back, basically. So this is the main thing about this topic, is there's opportunity in everything, right? And if we look at life that way, and what's the lesson, what's the opportunity, then I think, we won't, not just will we go further, but we'll be happier as we go along, right? Because it's just like you said, it's a perspective change. Everything happens for me rather than everything's against me kind of mentality. But yeah, so we went through that, and we sort of got into, attachments, these spiritual attachment things, and got into talking about parasites, and we kind of got back onto who are these rulers, man? These people who are clearly in control of what is it, right? What kind of, is it a consciousness? Is it a group of people? And, we kind of tripped over and fell down another rabbit hole, didn't we?
Well, we just can't help it. It is our combined natures to, even when we're feeling very chipper and chirpy, and put ourselves into a very nice opportunistic attitude, we just can't help ourselves. Like, once we started to look at this parasite topic for real, we really started to deep dive in it, and it's pretty good. I mean, I think probably most of you, or some of you at this point, would have come across this concept that parasites are demons. And I think that's where Campbell and I started from. We also have come across that notion on and off for over the last couple of years. But obviously, just having done this big parasite cleanse, we decided to put our focus on it and have a look at what that actually looked like. And I just happened to, last week, I happened to watch a video that came through the feed, which was essentially looking at ancient Egypt. And I thought maybe Campbell and I would start the show in Egypt today and take it through to today, where we stand today. So even though, people, we stand free and completely empowered, with all our rights intact and all our moral virtues intact, and we get to make all the choices we want in this lifetime, we still have got this looming, dominating organization that, one step up that pyramid ends up getting more and more fucked and more controlling. And even though we can be very optimistic about it, we are still being taxed at least 60% of our lives to that structure. So we can't just skip over it.
No.
Like, we're paying for it.
Yeah, and of course, we call it a parasitic structure. We call all those people parasites, don't we? And that's what they're doing. They're literally parasiting off us. They steal the money, they take our loot and all this kind of stuff. So
yeah, I mean, Campbell and I, when we were in Bosnia, we did a series of talks, and this is where we started to really look at religion and particularly Christianity, much to everyone's horror. And in that conversation, we basically started to look at the religious mindset as being parasitically influenced. And now that's really interesting, because as we started to go into like how parasites work and what that looks like, and I think, Campbell, you said a really excellent statement the other day, which is just like, well, you could probably re-say it, but to trigger your memory, like, you were talking about the macro and micro.
As far as parasites?
Yeah. So I won't steal your mind. Go on, spit it out.
Well, that's the thing. We have the outside world, which is controlled by parasites, right? All the bankers and, the politicians and the stars and all this stuff. And then we have the micro world, which is inside us. And we have these microscopic, some of them parasites, right? Same word. And they do the same thing. They suck the life out of us, or at least try to. They parasite off us. So I think everything is right. Polar opposites, micro, macro, yin and yang. I think we're starting to see that. Did I miss anything?
Yes,
That's
what
it.
you
You
actually
missed
said
the
to me that
point.
stood out was ultimately, you know, we are taught, like the Earth being round and to look up into space, that the aliens, the invaders, are outside of us. That's
Yes,
the
yes,
macro version of the situation. All right, you go on.
yes,
I won't
yes,
keep
yes.
line.
Yeah, yeah, and that's a big one, right? Through all the, especially sci-fi movies, we have all these parasitic type influences, you know, like Alien, the whole Alien trilogy or whatever it got up to, with the big beastie, and basically most of those scary creatures look like parasites, and a lot of the pictures we see of demons look like close up of parasites. You know, we get Jabba the Hutt in Star Wars, who's a big worm. You know, that there's lots of these references of this parasitic thing, and that's coming to invade us, right? It's always coming. Got to keep us in fear. But yeah, it's already here. It's already inside us. They're showing us the internal struggle, right? The war within. And so this is what sort of got us asking, you know, with religions and things, you know, it's always you know, it's always out somewhere. Like they're always spirits, and you can't see them, and you can't touch them, and if you talk to them, you know, they're either evil or they're angels, or you know, but who knows? How do we tell this? Like it's all this weird stuff that we can't physically interact with, right? We can't really reference point it in our mind. It's like we just have to believe stories. So, you know, how physical were some of these stories? You know, it says that Jesus used to cast out demons, right? Is that something to do with parasites? Because Jesus fasted, Buddha fasted. I think, you know, probably every major religion, the leaders fasted. And there's a quote or a passage in the Essene Bible where Jesus literally pulls a tapeworm out of someone, crushes its head between two stones, and says, "That is the head of Satan," and pulls out this tapeworm and casts it out of him, right? A demon. So are we looking at all this wrong? Have we been, again, right, misled to like try and fight something that we can't because we don't know what it is? It's outside of us. It's scary. It's spiritual. When, you know, the information's actually there, right? Fast and pray. And obviously, I don't think pray was sitting there in a church or anything. It's just becoming strong within
Commanding.
yourself. And
It's
it's,
commanded.
yeah,
Command it out of
commanded.
your
Yeah,
body as the Lord God of your fucking being.
exactly. Because I was going to say, like with the outside world and all the parasites out there, we have to agree for all this to happen, right? And I think it's the same within our body. Like if they're in there, then if we don't agree, we just that's how you're casting them out. I don't agree, leave. And fast, you know, obviously with our diet, that's the other thing, everything we eat, everything that it does to our body, it invites parasites in. It makes our system acidic, which parasites love. So there's this big narrative between many religions and parasites and demons.
Yeah. And like to put it really distinctly, what Campbell just said then was basically we have been fooled once again to look outside of ourselves for Satan, for the demons, for these terrible boogeymen that exist out there, which is what all the Christians are doing. They're looking outside of themselves to this like demonic energy outside of themselves. When in actual fact, once again, the reality is all of that is the struggle with what's going on inside of ourselves. Because as we got deeper into this rabbit hole, we really started to understand that what defines a parasitic energy is that they have the ability to influence your thoughts and feelings.
Yes.
Like it is just so profoundly. So as we looked at yeah, as Campbell mentioned, we looked at sort of like the religions and their take on this. And the Christian take on this, fasting has been predominantly removed from the Bible, like certainly the new editions. Notably, there are definitely two major religions in the world who are currently taking over the world who absolutely maintain fasting as a major part of their religious process. The demons that exist on this plane are the ones we carry within us that are literally transforming the way that we perceive reality because they have the ability to alter our thoughts and feelings. So with that premise, Campbell and I started to go down into the rabbit hole. And the very first thing we wanted to know is like, well, if that parasitic energy is the case, and once again, we've got to take our eyes into the micro, not the fucking macro, which is what they always want us to do. So just like when we said, you know, what's the opportunity of being at the bottom of the pyramid? We actually looked at the micro version of that. You know, we stopped looking at the macro. Oh my God, we're enslaved. It started actually, well, you know, we are here, but what does that mean? So same with the parasites. So I'm going to start with the Egypt clip. Now, bear with us this show because we'll just go for as long as we have all the media we want to show, right? Because I've got a pile, Cameron's got a pile. We're just going to play them and talk about it.
Yeah. So this will probably be part one. This is our theory of how they may have got here, right?
Yes. And look, Campbell and I don't like, you know, there's only so far you can actually like research this sort of topic seriously. There's because really our access to the ways to research things is very controlled and limited now. The best way to do it is to trust like the pathway that's presented to you and your intuitive movement through it. That's how I always find it. And as we started to look at this topic, this video clip, 2 video clips came up for me, which I thought straight away I had to like show Campbell because it like to find where we could begin. So bear with us because it's going to be a little bit longer. These clips can be a bit long, but I want to show them in their full entirety. And let's just start here. Now, and none of these clips that we're going to show do I have any reference for. I don't know the work that these people have presented before, but they're feeling pretty interesting to me. So let's share screen.
5,500 years ago, during the Sumerian Egypt invasions, human DNA was scrambled, unplugged, and there was human memory wiped by the negative aliens, if you want to call it Anunnaki or fallen angelics. There's been 3 memory wipes, and this was the latest one. And so how did they do this and why did they do this? So they did this by taking over Stargate 4 in Egypt. And if you take over Stargate number 4, which is the heart chakra, dimension 4, DNA strand 4, they created an artificial 5D wormhole in Saqqara, Egypt, and they started to run, whoever controls the Stargate controls the flow of information that comes through that portal, and they started running scrambled codes into the planetary morphogenetic fields. And so these scrambled codes literally would interfere with the fire lettering in the DNA strands of human beings. So it scrambled the human race memory, and humanity in essence got cut off from dimensions 4, 5, and 6, got cut off from its memory, and every DNA strand actually holds cellular memory. So it forgot. It got cut off from its higher sensory perception. It got cut off from its soul. It got cut off from its natural ascension timelines. And now they scrambled the human DNA and they made humanity forget 5,500 years ago. And then they started creating and promoting a false history. So they rewrote history, and they started saying that the most ancient records are the Sumerian tablets from 5,500 years ago. And they started promoting a false father god religion, and that the Jehovian Anunnaki, that's where the word Jehovah comes from, are the creator gods of humanity. So in essence, they took over Stargate 4, scrambled the human DNA by running scrambled codes, wiped, blank slated human memory, and then they started promoting a false father god religion such as Jehovah and the Anunnaki. The fallen draconian based Roman Catholic Church started to get involved as well, and they started indoctrinating humanity by taking over and influencing through the church the political environment and the leaders of that time into patriarchal domination, violent religions, sexual misery programming, and recycling of souls on the astral plane, and many other modalities and methods they instituted to start a mind control plan for patriarchal domination and continued enslavement of all of humanity. And let me remind you, they're doing this because through repeated free will choice, they cut themselves off from source. And if you cut yourselves off from the source of all energy, you need to parasitize energy, put yourself as a false creator god, change the base 12 code to base 10 code, and create mind control programs, because whoever controls the mind controls the soul. And they're feeding off of the fear and the energy that they're creating through elaborate mechanisms. And so this plan is, continuously running these mind control programs, and it's culminating into the proposed plan of 2030, the One World Order plan, which, Klaus Schwab and his homies meet in the World Economic Forum to discuss every year. So the fallen angelics also utilized humans to write the Bible. Let me repeat that. The fallen angelics utilized human beings to write the Bible at the Council of Nicaea, and who was there? Do your own research. The Church of Rome represented all of these Jehovah and Anunnaki. They all came together and they chose 80% truth, 20% distortion, and to create a manuscript, which is the most popular book in the world, to religious mind control from the Jehovian Anunnaki. And they wrote the Armageddon software and crucifixion implants to block the pineal gland, to institute fear, and to make angelic humans give their energy and power outside of themselves to a false creator god. And they did this by inserting holographic inserts to project into mind control using negative alien technology. The Draconians from the Orion group also infiltrated the Church of Rome, and they used the false crucified Christ figure, false father god religion of the Jehovah, to wage psychological and spiritual warfare and mind control and brainwash humanity through religious fear, persecution, ultimately to try to get them into enslavement. And check this out. The Armageddon story in the Christian Bible, as discussed in the book of Revelation, is based on the Atlantean cataclysm. Remember Atlantis, there was a fall of Atlantis. This cellular memory is still alive in celestial human beings. And so the Armageddon story in Revelation is based on the Atlantean cataclysm and its reptilian software being used to torment humans from their cellular memories of Atlantis and Lemuria, where massacres happened in Lemuria and Atlantis. And so we have this cellular memory. Though they cut the 4th, 5th, and 6th stranded DNA off, they're using the biblical story of Revelation to reawaken that fear-based terminology of Armageddon to try to once again control humanity and feed off humanity through fear. Good news, this 26,000 year cycle, dark age, where we forgot, where we were told that there's false creator gods, father god, patriarchal domination, is slowly starting to unwind, because the truth, we're on another cycle now. We're entering to another cycle, and the core frequency of Mother Earth, the Schumann resonance, is increasing. Some call it the golden age, the return cycle to source. And as this starts happening, we start to remember. And in the ceremonies that I actually facilitate, the heart protocol, some people are starting to remember their Atlanteus and reawaken their Atlantis cellular memory. For every DNA strand that is accreted, they start having a cellular memory. And people in the middle of their ceremonies are literally saying, I'm having a DNA strand upgrade. And their higher sensory perception comes online. Their cellular memory that was wiped from them starts coming back online, and they start remembering. And people are having visions of flying into Atlantis on spaceships. People are having visions of the times they talk to dolphins. People are having visions of the time as a high priestess in Atlantis. And we're starting to remember and starting to actually rewrite these past timelines into a timeline that Atlantis is still rising. And we are remembering that we are who we've been looking for. We do not need a middleman, a religion, or a guru. G-U-R-U. And we're starting to rebalance our matriarchal and paternal beings into one, and remember our codes that we are source.
All right. Well, so.
Yeah, man, that was good. Be your own guru, because, gee, you are you.
So, I mean, straight away, I just want to say fucking wormholes.
Wormhole. Yeah, man. Interesting, right? And you know, of course, when we look back in history, Egypt is pretty much one of the first civilizations, right? You got Mesopotamia, but they were, and Samaria, but they were pretty much at the same time, right? So that's as far back as the story that we get told goes. So is that the inception point, right?
Yeah, I mean, so it's just weird and ironic that we do term these portal-like things as wormholes. Like that's just something to note straight up.
Yep.
That he began talking about portals and what it would mean for something to for a portal to be used in some way to control humanity or to enable things to come in or out. And it's really interesting. Like whenever we talk about this sort of mind control of humanity, always and forever they will refer to it as parasitic energy. Always they'll say they're cut off from source, they're not able to create, they have to suck that energy out of humanity, they're parasitic in nature, this whole structure is parasitic in nature, and they do it by generating emotional vibrations, then like they can draw energy from us. So always they refer to takeover as parasitic.
Yeah, it is. It's totally parasitic, right? It's kind of the same story as, you know, the fallen angels and Anunnaki, all this kind of stuff, right? It's these beings that we don't really quite know who they are, and they fall and they you know start taking over humans, you know, and teaching them different things, changing their consciousness. And like Kelly mentioned before, like this is one of the big things about parasites. They can literally they can take over your mind at some points. And parasites are also most active on a full moon. So is this something to do with lunatics, right? Werewolves up because they're full of parasites. But I guess the bigger question that we sort of got to was, what if some parasite came in, took over, you know, the leaders, the rulers, and from there it's progressed, right? We have these bloodlines, so they don't breed outside of their own bloodlines. Is it somehow going through and getting more and more powerful? Because when you get a nest of termites, the bigger the nest, the more intelligence. They actually have like this group intelligence thing going on. So it's who's really running the show?
Yeah, I mean, also, you know, that we've always talked about like the way that they only intermarry and they keep their blue blood clear, pure, but that might have entirely something to do with the different parasites that they don't want in their blood or that they want in their blood. Now, we always talk about, you know, it's always this like sweeping statement, and then they came in and then they started controlling the population and they started to mind control people and they started to introduce religion and they wiped memories and they started to enslave everyone and create slaves, and then everyone forgot, and then everyone forgot their language, and then they'd introduce sexuality and like sexual perversion and patriarchy and, you know, all of these like massive moral shifts in humanity's thinking, massive different changes in behavior. And we've always just sort of like gone with those thoughts, but never really understood how. Now, if you start to look at the little creepy crawlies that are parasites, the ones that, you know, dominate the internalness of our beings, the ones that, you know, come in through the food or the animals or the air or the water. I mean, how easy would it be? And I can actually tell you, Campbell, that one of my strong memories, past memories, is a time in Egypt, and very unusual experience. But basically, the water was infested with a black substance which could have absolutely been parasitic, and that black parasitic substance infected the entire population. So if we were to think about these people coming, or this energy coming in and taking over humanity, like to the extreme that it has, then if you wanted to do that, why would you not do it with parasitic things like little creepy crawlies and worms and bugs and bacteria that can come in and dramatically influence the brain and the thinking and the feeling and the memory and the reality, the perception of reality? They literally could have introduced us to parasites that invaded our humanity, our state of being, our perception. And that's how they literally enslaved us.
Yeah, well, talking about Egypt, where am I? there's a Stargate, right? The show Stargate. You know,
Yep.
it's basically about the Stargate in this, and it was already there. So obviously it's not the first time it's been used, but they go back and they find this other civilization
Yep.
that is run by these dudes called the Goa'uld or something. And so I was just having a look, and I wonder what the Goa'uld have got to do with parasites, right? So, you know, we know they always show us. And can you see this?
Oh, yep.
This is one of the
See?
Goa'uld. They actually have a parasite inside them. That's what makes them who they are. Like these, how powerful the Goa'uld, blah, blah, blah. So this is the Goa'uld, basically the person who's running the person that we see, that those dudes with, is there a picture of them? Here's another picture.
Yep.
Like a squid. So, and this is all to do with Egypt, right? Here it is again. So these beasties, very kind of alien-like, Alien the movie, but these ones go in and they're the intelligence behind these people, right? This is one of the Goa'uld, or the main one. They've got this thing on his head, but he is controlled by this worm.
Yep.
This, well, I don't know if that's from it, but so that's an interesting little tidbit, right?
Oh, well, it's not a one-off story, because I went back and looked at all of the like movies that have parasites in, and I went to the earliest one. The earliest movie that had parasites in was basically like in year one of film. And, you know, the earliest book that they mentioned parasites in was like 1800s, and I'll bring them up in a minute. Like, this is not a fucking new topic. And like, when we actually looked at ancient Egypt and the word parasite, oh my God, it's all over it. Like the medical information and the mummies, and there's parasites friggin' everywhere in the consciousness of ancient Egypt.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, what I found was very fascinating, Campbell, and I think this is apart from the fact that if you're going to look at stargates and portals, fucking hell, it always comes around to Egypt. If you look at everything, to any movie that brings in portals or stargates, or any random photo that's mysteriously emerged on the internet, like, they will all look like they've come out of the ancient Egypt area. And that is something worth noting. And, you know, as far as Atlantis goes, like, to me, that just looks like ancient Egypt. They just all look the same to me. That's the same timeline. It's the same place in time, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, very similar dress and all that, and which is also very similar to what we call ancient Greek, though Greece didn't exist back in the ancient world, but that's another story.
Yep. And so, like, one of the things that I found fascinating as we started to look at ancient Egypt, am I going to find my screen again, was the idea of why the hell did they worship cats? What's with the cat topic? What's with the animal? What's with the animal heads? What's with the friggin' animal heads? What's with but particularly what's with the cat topic? Because the cat one's fascinating, Campbell, right? Because there's so much to do with cats. Now, let me bring up this next clip that I found, because this is interesting, and it will put it into perspective for everyone as to why cats are so important to this conversation. So let me just share screen. You guys will be surprised by this, I reckon. Even though we think we know all about this topic, I get surprised every fucking day. So let's look at this little beauty and relate it back to the idea that the Egyptians friggin' worshipped cats.
This is the cat parasite. A mouse has toxoplasmosis and they cuddle up to the cat and the cat eats them. The next stage is in the cat's gut. That's what produces toxoplasmosis. And then we're all told to not scoop poop from a cat while you're pregnant, but really we can all get toxoplasmosis. It'll actually stop the inhibition. So you'll do things you wouldn't normally do. It'll create a behavior that you normally wouldn't create. You'll have partners you wouldn't normally have because it's going in and actually like brain controlling you. And it did that with the original mouse. The mouse, cuddled up to the cat to get eaten, and it controlled its mind. They did a bunch of testing on some cadavers who rode motorcycles and died. They did a test, 100% of them came back positive for toxoplasmosis because it literally stops the fear. That's what's crazy about parasites, is how much it can change who you are to the core.
And how they can take over.
Toxoplasmosis, the cat parasite.
Just to recap that, Campbell, toxoplasmosis literally exists in 1 in every 3 human beings. 1 in every 3 human beings has this parasite. Get fucked.
Crazy,
I'm
right?
being serious. Now, if you start to deep dive on this friggin' parasite can totally and utterly change everything about your life.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
Right down to who you have sex with, how frequently you do that, how you dress, who you attract, what you do with your day, if you commit suicide, if you are depressed and have mental health issues, whatever information, and all it's trying to do is continue its lifespan.
Yeah.
Fuck me. This is one of the biggest parasites.
Yeah, it's one of the most common, right? The one that most people, at least in the Western world, have got, and it can literally control your mind. And I'm not sure if it's one, but we looked into a few different parasites, and there's a few that can make you more attractive to the opposite sex. Because,
this is one of the. This is
one of them. So because they can continue their life cycle if they can, through sex, basically sexually transmitted parasites, right? Or STDs, right? Sexually transmitted demons. So these things, you saw the mouse, it was cuddling up to the cat because the parasite in it wanted it to be eaten by the cats or get into its gut, reproduce, and then go back out into the poo. And this is why they tell pregnant women to stay away from cats, especially from, their litter trays and their, things that come out of them. And we also have this thing called crazy cat lady, right? And it's because like they said, the parasites make you do things that you wouldn't normally do, and you're fearless. So this is why people are crazy. And we're kind of seeing this the world over at the moment, right? These people who aren't scared about looking like idiots on social media, is that I say? Like, they just go off their rockers, right? From one extreme to the other, and they just don't seem to care that it's extreme behavior.
I mean, the whole, the images you get of the whole protest with these younger people who are, gone down the COVID transgender woke agenda, they sound so angry and so crazed and so illogical and insane in their presentation. Whoa, man. I mean, there's always so many rumors about the jab and what was in it. And, one of the big things that people sort of end up and analyzing was the snake venom, that the mixture of snake venom. And it's so interesting, the parasitic nature of what the mRNA does to the blood and to the immune system. It's so parasitic that it comes in and it takes over and it completely dominates the human immune system like a parasite would, almost identically. Now, why would that not then alter the way you're thinking and alter your perception of reality? I mean, I think we can pretty much say that's definitely the case. But for those listening to us today who didn't do that, that does not mean we're safe and sound, because holy shit, it just gets worse and worse. Now, I mean, I want to take us back to Campbell, and I wanted to look at the origins of this. So let's go step back into ancient Egypt, and I want to show a clip now about their worship of the cat. And, was their worship of the cat basically the inoculation of the human race with this parasite? That is my question, Campbell.
Come through a cat.
Ye old cat, my friend.
And there's that other story, cats are the only felines with slits in their eyes, right?
with that reptilian slit in
That
their eyes.
reptilian, yeah.
Indeed. I know the cat's a curious one. Now, a lot of people just romanticize the cat from ancient Egyptian times as if it was a goddess and that they were the communicators between the humans and the gods. Well, you know, maybe they were, because maybe they were the ones that delivered the parasite en masse to humanity, you know.
Exactly.
And look, watch this clip, because you'll see how they've made it so seductive and just sexual pleasing, this concept of the feline. And if you look at and if you look at like mind control programming, that feline energy, the cat energy, is very strong. But let's have a look at this.
Now we have kids in primary school who think they're cats.
Hello. I mean, that was a freaky topic that was a couple of months ago, but absolutely this dog and cat phenomenon going on in the classrooms, even one in kitty litter. I mean, there's something to this, guys. So if we just keep your mind on the fact that we're trying to find the origin of when this all sort of happened. Let's have a look at their worship of the feline and the great Sphinx.
If you've ever looked into Egyptian mythology, you've likely come across Bastet. If you've ever looked into Egyptian mythology, you've likely come across Bastet, sometimes called Bast. She was a goddess with many roles, as you will see further in this video. In ancient artwork, Bastet is typically shown as a beautiful girl with the head of a cat. She is commonly shown with black, white, yellow, or glowing skin. Sometimes she is shown as a light-skinned European girl with long blonde hair and bright blue eyes, and sometimes she is often shown as a full cat. However, her feline form is only one of her many intriguing aspects. Bastet was known for her gentleness as the protector of women and the home. Yet she could also be ferocious when punishing those who harmed others and created disorder in society. She was prominently featured in myths and was considered one of the most powerful figures in the ancient Egyptian pantheon. Due to her immense popularity, she was often depicted in Egyptian art. She was also the subject of a riotous festival that attracted thousands of worshippers to the city of Bubastis every year. The strangest and most confusing period in the history and geography of ancient Egypt is the separation between Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, especially within mythology, because while the two entities separated for a period, each had their own gods and goddesses. Lower Egypt was the home of the goddess Bastet, the lion-headed goddess of war. She was the defender of the pharaoh and the sun god Ra, who was also her father. Legend has it, by day, Bast would ride through the sky with her father, the sun god Ra, in his boat, pulling the sun through the sky. Ever watchful, she protected Ra from his enemies. Thus, she became known as the Lady of the East, the goddess of the rising sun, and the sacred and all-seeing eye, and served a role similar to Seth, travelling in Ra's solar boat and defending him from Apophis, the snake monster that symbolised darkness, chaos and destruction. Her hometown was Bubastis, where priests mummified cats in her temple. More than 300,000 mummified cats were discovered when Bast's temple at Bubastis was excavated. The cats were placed in coffins, and pious worshippers had bronze and stone figures made so that these could be offered in dedication to the goddess Bastet. Over time, her role as a warrior decreases, and she is portrayed as a cat. Cats were revered in ancient Egypt as protectors against desert diseases. Therefore, they played a very important and special role in the Egyptian world. After the change from lion to cat, Bastet will become less ferocious and will differ from the lion-headed goddesses in Upper Egypt. Although she never knew the immense popularity of the great gods from Egyptian mythology, she remained loved in northern Egypt until the fall.
I just want to point out, Campbell, like, isn't it fucking weird to see these female forms with cat heads? I'm just saying, like, what? Like, this was truly meant to be a super advanced, highly, like, technologically advanced civilization, and they had friggin' women with cats' heads.
Yeah, weird, right?
I mean, that's like, can you imagine, like, today we worship like animal-headed gods? Like, it's not because they were like dumber than us. I mean, by any stretch of the imagination.
No, of
This
course
is
not.
significant.
Yeah, it's it's anthropomorphication, right? It's changing things to represent things. It's not that there was not actual people with cat heads, but what are they trying to say?
How do we know that?
The head is what, well, today we think that the head rules our thoughts. Is that why the head's the head of a cat, because it's ruled by the cat head, which is ruled by the parasite. But I mean, it's all through Egyptian, right? And like you were saying, they mummified 300, what was it? They found 300,000 mummified cats. And I did look up the parasites, can they survive in a mummy? And yeah, like I think 60% of the mummies that they've checked have all got live parasites in them. So it's a way to get parasites through time, right? Like what is mummification?
Yeah, that's right. Fucking genetic. It's a genetic time capsule.
Mm.
It's a laboratory. They weren't cats. They weren't mummifying the cat. They were mummifying the parasite in the cat that enslaved humanity and did different things and different versions of the parasite.
Mm.
Fucking hell, man. That's freaky shit.
Yeah, man.
And now we've got kids who want to be cat and dogs. After this whole jab went through, suddenly all these kids want to be cats.
Yeah, and there's the whole sex side, like we mentioned, that a lot of this has got to do with, getting passed on through sexual activity. And we have, all this talk about sex kittens and, the other name that we call cats. Like that talks all through the kind of sex industry sort of area as well, right?
Yep, absolutely. 100%. And cats and dogs are the pets.
Yeah.
They're the pets. They're the ones that have been culturally enabled and supported to enter our households, particularly cats.
Yeah. Well, dogs have a high incidence of this parasite as well, but the difference is most dogs don't poop inside. It's mainly their poop and pee, and a lot of people have cats that actually have litter boxes, so it's actually done inside the house, which is the problem. Something going ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, probably me. And cats, basically, you do wait on them.
I know, right? Literally. Yep, cat people, like their service is much different to a dog, isn't it? You go and spend time with the dog and you play with it, and in the past they all had jobs, right? We still have working dogs, but cats, no, man, they're there for you to serve them.
So, I mean, I just think this whole connection with Egypt and portals and the destruction of Atlantis and the re-emergence of Egypt and fucking cats.
Yeah.
And let's not forget the Anubis, the other famous Egyptian god, the dog-headed god.
Yep.
Another parasitic energy. I mean, like that basically also carries this same parasite within them. They do. Yeah. So we've got the Anubis, we've got the dog and the cat.
And then we've got the pharaohs who were known as god kings, literal gods, and they had their headdresses and their hats, and they had a snake, right?
Yep.
Coming out of their pineal gland. Now, if you haven't seen the Mandela effect, now it's 2. When I was growing up, it was just 1. But yeah, I mean, is that another link? Is that because, that's the other thing we've been throwing around that looks like there's a big link is between parasites and the depiction of snakes as being the bad thing, right? Snakes are like parasites because a lot of them look like worms, right? So there's this snake parasite connection. So what are these things representing? All this snake worship that we see all over the place, right?
Yep, absolutely. The cobra. And may I just point out the very first I think it was HD, it was the first book or the first movie that mentioned parasites was actually about gigantic animals that had a parasite in them that would then feed on the humans, and if they got the parasite, they grew big.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
Oh, wow, they grew big.
Random, just another random thing, because all the Egyptian gods were fucking, from all the artwork, way bigger than the humans. Way bigger.
Yeah. And we watched that movie, or was it a movie? I think it was a series called Parasite.
Yep.
Wasn't it? And these people got infected by parasites, and they got these big crazy heads and all this stuff. But basically, the way that the parasites got powerful and took over was through organizations, right? Because they could join up and they could get together and they could like push one person up the next level, and then they could sort of go up and in the end get to the top and take over. And isn't that how our society is structured as well? So that was an interesting little drop as well.
Yeah, fucking know. Anyway, all right, let's
watch the end of
finish
this.
and move on, because like, is this doing your head in everyone? It should be.
Of the dynasties. In the Greek world, she became a minor goddess of the moon.
Nice bum.
She was also considered the patron of the sun, lions, cats, women, fertility, passion, and secrets. Some modern worshippers believe that we get the modern English word passion from Pash, another name on which the goddess Bastet was known. She was also associated in ancient Egypt with perfume and protective ointments. It was said that you should call upon Bastet when you feel in danger and need of protection, or when you would like to bring passion into your life.
Fucking weird.
If you think I've missed something, or have any thoughts you want to share about the cat goddess Bastet, write them in the comments below.
I mean, come on. Passion, sex, parasite. Jeez,
that's the kind of extreme that can be extreme behavior. We've all heard of crimes of passion, and people who've got passion doing these weird, crazy things. So that's an interesting, right? When you want passion, call on her. I mean, again, is that a parasite inside them that they're calling on and giving power to take them over? Because the other thing is, that the parasites of today that are around, like, what are they into? They're into obviously lots of sex. They've got all their weird, blood ceremonies and all this kind of stuff. There's been a lot of, stories out there and information about them eating certain things that you shouldn't. This is all stuff that would spread parasites, right? You get it from, uncooked meat, from sex, from infected blood, all this kind of stuff. So is this a way that they're literally making sure that everyone in the group has a parasite? And is that why they've all got groupthink? I mean, just look what's happened in the last 4 years with all the stars, all these dudes that we thought were cool and were sort of alternative.
Yes.
They all come out and they say the exact same thing, man. Like, exactly. They're all got the same mind control.
Yes, Campbell. It's disgusting. It's freaking me out. I'm freaked out by the whole thing.
All right.
I cannot
Another
believe.
trouble session with Maggie.
That's right. Damn it, Kelly. Being traumatized. I mean, but it's a bit traumatic. I mean, okay, so we're setting up a scene here. We're setting up a scene. Now, Egypt seems to be where our history kind of started, get cut off and started. We seem to got cut off from Lemuria and Atlantis. Something happened, big event. And then we re-emerge into Egypt, and then we're sort of all enslaved by gods, gigantic gods. And then sort of the timeline gets a bit bumpy again, and but it seems that this like memory wipe activation, I mean, we've always wondered how the fuck that happened. How did they wipe everyone's memories that we haven't got any evidence past sort of the 1800s backwards? I mean, it makes sense if it was parasitic. Like, how easy would that be? It would make sense if you actually had the genetic processes of parasites down to a T, that you could basically inoculate the humankind, or anyone, any animal or anything, humankind, to do anything. To literally, if you could streamline what it means to build a parasite. And let me just tell you that as I was going through this like deep dive on these parasites, do you know that in Australia, Campbell, they are actually importing, and this is so disgusting. I didn't even save the clip, but literally there's laboratories popping up all over Australia right now, and each one of them's like a few shipping containers. And they're full of billions and billions of larvae. Billions and billions of larvae. And the whole video, the reason I show you is because like they're pitching it as being like sustainable chicken.
Yeah.
Chicken food, right? But in actual fact, they are farming parasites. They're literally called parasite farms. And they're like all underground. And they're like the cover is that they're putting all the human waste, like the food that we're not eating, and feeding these larvae, And then this larvae is creating these maggots, all different types of larvae, leeches, every sort of parasitic thing you can imagine, worms. And then they're all going to go to the chickens, which is bollocks. But Australia is leading the world in this.
And then
Parasite
we eat
farming.
chickens, right? Yeah, yeah. Well, I tell you, right? Straight up, geez. And I mean, that's the other question. Like, I mean, naturally, you know, no animal needs a parasite to eat, but like, what they don't serve any purpose. You know, a great example is the bloody mosquito, right? Like, he just flies around and literally injects parasites, malaria and stuff into people. You know, and leeches and things like what do they serve? They only parasite off us, and they're not a food source for natural food source for anything. So why have we got them? Where'd they come from, right? It's like it's been introduced. Because I mean, I've always thought we've been invaded. It's just by what?
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
And that seems, you know, I think this parasite thought, it could be, you know, it could be very close on the mark with all the evidence that we get, and if we really stop and think about it, and the fact that they could start off as one or a few, and as they multiply, that they actually get their, like, this combined group intelligence thing going. We know that they can take over the minds of animals. There's some weirder stuff which we'll go into in the next episode to do with zombies and zombie animals. Like parasites can do really, really weird stuff. Like they can actually take over. They can take over the nerve system of an animal that's dead and make it walk and move.
Make it walk.
It's crazy, but we'll save that more. I guess we'll have a look at it.
No, mate, I got some here.
You're ready to go? All right.
Fuck yeah. I got this weird one I found. Here, this light guy.
In this case, by the way, is an ancient ant trapped in amber. See that involves a parasitic mushroom erupting out of someone's butt?
Parasitic mushroom.
The someone in this case, by the way, is an ancient ant trapped in amber. See, there are these parasitic fungi or fungi that infect ants and other insects and eventually erupt from their heads to spread their spores. And sometimes these fungi actually turn the ants into zombies, like they can control their behavior, forcing them to climb up on plants, so when the fungi erupt, they can spread their spores over a wider area. But the evolution of these fungi has been really mysterious because we almost never find fossil evidence of them. But researchers recently announced the discovery of a piece of amber dating to between 45 million and 55 million years ago. Inside was the oldest known example of one of these fungi infecting an ant. And the mushroom, which is like the reproductive part of the fungus that releases the spores, seems to have erupted from the ant's butt and not its head. Given all the possible ways that your body could be preserved for eternity, that seems not ideal. Do you want to hear a story that involves a parasite?
Just saying that fungi is the largest, basically, web across the whole world.
Yeah. The mycelium network, for sure.
Yep, it's the largest.
Yep.
So if that was taken over and became a parasitic entity, that could spread instantly across. If a parasitic entity could be in spores, that's airborne, and that could have instantly completely taken over humanity.
Yeah, well, I mean, we definitely have parasitic plants. I hadn't really thought about that, and the mushrooms and the spores, but that's an interesting one.
Yes.
Geez, imagine that, having a mushroom grow at your forehead that flowers and goes boom. Oh, oh my God, what the hell is that? Is that a zombie snail?
You want to know what that is?
A zombie...
Let's have a look at what that is.
Okay. Oh my God.
This has been infected by parasites. I'll read it out to you.
That's crazy.
These parasites infect snails, hijack their brains, and turn them into zombie snails, controlling their very movement. The parasites further infect the poor snail's eye stalks, where they pulse, producing color and movement. The parasites do this to attract birds. The pulsing colors summon a hungry bird who mistake the eye stalks for caterpillars. The bird then rips the eye stalks off the hapless snail, swallows them, and the parasite thus infects the bird too. The bird eventually poops out the parasite, and another unlucky snail eats the poop and turns into another zombie.
That is freaky.
Yeah, so check it out, people. That's a parasite.
Crazy. parasites, right? They turn the animals into a sacrifice, which is again very similar to people who sell their soul to the devil, right? They sacrifice themselves. These things are sacrificial, so the parasite can. But that's so that one's still alive. But we have like full on zombie. There's locusts and deers that are dead and walking around.
Yep. So, all right. We could actually show you, and maybe we will, basically the most intense and disgusting compilation of the parasites.
Oh man.
How they affect the animal kingdom and how they affect humanity.
And the eyeballs.
The eyeballs. Oh, Jesus. The list is extensive, right? Now, when we talk about parasites, to most people, they'd be able to identify some really common ones. Tapeworms, roundworms, ringworms. That's usually the three people come up with, right?
Yeah.
With parasites. And they're all definitely a thing, right? But there are so many other parasites that actually infect the brain, that totally infect the brain and change the way people are processing reality. If our initial invaders were already full of this parasite, so if we go back to that Stargate clip that you showed, Campbell, and those gods that came through that portal from that civilization, they were already affected. They were already carrying the parasite.
Yep.
And when I looked at the movies, the list of endless movies, I mean, people, we're talking about parasites in movies since the beginning of the film era, this reset. Since the beginning of our known comprehension of imagination, parasites have played a major role in film. And they're always playing the same role. Yep, look at that.
Look at that.
Where's that from?
So this is from the Renaissance, they say, the Medici family art collection.
Whoa.
In Europe, and it's literally, see how it's a bust of a person,
God,
and it's got this worm parasite coming out where its head used to be.
You just freaked me out, brother. That's a trip.
Crazy, right?
All right, so I mean, we're talking about parasites being part of our reality ever since we've got recorded reality, right or wrong, hijacked or not, whatever's happened, it's involved very highly conscious parasites. And in all the movies that you go through, if you just type parasite movies into YouTube, and this insane list will come up. I've got one of those insane lists. I'll show you one.
So many of them, right?
So many, but
the thing, the what's that? The body snatchers.
So
it's called. Like there's, yeah, man, it's endless.
And the trip about them is that they're always saying the same things, right? That the parasite is more intelligent, it's more advanced, and it will totally take over the human being. It will either use you as an enslaved zombie or as a food source, or it will embellish you. It will make you live longer. You'll be stronger, more intelligent, as seen in the Stargate example. They were the gods. They already had this parasite. The parasite was already controlling the situation. And, you know, when we talk about this pyramid structure, we could pretty much say that that is already the case on planet Earth, and has been certainly, I believe, since ancient Egyptian times. And, you know, the fall of Atlantis and Lemuria, it may not have been like this. You know, I didn't even, like, my understanding of the fall of Atlantis and Lemuria, Campbell, was that there was basically a war, and there was technology used, and it pierced the stratosphere, and down came then the flood, you know. But ultimately, could they have been defending themselves against a parasitic invasion? Could that have been the fall of Atlantis?
100%, you know, especially then when you look at all the religions that supposedly came afterwards, and they're all, if you read them a certain way, they're all talking about fasting and parasite cleansing and looking after your temple, right, which is the body, keeping the demons out of the temple. And it even goes into things like offerings, like the food we eat. They're talking about offerings, you know, in the Essene Gospels, are offerings to the devil and to Satan. So we see that so much today, right? Like they do everything that they want us to eat is literally a food that's offering a parasite a better place to live, right?
Absolutely. I'm just scrolling down. I just put
Right.
parasites in movies.
Oh, there's that grasshopper, man. That was the weirdest, or the praying mantis. The parasite that came out of that was bigger than the actual praying mantis.
Yep.
It was crazy.
I mean, we can look at it if you want, but I'm just giving
Wow,
you.
that's probably pretty gross.
I mean, look, it all similar
It's
stuff,
all
right?
gross, all this stuff, but it's exactly
So
it's the demons. And it was in the Matrix where he had that prawn sort of bug thing, like a parasite that they pulled out. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, he had a worm put in his ear that then talked to him and deciphered all the languages. Oh my God. And they all just look like these demonic, weird things. They look like they're from these horror movies, right?
Horror movies. Yeah, fucking oath. Like, I think the very first horror movie we could ever say was made was about parasites. Now, we look at this like reptilian situation going on in here. Like, I mean, is that just not an advanced parasitic experience? Like, are they not controlled by an advanced parasite already? I mean, then we look at sort of this whole notion.
Sorry, I was just going to say, look at that. There's a perfect picture. The eyes, right? We mentioned the cats before. The only felines with slitted eyes. Like a lot of the information and the evidence we've got for reptilians has been their eyes slitted.
Yeah.
Very
Yep.
interesting.
I mean, it's been all the way through our cartoons.
Yeah.
There's a zombie snail.
Of course,
I mean,
Alien that traumatized many people back in the 80s. You know, it got implanted in a human, grew, and then burst out, right? And went off and continued its life cycle. It was a parasite.
That's a giant parasitic worm with fangs.
Oh my God.
This is a giant parasite of the sand at the beach. I mean, like, I'm just saying, they're just like literally okay. Now we're not going to end the show yet by letting you all freak out and think, holy shit, this world is fucked up, man. We can't leave our homes. Because guess what, everyone? The best thing about all of this is that we're at the bottom of the pyramid, the only place on planet Earth you can actually like live without being invaded by parasites and can actually do something about it. Because as soon as you get to the next level, the deal is you take the parasite. Look at this. Ever seen anything like this?
Oh man, that's a big parasite, right? Jeez.
I mean, this is sort of stuff that gets into people in the water.
That's gross.
Yeah, I know. It's also gross. I mean, this is the one that was that the one
Oh, yeah, that's that movie, that thing that we saw.
Yeah, it is, and you know, it's always in the superheroes. They always have a parasite, Spider-Man, in Venom.
Venom,
they
yeah.
always, they get stronger. Ugh, yuck.
They invaded Earth, infecting everything they touched. So, oh man, out the eyeball, really?
I mean, these are just movie after movie after movie after movie after grossness after. This is just movies. Like, I'm telling you, if we were to next episode, if you want to hang around with this disgusting topic, we can continue to go into like human versions.
And books and other things that we see around. It's everywhere. And one of the first videos that we saw that kind of put us on this thinking was that guy who got like a Rife machine, a Rife frequency generator, and he had cancer. And so he turned it on, and he had it on for however long, a month or so, and it cured his cancer. And then he found out later on that it wasn't on the cure cancer or the kill cancer frequency, it was on the kill parasites. So there's all this illness and disease that we have, could probably, most of it at least, could also be attributed to parasites, right? And that's, parasites weaken us and give control to the to the power grid, because they're all, as far as this sort of theory goes, at least, they're all infected, right? They're all the termite nest, right? And so they've got this joint sort of group thing going on, but they can't rid themselves, and we can, and we even have many ways to do it. What options?
And like, unfortunately, it is my belief structure that if you have fallen down the religious mindset, you have parasites in you. That's my belief structure. I fully feel that religion is a parasitic mind control program. And actually, I think that all of what's going on planet Earth, all of the mind control that we have all testimony to us, team, because look at us go under the pyramid, truth seekers of Tartaria, Australia. If you're listening to this, something in you has not been taken over. You know what I mean? Like we did some accidentally just going on these tangents all our lives. We stopped drinking tap water. Number one, big one. You know, we stopped drinking fluorinated tap water. Now, fuck knows what fluoride does. There has to be something. So now I'm seeing reality is all about inducing and supporting parasites and blocking our natural ability to not be invaded by parasites. So fluoride's something there. We all stopped eating crap food. I mean, Cam and I freaked ourselves out when we started to look at, you know, like people are getting all these microscopes now and they're putting all these common foods under there and the amount of parasites in the food is so revolting. So a lot of us stopped eating that shit food from the supermarkets and all the processed food. So basically processed food is to carry parasites. Processed food is designed to bring parasites into your kitchen and into your body.
Yeah,
I would say the whole purpose.
What do they say is the most addictive?
Process.
Oh, sorry. What do they say is the most addictive drug, you know, that we have? It's sugar. What do 99% of parasites feed off? Sugar. That's why it's so hard to get off it, right? Why people find it so hard to lose weight and to get off the sugary foods is it's not them that wants it. It's the parasites inside them. You've got to get rid of that shit first. Do a cleanse and get your mind back, right?
Wheat is a massive one. Why is there so much wheat in everything? You can't even leave your house and try to find food without wheat in. It is so hard. Wheat is every fucking where. Why? Because it translates into sugars to feed the parasites.
Yep.
And then of course, you know, you've got the TV and the movies that are just like reiterating the programming. And you guys would have, and medicines, pharmaceuticals, all designed to carry the parasites. And then you've got all the mind control programs like religions that are like shutting you down and forming this controlled being that doesn't like know what their own thoughts are anymore, that think they're like thoughts of that of the fucking Lord out there, some God out there and some demon out there, and that you're giving your life to it, man. Literally choosing to give your life to a parasitic fucking idea.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Man. So, you know, so why don't we bring this back to things that we can affect and that they seem to be saying in the Bible? You know, these are the, you know, everyone knows that Jesus fasted for 40 days in the desert, but I mean, that's it, right? All the other fasting's been taken out. All the references to casting out of demons as parasites have been taken out, and it's all been turned into something that we can't affect. But if we bring it back to our body is the temple and keep demons out of your temple, well, suddenly, you know, there's a whole different teaching. You know, there's like you mentioned religions before, there's religions that's still part of worshipping or being part of that religion is regular fasting, at least, you know, yearly fasting, if not more. Yeah, you know, we've got Islam, we've got the Mormons, the Sikhs.
Why do those religions, why have they been taught to maintain the fasting? Because they're maintaining a bloodline free of certain parasites and supporting other ones. Like Muslims and Jewish, we already know about the Jews and the fucking dominating this whole friggin' parasitic situation. The religions that dominated in the Muslim and the Jewish, they fast their people. There's a reason for that. It's very specific, and the Christians have got rid of it.
Yeah, man. Allegedly, please don't take this video down YouTube, but the J people, obviously we know there's different types. There's, you know, the actual sort of Orthodox types, and then we have these Zionist types, right? The Ashkenazis. And they basically came to power that they used to run Khazaria, which is now the blue and yellow country, right? Starting with you. And what they did is when people would come through that were, you know, nobles or had money, whatever, they would take them and murder them and then take over their identity. They would take over their body, take over their image. What does a parasite do? If it's, especially when it's affecting your mind and taking you over, it's the same thing, like the same thought process. So it's
Yeah.
that's very interesting.
And then the cherubs, if we go back to our conversations in Bosnia, and we're talking about the cherubs, the big fat cherubs that came into all the art world, are freaking disgusting, scary looking big fat men, baby children. And then which could have been like lava. They could have been representative of friggin' lava, which is what they kind of look like, grubby little lava, grubby little lava wings flying around all the holy beings. And then you've got like this like weird pictation of these sort of like fat, retarded looking Jewish human beings that came
Oh my
through all the
God.
artwork.
Allegedly.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. But that's true. That's what it looked like. And you know, you've got like this twisted, contorted version of humanity that suddenly like lost its, you know, straight backed elegance, and like became really like mangled and messed up, like they were genetically altered and trying to reintegrate. So you saw from like the 15th century, 16th century, 17th century artwork a depiction of this genetically trying this humanity, like maybe with the parasite in it now, trying to get back to sort of being, you know, in the image of what we are, what we should be and what we are today. And like, it's weird in the artwork, like it is weird. So, and anyone who's got the opportunity to go to a gallery anywhere around the world and go and look at the 16th, 17th, 18th artwork and watch the way humanity was depicted, it's friggin' weird. And if you look at it from the concept of parasitic takeover, it makes so much more sense, Campbell. Hey,
does,
just chat for a second. I gotta let Sherlock off the lead because it's like 5:30. But just just summarize.
Okay, I shall summarize. Yeah, I was just going to say that what happened, you know, with all the old world cities and buildings in the 1800s, right? We had all these great stinks. They turned the water system around and started flushing, you know, all the effluent, all the waste, human waste into the waterways. What does that create, right? That creates disease and a breeding out ground for parasites. You know, so because obviously there's dating, you know, was Egypt 5,000 years ago? We don't know. But you know, that they might rise, you know, at different times, right? We've got this good to bad sine wave that we're going through, the cycles. But yeah, this is the thing. They seem to have created a world that is for parasites, right? Like we said before, an acidic body chemistry is better for parasites, worse for us. So they feed us all this crap, bad water, you know, food that's full of parasites, bad air, all this pollution, which is not good for us, but a lot of it's good for parasites. So is this what we're talking about? Is this what came in? Is this what the devil is? A big, not a snake, but a big worm that lives inside people, right? And reproduces and talks to people, you know, because it does. We've just heard.
Yep. Which means basically, whew, we'll be happy that we're at the bottom of the pyramid, Campbell.
Yes. Yes. So this is the thing, that we have solutions, guys. So the bad news is, if you're watching this, you've got parasites. I'm sorry, we all do. Everyone does. But
Yeah,
you
and
can get rid of them.
They were saying that if you're obese, you got parasites hardcore.
Yeah.
If you're a fat religious vicar or priest, which so many are, it's parasites.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
It's, I mean, fast food is, you know, straight. That's the worst stuff you can eat. I'm sure we all know that by now. But yeah, like all these people that are overweight, like that they've got more parasites than us, because that's what parasites do to your body, right? As well as the food. So
parasites could
first
cause
thing you do,
menopause.
yeah.
We know. All of the diseases, all of the issues,
Everything,
diabetes, menopause, all of the cancers,
mental issues, mental disease as well.
Yes. So basically, I think the only real answer, the only true thing that you can do for this is to fast, because they get into all food. You'll get them on a vegetarian diet.
Yep.
You'll get them on a carnivore diet. You'll get them just drinking water. You'll get them showering, you know, like, you know, you can't be on top of, you can't live your life trying to avoid it, but you can take care of yourself annually. And I think now that we've gone into this more and more, I think the reason I can really fucking drive some people crazy is because without realizing it, I fast every 2 years. So without realizing it, and you know, this time, and as I get older and my body's changing, and you know, who knows what is what anymore? Who knows what's natural to us? Who knows? Because you know, one of the other things about Egypt and parasites, when I typed in ancient Egypt the first one they said is that there was a parasite in Egypt that would make men bleed out of their penises.
Oh, that's right.
It was so common. They thought men got their periods. Fucking hell. So talk about transgenderism and fucking out like genetics on that level. You know, how much is that parasitic? How much is being gay parasitic? I don't know. Like, these are all questions that we truly don't know who and what we are now without it. Like, menopause in women is so intense and so like can be so debilitating. Is that parasitic? We don't know. You know, like all mental health issues could be parasitic. And the only true and the only true way to like clean yourself out is to starve them to death, which is to fast. There's nothing else. I mean, ivermectin will kill certain ones, you know, cleanses from the naturopath will kill other ones. But if you want to get to like the ones that are deep and dark and maybe affecting like the way you're perceiving reality, I think you got to fast, man.
Yeah. Obviously, there's, you know, there's the horse drug that starts with I. There's natural gum turpentine. There's other things you can use, and the timing is also good too. Like do it over a full moon, but in the end, I agree. I think, you know, a fast, you don't necessarily have to go 21 days or 19, but I think as long as you get 2 or 3 days into ketosis, so we're
5 days.
5 days
you
into
got to
it.
do a week.
So
You got to do a week.
8 days, and I mean 8 days is not hard, guys. It's not. Just make your mind up before you go. Yeah. Like I was surprised how easy it was, but that's the thing, right? Fasting and, you know, keeping your mind clean, casting them out of your mind, telling them it's your temple and they're not welcome, is a way to get rid of them. And so I'm definitely going to go on a week-long fast every year, and I'll probably do some shorter term cleans, you know, every 3 or 4 months on a full moon, take some whatever, and just keep it on top, because this is a thing, like it sounds like this could be the cause of everything bad almost, right? All the disease, all the fatigue, people getting tired, you know, all these other things, mental health, you know. I mean, menopause was an interesting one. I mean, it literally could, like, what if the parasite's like, well, you can't breed anymore, so you can't, you know, give me any more hosts for parasites, so F you. Like, we just don't know it. We've given so much misinformation, and again, this information comes from all the masters, right, that we know about. They all fasted. They all talked about casting out serpents, about eating certain foods and avoiding other foods, you know, keeping your temple clean.
And you know what, Campbell, just my last comment on this topic for today is that fucking hell, man, all the gurus out there, all the fucking gurus out there, all the gurus in the truth community and further afield, like the Bashars and the Teal Swans and all the gurus out there in the world, Tony Robbins, I'm going to say it, potentially, they're all parasitic. I'm telling you now, they've got, if you see someone you think has got a higher IQ, a higher intelligence, a higher anything, that is actually looks like they're more advanced than, you know, the smart people around you, I swear to God, they'll have a freaking parasite. That's why they've attracted fame and fortune and community.
Exactly. We mentioned before, right? These people, you know, sell their soul to the devil, as they say. What does that even mean? Does that mean that they literally take a parasite into their body and become part of the collective?
Yep. There must be like a golden parasite. There must be bloodlines of parasites. So the 300,000 mummified parasite cats that gave like a fucking time capsule. Like, I would say they're so genetically advanced that there are parasites that like advance you. Parasites that advance your intelligence, advance your life, like how long you live. Hello, the fucking bloodlines. Advance your attraction. Advance your attraction. Oh my God. Law of attraction. Let's just talk about it from this perspective.
Law of attraction,
actually attract to you community and people and an audience, like in a cult following type thing. I'm just putting it out there, you know, like they'd be so refined in the parasitic like genetic codes that they would be very, so when you go up the pyramid, you're given very specific parasites that are going to do very specific things and achieve very specific things. But then you know, you look at the truth community and there'll be other parasites that are like, that are utilized there. So they're, you know, maybe they do give you photographic memories. Maybe they do give you super intelligence. Maybe they do give you an ability not to sleep or
I think they
to
do. We need to do a bit more research into it, but I'm sure they work like termites, and we do see it in sort of hive type animals, right? Their intelligence grows as the nest gets bigger. Like the nest has the intelligence, and it grows smarter as the nest gets bigger, which, you know, again, this is what the power structure is, right? Trying to get as many people as infected as possible, and then they become intelligent. Like the intelligence or whatever it is, the consciousness of the group mind becomes intelligent with all these other traits. They become attractive. They get all these other skills, right? That basically is all about them continuing the reproduction cycle and staying in power. So it's that there's lots to this, and when we've really just sort of scratched the surface. So I think we'll definitely do a part 2 and get more into, you know, the programming, the religious sides, because there's lots of interesting stories to do with these parasites.
Oh my God, we haven't even got into the Vril yet. So when I
that's
very first started to
Vril.
look, I looked at the oldest book reference on parasites, and this book came up anonymously written in the 1800s, all about the Vril, which were advanced civilizations subterranean under our world that use this energetic electromagnetic force called the Vril, which they put in to objects and staffs and wands, and it would, you know, it could destroy whole civilizations or it could like heal whole civilizations. It was very powerful, very parasitic. The whole civilization was telepathic, and the book was basically saying that it would essentially at some point take over the surface of the earth because they'll run out of space. So that's a whole other rabbit hole right there. But the weirdest thing was the concept of the food that was released as a result of this book across the human race for real.
Bonox or whatever it was.
It was called, just very specifically because it blew my friggin' mind.
Boron, or but what is it?
It was blah 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 blah.
But I mean, on the Vril as well, like Vril is, there's another name for it, but it is actually a name for a parasite that goes into your eye. And we've all seen the Black Eye Club, right, from these lights.
And by the way, the civilization of the Vril was exactly like ancient Egypt architecture.
Nice.
This is a true story book, by the way. It was someone, the anonymous recounting of their experience.
Written as like a diary, a true account, yeah.
Yep. Bovril.
Bovril.
What is it? Just let me just share the screen. We'll start the show on this next week. All right.
But yeah, I have seen that stuff. It's like Marmite type stuff, sort of Vegemite almost, isn't it?
You add water to it and it gives you like a meat drink, a meat soup. It's massive in England. And when it got in, as soon as this book about the Vril came out, this is one of the food groups that the Vril talked about in the book, and then they brought it to market like a few years later. In 1889 they brought it to market, and then they gave it to every soldier who fought every single war. This was the standard food that you got given and you added water to, and everyone had it. Every single kitchen in England, every single kitchen had it. Like, okay, so we're talking about a parasitic food source that came from a parasitic culture called the Vril. So
crazy.
Just a head fucking mum. I mean, it's right? It's just amazing. It's
Indeed.
profoundly amazing.
You'll have to join us next week for more on that, where we shall continue the journey down the parasite windy path to see who's at the top of the pyramid.
Yeah, I mean, so we've basically decided that parasites are demons. Agreed, totally agree, and
totally
but
agree.
way more,
Yes.
way more than that.
Definitely need to exercise them out of your body.
I'm so excited that I'm speaking very quickly, but this is me. So one thing that's happened since I gave up since we did the fast is I've stopped smoking, everyone. Hence the lack of coughing.
Yeah,
but
man.
also like lots of energy in me now because, you know, I'm not pacifying it in any capacity. It's an interesting experience.
You've been hardcore, man. Like, it's been, what, almost 2 weeks? I think it's 2 weeks tomorrow, isn't it, since we stopped, and you're set off the tea and the coffee, I mean, the tea and the cigarettes and the chuff as well, and you haven't had a drink. We had people around the other day, good friends, sat around, had a few drinks, a few shots of rakia, a couple of joints, and Kelly just sat there, clean as a whistle, and then got sick. No, sorry.
No, fuck that. I was eating celery sticks of all things. Man, it's not
Right.
sustainable.
Yeah. No, but you're doing so well. Like,
And
I mean,
you know, like Campbell and I will research. Because remember, we looked at it. Tobacco and marijuana is anti-parasitic. Potentially, both of those things combined is why our community is still like uncontrolled by these parasites.
yeah, it could
Potentially,
be. Sure. Yeah, we'll get into that as well. They tried to ban cigarettes and menthols and all this stuff, marijuana, but they couldn't, so they brought in all this synthetic stuff. So there's much more to cover in this parasite rabbit hole. So
I know.
make sure you give us a like, leave us a comment, share this around to all your friends and family, and tell them to watch it.
And look, guys, you've got a week. Go fucking fast. You know, like. And like maybe because everyone's scared of fasting. I don't know if you are scared of fasting, but maybe you are scared of fasting and you don't need to be. But maybe Campbell wasn't so scared
I
because
definitely was, man. I was going into it. I was scared and I was literally thinking, I hope I can do 5 days. And it was so so easy. I can't believe it was just really easy.
See, and you know, did it help that I was here like with you and have been through it before?
Well, I think it helped that, yeah, definitely. And, you know, so I just did what you did because you've done heaps of them. So I just, you know, because everyone was giving me advice and everything. And I just like, nah, just drink water. But the other thing is we were on the farm. There was no one else here. There was no temptation. There was only once or twice when I went out into shops and actually walked past food. So you got to change your routine as well. I think you can't just say, I'm not eating for a week and then be around food or, you know, and we didn't, you know, we don't have jobs we had to go to. We sort of canceled everything for that 3 weeks. So I think definitely if you've got the time, you know, and you can get a week off, you know, where you can spend a bit of time by yourself, not be tempted out, definitely helps.
Yeah, but maybe I'm thinking spontaneously that we could fast our community. Like maybe we can set up a date coming up in a month or so and actually like be online with you guys for 7 days and 7 days do a morning and an evening session or teaching or whatever, get Maggie involved and like fast you guys through it. So you're not alone and you know, you know, you've got something to tune into and get some structure around it. If that is of interest to you, please put a message in the
comment below. Yeah.
We would be, you know, we would do that. We want our community fucking pumping, man. We want you guys like supercharged. We like see what happens after we're all like cleansed to the max, you know? Why not? Like that's again
floating around on little clouds.
No parasites at our stadium gig, man. We're gonna be a whole
free zone. Oh, could be.
So that's a possibility. We could fast with you guys online and just be present and around for a week while everyone does it together as a team. So
yeah, man.
Let's put that up as a suggestion if
Let
you're
us know below. Yeah, we'll have a look at the comments.
All right, I'm getting bitten by.
All right, it's time to go in. All right, well, guys, thanks for spending some time with us, and we will be back next Friday, same time, same day, same. Yeah, man. We're getting into the groove of it. And so yeah, thanks for spending time and we'll see you next week.
All right, have the best week ever. Lots of love. Oh, Tartaria Australia is launching the 2024 t-shirt range. We've got our eyes on the prize, Mr. Autodidactic. I want to have the coolest t-shirt shop in the truth community. There, I said it. That's my plan.
Yes.
And I hope, yes.
No more crap. We're going quality. We're going color. We're going awesomeness. So yes, we have created, well, Kelly has created a new shop with many designs and the t-shirts coming, whatever color you want.
and you can look cool walking down the street, and you can even look cool to your kids, man.
And mate, these t-shirts are designed to last. They're designed to increase in value, and they are designed to last you for the next 20 years. Wash them in cold water. Sourced and printed in Australia, New Zealand t-shirts, as poison-free as we could find in the t-shirt production out there in this like poisonous world of ours. So we're really excited to introduce to you guys our new range of t-shirts. And if you've enjoyed our work this year, if you've loved hanging out with us, we would really appreciate it if you go ahead and check them out and buy one for 2024. And then come 2025, I will be launching our new range. So basically for us, if you guys buy one t-shirt a year from the collection, we'd fucking love you.
We would. It's going to help us. We're doing 12 shows in 2025, so it's really just to help us, get all those costs covered, and the build up to the big stadium event. So this is all around basically bringing you guys all together, having fun, connecting up, having fun at the shows, having a few smokes, whatever you want to do, and basically looking cool, right? Looking cool. And this is not the normal cheap shit that you see when people sell merch. It's not a big multinational bloody Teespring or whatever they're called. It's a sustainable small business and really good quality stuff, guys. So there's a link below. Go check them out.
May, and there's nothing cooler than your teenager actually growing up and 20 years from now actually like turning to you when you're still wearing your Tartaria Straight t-shirt with some excellent truth on it and be like, man, you guys are so fucking cool. I just didn't realize. I did not realize how cool you are. Can I have your t-shirt? And you'll be like, no, wait, this is like my most precious t-shirt. What are you talking about? I remember the days. And then you'll launch off into the wonderful stories of 2024. And you'll start retelling the stories of this moment before this whole great reset awakening is happening. And it will be profound and excellent. And it will be triggered by the best t-shirt in the internet on Tartaria Australia. Tonight, go check it out and be kind. Yeah. I've worked hard on it. All inspired by you guys.
Yeah. Wear them proud, wear them down the street, and if you see someone else wearing them, that's your tribe. You can point at them, yell, and then run up and embrace and talk about the great craziness of Tartaria Australia.
Excellent. All right. Well, I'm excited. I'm excited to share them with you guys. I'm excited to see if you like them. Feedback's always good, and excellent. Enjoy and go find your tribe. Wear a tee. Wear a Tartaria Australia tee, man.
Yep. Link below, guys. Go check them out.
Link below.
Yep. Stay awesome and look awesome.
That's right. Fucking look awesome. Let's look awesome while we reset planet Earth.
All right.
Good morning, Tartaria Australian Autodidactic. Hey, buddy. You're fucking far away today.
I am, man. I am in the US of A.
Yeah, like a tomb. Just like that.
Just like
that. Just like that. Yes. So where are you exactly?
I'm in North Carolina.
And what's it like?
It's good, man. It's nice. It's funny, all the trees have lost their leaves. So like being from Australia, it looks like they're all dead because that's all all the leafless trees in Australia are dead ones. But they're all starting to come back, and yeah, it's nice. It's we're just coming out of winter, so it's bit chillier, which is nice. I've actually been wearing jeans for the first time in 6 months. So
this weather, man. Not me, although I'm in a flannel today. It's a bit overcast and raining, but man, it's been so hot.
Yeah.
So sad. I'm missing the seasons, I tell you what.
Yeah,
so
nice.
So you're in America, you're just there for some rest and relaxation, R&R in the formal corporate world.
Yep. I've been sleeping lots and hanging out and watching movies and taking it easy, and it's been good, man.
See, that's what he gets from coming off the farm. He needs a whole month of relaxation, poor bastard.
I know, right? My aches and pains are starting to come out. Yeah.
Unlike me, look, I've been beaten up by a dog. My fingers are all cut up. We've got a little puppy German Shepherd, everyone, and they're high energy.
Not that little.
But we love him. Not that little anymore.
Cool.
Hey, so before I start my I think positively charged rant for the day, everyone, you're going to be
All right.
excited. I'm going to follow up on my rant because I don't just dump them on you and then not think about them deeply afterwards. So but first I want to say thank you because I received the most amazing gift in the mail. And you know how I was having a
No.
whinge and a bitch the other day about
But
how,
no
you
one sends
know,
you anything.
why does
No.
Campbell always get all the presents? He's always getting all these excellent, cool things. But anyway, all that's over now because I've received such a cool present. I can't believe it. Shall I show you?
Very cool. Yes. Show us.
Are you ready, everyone? Someone has taken the time and energy to paint a portrait, and I just couldn't believe it when I saw it. I was just like so touched and honored. Honestly, it's in the lounge room and I stare at it all the time going, wow, it's just so amazing that someone would sit there and actually paint pictures like this. I mean, ultimately, you know, it's a lifestyle that I also move in and out of because when I was going through disclosure in 2020, I did the whole first 6 months just painting. I just painted disclosure and experience and everything that was going on, and all those paintings I did ended up being translated into banners and all went off to all the protests and all the marches because they're all like relevant to what was going on. So yeah, I'm so check this out, everyone.
Woohoo!
How amazing is that?
Yeah.
This is me on the farm. Like, I mean, and you know what's so amazing? I think he's done an amazing job. Like, how good is that?
It's awesome, isn't it?
So this comes from an artist called Max. Do you know Max's last name?
I think, is it Steele? Max? We just call him
Well,
Max.
Max, you did an absolutely amazing job. And I'll tell you what's so super cool about it. This is obviously like cements a beautiful forever painting of our farm. Like I just am so touched. And you can see in the background, he's even added like the fairy tale Tartaria realm up the top there, which is just the superest coolest thing ever. Right down to the very last detail, the tree, the telephone wire. I'm just like blown away by it. So Max, this is by far the coolest present anyone's ever made for me. I just think it is amazing. And like I fucking love it. And it's gonna go into my studio and just be there forever. And I'm just thinking, wow, like I am blessed and honored. And thank you so much. I don't know, where's your one, Campbell? Because you got a painting.
Yeah, I did. Mine's in Perth because Max is from Perth, and when I was there, he's like, "Should I bring it over?" And I'm like, "Yeah, bring it over." And then I got it, and then I thought, "How am I going to get it back over to the east?" So, yeah, when I get my little abode set up, I'll get it sent over. But he's also done Martin Leedke and Jason from Archaics and a few other people. And his channel is Cold Alias, so go and check it out. He actually shows the videos of when he's painting them and everything, and he does.
What a legend!
It's all airbrushing. He does a lot of airbrushing for cars and that, but all the portraits are airbrush as well. So
I know he's a freaking
amazing
legend.
job. Yeah, isn't he?
So just carefully don't damage that.
And I better say, I've been meaning to mention this for a few weeks now. Oh gosh, come on. Oh, now I'm disappeared. Oh, it's a show. It's a book. It's called 101 Demolished Old World Buildings. Demolished Buildings in the Old World, North America by Chris Kelly. And I did speak to Chris, but I've forgotten, Chris, where I spoke, what platform I spoke to you on. So if you see this, send me a message and give me the link so that I can put it out there and let people know where to go and pick it up.
See, fucking humans are cool, right? This is where I get my positive attitude. It always comes down to humans just being cool. Like there's no way around it. This world really sucks right now because we're in this sort of like dense environment, but man, humanity, individual humans, they just rock. I love people. I love humans. I fucking love humans, man. Yeah. And our creativity, it's like, wow, when we're in a state of creativity, when we give ourselves permission and time to do that and we like prioritize it, gosh, we do amazing things. Like I can see why you know, the powers that are trying to suppress all this would be freaked out by humanity's potential and ability because it's so big, it's so bright, it's so light, it's so beautiful. Like back in Go human beings.
Yeah,
You are my salvation. I swear to God. I swear to God.
And it's the creativity, right, and the imagination that really scares them, that they really, really want to suppress. So
yeah.
So keep creating, guys. Be imaginative and be awesome.
Well, I'm touched and honored, and like would love to return something cool. I just have to think about it.
Wow.
So we're
maybe you'll have to do the first portrait of Max.
Well,
you're an artist.
My portraits tend to be faceless, but I'll give it a shot. No, it's going to be fun. I'm definitely going to reopen my studio soon enough. I think it's just definitely been missing from my realm. You don't buy a farm and have time to paint. I swear to God, that's like year 7, like when you've got through the basic survival elements, like build a toilet, etc. Yeah, but I'm excited. I think he's reinvigorated my curiosity. I always think, because I always go into these massive, like, I do like 2 years of painting nonstop, and I was doing the big murals and, you know, big buildings and stuff. And then I'll stop because I've bought a new farm, and then like nothing happens apart from being a builder. And then I throw myself back in it, and I just love it. I've always lived in my studios, and I've always been immersed with paint and color, which is an interesting thing, because I was talking to you just before you left about, I watched this cool little clip, and I should find it, about the fact that the world is literally becoming monochromatic. You know, we're literally moving into this, and it's happened really in the last 2 decades as like e-commerce has exploded. What's happened in the e-commerce environment is the corporations, the designers, the artists, the innovators, the business heads have like basically analyzed what sells best to the most amount of people. And as a response to that, all the colors have been removed, all the variations, because you don't want to like limit your audience, and it's sort of turned into black, white, and gray. And we've had like across the whole realm, you know, 60s, 70s, kind of easing out in the 80s, like you'd have all sorts of colored cars. You know, there'd be colored cars in all direction. Now it's white, black, and gray.
Pretty much.
And then fashion, you know, in the 60s was like fucking hardcore. It was crazy patterns and all sorts of things. And then into the 70s, went to the glam rock stage, and it was all sort of glitter and blah, blah, blah. Into the 80s, where we hit the fluoros. Remember the fluoros?
Yeah, man. Hypercolor.
Man. Hypercolor. Did you used to have one of those t-shirts where you could like, if it got wet? Yeah. Fucking, they were cool, right? Oh, we were so easily entertained back then. So even fashion has also reflected this. So now you go in and you look around, and really, you don't see many people wearing many colors these days. Like, you've got to make an effort to sort of dress yourself in colors. And like, then you go into the cities and it's just black, black, black and white everywhere. And then right down to the buildings. We've got these, you know, really everything's been replaced by black, white, and gray shops, skyscrapers, buildings, interiors.
They used to all be colors and like chandeliers and stained glass and, you know, all these cool natural products. And now it's just white walls, basically, white doors.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
Yeah, man. They're again, right? They're attacking our imagination. I think our creativity, trying to tone it down.
Definitely. The impact of lack of color has a really big impact on our neurology and our perception of reality. Like, it's really important that we see, that we get out from seeing white. Like, if you work in an office space and you're just like in white walls with fluoros, and then you're in a city and you're like in the tarmac and the black cement and blah, 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 you know, like, it does affect your neurology. And I think probably like being on the land is productive for that, because at least like you've got to go outside and you're hit by the colors of nature. But at the end of the day, even with nature, people don't sort of make a big effort to plant, you know, to paint with trees or flowers anymore, you know, like it's sort of, that sort of was like a 90s thing. Our grandparents used to do that. They'd like, you know, plan out all the colors.
Everything and all that. But, and the other thing is, you know, our vision, right? Like, we've got a spectrum of vision from purple to red, and everyone's sort of talking about seeing more, and where we go past that, you know, those sort of boundaries of color. But, you know, what we're being fed is the opposite, right? I mean, even the sun's gone white, man. It's lost its color too.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, I know. I know we used to all draw pictures of a yellow sun, but if we were to do it today as a 5-year-old, that sun's not yellow. You wouldn't even know that the sun was ever meant to be yellow.
Yeah.
It's pretty white.
Yeah, you don't have to color in, just draw a circle, man. And like, there you go, it's white, see? Just like the
So,
paper.
and actually, I was reading an article last night, and they were talking about in America specifically, they're introducing all these purple street lights. Have you seen that? Where they're like literally replacing the street light glow, that sort of orangey glow with purple fluoro. And like it's all sort of designed to impact the neuro pathways, you know, this purple light. But also it enables, they were talking about, you know, when if you chipped or something, you know, they can see it under this purple light. It's the light that they use to see that sort of invisible realm. So, I mean, that's just interesting as well, you know, purples and
Yeah, I remember in all the like the service stations or the gas stations, in the toilets, they changed them all to purple because they didn't want, because apparently you can't see your veins in there because, you know, people were going in and shooting up and that. So
yeah,
can't see as much of ourselves anymore.
There's a lot to say about color. There's a lot to say about our perception based on color. I mean, ultimately, I was watching another thing where this guy had like he'd gone on this. What was he? Oh, he was basically saying that he died, he'd gone to heaven, and then he was describing his experience in heaven. And one of the things that was blowing his mind was that there was colors that he'd never seen before. Like literally, he didn't have a word for it, he couldn't explain it. And then I was watching another thing because I've through deep dives this week. On this thing called the back rooms. Have you heard about that? I think I'm a bit behind the times on the back rooms because I've only just like heard about it. But like, so explain to me what you know about the back rooms.
It's this place that some people say they've gone to, and it's like another realm. It reminds me of the Matrix when the architect and he sort of goes, there's back rooms in there, but there's different levels, and one of them's like an office level or something, and then there's all these sort of different levels of these back rooms that you go into, and it's kind of interesting. Like it's behind the stage, right? The backstage.
Was it based on a like people's experiences, or was it based on like a TV series? I don't know where the origin of the concept came from.
I think it was just people's experiences, as far as I know. Like the closest thing I know, like I said, is the Matrix. But as far as I know, it was people were going in and then coming back out and saying they'd been stuck in these weird realms, and there was, I think, most of it, there's no other beings or anything, but then I think in one of them there's sort of scary things that chase you around.
Yeah. So I watched two versions of it, and one guy had entered it via the dark net, like he'd actually done it via his computer. Like he physically wasn't in it, but his computer was in it. And then it was giving him all these cryptic links that he was pressing on, and it was taking him to these back rooms, and there was awful, terrible, scary shit in there. But like what was freaking him out was and he was trying to describe it, that there was like beings that were freaking themselves, kind of like kind of look like robotic kind of beings, but that they were moving in a way that he had like they were moving in a sort of, he explained it like we go left or right, forward or back, and they were moving in those directions all at once. There was movement in these beings that we don't have the capacity to do, or even perceive, you know, even be able to like put it into any sort of cognitive thought process. And so that was one thing I watched, and the other one was just sort of like that he just sort of like was suddenly there in physical person into this yellow corridors, just like it looked like an empty yellow car park / office block, and he was just moving around and he couldn't find the exit, and then there was just like things in the background and weird graffiti, and you know, I mean, I was looking at thinking, wow, this could just be the next version of the Blair Witch Project, you know, or paranormal activity. That's sort of like, but conceptually, you know, like why couldn't it also be based on fact? I mean, literally this sort of internal world within the world of reality, you know, and kind of with sort of freaky shit.
Yeah, if it's a simulation, it would sort of go along with that, right? There's got to be some kind of place that the simulation is created or projected from, which you would think would be some kind of back room. you know, they kind of touch on it a little bit in like the Truman Show, like he's in his little world, and then he sort of gets up and goes through that door. We don't see where he goes. Yeah, but it's an interesting concept, isn't it? Like if it is projected, then where's it being projected from, right? And who's writing the program? Like, is that, like I said, it's like the backstage, right? We know this is all a show. So it's just,
It's a
going
backstage.
backstage.
We can't linger on this one too much because I'll get fucking grumpy again. And I'll get like pissed off and cynical again. So I can't talk about the back rooms as a possibility.
What are your happy thoughts that you've had?
All right. So as we know, last week I did deliver a really big rant about feeling basically very fed up and cynical about all that was happening, and that we basically knew nothing. And there was no like way of really knowing anything. And that's just bullshit, you know, that we're in that situation. And even if that's the aim of the game, it's just getting bullshit now. Like, so that was my rant from last week. And sorry, everyone. Hope I didn't depress anyone. Like, it's just what it is. But then I sat down and I kept going over it in my head, you know, because I weirded myself out, Campbell. And when I weird myself out, I have to like think about it. And I have to think about it, and I have to keep thinking about it. And I just have to keep going with it until I've like found some way of cognitively, finding, I don't even know, like a buoyancy with the topic again. Because like, unfortunately, the topics you and I talk about, they're basically all consuming foundations of reality. You know what I mean? So like, if I fucking weird myself out, that is not good for my reality.
Reality, yeah. Yeah, it's true, man. And that's why that's why I like, Tartaria, right? Because so many of these topics are weird, but a lot of them are just bad, right? And then you can spiral down if you get too far into them, and you can end up thinking the world's bad. And if you do that, then you end up creating a bad world to live in. And then it's you got to pull yourself out somehow.
Well, yes. So anyway, okay, yes, I agree with you, because like it's no good like being in conflict with your actual existence. Like, it's just, where's that going to lead? Campbell, you said the word nihilistic to me the other day, and I said, I guess it leads me to a nihilistic place, I guess. But like it didn't feel quite like utterly disastrous.
No, well, me, I think we create our reality. So that's why you've got to find, stop and smell the roses, find the good stuff and focus on that. And then, it's like the never ending story and everything, stopping the nothingness, you've got to find something good and turn it into a creation and expand on that.
Yes, all wise, lofty words, Campbell. Wise, lofty words. I mean, he's had to deal with me ranting and raving and oscillating on this pathway forever. But anyway, so upon thinking about it deeper and deeper and deeper, I just let my mind just go in all directions, and I pulled in content from all over the place and just sort of like tied it all up in a nice pretty bow and was like, all right, okay, I can work with this. So here is the latest update on my cynical attitude towards reality. So instead of, because, we've been debating the whole Satan Christianity thing, we've been going back and forth with that. And just to summarize for everyone, basically the argument's very strong for both of those things to be real and in our existence. Obviously, we feel like we live in a very demonic state of mind and state of reality. And, the whole Christian influence with what comes out of the Bible and the speakers that talk from the perspective of the Bible, they're so very convincing. There's a lot of evidence there that sort of makes it feel absolutely tangible. And then you've got to go through this like freaky moment of going, well, if I don't accept that concept, like then I'm like, where does that place me? And what's coming? So it's a really interesting dance. I thoroughly recommend you all go on your little journey with the Christian Satan realm, because it's better than any Netflix series currently out there. Like you really do. And honestly, the content looking at both sides is very convincing. It's very convincing. Because we live in a specific realm that's meant to convince you. So here's how I've shifted my paradigm. I've taken out the metaphors. I've taken out the stories. I've taken out the characters, big one. I've taken out the characters because last week my rant was that like none of these characters are viable or provable. Like, yes, you can perceive them through all these stories and metaphors and all this evidence, but literally no one's ever seen these two characters in reality and and all evidence you have of them is quite subjective. Like, and it requires faith, right, in both directions. In fact, it feels like that's even where faith came from, that concept. I don't know.
Yeah. You know, like Georgie boy said, you've got to have faith, but that's one of the tenets of you know, especially Christianity, right? Is the faith, and that's because there is no object. You know, no one has, you know, evidence that we can all sort of, you know, feel and interact with of God or even the devil being here, being real, influencing us. You know, we can see it. It's all like we see it in, you know, God in the creation, and we see the devil in bad stuff people do. But when it comes down to it, it's actually people doing good stuff and bad stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's like it's visually very convincing because we literally, since forever, we have been presented with visuals of both. You know, like visuals all the time, these visuals. And, you know, everyone, you would be very hard pressed to come up with someone who doesn't, if someone says you, what is God, what is Satan, for them not to be instantly represented the same way across the whole realm. That there's, you know, this light being full of light and coming down from the heavens, and then this dark, devilish red being that's like full of destruction and torture coming up from the earth, you know, like, and that's like basically across the whole world, because it's like, and it's just the same with Santa Claus, you know, like everyone has a visual on Santa Claus now, and that's that. All right. So what I did was I took away the characters. I took away Jesus. I took away Lucifer, I took away Christ, I took away the devil, I took away the mythology that encounters all of them, and I took away the whole concept of them being actual physical beings that existed as characters in this narrative. And then I was left with the idea of charge. So positive and negative charge. And then as soon as I started thinking about charge, I was like, all right, this is going to work way better for me. Because what it does say is that we have, like, so when we talk about the reset, the last reset, from this beautiful, glorious Tartarian culture that we've been studying with such glee and joy, you know, and that we're all sort of agreeing on the same things, that they were a high-vibing culture because what they built was very high-vibing, beautiful engineering, cymatics, you know, the harmonies, the bells, the vibration, the water, all that stuff. So one would assume that that was a very, like, if you look at it from a positive or a negative charge, that was a positively charged culture.
Yes, definitely. That's what it looks like.
And then we enter the this period that we're in right now. And, you know, one would say, I think everyone would agree on this realm that we are in essentially a negatively charged reality.
Yes,
that we do agree. So we experience, you know, and for the whole time, I think the last, you know, 1,000 years, there has been no war for like 200 days or something in like 1,000 years. Like we're in a like negatively charged realm. That's why the whole economy is based on sex and perversion. That's why we've got the whole corruption of innocence and children. That's why you're put under so much stress when it comes to surviving and being financially viable and buying a house, all that shit. And then all of the bombardment of the whole Satan energetic from all the Hollywood music, blah, 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 blah. You guys all know this. Like, we're in a negatively, and also all the leaders run all of that. I don't think you would be able to say, find me one leader where you would say for sure that's a positively charged being.
Yeah.
Is there anyone you can think of?
Not at all, no. The only thought I just got was I did see an article or some information on a leader, I think it was from Venezuela, and he like just lived in a normal house and drove like a VW Beetle that was like 40 years old because he wanted to help the people. But most of them, even the good people, they all come from, they're either lawyers or they're businessmen, that they're fully into the system. And when you're that way, it's very money orientated and power orientated and all this. So no, I'd say I don't know any of them.
All right, so this is why I think this is it, right? This is why I think this is the case. So when we flipped from the last reset, we went from a positively charged experience to a negatively charged experience. So what that would look like in my head from this concept is that we had a pole shift. And that when that pole shifted, it starts to amplify the negative or the positive charge. So like, and actually Jay was talking about this in regards to the Dark Ages, and he was talking about this amazing, well, I found it amazing because it just fits so much into this theory, that the Dark Ages sort of were, the birthing of the Dark Ages came with this pestilence, this disease, these black plagues that sort of washed over the realm and just like completely killed millions and millions of people. Like that pestilence, that disease, it's so in alignment with the stories around the devil, Satan being released, and like his army of darkness is descending on the world and destroying it. And, you know, it's the same. So, but like if you flip from a positively charged realm, pole shift, to a negatively charged realm, what's going to happen? So what happens is that anyone who's like a negatively charged individual or a soul group, and like, I'm not judging negative or positive. Basically, I'm not saying positive is better than negative, because that is the reality of being in a polarized realm. Like we're literally in a polarized realm of negative and positive. And that's why we have light and dark, up and down, you know, Sherlock chasing the chickens. Oi. So like if you flip the poles from a positive charge realm to a negative charge realm, any individual who's charged negatively is going to be amplified.
Yes.
They're literally going to find their powers are activated and they're regenerated and rejuvenated by this hit of energy that's a match for their alignment, right? Yeah. And all those, because we always say, what happened to this culture that was so advanced, Tartaria? You know, how did it happen? That, and we always think, like there must have been a parasitic agenda that came in and destroyed it or took over, someone cleverer or something like this. But what happens if the poles just shifted? And then the positively charged culture, those in charge, were literally all their energy was suddenly removed from them. So they had like, so they're starting to deplete. They're starting to not be regenerated. So the ones that are being charged naturally are amplified. And what happens there? They become more powerful, right? They become more charged until they're supercharged, until they become the ones in charge.
Yes.
Literally the leaders, and then they create what they create as the ones in charge, and then the pole shifts again, which gives us this certainty of this timeline shift. Like we're always certain there's going to be a cyclic reset. Always. It's always, you know, this story that just rotates. So then we get the collapse of the positively charged realm because they've lost all their power. And then you've got the rise of the negatively charged realm because they've gained all the power. And then and so from that perspective, what's happened? So then I was broadening it, right? So we've got like this realm, and then in the middle of it, there's like Maru, or there's, you know, whatever word you want to put it. There's the 4 islands, the mount, the center, the center point of the pole. And then the rivers that go off from the 4 islands, and then we've got the broader realm which we live in now, and then the Arctic ice wall, right?
Yes.
So if you've got a pole like coming from that center point, and it instead of like dancing together like this, which would be harmony and balance, right? It's actually swinging, boom. It's very extreme from our side. Like from the outer realms, we get this full on pole shift from negative to positive, but at the center, it starts to balance out and neutralize because it's like quicker. So at the center of all this, it's like speed. It's much speedier. So what looks like this at the center is now dancing like this. You know, so you've got this much speedier and then much more balanced. So you've got the individuals that can maintain their charge regardless of the shift in the pole, because they're right at the center of it, and they're like, it's much speedier. Where we are, time changes as the poles change, right? The time gets affected and the extremity happens. So if you take all of that into consideration, and then we take away all the fucking stories and just look at it from an electromagnetic grid, or whatever word you want to put on it, we are about to flip from a negatively charged realm to a positively charged realm.
Yep. Totally agree.
And that charge comes with, like, you know, natural events, like big natural catastrophes, natural events, and, you know, probably some trippy shit that we haven't even ever reconciled before. But at the end of that, those who survive it, if you're positively charged, you were feeling essentially naturally regenerated, like naturally rejuvenated, naturally more powerful.
Yeah. Totally. I mean, we get this. There's a lot of talk about the 1,000-year reign of Christ, and then the devil gets loosed for 200 years. But it's the same story, right? It's how you look at it. One's a positive charge, and then the negative charge, and then the positive, and it's the sine wave, right?
Yes.
The sine wave and the cycle. And it's the same with us. Like on a smaller scale, it's if we focus on the negative and the bad, well, we put that in charge, right, of our thoughts. It's in charge because we charge.
And even more, and if you do that in a negatively charged realm, and you have negative thoughts,
that's why it's easier. Like for starters, for negative people they're empowered, right? So they naturally have more power, like they're finding it easier to take over and all this kind of stuff. But when it flips, it'll be the opposite, because we're always going to have good and bad. It's just we have these cycles where the positive's more charged and then the negative is more charged. So we just flip and flip and flip. I agree totally that I think that's what's happening, and I think that's sort of what all the religious stories do talk about, but they turn them into characters, like you said, and sort of people and stories where they're just trying to explain the greater realm and the energies that are going around. And so, a lot of these, people we read about, in different books and stuff aren't necessarily people. We hear the word archetypes a lot, and that I think that's what they are. They're just representative of the people that are charged the most, that are in charge. So when it's a positive charge, it's the millennial reign, right? And Jesus is down here with all the saints and all this kind of stuff. And then when it flips, that's when the devil gets loosed, right? Which is what we're told. And it's just that negative energy. And then so we end up with these negative people running the show. But clearly, Tartaria, they weren't negatively charged, because there's way too much creativity and beauty around for it to be created by a negative force.
And in Tartaria, they were really, it appears that they were very focused in on maintaining a certain vibration. And because that's where I think all the giant bells came to play, and all the cymatics, and just the whole way the structures of the engineering were designed to generate the organs. This is like a sound, and the gulfs of the cathedrals, like it's all about holding that sound vibration. So maybe they used that to charge themselves once they were in this negatively charged realm. And then we've got this deliberate destruction of all the bells, and all the organs we dismantle and move, all those pieces of engineering that they're simple, beautiful engineering of the instruments got very deliberately destroyed and removed. Anything that would cause a positively charged vibration, has been destroyed. And then you've got all of their efforts in this negatively charged realm to basically create technology that interferes with your vibration.
Yes,
and frequency.
Yeah, I was just going to say, all these negative, things we have now, like the Wi-Fi and all this radiation and all this kind of stuff. I mean, we don't know that that's not charging these negative people, right? Like we sort of talk about, well, why would they do it? Isn't it affecting them as well? Well, maybe it is, but in a good way for them, right? It's
in a superpower way for them.
Yeah. It's just like the bells and everything, the frequencies used to charge the good people. Now it's got to be a negative charge to empower negative people.
Exactly. And then if you look at I was even watching this excellent woman from Canada doing the biggest rant. She's better than me. She did a better rant. And she was talking about the mobile phone, and she was just like, what happens, do you think, when you send an email and it just disappears from your phone and then it's beeped somewhere else? What exactly is going on there in your head? You think that somewhere out there, someone's built the technology to enable you to do this, and this is what's happening, but zero comprehension. She's like, you understand that this is bioengineering. They are literally drawing charge from your biofield to make this technology work. Your phone works because of you. And then she went on this amazing explanation, which I'm not going to be able to paraphrase right now, because it went into the land of biofields and bioengineering. And I was just like, fucking yes. Everything that they do is designed Well, they do, meaning everyone who is supercharged in this negatively realm. So that negatively charged individual, so service to self, I guess is another way to put it. You know, they like create technology that emphasizes the negative charge and disparatizes the positive charge. So when I get cynical about the bullshit, I think it's because like I definitely know I'm a positively charged individual, and that like I've definitely geared my life towards being in service to others and just this realm and trying to make everything as good as it could possibly be, and then getting pissed off about it. So when you talk to me about this is it. This is where I get cynical, right? When we go on about create your reality, manifestation, la la la, lofty, 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 all the things I've heard for the last 2,000 million years in my research on this. It doesn't work very well. Because we're in a negatively charged realm, Campbell Purvis.
It is, and we hear it all the time. You know, how come it's always the bad people that get up into power, right? It's because that they're charged. They've got and that's why, like, how come the good people always find it so hard? You know, it's because we're fighting against it. We're not empowered by the energy around us.
That's right. So when we sit down to do positive manifestation work, you know, you might manage something. You might get a little bit of something out of that. But actually, like if you did a satanic ritual, a negatively charged ritual, you would probably, you know, attract $1,000 million. $1,000 million. It's like an oxymoron.
Right?
Yeah, so they've done so, like obviously we know with the music industry, like they do rituals and incantations on all master CDs, all master songs CDs that doesn't exist, all masters that go out into the world right today.
Yeah.
And it's all had ritual manifestation on it. So when we talk about create your reality, it's manifestation work. But when they talk about create your reality, it's rituals and incantations, right? And so when they do it, like they'll go ahead and sell 1 billion of these, you know, songs, like make shitloads of money. And have you ever met, like seriously, a CEO of any corporation on this realm who is not negatively charged? Like, could those CEOs to create a situation and grow, and then the billions and the millions, they are negatively charged individuals, and their corporations do negatively charged things to this realm. And when they like start to feel bad about it, it seriously lasts 1 second.
Oh yeah. Like Mr. Musk, right? He's kind of put out there as he's here to help us all and everything with all this stuff. But when you look into his technology, it's all to do with controlling other people and negatively taking away people's power. And it's so easy. Like exactly. And why is he? You know, they say he's the richest man in the world. I don't believe that, but why is it so easy for him? Why is he so young and he's suddenly got all these different companies and it's so easy? And because he's using the power and he's a good conduit for negative energy, and that's why they all work with it. That's what all the witchcraft is, all the rituals. They're just you know, and there's negative people everywhere, but the ones who understand that this is what's going on and use it, they find everything easy, even though to us it's bad.
Yes, exactly. And they look beautiful.
Yeah.
They look amazing, you know, all those things, because because the negatively charged individual has been so supercharged and activated, like they're nourished. They're regenerating and rejuvenating. And then you've got all of the positively charged individuals who live in this negative charged realm. And mate, we look a bit raggedy. We look a bit raggedy, you know, we look a little like weather worn. There's life to us. Don't get me wrong about the vitality, but you know, generally speaking, it's a much more difficult slog to like get yourself into a positive situation, to get yourself financially positive and not in debt is like virtually impossible these days for positively charged individuals, like because we are not able to feed off the energy. It does not charge us. So and then of course all this talk about diet, Campbell, we don't know what the fuck to eat because we are like having to supplement our energy because we are not getting nourished from the charge.
Yeah. Yeah, the light, right? The light diet. Like they talk about food being ninth down the list of our nourishment, right? So if we're not, getting that energy that's around us and using that, if we can't absorb that easily, then yeah, that's why there's all this dis-ease, right? And everyone's sick and there's all, getting diseases and breaking and all this kind of stuff. It because they're feeding themselves with what they need, right? The right charge. And it's like the chakras, right? It's interesting that the bottom chakra is red, right? Just like the devil. Top chakra is white, the white light, just like God. So it's this movement, it's in everything, I think. And it's interesting as well that the heart's in the middle when they say get heart centered, get heart centered. Because that would be the neutral kind of balance, right? Balance point. And I'm not sure if that's, I think the effect of the outside is going to overpower that all the time. Like it's good to try and get neutral, but really like we just happen to have been born in a time that up until now we've been surrounded by the wrong charge. But I think there's a change coming.
Totally.
I really do. Like, that's what I see. It's about to flip. And we had a bit of a conversation the other day about, the sine wave and when does it flip? And I think it's at the top of the sine wave. So we literally go from the worst and then suddenly to the best. It's not like this we have to go through down.
I agree.
Kind of stuff. It's like gets really, really bad and then bang, it's really, really good.
Yeah. Because you start at the top of the apex of the pyramid and then you've got to de-evolve.
Yeah.
So down, then you like cross over, then you've got to re-evolve. So I guess it's symbiotic. Like, even though right now nothing in this realm charges us, and it's true, like you might be lucky enough to find a place in nature that still is emitting some form of positive charge that actually reinvigorates you. And I think, and I'll talk about that in a second because that was the next part of this idea. But then you've got like for us, everything that we are being asked to do to like charge ourselves has been fucking poison. so even like, and like, what a game like for the negatively charged. But then talk about it in the flip side. Like what's going to happen? Like we flip over to this positive charge realm. All of the positive charged souls are going to like activate and suddenly feel amazing. And all of this torture and torment from our personalities will be gone. Like that's the other thing, right? We live in a realm where we actually have epic amounts of trauma and ancestral trauma, like we just carry as a burden from the day we're born. Like it's just in there, and it's a fragmentation of our personality, right? And then you got all these negative vibrations coming in to fragment it further and further to the point where you get to your 20s and like you're just full of fragments, So like, and this is what happens as we grow up. So like in a moment of flipping over to the positive charge realm, I fully believe that we will suddenly, all that will be released. All that fragmentation will be released and it will all come together and boom. And then from that wholeness will come this regeneration process. And I think all of the fragmentation and the trauma and the crazy chatter in our monkey minds will just be gone, like in a second.
Well, I was just going to say, like when we talk about, self-talk and the chatter in your mind, like you never hear someone saying, I've just got too much good stuff going on. Like all I get told about is I'm going to win and how everything's easy. It's always negative because that's the charge. But yeah, when it flips, we'll just find things easy, right? Things will just be easy. You'll try and do something and whoa, it'll just be happening. And that's why we have to spend so much time on all this stuff, meditation and sun gazing and all this stuff. But you never hear about any of, the ones in power doing any of this stuff, do you? Like they don't have to.
No.
They're just in the right energy. Yeah.
So we've got this situation right now where there's so little that can actually like nourish us. So what appears to in our mind is those good positively charged individuals are aging quicker and they're getting less they're just getting less healthy. And it's like you could be the most disciplined, because in order to get through this timeline as a positively charged individual, there has to be a level of like fucking discipline going on, because you're forced to actually do way more work to maintain just the humblest vibration of well-being.
It's so easy to follow the negative charge, right? I mean, look at TV and all the movies and the music. It's people, you know, get into it and get attracted to the negative stuff so easily. Right? But when it's happy, positive stuff, we just don't seem to have that drive that we're drawn towards it. You know, it seems to be all the negative stuff that's easy to get into. So it's, yeah, I agree.
And then go back to the color spectrum, like monochromatic and reds are like an excellent, like, negatively charged color palette.
Yeah.
Whereas a positively charged color palette will explode in colors and additional colors that we haven't seen for a long time. Okay. So conceptually, then I was like going into the mythology of the two stories, right? The two storylines. And, you know, in the biblical storylines, everything falls from the heavens. You know, God comes down from the heavens, the devil falls from the heavens, the fallen angels come down from the heavens. And when the fallen angels come down from the heavens, it's full of brimstone and fire. It's full of red skies and red oceans and red dust and fire and black. And that's what comes down classically from a biblical sense, but like way back through the artwork that you and I've looked at so much, like it's always got some fire, shit coming down, beasts, like it's always coming down from the heavens, right?
Yeah.
But
look at miracles.
But like, if that's the negatively charged disposition, then the positively charged disposition comes up from the ground, right? And the colors of the positively charged is blue. It's like blue, like this, my tat here. It's like that sort of, kind of like in aquarius
blue. Yeah.
Yes, it's got a blue light. So hello, Campbell. Why are we seeing blue light coming up from all the pyramids?
Interesting. Yeah.
Why the pyramids connected to this process, and they harness light from underground, not from above, from the heavens. But from underground and up and out, like, and all my whole life, I have had dreams where there is blue balls of energy coming off my hands. No. Always this blue electrical charge, like coming, it's always that color blue, nothing to do with fucking red. Like it's always that blue, right? And then if you sort of, you think about the indigenous, what is about them that like sort of aligns them to sort of like something we all feel, not being able to put it into words, but we all sort of feel a natural like honoring towards them, like a natural like, there's something here that like is closer to something I should be closer to, like there's like this sort of, you can feel, you can sense it, right? You don't know what quite, but I think it's because their whole process has never removed them off the earth. So so the earth itself would be the one in alignment with the positive charge. That the energy is coming from up from the underground.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? It's almost like what are those balls that you touch and all the electricity flies to your finger? It's all coming out from the middle. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Very 80s.
Yeah, very 80s. Yeah.
I should buy Charlie one. She'll be like, what the fuck is this?
What is that, man? What's this antique tech?
Yeah, I mean, think about it, because what do we do as positively charged individuals to survive such a negatively charged realm? We return to nature, right? We ground ourselves in nature. It's always about going back to nature and grounding. Always about grounding. Because that's where the positive charge is, right?
Yeah, and at the moment we see a lot, especially now that a lot of the trees and vegetation is dying. And that's all coming, like that. So are they going to get empowered? And pests, right? Like we have all this food and everything, but it's just attacked, right, by these negative, perceived negative, forces, right, that destroy all the positive that's coming up. So clearly the positive energy is having an issue, blossoming, right, if you want to put it that way. But it's also like we're going to the Bosnian pyramid, right? And, it's got underground tunnels, and they're healing tunnels. All underground, right? Which is where maybe all the energy is good, or at least better.
But so that leads us to the discussion about like this whole storyline we've been taught about the undergrounds, and they're being very negative and very bad and very military, and we've got all the reptilian and all the fucking monsters and the kids. Like all this connection with the undergrounds being the worst of the worst, of the scariest, you know. But I don't know, like if it's held, and then of course you've got the story about the devil or Lucifer being cast down onto the earth and then imprisoned in an endless hole within the earth.
Yep.
That's the story we're told.
Yep. Hell, fiery hell. It's all below us, right? They tell us.
But that's could be also just a metaphor for the shift in the poles. Like when we shift from a positively to a negative or a negative to a positive, then we've literally that negative energy, is sort of held in the belly of the positive energy for a time.
Well,
and then we've got sorry, go on.
I was going to say we've got underground cities and stuff everywhere, and all these tombs and things are all underground. Is that but they're all vacant at the moment, right? They're empty. Is that what, because that in the past that was the most positively charged areas, and is the reason they tell us that hell's below us, because they don't want us going down and thinking that's the good place. And
they tell us heaven is above us.
Yeah,
heaven
and
with
everything's
God
flipped, right? We know everything's flipped. So
I mean, and so then you take the whole biblical story or the satanic story, and it's a byproduct of the negatively charged realm.
Yep.
It's a byproduct as we are being taught it and perceived it in this moment in time. It has to be obscured by the negative charge. It's got to be. So you've got like this negatively charged concept that God is in heaven above, always into space above, into space above. And yet we've got this beautiful earth that we know supercharges us and we know is probably our salvation and savior at this time for people like us. Like there's no way I could thrive energetically in a city structure because there's nothing there charging me at all. It's just a real struggle for me to be in the city when I was looking after my friend. I got no charge there.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Like, why are all these, elites obsessed with space? Why do they all want to go up and get, and we have these stories, they want to get out of here and they want to break through the firm, whatever, but basically they want to get high, and all our buildings, skyscrapers, they're called skyscrapers, right? Get people up into the more negatively charged energy. But it's a good thing. I don't think it's even been raised before, is we talk so much about everything's flipped, right? Everything. But I've never heard a conversation, well, heaven and hell, are they flipped? Is God really below and the devil above, right? It's interesting.
I mean, can't we even tell that? Like, just from our fucking eyes? Like, up there is space right now, and we don't even believe in that. So it's like an empty void. And anything that's scary and negative seems to come from there down onto us. Like we talk about the archons coming down, another story. The parasites coming down, another story. Always coming down and into
meteors and stuff that killed the dinosaurs and killed all these
That's
things.
right.
Yeah.
And then all the artwork, when we have this flip, it's all from the sky. But actually, our own eyes and experience shows us that actually, for our sake here, the greatest way you can get charged as a positively charged individual is to be on the ground, is to be absolutely physically engaged with the earth. Like actually as much as you can, like shoes off as much as you can in the earth. Now, it's not that there's some like magical thing happening here. I just think that the positively charged energetic is held within the belly of the earth. That's why in the other stories, God's Gaia. God is Gaia. God is the earth. Goddess is the earth. Like the earth plays a very dominant creation story as to be the true superpower, the true nature, the true nurturer, the true giver of charge for us.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's another flip, right? Goddess to God, like male to female. And, we know at least physically that the females are literally the creators, right? They create life. So it seems like a more creative, positive charge, but we're all told to worship God above and all this kind of thing. So, and even the Bible like does the flip, like the Old Testament, you know, you've got the negative god, right? Whose name is jealous, right? Apparently jealous. And then it goes on to the New Testament, which is more positive charge. You know, he's out there healing people and all this kind of stuff. So they show us this flip everywhere, right? But because the flips are longer than a lifespan, we never have the evidence of the flip unless we're you know having to live in a time like now where we're literally going through it. We're going to see it. Yeah.
I mean, you know, I mean, it's everywhere. Like you go through the whole beautiful concept of like, you know, crystal cities in the sky and you know, the flying pirate ships and the whole Tartaria concept. We had a whole, we nerded out on that concept a while back about Tartaria being cities of the sky. But then it suddenly that all changes to them being, you know, like vehicles of weapons from the sky. Suddenly, like the imagery is all about everything's weaponized, right down to the like herbicide that's killing, you know, all of the microcosms in your soil. Like everything is weaponized in the negatively charged realm. And then everything in the positively charged realm is life-giving. It's an abundance. It's abundance of life-giving. So the fall, that would be, so then we talk about the fall. So we like look at the reset now from this perspective. Yeah. So from this perspective, what would have occurred? A pole flip, inevitable. I believe every culture understands it's inevitable. Everyone understands that there will be an inevitable pole shift. It seems to be the balance of this realm.
Yeah.
It's the game of this realm. We're here to experience that at this outer realm at very slow density. And then the closer we get to the middle, it gets quicker and quicker and quicker. And maybe it's that energy there that allows us to catapult out. Maybe, you know, maybe we all end up there at some point for some reason.
Heroes, man.
Like the gateway out.
I mean, even Project Blue Beam, right? They call it the Blue Beam, but it's all about aliens coming down and all this stuff coming down from above that are going to destroy us,
they're pumping
right?
the alien stuff.
Yeah.
Pumping. So we've got like the last reset. We like what actually fucking happened, you know, like no one can quite, you know, like fully explain how such an advanced culture could have been done away with. And like all we've sort of got evidence of is sort of a disaster, a natural disaster, the liquefaction, you know, the whole like the earth moving to such a degree that everything, and we get the mud floods and, you know, whatever. So like you could see, now we're about to go into it. You can see now that if you flip the energy, suddenly all those in charge lose their charge. And as they lose their charge, all of those who are will get positively charged will gain charge. So all of the things they've built and managed and maintained will suddenly lose its charge. Which means that the ones who are charged will actually like turn away their focus from that. It will be disinteresting. It will be like very disinteresting, pointless. Like we would have just been like, ugh, you know. So all of the focus will be gone from their charge, right? It's all gone. Like we're not gonna, as if I'm gonna spend 1 second at all thinking about fucking Taylor Swift, like. That charge that she is garnishing from the billions and trillions of kids and stupid adults that are like focusing on her, that is supercharged to the max, which means her frequency vibration now is a perfect match for a negatively charged individual in a negatively charged realm. So with all those poor musicians out there that never make it in the music industry, you got the wrong charge, guys. You're meant to thrive in the new positively charged realm. That's your moment in time.
And what do we hear about all these people, you know, to get, you know, really famous and that they have to, sell their soul to Satan? But to the negative charge.
So maybe there is a process, a literal process that occurs to switch a positively charged soul into a negatively charged one. Maybe there, you know, we know about the Vril, this concept of the black goo, and maybe it is the black goo. Maybe that's what the black goo does. Maybe it actually like can switch the charge.
And the poles, right? They've got us believing that the poles of these physical places. I mean, obviously we know there's no South Pole, but most people think there's a North Pole and a South Pole, and that this polar flip is something to do with it moving across. And but maybe it's just polarity, right? Polarity, just like a magnet has. So
Yes,
it's
exactly.
just the flip in, the positive to the negative polarity.
Yes, it's the polarity. That's
Yeah.
absolutely what I think it is. Yeah.
Mm.
And as you know, when you flip a magnet, it's going to amplify, it's going to attract and amplify, or it's going to repel, which means, so this is something, so this is where I'm like, hey guys, I found a positive way to look at this, like, here you
Oh,
go, ready?
good.
So the grand summary of all this, I know, what a schizophrenic I am. So the I'm not, just to be clear.
Yeah, like I'm
But
coming
like
to
so from this perspective, there will be a time in our lifetime without us doing anything except surviving, because that's probably going to take up all that time, is like we are going to flip charge, the polarity, the polarization sort of flip, which means all those in charge will like have no charge, so they will drop away in decay and be exposed. And that's where disclosure would come into it, because from a point of them like falling away, like we're just going to look at them from a supercharged perspective and think, oh, you grittins, you grots,
Oh, yeah.
So it'll
Literally lose
collapse.
their power and things will become harder for them. And they'll
Yes.
be like us. Like, why is this all so hard? Blah, blah,
Yes.
blah. I've got to work so
I
much
can't
harder.
manifest.
Yeah.
I gotta
like, yeah,
meditate.
can't
I
manifest.
can't manifest.
Yeah.
What am I meant to eat? I can't feed myself. What the fuck do I eat?
Yeah.
I can't eat that positively charged food. It's killing me. I'm full of disease. Like they're gonna have the same dialogue in reverse. But for us, like suddenly you're gonna find that the new leaders, the new CEOs, the new ones are going to be the ones in charge are going to be the ones with the positive charge.
Yep.
So you're going to have organizations like what I'm doing with Carbonate. It's going to be like a perfect match for an alignment. And all of those corporations and organizations and leaders will be naturally geared towards the regeneration of this realm. They'll be naturally geared to the healing of Mother Earth and the healing of the body and the healing of the food chain and the healing of the protection of innocence and all of that stuff. All the stuff that's so logical to us will suddenly be what's in charge and governing what's coming out, which means for the whole time that we're in a positively charged realm, we're going to fix all the shit. We're going to fix all their problems.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Quickly
that
and easily, like charities will actually be charitable again, right?
not money laundering machines.
Exactly. Yeah. So I agree. It's not going to be hard. It's going to be quite easy and a lot faster than we think to fix all these problems because
it'll happen quick.
Yeah,
we're already there.
We're just going to be manifesting machines. Whatever we want to do that's got a positive charge will be easy. It'll just kind of happen, right?
Exactly.
Like all these miracles we hear of and people manifesting things so easily, like that'll be us, man. It's coming, and I think it's coming soon. I mean, another like I did a video like Jacob Rothschild, exited the realm not long ago, and he was the head of the banking system, right? We've got England or the city of London's banking, Washington is war, and the Vatican is religion and spiritual stuff. Kissinger died not too long ago. He was the head of the war side. So Kissinger's gone, so the war's gone, the money's gone. So is the man in the white dress going to be next? And then with those three sort of big powers gone, I think we're getting close, man. And it doesn't look like it because we've got to it's going to be the worst before it's the best. It's like I said before, I don't think it gets worse and then they have to decline and we sort of then take over. I think it just flips. And then everything they try and do just doesn't work.
Yep.
Right? And everything they try and do works. So,
yeah,
because as long as you're in line with the charge, and that's why all these people get obsessed with people like Taylor Swift and all these other stars, because when they're in charge they have that luster, that look to a lot of people that oh my god, that they look and sound so good because they're so empowered, but they're going to lose that, man. People start looking at them going, oh my god, they look, it's like what's that, They Live. When you put on the glasses.
Yes.
Suddenly they'll all look like these, half dead bloody bodies walking around. Yeah.
It will feel like They Live for sure.
Yeah.
So naturally the focus will shift. And like there's already a trillion different organizations like ours that's like out there and ready and set up and ready to go, that has the solutions, the expertise and the good people. It's just ready to So I mean, like,
I agree, man.
have faith. Like, this is where I would have faith, because I feel that all this hard work that's been quite exhausting. And I have had a few friends who have been on this tangent since the 60s, and they've passed away now, so they weren't here to see the shift. But they, like, you know, all the hippies from the 60s and the 70s, like, this is what they instinctively were feeling, but didn't know how to put into sort of maybe a cognitive narrative. But, you know, through their collective desire to positively charge, they created movements.
Yep.
You know, and then, you know, slowly, and like, you know, but then you get to the 80s and 90s, now the movements have changed. Like, those positively charged movements have become the protesting movements, you know, which in essence, like, and adds to the negativity. So it's really hard, like, to start any sort of counteractive measurement to being at the apex of the negatively charged realm, like, because everything we kind of do will be fought with.
Yeah,
you know,
and then
sort
it
of-
was easier back in the 60s and 70s because the negative charge wasn't as great. It's getting greater and greater as we go up the sine wave. And yeah, I agree. It's gonna flip. So, you know, just keep going, guys. Like, it's even with YouTube, you know, we look at them, we're like, oh, everyone's talking about being shadow banned, and, you know, how can we get all these suppressed views? But if you want to go out and talk about Taylor Swift or talk about, you know, watch TikTok videos and show how stupid the world are and how crazy people are, then you're getting all these millions of views, and it's the same thing. You know, that's going to flip. Suddenly we'll wake up and we'll be the ones that getting all the views. People will be interested in the more positive aspects of what we're saying, and not
and the understanding of it,
in the crap, and understanding it exactly. Like, so it's interesting what'll happen. Like, what, you know, all these people that are, you know, enamored with the negative, will they stay negative, or will they just flip and then be enamored with the positive, which I think is probably what's going to happen.
No, I think there's going to be a gray area, because I think what's happened, because I think if we look at the Dark Ages as that time of the flip, then we start, as you said before, we start at the top of the sine wave. We start at the top of the apex. So you're in the most positively charged, and then you're in the most negatively charged flip. And then so it's really bad at the beginning, and then it's got to go down and decline, and then move its way up to it being really bad again. And then you've got, like, the flip over to the really good again. So we've done that journey, right? But I think in that journey there, I think it's not going to be like it just all happens magically. I think there's going to be a lot of destruction. I think the process will be survive. Like, I think that's going to be what it's going to take. You got to survive whatever this is, whatever's coming. But I think there's going to be a gray area, because they've done such a the amalgamation of the AI and the tech, or just the goo, the black goo, with humanity, that sort of with the nanotech and the chemtrails and the poison and all that sort of vibrational work has got in to humanity. Like, it's in us. And there's a lot of humans that, like, are not aware of that, and are continuing to, like, you know, vax the max and take the medication and do all that shit and eat the poisonous food. And they are essentially carrying around shards of this negative charge. So when they flip over to the positive charge, I reckon there'll be a lot of people who are like stunned, like deers in headlights, will not know how to process or embody or even translate the new shift in energy. I think there'll be a lot of people. So when they say, you know, this will be the time when the healers have to step up, it'll be healing that. It'll be healing that they've got this. So for them, they would be in a state of, like, kind of like a gray area. I feel like there'll be a gray area of the
what's going on. They'll be confused. They'll be like, because that they've spent their life, even if they're a more positive person, like, rather than negative, then they're still been putting all their energy into negative people and worshipping negative ideas and all this kind of stuff. So, like I said, that they're full of it, right? But the people who stay their course as a positive, they're the ones who are just going to be empowered kind of instantly, and things will just be easy, and so that'll flip the system. But then we sort of go through the down and up cycle where all the rest of the populations kind of can integrate into, okay, positive, and then we go, and then it flips again, right? I don't know how long that the cycle is, but
And then it flips again.
Yeah, that flips again, and that's what this realm seems to be, right? We all know it's polarized, positive, negative cycles, destruction and rebuilding, and that's what we can see in the physical world, in the literature, in the stories. It's all the same thing, really. So,
and there must be like the Bible, the evidence in the Bible seems to be so tangible because it's a leftover consciousness expressing these shifts. Same with the satanic stuff, the content from that side. It's a leftover because we're translating it now, Campbell, because we're on that lifetime where we've got this perfect dichotomy for us to draw wisdom out of. We're at that lifetime, but we go through that shift into the positive realm and then see all those changes, and then whatever happens, and then I don't know how long you live after that or what happens after that. We might flip back into the living for 1,000 years. I don't know, because of the ability to regenerate and all the factors that make all this up, because I think there's just so many factors, but and then you pass or whatever happens, and then the information, and then you're on sort of like on the decline slightly. It's like you would lose that ability to to cognitively, consciously be aware of what's going on. And you get, and like sort of like, so then you're like left with these like old books or old stories or old metaphors that like start to, like they're evidenceable, but they're like part of the rudimentary explanation, I guess. So
yeah, that's why, in the, like, especially with Tartaria, it looks like things were so much better in the past, but then you go back further and it gets bad again. And yeah, so I think that we'll probably be writing stuff, there'll be information coming out when it flips, and the positively charged people will be suddenly because there's still people out there writing books and making videos and making songs. It's just not getting out. But suddenly that'll get out. And that will change the whole paradigm. And so when we're in the low cycle, we'll be surrounded by that, just like now we're surrounded by the bad, right? And the stories will be of the bad times, right? Oh, it was so bad back then. Oh my gosh, blah, 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 blah. And then, and then we go up, and things get charged again to the point where everything's just so amazingly good, to the point where, people don't have to do much, right? Everything's so easy and simple for the positively charged people, but that has to flip, because where can that go? There's that saying that, good times breed bad people, bad times breed good people. So when it's really, really good, people, it might be easy, but we stop learning, right? We stop kind of living as much, even though they've got this massive positive charge. And so we need that flip, so that we can, go, okay, I've got to get off my butt and do something again. But the challenge is keeping to your charge, right? Staying in your charge, staying in charge of you through the bad times.
Exactly. That's the best you can do right now, is that like that. It's actually so true. Like you actually have to, all you've got a hope of doing right now is to stay in charge of yourself. Like, because your charge is not amplified to the point of it. I mean, for you to influence others in this space, like you have to have probably more charge going through you than the average in order to be a positively charged influencer, like I would say. Like, so our, if we get 20,000 views on this podcast, like there's 20,000 people that are positively charged by the message, and that's an influential expression. But like that's really good, in comparison. Whereas like, a negative charge soul would get like a billion views on a perspective, and and so I think, like for us, like there's going to be, you just stay in charge of yourself. Yes, do everything you can to do that. There's going to be a flip. That flip's going to rise. So for me personally, I don't plan to be wishy-washy about this sort of thing. Like I'm building around me a situation where I absolutely will want to rise to be one of the leaders in charge, and that rise will come through my work with my work with carbonate, because it's all about regeneration. All of that is about regeneration. So it has a natural amplification and a natural ability to attract and manifest, because it will have like a natural ability to be in charge of regeneration.
Yeah.
But it's going to be so interesting. So, you know, you look at this sort of, if we go through like the Tartarian consciousness, just back to the cute little conversations we would have about the lack of bathrooms and toilets and kitchens, like it would stand to reason that if you are supercharged and your charge is amplified and you're being nourished by the charge organically that's around you, you would not need to eat, because eating is something that we have to do to try to replace or replenish the lack of charge we're getting naturally from the environment that we're in. We can't take the charge, so we have to fucking figure out how to eat, and it's been really arduous process and quite traumatic, because you know, you got to kill stuff.
We have to go to the lower, denser forms of energy, because we can't take in the light, the easy, you know, the energy that's just out there in the ether, right? And you know, we can even look at Antiquitech. You know, they were just easily drawing all this energy from the atmosphere, right, and running off that. It was easy because it was just everywhere, and it was a positive charge and easy. And now we get the opposite, right, where they have to make things that are more solid and tangible, and you've got to sit in front of a screen and do all these different things. They have big power stations to get energy. But I think totally, man, like I think that's what's going to happen, and that's the challenge of living in this time, is just staying true to yourself. Like I said, staying in charge of yourself, you know, even though, you know, we have all these, you know, sayings, you know, when things look, you know, bleakest, you know, you're closest to the wind, you know, it's darkest before the dawn, all these kind of things. And I agree, man, like things are going to look worse and worse for a little while, but that just means we're actually getting closer and closer to the flip, where things are going to be much more in our favor.
Well, it makes me think about the carnivore diet, Campbell, because like if you're at the apex of a negatively charged realm, and the diet that seems to suit the human being the most is eating meat that is derived from the beautiful like soul and service of another living being, an animal, which has always been my gripe, always, forever, how cruel that we have to take nourishment from such beautiful souls. I would be so happy to not have to ever do that. I love the energy I get when I stare into the eyes of an animal. Like it just feels charged to me. So like you can see how we may be at this point feeding off the densest food base, that is the one that gives us the most charge in this negatively light charged realm, and it comes down to meat. But in the positively charged realm, you can see how go up that food chain to leaves to nothingness.
Lighter, and then we you know, we've had this, you know, conversation so many times, you know, why we have to kill animals to live well, and you know, to have all the nourishment that we need. And maybe that's because it's a negative thing, and it's because everything's negatively charged. So to get any you know, charge that we can run off, we have to sort of go into the negative,
really into the densest of the dense negative.
And you see a lot of people who stay on, you know, try and just eat, you know, vegetables and things, which is not as dense. And, you know, it seems all right at the start, but as time goes on, they seem to degenerate faster than people who are eating meat. I mean,
absolutely, because
look at all the CEOs and all these people. None of them are vegetarians or vegans.
No, because the collagen, the collagen's in the meat. The collagen is what we need to regenerate our systems. Like that is what is in it. So, you know, that B12 and the collagen, you can't get it from any other source. So we're literally having to take the life force of energy from the closest like known species that's closest to our biology and consume it. No different from what the negatively charged souls do with the adrenochrome, which is to take the life force, the negatively charged life force from a human being and consume it. So in this paradigm, we're literally having to take collagen from another source, another animal, in order to regenerate. That's why carnivore works, and why plant-based diets are, you know, do not give you that long-term regeneration.
So in the future, we won't need that, because it'll just be energy. But it's also, you know, that's why, like, obviously, you know, the whole, you know, achrome is so much more negative, right, than just, you know, eating an animal, because they're literally preying on innocence, right, on the vulnerable, the most vulnerable, and those, you know, that are just starting life and all this kind of stuff. And we are, but with animals, it's not. It doesn't seem as negative and nefarious, right, as going after children. And that's what they're doing with the music and the movies and all the, you know, the sex stuff that's going on. It's all focused at the most vulnerable, right, which is the most negative thing you could probably do, which is giving them the most charge, right, the most bang for their buck kind of thing.
Yep. You know, and that's, you know, like as a meat eater, you want to be eating meat that you have like positively loved and positively looked after and positively, you know, so it's sort of like a counterbalance. Like, I'm taking what's in you to feed me, which is no different from what they do to us, but I'm going to do it in a way that like is the most positive I can bring myself to interact with you. Like, it is the most positive. I'm going to eat happy meat that I'm going to like love. But like, still, I would be so happy tomorrow for that conundrum to be over and out of my life, and to never have to consider killing anything ever again, and to never have to go on this perpetual debate about, why am I feeling old and gray? Why am I feeling fat and frumpy? Why am I feeling depressed? All that shit. Like, you know, like, it'll be so nice to give away that consciousness, which is a result of you guys all existing in a negatively charged realm that's at its apex moment.
Yeah, so we need the negative charge, but it's up to us what we do with that, right? So we, as positive people, try and make it as positive as possible. It's just like when it flips and the positive energy is easy for everyone, it's the ones who are the most positive and have the most positive intentions and creativity that are going to be the most powerful, most full of power, right? Where the ones who are still a bit, you know, nefarious, they might be, you know, worshipping the bad people, and so they're going to be getting a good energy, but their intent won't be as positive, so they're going to get lesser results, if you know what I mean. So
and they may not be able they certainly won't be able to like regenerate and thrive off it. There's no way, you know, and
complete negative
like we
ones,
can't.
they're going to be the lepers and stuff, right, and all the disease-ridden street people, because they're not going to be able to
be us.
that energy. Well,
because we can't take
us.
well we can't take nourishment from them.
No, we can't.
No, we can't. So they can't take nourishment from us. Like, they can't take nourishment from the opposite charge.
No.
So they will go through their Abrahamic decline from the 1,000 years down to the 50-year life cycle, and in that not have much consciousness, memory, or charge. They'll be in the dream, the more infuriating dreamlike state that we've existed in, where it's been infuriating to try to figure out how we got here. That ignorance will awash their souls, you know. They will be in that fuzz of confusion and that fuzz of like, where am I, who am I, what is this, what's going on, like. But at the same time, how do the positively charged societies deal with the negatively charged individuals? Like, for us, if you look at the stories about the Middle Ages and the torture chambers and them trying to destroy these positively charged beings that were regenerating all the time, and calling them witches and destroying them, and like going up, like, they hunted us down, basically. They hunted us down and destroyed. That's what they're hunting down, the tribal cultures. They hunted everyone down. Hopefully we won't do the same thing, Campbell, because if we then go and hunt down the demonically charged individuals and hunt down the demonically charged organizations and institutions, which looks like that is the plan so far, like, then we're just going to start
that's negative.
Like, it's like inevitable. Is it inevitable? This is how it has to play out always and forever?
That may happen with a lot of the people that aren't, you know, attuned to their charge as much, right? So they can still, because there's still going to be negative energy around. It just won't be the dominating energy, right? So it's going to be a lot harder for them to get things done. But it doesn't mean, you know, it's not like all evil and bad is going to disappear. You're still going to have those people trying to do those things and use that energy. But like you said, they're going to be us. They're going to have a much harder time, and they're going to have to deal with, you know, the negative thoughts and the disease of their body and all this other kind of stuff, where the most positive
And the collapse
just,
of the ego, the shattering of the personality, the fragmentation of the personality. And isn't it interesting that we saw in the last 10 years this whole new consciousness around narcissism, like that came up really strongly.
Yeah, last night.
Yeah.
Suddenly everyone's
Yep.
a narcissist, right?
Yep. Yep. It is so came out so strongly. Why? What? It's like, why? Is that's an interesting thing. And like that negatively charged reality, it's like got nowhere to go when the charge changes, but it still exists.
Yeah.
So the existence of it has to play out. Like we had nowhere to go. We still exist. We're still here. We had to survive it. And that potentially, I'm hoping, because this is what I haven't got to in my understanding yet. What happens then? So if you go, like, obviously I cannot settle on the idea that we're in this like cyclic oscillating experience that has no end, that we literally will go from positive to negative to positive and negative, like perpetually and endlessly, because it's this realm. I have to believe that somewhere in there is an explanation of like exiting that experience, like evolving through that experience, like not being a part of that process, like perpetually and forever. I can't comprehend that is it.
Yeah, no,
you know,
I don't, I think, yeah,
that's
no, I don't think we're stuck here
uninspiring as fuck.
Yeah, I know, right? Then it's just a roundabout, right? A merry-go-round that you can never get off. So I think that's why it is so. That's why we have the polarization down here, so we can experience both. We can make a choice of which way we want to go, put our energy into that, and once we've mastered that, then I think we kind of exit the system and go on to level 2 or whatever's next, right? But I think this is the realm of the positive negatives, deciding who you're going to be, right? How are you going to be? You're going to be positive. You're going to be negative. What are you going to align to? And once you've sorted that out and lived in your power and experienced that, well, it kind of seems like that's the end of the experience, right? Because what, you know, from our perspective at least, what would be the point of redoing it? Like you finally, you know, you get to apex, and yes, it's all working. I was right. I stayed positive. Woohoo! And then you get cast back into it for an eternal sine wave.
Yeah,
so,
very.
Yeah, I don't
painful.
Think, yeah.
I mean, Campbell, like if we believe the stories of the Bible, then you know, people were living for 1,000 years, 900 years, 800 years, so 500 years, and like the age limit declines, but there's still that moment where you're basically living through a whole polarized era. You're literally living from the beginning to the end of that era.
Yeah.
And that's what I think we get this concept with the negatively charged, that they've got the bloodlines and the memories and the knowledge and for the 1,000. But then there has to come a time when all of that's wiped. And then when that's wiped from you and suddenly you come out of it like having none of that long view or broad view or knowledge or access to it or anything like that, then you're starting the game again. Aren't you? It's like you used to go to start again.
Which was kind of pointless, right? So I think there's, you know, and some people may take more cycles to get truly polarized and in charge of themselves and to decide which you know way they want to go. But I think once you hit the top of the cycle and you're ready and you're, you know, positively charged and you're ready for the positive, then you're fully empowered. Then yeah, I think, you know, you probably will live for 1,000 years, because, you know, there's so much talk that all these elite types, the negative charged, they live much longer than us, right? They're just not showing us that.
Yeah.
And like vampires, right? Live, you know, they're the negative. They live for a long time, all this kind of stuff.
And all the double gangers, all the pictures of all the movie stars, like in the fucking 1900s.
Where in
and all
the past it tended to be the good people, right? Especially in the Bible, like all the holy people and that, and the 1,000-year reign of Christ, they all lived for 1,000 years, all the saints and everything. So yeah, I think totally that's probably it, and that maybe that's why it happens. Like, you know, if you haven't made your mind up, or if you haven't, you know, aligned to a charge, then you keep repeating to sort of give yourself more chance to to make your decision properly. Where if you're alive the whole time and you're not quite decided, then you're going to be more easily swayed by what's around you, right? It's not going to be your decision. So you sort of die and reborn and die through the cycle, and by the end of it, hopefully you've sort of decided, because I'm sure that, you know, there'll be people who go with the negative, you know, that'll be their experience, and they're like, well, I'm a negative, I'm going to stay negative, and then they go off to wherever that is, right? Hell in the sky or whatever it is.
Because
Yeah.
like as a positively charged individual right now, like unless you were like in this state of investigating, you know, which is where we sit, like always asking more questions, and like the joy for us, our whole friendship's based on that. Like we just love like getting into the nitty gritty. That's why I love riddles. I love anything like that. I love putting my head and trying to figure it out from all as you guys know, all perspectives. Like I'm all over that. I love it. And I think that like is indicative of those who are absolutely, without doubt, can't even question it, would never know yourself without it, are positively charged individuals. Like you absolutely have developed that charge, or have it's left over enough in you that you are so positively, you can't help but want to be in a state of investigation. And that's what you would consider the truth movements, who inevitably are leaning towards Christianity, which is absolutely normal, probably, and completely okay. Because that, like Christianity or Satanism, it gives you that pathway of faith that there is a process here to keep you safe and sound through this moment in time. And it gives you answers, and it gives you a stable grounding. That's got to be a good thing, because it's like it stabilizes your energetic, it grounds you in a faith, it grounds you in a process, it grounds you in rituals, it grounds you in a concept, a construct, and that's safe, that feels secure. Because right now, if you're a positively charged human being, I can tell you one fucking thing: you are in a state of insecurity, and that is a fact. Like everything around you is absolutely insecure. Your money, your job, your health, your family, you know, everything is in a state of insecurity. Your thought processes, your faith, whatever, because it's designed that way. Like how could you be feeling secure in this state, or in this moment in human history, when you are actually immersed in a system that's about to collapse by the state of the cycle?
Yeah, I mean, and choosing, you know, religion, Christianity, whatever, even though we know most of the institutions are negative, they're still going for the positive aspects, because they see it as a positive thing, and it gives them hope and faith and all this. So it's still, you know, it's still positive people choosing the positive, right? But then you know, you've always got that choice. You always got, you know, the negative energy going, ooh, you know, you want to be rich and famous? Oh, just sign here, just do this, just, you know, do you want an easy life? Well, just, you know, take your clothes off in front of a camera, girls, you know, woohoo, you know, all this kind of stuff. And they're teaching, you know, especially at the moment, there's a lot, well, I've seen a lot of videos of, you know, the younger generation, they're, you know, the whole sex thing, right? They're like, now they're teaching girls that to be empowered, you know, you don't find a partner and settle down and make a family and be creative. You go out and sell your body, and you have multiple partners and all this kind of stuff. And they literally say, to become an empowered woman, that's what you do, right? But because we're in a negative environment, that's empowerment. It's negative. It's a negative empowerment. So that's what we're seeing. Yeah.
Whereas in the positively charged realm, obviously you go through, sex would become a holy act. That's probably the wrong terminology.
Well,
that
intentional creation, right? Like having a child because the couple decide that's what they're going to do. It's not just going to be going and having a one night stand and going, oh my God, whoops, I got pregnant. It's going to be you'll make a decision. You want to create something, a life, right? And then you'll be fully into that. It'll be intentional. I think that
was very alive in the Ringing Cedars of Russia, the Anastasia series. You know, there was a whole book about, you know, the couple coming together and then spending time on a piece of land, dreaming up their domain and dreaming up their land. And then they invite all their friends and family over, and then they present the vision. They tell the vision and all the details of their home, their domain, their children, what they're going to be like. They've done all that dreaming Oh, that was a loud noise.
Oh.
Something just fell on the roof. Hopefully not a big scary goanna. But like you're in the state of like intentional creation. I totally agree. And from that perspective, then in the Anastasia books, or then you go through the coupling, like once you've dreamed up the children and dreamed it, then you go through the actual like physical creation, that coupling creation, and then everyone comes back together, and your wedding is actually people bringing to your wedding day all the objects and items that make up the parts of your domain. So if you had dreamt up an orchard and shared the vision, then all the beautiful trees, that was how it all worked. And you know, that's why I loved the Ringing Cedars of Russia series, because it was such a positively charged vision, right?
Yeah, and I think books, you know, and series like that are here to sort of show us what's coming, because it's interesting that, you know, we had like Celestine Prophecy and other kind of books like that, but most of those authors, they only do one book or one series, like one thing, right? They're not like these people who just keep, you know, producing books every year and they somehow come out with this thing, right? So it's like that's kind of validation that something better is coming, but it's the ones who jump on the bandwagon and try and reproduce that, and they're not doing it creatively, that they're the negative ones, right? And they're normally the ones that sell more books, right? Because it's easier for them in this time. But because most people haven't, you know, even though in our circles it seems like, you know, most people have heard of these books, in the wider world, you know, they you know, they don't sell as much as, what's that guy, Dan whatever, who wrote the book with the Tom Hanks movie about, and you know, all these big sellers like Grisham and that, they're all like murder mysteries, and they're all about deceit and killing people, and then they sell millions and millions of books.
Yeah, every
You know,
TV series, every movie is
and then
all
they get
about
turned
that.
into, but when someone comes
all
out
gross.
with Celestine Prophecy, even though it'll make a hit through the positive charged community,
yeah,
the wider
absolutely
world never see it, never know it's happening.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
I think they're literally telling us this is coming, this is how it's going to be, and they're just so that we're ready for it, right? We've got all this stuff in our head, so that when it happens, we've got some idea of what to do with this newfound power. You know,
now it's going to be interesting, Camber, with the animal kingdom, when they flip from a negatively charged polarization to a positive. Like you've got this whole, like, for example, what happens to snakes? Now snakes are characteristically like not that exciting to live around. Like I don't like snakes. I don't have anything against the concept of if snakes didn't bite and kill you, if they weren't venomous and could like actually kill you, which already makes you feel scared of them, and they're slithering around in the dark corners of the world, and they're slithering around in the ground, so you never know when they're there, and they're fucking just freaky as a concept, these slithery little beings that slither around on the floor and can bite you at any moment. Like an entity like that, I remember a long time ago, Ramtha talking about snakes, when this wasn't his language, but when, you know, we flipped into this positively charged realm, the snakes of the world, the venomous creatures of the world would have to make a decision, and instantly they would have to polarize. So if they did not polarize over to a positively charged life form that was there to give life and emit positive energy, then they had no place on the new in the new experience. That they would certainly instantly become extinct.
I think all the bugs, all the swarming insects are going to go.
Mosquitoes.
Like, because we sit there and it's like, yeah, what's the point of a mosquito? What's the point of a wasp?
They're chocolate,
you know,
but yes.
What's the point of all these things? Because all they really do is destroy things, right? They you know, they could spread disease,
cane toads,
they suck our blood, they destroy the food and the fruit and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't think there's going to be any room for them in a positively charged realm. And it's like in a lot of the old art, you see people hanging out with lions, right? It's like, what goes on there? Like, do they suddenly decide, are they eating fruit or something suddenly? Like,
yeah. I think because I think like the lion, conceptually, I would say anyone who's positively charged would have, if they were tuning into the lion, they would feel a great being. Like they don't feel like this scary savage that's going to just, they don't. They feel this reverence regal. For this beautiful, regal, majestic being. And same with the whales. But when it comes to sharks, However, I don't think anyone positively charged would ever think that of a shark. They would think, I don't know if you, I don't think I'm going to choose to have you a my reality, dude. Like, and there's then like fucking spiders and mosquitoes who are the chocolate story is a bit of a, if you, but like the point is that I feel like the animals will also be nourished by the positively, probably quicker and more easier the energy. So they would stop needing to have this sort of, hunting prey, venomous, blah, 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 blah. And which would then take us back to the times, of course, of all those beautiful images where human beings lived in beautiful harmony with the animal kingdom, and they could speak to each other and they could interact with each other. And, you know, the animals would help you raise your children. And like that whole relationship is completely, ultimately, what we crave to see in the world, and like never fucking see it. All we ever see is the torment of our beautiful natural kingdom.
Yeah, it is, man. I mean, and it's always, you know, those regal creatures that tend to get hunted, like the whales and, you know, like the African safaris where they go out and they kill the lions and this kind of stuff. It's like they seem to be the top of the animal world, if you want, and they're the most attacked, right? Like,
I mean, they don't go and hunt snakes, do they? They go in and fucking go on safaris to hunt the snakes of the world.
Exactly.
You know, or like
don't
the
see
tarantula.
Bug hunters or mosquito hunters, but yeah, or spider hunters or any of this kind of stuff. It's all the animals, and we're like, oh my God, how can you do that? You know, to this amazing being.
So anything with the hive mind energetic is a negatively charged it's negative. It just feels negatively charged. It does. It's like it fully does. That swarming, as you said, the swarming, the hive, all negatively charged.
Non-creativity, isn't it?
Which brings you, yes. And like, if I was to look at this, if I was, and I did this the other day, I hyperanalyze me through the last 46 years. And I was like, what times did I say that I was the most attuned to a positively charged, nourishing experience? And hands down, it was always when I was in a state of creation. Always. Creativity, when I was in a state of creativity. So for me, that came out with painting, or, you know, with us building, or whatever the action. But and I love being in that live music environment. That sort of human creativity is the closest I know of the vibration of a positive charge. And then, of course, love, love with your family and your partner and your children, you know.
Which
but
is
apart from that,
a form of creativity, really, when you think about it.
Yeah,
you love something or someone because you want to help them create something better, or you know, you love what they've created, isn't it? Like that's kind of the underlying thing. It's hard. You can't love someone for what they don't do.
Yeah,
like, you know.
Yep, that's right. So I think maybe the place where the faith comes into it, and maybe the biblical analogy is like, it's a leftover helping hand. It's a leftover, you know, point of focus that you could sort of like, that can help you cruise through this, help you. It's like a lifeboat. It's like a lifeboat, you know, like, and I think for those who aren't enjoying, say, their own personal creativity, you know, having faith in something brings out your creativity as well. You know, it brings out your natural desire to be in service. Literally, in the Christian religion, you're doing services all the time. You literally you go to services.
Nice. Yeah, good.
You know, the whole thing is about being in service to your God, to Creator, to the community, to others, to humanity. It's a service. So I think that it provides a lifeboat, and it like helps you get through this time without even fully understanding what it is that's working about that. I think that's what it does.
Yeah.
So which means that you can get through this time without that, and you're not going to be condemned to hell, you know, like you can get through without that lifeboat, because you're not reaching for the lifeboat. Like in our case, we're reaching for the knowledge or the understanding or the solution to the riddle. That's our lifeboat. It's the truth seeking. It's like, let's solve this fucking riddle and be done with it.
Being creative, yeah. And that's ultimately what heaven and hell is, right? If you stick to the good energy, then you're one of the ones who is powerful in the positive timeline, where, You know, if you're not, and you worship destruction and all this, then you have a really hard time in the positive, and you thrive in the negative. But we would look at everything from the perspective of being in the negative charge, right? So I think that's it, you know, like the next cycle, the evil ones are going to have a really hard time, right? They're going to go through hell, where the positive ones, they're going to go through heaven because it's all going to be easy and nice.
Except we're going to realize that heaven's actually the earth, and that hell's actually space. And that metaphor, like at the apex, I bet you every single time the negatively charged apex will take you to space. Every single time we would have got to a point in our understanding and technology that it's all about space. Oh, wait, I bet you the alien and space agenda comes in every fucking pole shift. And equally, like the return to Gaia, the regeneration of the earth, the indigenous leaders rising, the finding your source from the organic, all of that will like always come into place as well. Like it's just the same game. And I wonder, Campbell, if we have literally, you and I personally have only done one round of this, you know, like always, I've always thought, oh my God, I've been here for 1,000 million trillion lifetimes. I can't believe I'm still, you know, I've always felt like this really long timeline. But maybe we've just been from the apex of we've just done one sine wave. Maybe we've just completed one.
Through the negative, yeah. I mean, we've had a lot of lifetimes in there because they're shortened. And yeah, then, you know, we've stayed our course to the positive, so we get empowered and we experience that, and then we've kind of done it, right? Whereas if you're wishy-washy and you're not sure and you're worshipping, you know, people outside you and all this, then it'll probably be a lot longer, right? Because you won't be as empowered in the positive, and you're going to have to, so your lifespan probably won't be as elongated, you know, and all this kind of stuff, and they'll just go around until they can get their shit together, man.
And you know, like it's so interesting because I was chatting to Cass about this, right? And it was interesting because like there's an instinct to want to, once the positively charged individuals are back in charge, there'd be an instinct to want to get rid of any possibility of this happening again, like to get rid of the negatively charged organizations, individuals, situations, and so that it's so we can never go through this satanic bullshit ever again, right? And yet, like, would it not be the most natural thing as a supercharged positive individual that is back in charge that we respond compassionately, and thus through the compassion we don't obliviate and annihilate and destroy every other negatively charged being, and thus they continue to exist, and thus the cycle continues to
it's got to continue. And that's the ultimate thing, right? Is the ultimate proof of how positive or negatively charged you are. You know, if you have to go out and kill and destroy what you believe, because it's all perspective, what you believe is bad and evil, then you're clearly not that positively charged.
Well, Campbell, that is a very lofty statement because, honey, like if we had, say, like someone disgusting in front of, like Bill Gates, or Elon Musk, if we had them standing in front of us, would you just be like, would your instinct want to just destroy them out of existence so they could never reign their terror again? Or would your instinct be to hug them back into
I wouldn't hug them,
well-being?
But I would know that they're ultimately creating their own demise, and that they're going to suffer. They're going to go through, you know, like he's going to go from one of the most powerful, empowered people to nothing. He's going to lose all his wealth, all his influence. He's going to have full on mental trauma, man. They all will, because they'll still be alive and they'll still remember, you know, how it used to be. And suddenly everything they try won't work. No one will listen to them. And they'll end up, you know, the street people, because they have no real skills. They just, apart from being attuned to the negative energy. So to me, all it would do for me to, you know, whatever, you know, something bad to him, you know, wipe him out or whatever, that's really going to affect me more than it's going to affect him.
It's a tough one, man.
Down, right? And then this is the thing, when it flips, they're not going to have their power. They're not going to have the power over us. So they're not going to be these people up there. They're going to be the ones in the shadows that with all the, you know, so-called mental disease and everything, because they're going to be, what the hell's going on? I can't do
Campbell,
anything. I've lost my money.
yes,
You know.
but inevitably they will rise again. So by
Well,
not removing them,
at
they
the end
are
of the day,
going to.
yeah, but if you remove them, if it's all cycles, by the next cycle, there's going to be someone to replace them, even if it's
This
not
is
them.
true. Well, maybe the characters remains kind of solidly generally the same.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just an interesting conversation around, you know, what is it to be a compassionately supercharged human being, positive charged human, up against like making decisions about the negatively charged ones. I mean, when you heard about the idea that they were basically, you know, all the Hollywood actors and politicians were at fucking what's that military prison?
Guantanamo.
Guantanamo, and they were all being lined up for a trial and execution. What did you think about that?
I mean, I wasn't happy and excited. I wasn't like, yay. I mean, you know, me, I'm always like, oh, I wonder if this is true. But I mean,
but you weren't opposed to the idea.
Well, yeah, but I kind of always knew that even if that happened, you know, there's always people underneath them who will move. You know, you take out the CEO, and there's always someone below that's going to step up into that.
I agree.
Position.
I
so
agree.
It's not really solving a problem. The way to solve the problem is to change the way that people are thinking, that those people are thinking, and you know, maybe that's why we get all these, you know, like in the Bible and that all these preachers and prophets who stand up and try and tell people this is the way forward, do this, you know, they're trying to tell them, you know, think about this and trying to change them, because unless you get someone to ask themselves a question, you're not changing them at all.
All right, but Campbell, what if we realize that the negatively charged individuals are a different species?
Yeah.
You know, what if they're a different species and you cannot?
Talked about that and the blood types and the 15% and the fallen angels and all this kind of stuff. But maybe if that's the truth, maybe they're only here in the negative cycle, right? Maybe that'll change and we'll get a group of positively charged people that come in to help lead us through this. But ultimately, killing someone because they're evil or do evil things, and again, it's perspective. I mean, you know, to a point, I guess, but like I just see that as you've then turned evil yourself.
Yeah, but then you could also
that's
see
the conundrum, right? Like,
yes, I agree with you. I would agree, but like the conundrum is that like in that step, are you then like in that compassionate, loving concept or understanding? Are you then like preparing for your demise again? Like if we knew that it was a different species, you know, and that's the only way they can like that's the only way they can take charge from such a negative dense realm. They're literally a different species, and that different species, like this snake, is never going to form an emotional relationship with you. You will never have a cognitive relationship that's like on any sort of level where you are affecting their process. And so they will continue to be what they are, and so you may destroy them. They might not get the charge from the natural organic charge, but they definitely could find, you know, different ways of getting that charge within a positively charged realm, like we have. How have we existed? Because we have found ways. So it's just, you know, it's
I don't think we're ever going to. Yeah, it's never going to be 100% positive or negative. We're never going to get rid of nefarious people, but we'll be able to out influence them, right? We'll be able to have more influence, and so they'll have less and less power. And, you know, I believe ultimately everyone's here for experience, you know, and that's probably to help you choose, you know, which way you're going to go. But it's also interesting, isn't it, with blood types? Like, what are they? Rh negative.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Negative charge. We're all positive charge.
Yep.
Like it tells you.
And it's interesting, like if you take our experience today as to be inevitably the experience again, but from the positive charge to the negative, you're going to have people on their version of YouTube who are negatively charged, who are speaking like you and I, like buddies, trying to like figure out how this fucking positively charged world, which we can't stand because it doesn't nourish us or feed us, is in existence. Like, but it's going to be a complete Black Mirror flip, right? Like, so you can see how then the satanic, or if I can take the story out, the negative charge.
But they're only going to affect the people with the negative charge.
Like we only affect the people with the positive charge, Campbell.
Exactly. So it'll flip. And, you know, do you think Bill Gates worries about, you know, us? You know, I don't think he does. Not. So we'll just be more, you know, you can't change everyone. So we'll just, I think, be out there trying to affect positive people in the best way. And, you know, you can't make other people's decisions. If they decide to go the negative route, well, that's what they do, but they're just going to have a harder and harder and harder time. And they're going to
I could kill someone.
Okay.
I could.
I mean,
like, I could. I find it hard killing animals, but I could definitely like kill another species of like negatively charged beings
in a certain circumstance. I think, you know, most
being honest, I'm being honest.
You know, if you I could, you know, if I walked in on someone doing something, you know, horrific to a child, then yeah, I don't think it would even be a decision. But in that instance as well, to me, it's intention. You're not, you know, hunting someone down for what they may or have done in the past. You're like, in that instant, you're like, I can stop this negative act and from happening, right? Because I'm a positive person. So yeah, but I think that's different than, you know, rounding them up, sending them to Guantanamo and all this kind of stuff.
Well,
because that becomes an intention, right?
But Campbell, would you stop that from happening? Is what I'm saying. Like, would you actually
being hung like the bad people? No.
Like right now, right? Here you go. Right now, Campbell, you are the man in charge, and right now, literally, there is like 1,000 individuals. The worst of the worst, the most famous of the famous, who are all there, have had their trials, all evidence that has come out, and you're the one that decides whether to remove them from this game or to keep them here. What would be your decision?
Oh, gosh. Well, I mean, well, it's
like, it's time to end the show, Kelly.
Yeah. 2 hours. Thanks for joining us, guys. We'll be back next week.
I find these questions interesting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would definitely be a lot harder because you're then acting on behalf of a large majority, right? So it's not necessarily your decision for you.
But you've been chosen. You have been chosen as the person from the masses to make this decision.
Well, then I guess if that was the deal and I decided to take that position, I would have to go with the conclusion of the masses.
No. They've handed you the power because they trust in your conclusion. So what is your conclusion?
It's a hard one because then, you know, by doing that, don't I turn into the same as them? Like if you kill a killer, aren't you a killer? Like,
I don't know.
So what's the point there? I mean, I understand that it's a negative and, you know, and it depends on, you know, like if there's someone who's a CEO, someone like Elon Musk, if he hasn't actually, you know, taken the achrome or killed anyone, he's just done stuff.
No. They've all been trialed. They've all been trialed.
And they've all done it. If they've all
been
out there,
yeah,
you know, taking lives and doing all that stuff, then I probably would, you know, if I knew that 100%. But it's different to someone who's just nefarious and putting out, you know, putting out Ponzi schemes, and people are then making their decision to follow them, if you know what I mean. You know, it's different if they've taken the act to go out and actually themselves done the acts, then that are evil, then yeah, I think you would. But you would have to know that 100% as well, wouldn't you?
What would I do you reckon?
Oh, you'd just be like, yeah, take him to the gallows.
Yeah, I'd be fucking
Let me
killing
do
them.
it
I would.
myself. Give me the knife.
That's probably, yeah, I mean, like, I guess, well, that's an interesting thing to say, because I think that's probably what, if I was the one to make the decision, my decision would be yes. And then it, like, to be really, if I was the one saying yes, then I would have to be the one also doing the killing.
Yeah. But like I said, if I walked in on someone doing something like that, then it wouldn't even be a decision. I would do it instantly. Because then, you know, that's more real. You know that they're doing it. You can do something about it. But it's, yeah, it sort of becomes a different question slightly when they're all lined up. But you know, the same thing. If you've got, you know, if you've seen video footage, you know, and you know it's all 100% real, and they have got out there, then yeah, I mean, I would. Because then it's you're doing it, because to me it's all intention. So if you're doing it for the greater good, to help people and to stop, you know, bad things happening to them, then it's a good act, right?
Yeah, because I mean, the reason I thought about all this is because it's, you know, you'd like the
Even
thing about.
Jesus flipped over the money changers tables, right, and yelled at the Pharisees and all this.
Ooh. Did Jesus yell and flip over a table, Campbell?
Yeah, man. Jesus
yelled.
wasn't
He
this.
yelled.
Apparently, he wasn't. You know, he's not the
Hey, no,
dirty
I've fucking
lying
yelled and
typical.
flipped over tables before.
Yeah.
Friggin' like, hello. Didn't take much. Yeah, I mean, I just think it's an interesting concept, because obviously the thing about the positively charged stories is that you do move into a place of ultimate compassion and ultimate, like, you know, you're highly sensitively attuned to, like, well-being and that sort of stuff. Because I think the reason I thought it was an interesting question, because I believe that the gray area that we're going to enter. So when we flip over at the apex, I think that there's going to be you're going to have a new moral compass. There's going to have to be an evolution of your moral compass, and I just don't think it's as black and white as like you kill if you're in the negative, or you don't ever kill if you're in the positive.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
that's very simplistic modality.
Yeah. Can you kill in a good, you know, energy, I guess, is a question. Can you be positive and still do something negative? But I mean, it's perceived, is it negative if you're taking out the negative? I mean, they're very big questions, aren't they? I mean, if I had 100% proof, then I would. But you know, from my perspective now, you know, we have all these stories and they're all doing this, but I don't know 100% that all of them are doing that. But I guess if I did, you know, especially if you saw a video, right, then that you'd just be like, oh my, no, this can't exist. You're just, that's too, you've got to go for sure. But if it's made on a decision of, oh, well, they were doing this and apparently blah, 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 then it becomes harder. But
well, then the game continues either way, because that's the paradox.
Well, it's gonna continue anyway, as far as I'm concerned.
That's right. Because
the only question is, are we going to be here for it, or are we going to go to level 2, right?
I mean, because like the paradox is, if you let them live and you enact compassion, like, then they live and the game starts again. And if you just don't let them live and take their life and remove them, then they live and the game starts again, because you've done it. So you're the one that has to, like, go. It's just like, it's a perfect, inevitable, inescapable cyclic that will come again.
Maybe we get so good that we create, you know, commit acts of evil, and we come back as the negative ones, right? And then we go through that, and then we come back as, we go, oh my God, I've done so much bad stuff, and become positive. And let's hope that's not what happens, but who knows?
I mean, you know, when I say, like, at some point the activation has to come, that, like, we get a choice of, like, leaving this cyclic experience. Like, so if I look at sort of our energy bodies, like the chakra system or the energy bodies, that whole place that we exist right now is survival, sex, the second lowest, and then the mid range, which is victim tyrant, the victim tyrant player, which is basically the fragmentation of our personalities.
Yeah.
We oscillate between the victim and the tyrant all the time, right? So
Yeah.
when I ask you this moral paradox, like you're basically trying to figure out if you're going to be the victim or the tyrant. Like it's like that sort of paradox, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So like if we take it up, so if we get charged and supercharged, and then that naturally floods our systems. So we're moving up through all of the higher, like chakra, the highest seals, the higher energetic points in our system.
Yeah.
Then like, is it that maybe we don't exit the game, but we have a quick, a speedier vibrational output? So then our perception of reality is broadened. You know, like if we're like, whereas with a negatively charged energetic, we're going down into the, so the root chakra is, you know, magnified, that sexual magnification.
Yeah. And I guess, you know, you could say that ultimately, you know, that's a negative thing to think that if you take out evil, that something negative will happen to you, right? That's kind of a negative charge, right? So yeah, will we get a bigger perspective where we see that, you know, that's it? Maybe it'll be like, that's what you were supposed to be doing for the last cycle. What have you been doing? Get out there and get them. But from where I am now, then, I mean, definitely, you know, like, you know, we all know, like if we walked in on someone trying to murder or worse, you know, one of our friends or family or anyone, there wouldn't be any thought at all. You'd just pick up the nearest thing and smack them in the head and keep smacking until they stop moving, right? That, I mean, that's it. But I mean, the question is that a negative or a positive thing, a good or a bad thing? And I think stopping evil is ultimately good, but you don't want to stop perceived evil or you know, go hunting people down because what they do is not what you perceive as good. You know, I think, but when it's but it's a hard one, right? I mean,
I got another question.
Meat, right? So should the animals come and kill us?
Would you, if given the choice, remove every venomous living being from this realm, or keep them all here?
Like all the snakes and spiders, you mean?
Yeah,
and
anything that's venomous, anything that could, anything.
Well, that's a harder question because then, you know, well, we think at least that animals are just acting on instinct, right? And that's what they need to do to survive, which you know, we kill animals to survive. So, you know, should I go and kill all the meat eaters, or should all the animals come and kill us? It's a big question, man.
I'd do it.
You'd do it?
You know why I'd do it? I would do it just to see what would happen. Because like if I took it through, like
I know, I'm in hell.
if I took it through the chains that I understand of the ecosystem and how the cycles and the chains up and down
that's
the
all
ecosystem,
interactive and
like how it's all interactive. Actually, you know, if you remove the venomous energetics, the issue with the food chain would improve. It probably wouldn't do much different.
You wouldn't,
like, because the majority of the venomous don't really like they're venomous to us.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the toad, right? Like, yeah, it's venomous, but even when it's dead, it kills all the native animals, right? Because they eat it. So, and venomous animals don't seem to, you know, give that much back to the environment, do they? When you like,
no,
because you know, there's hardly any animals, if any at all, that hunt and live on just venomous animals. So it's not like they're a food source. They don't pollinate flowers or anything like this. They're just these, well, apart from mosquitoes, right, and chocolate, but yeah,
confusing. Anyway, look, we're rambling on now. I sound like an asshole. That's okay. You know, I just, from a perspective of the simulation, you know,
let us know what you would do
like
in the comments.
Change it all up.
Would you take them out? What would you do?
I just fucking change it up, man. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Change is as good as a holiday.
Like, for example, the python snake, like that does not bite you and kill you. That it has.
It's
not got the venom in it,
No.
right?
Yeah.
But like, and if all the other venomous snakes were taken out of the equation, then humans could live probably quite comfortably and easily with a python.
Yeah.
Because pythons are really good at killing the at keeping your house clear
the
of other
mouses,
things.
yeah, mice, all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
So there are positively charged, or at least there are venom, snakes that would be okay in a positively charged environment.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure, man.
Same with some spiders. Like there's a lot of spiders that roam around that aren't,
Yeah, garter spiders and golden orbs. Yeah, for sure.
So I think within the what I'm trying to say is within the animal kingdom,
lobsters.
within the animal kingdom, there is a negatively charged and a positively charged animal kingdom. And we're going to go back to a positively charged animal kingdom, which should shift away and probably, because I read a book like about 20,000 years ago about pole shifts. And in an instant from his evidence, animals disappeared and other animals remained but instantly evolved something, like instantly grew feathers or instantly were able to fly. Instantly there was a massive instant evolutionary moment, bang, within 3 hours.
Wow.
So I think that the animal kingdom will reflect the shift, which is good because there's a lot of
I think it'll kind of have to, whether that's instant or it takes a while. I think all the scavenger type animals and all this kind of stuff, if animals live for longer too, they're not going to be needed, or at least as needed.
I mean, fucking marsh
Like
flies,
leeches and ticks,
ticks.
Like,
what the fuck?
What the hell?
And I mean, marsh flies, we've had a plague of them here lately, and they are so painful. And what is
none
that?
here. We don't have marsh flies.
No,
I ran away from them. But
all right, let's
just
just
shocking, man. Those marsh flies. Jeez.
Well, all I can say, how exciting in 50 years from now, hopefully we've all this is done and dusted. Imagine the quality of music we'll be listening to. Oh, imagine the amazing art we'll be seeing and producing. Imagine
fashion,
it's gonna be so good.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we're gonna go from Kmart to Wheel of Time fashion. We're gonna go back into the beautiful layers and fashion of the fantasy TV shows, which I fucking love. It's all gonna be great.
That's what we
anyway
said in the past, right? Well, the opposite of it. We went from all of that to the bloody suits and bowler hats, but black. But yes, let us know what you think in the comments, guys. What would you do? And we are going to be in Mullaney in under 2 weeks now. Tickets still available. Come and join us. We'll leave the link below. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be super fun, very intimate, and like just this basically. With you live.
Rattle on about stuff. Ask ourselves conundrums.
All right. Well, I really love that conversation. Thanks for letting me get all that out. That was good, Campbell. I feel like we're onto something here.
All right.
It feels like this is a good. Yeah. Yep. Until I crash and burn next weekend, which because I'm basically being bipolar in this whole conversation through the last couple of years with you. I'm just keep lifting between and looking at sort of like
hard, man.
Yeah. All right, Campbell and I are going to take my sad sob story to Mullaney on the Sunshine Coast for our next live event. It is going to be on the 15th and 16th of March this year. It's our first live event for the year. But this time round, we're going to do some cool thing that we've been wanting to do for ages, which is to make it a camp out. So we're not doing the massive theater production. We're going to be actually hosting and inviting you guys to come camping with us for 2 nights in Mullaney. And I'm pretty excited about this. Okay. So this is fun. This is us having fun within this unfun situation we're in. Campbell's like, yes, she's found an example. Good, keep going, Jonesy. Don't get distracted. To me, this is going to be fun because we're inviting anyone to come up who wants to come with their van, come in a car, bring their tent, and come camping with us. We're just going to do it for 2 nights. On Friday night, we're going to all arrive and begin the ceremony, if you like, at 6 o'clock Friday night. And it's going to be cool, man.
We're going to have fun and games.
if you're a musician and you've got an acoustic instrument, please bring it along. Probably no trumpets or anything like that. You know, it is a public space, but
But I don't care. You can bring
but
a
we don't
trumpet if you
care.
want. I'm down with
You know,
that.
we just might be able to save you, but
Because it's all
bring
just
them
a
up.
theatre show, man.
It's a
It's
theatre
just a
show.
theatre
We're
show.
gonna have a little place where we all meet each other and have a bit of a chat, story time, show and tell. It's going to be like being in year one again. It's going to be fun.
It is.
Before this
But
stuff got into our heads.
Don't undersell the space. So what we're going to do, and this I'm excited about, because obviously we're going to drive down, which means we can sort this out before the actual event, but we're going to create a space. We're going to create a cool space at the showground. So there'll be a space in the showground where everyone can camp out in tent and van, whatever. So in amongst that, that's a cool thing to do anyway, because when people gather in showgrounds and camping, it's fun. You create like a little mini festival just by turning up. But we'll create a beautiful sacred space. We'll get out the fairy lights. We'll set up some areas where we can all gather basically on the Friday and Saturday night. And on that Friday night, magically under the stars, we're going to have some really good bonding fun throughout the night with a few excellent games that we've concocted and some hanging out time. We're inviting everyone who's coming to bring, I see I've got this vision of like 50 cakes turning up, which would be really fun. JC gifted me a beautiful amount of sacred cacao. So we're going to have a really big communal cacao ceremony going on. We're going to open up the space properly. Then we're going to play some really cool, fun things, games to hang out together. So it's a really nice opportunity to be with your peers who are also agonizing about these exact questions and actually get to know each other. Do a bit of a round of, I've been pushing around a speed dating, Campbell. I think that's a really fun. He calls it speed mating because we just we're just aiming at becoming mates, right? We all want to become mates.
Mates.
But fun.
Yeah.
We're gonna have.
Yep. So staying at the camp, the showgrounds, and then we're going to put a show on the next day. We'll wake up and have a breakfast thing together, and then an actual show. Weird World updates. We'll be doing a bit of, history on Australia and a bit of a Q&A, much more interactive and, casual than our bigger events. So we want everyone to sort of get in and be able to ask questions, be able to give, their perspectives and things. And then we get to hang out again on Saturday night. So it's going to be an event, man. It's going to be a weekend. It's going to be cool.
Yeah, you'll be sick of us by the end of it.
Yeah,
you'll be like, that's it. All right, I'm feeling
here.
fulfilled. I can walk away from Tartaria. But so basically it's $30 a night for the camping. The tickets are $70, and that doesn't include the camping. That has to be paid separately to the showground. But you're invited to come up Friday and Saturday night, camp out with us. If you're flying in or you want to stay in a more upgraded scenario, there are a few Airbnbs, etc., in Mullaney, and then outwards towards the larger towns around Mullaney. So there's definitely areas to stay, but accommodation isn't massive in that area. So we are really encouraging people to come and have the camping experience with us. It's about an hour 40 from Brisbane. So if you're in Brisbane, this is an excellent, or on the Gold Coast, this would be a really good weekend. So basically we're pitching less the show and more the come and camp with us for 2 days. The show will be running Saturday at the main pavilion all day. It's going to be a self-catering thing. So you turn up with your own food and your own camp chairs. And and we're just going to have a really good time together. Saturday night, we just be basically an extension of the show. We'll find somewhere to eat and, bring some wine and just gather under the stars once again. And then Sunday morning, we'll formally close the space. In those 2 nights, we will be doing, once we've all connected in and bonded our consciousness, we will do a proper meditation. And if we're lucky, I will manage to find elder from the area to come and speak to us.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, Indigenous wisdom is probably on kin with nature for me at the moment. I'm enjoying it. So I think you guys will enjoy it. And yeah, I just think it's going to be fucking excellent. I think it's time. I think people are ready to come and actually be more hanging out and more casual and more. Obviously, we'll do a lot of open mic opportunities for people to share their weird and interesting weird world updates, their weird matrix glitches, their weird experiences that they've happened to them. And yeah, who knows? There might be a few like romances triggered in the space, Campbell. I mean, we just don't know. I mean, what's
Speed
going to
dating.
happen?
Oh,
I don't know if at the showgrounds you can bring your animals. I'm not sure. That's a question we could probably find out. I mean, I like having animals roaming around. We'll see what happens.
bring the sheep.
Yeah, bring the lalas. Yeah, so
Yeah,
I mean,
come and join
I'm
us. And
excited.
yeah, and it's a cheap weekend away, right? Like $70,
Yeah.
$30 for the spot. Bit of food, bit of petrol. You can have a great weekend, meet your tribe, all this stuff for like $250, man, if you're around that region. So why not? What else are you going to do, right? Come out and meet your tribe. Maybe meet your potential partner. We don't know.
Oh, that.
Meet a mate, right? But bring your stuff as well. Like we're gonna, like we said, instruments. We're gonna have a story time. So if you've got any good stories, obviously we're gonna be, sort of 5 minutes. We can't have people up there for an hour telling us their life. But if you've got any
Unlike
good short
me, it goes
stories,
on and on and on.
yeah, exactly. We'll have to pull Kelly off.
Yeah.
Show and tell. If you've got any interesting artifacts that you've, found or bought or whatever, bring them up. We just want to be really interactive, spend Friday night so that everyone can really get to know each other, get familiar with it, with the energy, and really make a bond of a group. And then we'll go into Saturday, and it'll be we'll all know each other right at the start of the day. So normally everyone rocks up and no one knows each other, and by lunch they're talking a bit. By the end of the day, everyone's like starting to become friends, but they've all got to go home. So this time we're all going to be friends at the start. We'll go through the day. And then by the end of the day, we're just going to, like Kelly said, hang out. We can't have fires, unfortunately. So we might get some interpretive dance people to dance
Wow.
in.
I'm pissed off about that. I'm not
Oh, the
100%.
Come on.
I'm not 100% convinced we can't have a fire. I mean, I think it's March. It'll be cooling down, and what the hell? We're at the showground.
We'll give it a
That's
go.
usually like.
That's what we would love, is to sit around a fire and just have a big campfire, chat, talk, into the wee small hours. Of course,
but you will be
family friendly, so don't bring, any substances you shouldn't,
What are you talking about?
Well, all these illegal substances. You can bring a joint or two, but nothing harder than that. Let's keep it family friendly.
He's putting parameters on.
He's like, oh my God.
Rules. He's giving us
someone's
rules.
Controlling me.
Yeah, but I'm gonna drink a bottle of wine, Campbell.
Yeah, we can have a couple of drinks. We can have
a few spliffs. What are you talking about? So, just to be clear, don't bring heroin. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Don't bring ice. Like, be specific here, man.
No mirrors and razor blades will be allowed.
No mirrors and razor blades. No industrial chemical toxins.
Not a lot of people do that anyway, but
we're all organic. We're all organic.
It's going to be a festive evening, but like we're going to get up Sunday morning and close it, so we don't want people, hungover and.
No, I mean
stuff. It's going to be fun.
I'm all for plants. Awesome. Yeah, plants and organics. They're all right with me. Anything industrial and chemically leads to bad vibes.
Yeah.
And if you're going to drink wine, make it organic, people, and at least. And we will be actually opening the space properly. But Friday night's going to be really fun. We will definitely entertain you, and it'll definitely be entertaining. So look, the aim of the game is to get there on Friday. Okay, so if you can. The aim of the game is to get there and camp with us. It's definitely going to be the point of the weekend. So yeah, you've got enough time. Just February, you've got a month and a couple of weeks to get yourself organized and make it happen and travel down with someone. And yeah, so tickets are on sale at the website now, and I will keep updating the details as I'm going. But yeah, bring your own camping chair. And look, if you guys have anything you're creating or making and you want to just chuck down a rug or a picnic table and sell it to the group, fuck yeah, I'm up for that, man.
Nighttime markets, if we get people there, you can set up, bring some cupcakes and whatever. Electroculture.
Friday night would have been an excellent nighttime market. I was even lying in bed last night thinking, what could I make? What could I make to bring to the space? Because I love making things. I'm definitely a hands-on art creator. But yeah, like our audience, our tribe, our family they're very supportive of each other's homemade things, produce. So if you're locally coming, that would be an excellent thing to share with everyone. whether they be your pickles or your socks or your crazy hats. You know what I mean? Like there's cool things. And the games on Friday night, there will be some prizes. So this will be fun.
There you go. We're also thinking, if you want to just bring a plate or some nibbles or some nibbles and a cake, sweets, then we can just have a big, like
Friday night.
What do they call it? Communal eating thing.
Yeah.
We'll just bring plates and we'll get some sandwiches in, and we'll just have tables with food on that.
Sandwiches.
Way we have finger food, and that way we can chat to each other rather than all sitting down with a plate on our knees, whatever. And
I think there's a kitchen.
And
there's a kitchen, so we'll be able to use barbecues and stuff. Yep. Exactly. But anyway, for more details, get your ticket and I'll send out some information and get you onto the WhatsApp chat so we're all in contact with each other. All right. Well, you've distracted me now, Campbell. So I've stepped off my ranting
reality
platform.
Seems so much better now that we're going to Mulaney.
Yeah, I know. So we can fill up reality in ways that are, fun and supportive, but just don't get caught up on the bigger questions like me, because look at me. You just do your head. I think that's a perfect shot.
Okay,
All right. Look, I mean, I'm sorry, everyone, if I just depressed everyone. Not my intention, just, keeping myself real in my macabre, too big thoughts. These are the big thoughts that just do your head in.
Yeah, man.
Maybe we're not designed to have these thoughts. Maybe that's the glitch in the matrix. Maybe it's the fact that we're even thinking this shit that's glitched the matrix out and now left us in this no man's land where we've got no answers and no process here. Maybe that's the glitch. We are the glitch.
We are the glitch. We are.
I mean, I feel like I've glitched out of reality. That's why I can't plug into it. I feel like we've glitched out. And anytime I plug into it, it's just a freaking illusion that I've just distracted myself for a second.
Doesn't make sense, man. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, man. So come and unplug with us and help me cheer up Kelly. Mulaney, you'll find the link below. It's going to be awesome. Don't miss it. Yes.
All right. Well, we love you guys and we'll see you next week. Tartaria, Australia. And check out this excellent promo for our Bosnia trip, which you're going to be so excited to if you come, because it's going to be rad.
It's going to be amazing. We'll see you there as well.
My voice has gone high pitched today.
Two fun things.
That's two fun things.
Two fun things.
All right, good.
All right, guys.
Love
awesome.
you lots.
We'll see you all soon.
Bye.
But that's a time acceleration too, because that dark agenda is playing out way too quick. There hasn't been enough time for that to permeate within culture for it to be accepted. It's been pushed too quick.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's like they jumped the gun and they had to go far, at a sooner time or something. But and all it's ended up doing is exposing them all.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, Tartaria, Australia. G'day, Campbell, and hello, Dale. You're back in the house with us. We haven't caught up with you for it's almost a year. Has it almost been a year? I can't believe it.
Longer.
Far out, man.
Who even knows? Who even knows about time, man? Gosh.
Yeah, the slippery concept of time. It's falling through our fingertips.
Like sands through the hourglass. So the days of our lives.
So, well, look, heads up, Dale. Tell us where you've been. What have you been doing, man? We haven't seen you for ages.
I don't know. I can't fit the whole year. You remember Days of Our Lives? I had an Italian grandmother who, she spoke maybe 20 words of English, but she watched that every day. And she knew the plot. That's it.
We had Days of Our Lives in Santa Barbara. That's what I watched when I was sick home from school at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
I heard one because I bought David Icke's audiobook. This is the second audiobook I've bought now, and I'm like, I don't think I'll ever read again because you can smash a book out. If you're doing long drives, it's 2 days drive and you've read a book. And then, But he was talking about when he used to host the snooker, and they had, I think it was 50 million people watched it.
What?
in England in like 1980, and he said like that will never be achieved again because remember we grew up, there's like 3 channels, so like that's how much they could program. You could just put something on there, and everyone was watching it. Whereas now there's so much that.
Isn't it true? Like everyone Saturday morning, it was the cartoons, wasn't it? You know,
Until
you hit like 14, 15, then it was Rage.
Yeah.
You know,
I can still. I've got real good music trivia memory, and it's because I watch Rage so much. I could always tell. I knew what song came out, what year, how long it was number one, because that's all there was, right?
Yep. I actually, whenever I have to stay at a hotel now and actually put on the TV, it's like the first time in, with these big year chunks in between, and oh my God, I just get mind blown at the level of stupidity, like the level that it comes in at TV, the programs that are on there, the repeats. It's just, I mean, compared to like the engagement we do with sort of like, now we can watch YouTubes and really home in on what we actually want information on, really amazing, smart human beings talking. And then you turn on the TV and it's like, wow, man, who has the lower brain cells to even like deal with this, even in entertainment? It's so bad. It's so bad.
It's so bad.
It's been a pretty awesome world though, because I've said it a million times, like the internet had to be brought in for control, but it was a double-edged sword. It's been this battle between, because they had to allow the free flow of information and they've tried to clamp it down, but it's been to their detriment, I think, more than the control, even though it looks the other way.
Yeah, I agree. I think that they thought we were all a lot more programmed than we were, or at least there's a portion of us that weren't as programmed, and they didn't sort of expect that, they went it out and went, it's just going to be like TV. We'll just control them all. And everyone went, hang on, we can put our own shows on.
They had to give us free will too. So that's part of the concept. And yeah.
I mean, our parents, they watched game shows, man. Game shows, Sale of the Century, Price is Right, Perfect Match. Do you remember that one? The Perfect Match.
Greg Evans.
Yeah, man. Greg Evans.
Sale of the Century. We used to watch Sale of the Century every night.
Oh my God, it's so hard to imagine.
It was probably all crap, but at least your brain was working. Now, what do kids watch? Like TikTok.
Yeah, way more seedier, dark, devilish things. Sale of the Century seems very sweet, doesn't it? Really?
Oh yeah, man! With Tony's little dance as he ran in. Woo.
Tony Barber. I used to watch that shit when I was young, and they're all like adult trivia questions. I didn't know anything, but we still had to watch it. There was nothing else.
Yeah.
Yep.
But that was good. Like I used to start, I used to start like competing with the old man. It's like, hang on, if I'm going to watch this, I'm going to learn something, and you're doing something,
Yeah.
Man, it was boring, very boring times on those TVs. Very boring in the afternoons. Oh my God, and Sundays kill me now. They were the worst.
In the olden days, I used to have to get up, go to the TV and turn a little dial to get a different picture. I remember we actually had our first video recorder, like our VHS. Had like a remote control, but you had to plug it in. It had a cord on it. You plugged it in and you sat there with this cord thing.
When there was actually nothing on TV, you got that like round thing with the like colors.
It would actually stop at midnight or something. Go boo.
Yeah. They could have that on 24/7 at this point.
we used to have sleepovers when we were like 12, and we'd wait till world movies come on at 1 o'clock to like see like a nipple or something.
Yeah,
see the boobs on SBS.
Right. The uncensored. Yeah, I think that's how we all went through puberty. Was those
late night
foreign films. All right, well, like Dale, so you've been in Thailand, like that's cool, man. You actually got to travel again after sort of the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Any amazing epiphanies from that experience?
Yeah, the whole thing was, it was pretty interesting because I saw I just read it said, oh, Thailand, you don't need the jab, and I'm like, I go, oh, fuck it, I'm going. And then I had this whole thing, oh, what if, blah blah, and I said, no, I'm just gonna do it. And then like 2 days before I was meant to leave, I get an email from the airline and they say, oh, sorry, Thailand's brought in vaccination. And I'm like, you're joking. And then anyway, so then I'm like, oh, bugger this. I started driving up the coast, and then someone sent me a thing saying, "Oh, Thailand's just reneged." So that they had it for 2 days, which happened to be the day that I was flying. And I'm like, I always think, there's always a reason for everything. I wasn't meant to go, and then I thought, no, I really still want to go. But what was my intention? My intention was I was going to go up to this little town I usually go in Pai and just chill out, but I was probably going to do a lot of drinking. And then I'm like, no, I'll change my intention. I'll go over there and I'll do a fitness camp. And then so I booked it, and then I was only going to stay a week, and then ended up doing like 3.5 weeks of this camp. And I didn't touch a drop of alcohol, just strict eating. And I actually really, like, a year not working, I didn't realize how much I missed like discipline, routine, structure, all those. I really, really loved it, and I just got into it. So it was great. And my actual, everything kind of, once I got my body, because I've watched these guys online, the big, but they're all fucking working out. I'm like, they are the biggest wankers. I'm like, and then I started doing it. I'm like, I'm one of those wankers. But then I finally, I was actually like, I feel fantastic. And not so much just physically, but like mentally good. So yeah, I kind of want to just maintain that. The guy wrote me up a program and stuff. So I'm just gonna.
That's
awesome. So I think I learned that a bit, was just to look after my body a lot more, and how much of that you just got more energy, and you're more creative too.
And it was it's a big detox. You must have sweated out half your body weight. And it's interesting that you say it was all to do with intention, right?
Yeah, well, I changed my intention. It was just completely different, and I've never seen Thailand like that before. I was in these quarters where it's just all fitness camps. So you kind of go out at night, but there's no temptation to drink or
no drug cosies walking around.
Yeah. It's like shit. I've got to get up at we've got bloody Pilates at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, right.
So yeah.
Wow, man, that sounds awesome. I'd love to do
I hear you. Yeah. I mean, I've moved on to my farm, which is behind me. I thought I'd leave the background off today. And yeah, I mean, I've been loving being physical again, and just sweating it out and hurting my body and carrying stuff, and just getting into the actual building the farm. It's so much, everything about it glows comparatively to sitting on this damn computer. I tell you, I just love it so much. And I know so many Australians have fled to the rural environments and are really getting to be grounded now in that sort of deep earthy nature of surviving off the grid. It takes a lot of time.
It does, but I mean, I think that's where we are. We've all spent 2-3 years in front of computers, right, getting all this information and passing stuff around, and it's time to get off our butts and go out and do something, start actually being creators. We kind of worked out in the last 2 years that we are the creators, right? If you didn't know before then. So yeah, it's time to start creating.
Well, Dale, so the last conversation Campbell and I had, we were talking about, obviously everyone's talking about this AI that's come in, and we were talking about, that versus this concept, this new earth potential that's sort of flourishing at the moment. And we're talking about the new earth being an actual physical construct that is literally building right in the middle of this old control grid as we speak. And it's good to have that conversation, because I think for many of us over the last couple of years, that new earth conversation has been sort of hand in hand put into this category of, we're going to arrive there, or we're going to ascend to it, or we're going to find a way out of the realm, or we're going to deprogram ourselves enough to suddenly be see it for the first time. And I was just actually, this thing is growing right now in the middle of our current reality. And this AI thing that's sort of really heavily been introduced in the last 2 months is just catapulted the creation of that new earth construct. So eventually we're looking at sort of it as it grows. And to me, I started to really chew on, what actually is this new earth? What is it? Let's take out all the lofty concepts and all the spiritual concepts and look at the nitty gritty of how we define this new earth. So I'd love to start there and ask you your thoughts on where you stand with that construct, that ideal, that version of reality, where it fits, how it's going to unfold, what it is through your thought process.
It's I mean, the whole thing for me is that like we're symbiotic with the planet. If you look at us as a fractal of the creator, and the earth is as well. So it's if we're changing, then the earth changes. If the earth changes, we change. It's like, so it's both, it's happening. And I see the earth as like she's been there. She's actually like facilitated this whole experience for us. So like, if you think of the burden that entity to come down and manifest as what she is, like think about that for a sacrifice, to have like 7 billion other compressed souls, just to, and the shit that she's had to go through, that they're both going to happen at the same time. But the way I see it with AI, I actually watched Terminator Genesis the other day. Have you seen that one?
Yeah.
It's like the
Yeah.
film. Oh man, there's so many good things in that. But I noticed in like every Terminator, right, they go to kill the source of the AI before it happens, and they never do it, right? And in Genesis, they kill off the malevolent AI, but the Arnold AI, they kind of say that it stays alive. And it just dawned on me that within a certain realm of the universe, in the lower realms of the AI controls, because there's a way I see it is there's a point in the universe that technology doesn't exist, but in the lower realms it does. But in the lower realm, that AI will always exist. There will always be, and even like the concept of how we look at it, that we call it artificial, that it's still part of the creator itself. It's actually put there as like, I know how much like you've gone into simulation and stuff, Campbell, that it is a simulation, and I believe there's like a fake creator of this simulation, but even that itself is working on behalf of the creator. It's just it's still put there, and because you get this whole concept that people go, oh, it's just a simulation, oh, it doesn't mean shit. It's like, no, it's a purposeful simulation. Even the false simulation is still like you entered it, with intent. And this is kind of why, like, I always have a go at like religious dogma that says that we're born of sin, because I hate that. I hate that. And because if you just think, because there's so many on the planet that that have that strong belief system that you are born of sin, and that ultimately that means you must be saved. So just changing that whole concept of being born of sin to, no, I'm here of intent. And all I think it is like the new earth is, that little intuition you get in your heart. You're like, you can't explain it. But like you try and research it to put the logic to connect the heart to the head to the heart. But that intuition, that's coming from outside the simulation, right? That's coming from where your soul is, where your whole. And all I see that the new earth is bringing that part of you that's connected to the creator or source, and even beyond that, into this reality. It's just syncing that with this. So it's not even about building anything new. It's a perception that changes to know that I am that, and therefore the physical world will change. And then, and people even, because they always talk about how we're going to do it. And it's the moment you're thinking, again, that's the head, right? But and you should be taking part in that process of how we're going to do it. But if you're completely focused on how it's going to manifest, you've lost the point. It's just like, it's all an internal thing, and it will manifest in however it's done, and by the individual doing your own creativity.
Yeah. Just got to become it,
Yeah. I don't remember what the question was.
Well, you answered it well. But yeah, I mean, that's how I see it too. Like the whole demiurge, kind of concept is, that, because a lot of people think, it's a prison planet, right? But I kind of see it more as it's a creation that, we've signed on to. We've agreed to come down here. But then there's this demiurge, which is the false god, which we sort of mentioned it last week, Kelly, that it seems to be technology, right? That kind of seems to be right? Electricity, all this kind of stuff. Yeah. But ultimately, it's there to teach us. Everything that's going on now, right now, it literally is the apocalypse. Everything's being shown to us. Everything's being unveiled, right? All these politicians, we're seeing who they really are. All these actors, all these, musicians and bands we followed, for years. We're suddenly going, oh, hang on. what? They're not who I thought they were. So,
Mm.
and ultimately, it's all to make us grow and to see more, right, and become more aware, and to get, you know, to raise our vibration. I think, because, you know, this is the thing, like, we're, you know, they say 70% water, and so is the world, right? So with Dr. Emoto's work, you know, as energies rises, you know, you've seen the ice crystals where they change their form. We're going to do it at the same time as the Earth, right? I think. But I think where the barometer, you know, we can go as fast or as slow as we want, depending on how much people want to hold on to or let go of the, you know, the past, right? The old world.
Well, when I did my first little deep dive, I have to confess now, the last couple of months I've been a little bit rocky. I've been a little bit like, I may have lost my faith a bit here. I reckon. And I went through this sort of like flat line at time where I was just like, oh, I don't know what's the purpose and point of all this is. And I could feel myself like falling into self-criticism. And of course, that is the removal of self-love. And when you go down that pathway, it's slippery, because then you're finding a lot of reasons to be feeling pissed off and hardly any to be feeling grateful for. So I went through this whole period, and it got triggered by us, one of our podcasts before Christmas, arriving on the fact that the magician behind the carpet, behind the magical curtain, may end up being elves and dwarfs. And then I was like, well, fuck this. Like, I was like, that's enough for me. I'm like, I'm out of this dialogue. Like, I can't do anything with that information. Like, I hit a wall, right? And then I went through this process, and then I lost my license for not voting. And then I was like, double fuck this. I'm like, those were the two things. This reality, that reality, I'm in the void. And so I went through this thing, and like what brought me back was I actually had to start to look at, you know, like the purpose of this life experience we're having now. And I started to flip over to, holy shit, like we're actually living, our lifetime, we have had the privilege of being souls down here in this realm that's been there when they introduced friggin' television. I mean, we just opened up this show on the 3 friggin' stations, people. That's what we had growing up, and it turned itself off at midnight. And then we were here when they introduced email, and we were here when they introduced mobile phones. Like, we've been here at this like lifetime where this artificial, you know,
entity,
itself to us very powerfully and integrate into our lives. And at the same time, through Tartaria, we've been sort of studying the last great period, I guess, where we draw evidence that they're in a very beautiful organic structure around them, enabling really healthy, high vibration. This is all obviously the possibility. We don't know for sure, but the technology was, you know, it offered healing and health and vitality and beauty and grace, and everything looked beautiful and worked. And it seemed to represent the last really use of organic technology. And here we are, flipped into this lifetime, 2 lifetimes past the last reset potentially, and we've flipped over to the inorganic technology, and we get to experience this, like, we get to see it. I mean, what a fucking trip. It is a brilliant trip to know that. We've been through these 2 massive pendulum swings of control structures and the different templates, the organic one and the inorganic one. Then here we are maybe at the crescendo of the inorganic one, and in the middle of it, the organic one springs back up again. It's like, I love it. So I fell back into gratitude, thank God, because I was getting a bit grumpy on the podcast.
That's all natural, because like, if you go to the base form of what the universe is light. Light is an expression of polarities. So yeah, there's always going to be both. It's life's an expression of contrast.
Well, how do you know what's good if you don't know what's bad, right?
Exactly. And but that, because you've said gratitude too, like that's how I see the AI. You don't have an option or know what to go to unless you know what this synthetic is. You don't, and it's horrible to think, like, some people don't get this, but the whole Satanist and who and what they really are at a higher level, that it's all in agreement. It's co-creation.
Yeah.
And you're not. It's only your earthly ego and that doesn't mean you challenge them and you accept it, but you understand and have gratitude for what they are.
Yeah, I always put that down to different creation stories, you know, like we have different creation stories and we're coexisting together to fulfill those creation stories. So with that perspective, it's not judgeable. It just is what it is. It's like being here with, you know, horses and snakes. Like they represent two different creation myths. They do. You know, one you can have really heartfelt relationship with, like that mammalian relationship with, and the other you absolutely cannot. And they coexist around me out here all the time. Goannas and chickens, you know, they've got totally different creation stories, and you know their drive forward is essentially different. So I do see that on the higher scale with humanity, and then above humanity and above that
Do
there's different creation.
you know what you're right about though? Because you know you said like we've experienced all that in our lifetime. Just even the chance that you were born, that because we were talking about time acceleration before we came on, and it's like, so all the, you know, how many million years of like evolution or whatever, and the pace that this agenda has moved in the last 30, 40 years. And then like the chance that you happen to be here at this time. And then like what really is the interest in Tartaria? It's just the interest in human potential. That's where the core interest in Tartaria is. It's, well, you know, like our potential's that and greater.
Yeah, it's giving us a different perspective. This is, you know, another version that you could go to, because, you know, we've been so, you know, programmed to think that this is the only option, right? Like, you know, we all go through it. When you hit 17, 18, you're told the only option is, what are you doing, uni or a job? You know, how you know, and no one wants to do it. And everyone's like, fuck, I just want to go
what's the third option?
Party, man, go away. You know, and so
yeah, what's the third option, Campbell?
Yeah, what's the third option?
Who's lying to me? That's the third option. I know someone's lying. Find out what this lie is all about. And become a truth seeker.
Yeah, and that's it. And so if that's our only belief, then that's all we can create, right?
Yeah.
And so this new information, and this is the thing, it's not a coincidence that it's come up at this point, right? At this, you know, point in time, even though it doesn't exist, that all this information which about the past is coming up. Plus we've got all, you know, the stuff like orgonite and tensor coils and tuning and vibration and all that, which are technologies, right? We're starting to learn about geometry gives off, you know, fields, and so all the architecture is, it's literally the way it's designed. The geometry is the tech in itself, you know. So we're at the point where, you know, we talked about it last week. We've got an option. We can go, you know, into the 15-minute cities and go with AI, or we can go with, you know, HI, right? Human intelligence. And we have all that tech built in, you know, all this kind of stuff. We don't need the internet. We can communicate without wires and all this, you know, and we don't need all these circuits and
almost.
we can build all this stuff that just works, free energy. So that's how I see it. And that's what getting out and building that is, you know. We get a choice. We can go out and build the new Earth, if you want to call it that. Or we can go into a 15-minute city and then, you know, in 3 years lose our minds, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's like at the tail end of all of this. I mean, you know, the three of us have been on like these tangents for many decades now. It's not like it's been the last 2 years. And you know, looking at, you know, what is this? What is reality? Who are we? How is this all a bit? But you know, I mean, the end of that, like, we know that it's just a frequency-based situation we're in. I mean, it's all frequency, it's all vibration. Yep. So like, and I think with the truth-seeking pathway of the last couple of years, heavily we've gone down into really homing in on what is the lie and what is the deception. And I think the flip now, as and the new Earth is such a weird term. We might need to come up with some, but like the flip now into this alternative version of existing here is it's a vibrational one, right? It's a frequency specific flip. Like you're understanding that everything can coexist, but it's like, what frequency band are you going to settle into? You know, because I sat down the other day on Sunday with a friend, and we sat there and we meditated into the earth. Like we just did a full blown, as long as we could handle it, meditation. And the most dominant message that came through for both of us was like, you've done it. Like, settle in, relax. You can actually have fun for the next 10 years. Like, be at peace. Like, be in joy now. You know, like, you're here. You've landed. Like, it's cool. It's good. I've got this. Like, I just got I've got this. Like, you don't need to change, shave, fix, heal. I've got this. Like, just like, relax.
Be
Just
a human
relax.
being.
Just like,
Well, I mean, it's
do you like? Sorry, yeah.
It's a good point. There's just so much info out there at the moment, isn't there? Do this, you need to do this, you need to do that, you know, when really, I mean, and I can see, you know, a lot of people obviously need to leave their baggage, right? Get rid of some stuff that they're carrying before they can kind of see who they really are. But in the end, that's it, right? It's just a decision, you know. Yeah, I'm a creation of the creation, and I get to create and do what I want, and it's all good. You know, because everything at the moment to do with tech, right, to do with L, it's all fear. Everyone's spent the last 2 years going, turn off your telly. And then everyone runs out and gets the clips from the telly and puts them on YouTube. And then people review those videos. So
I've never watched more mainstream in my life.
Isn't
like,
it bizarre?
Through social media, yeah.
Me too. It's just insane. Everyone's like, they think they're doing one thing, but they're doing the exact opposite. It's like, no.
You know what? Can I address that though too? Because like we're talking about the swings and that. This is what I've been talking about. You've got to be balanced in this time, and you can especially see a lot of people that are very new are still in the initiation process. And there was a guy, Michael Sims, he wouldn't mind me saying this because he posts about it on Instagram. He went to like Snoop Dogg concert the other night, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And he's like, he loves the old rap and like that's his thing, right? And he had a few beers and like they were slamming him. Oh, you're a fool, you know. I'm like, and he did a video and he goes like, I apologize. I went out, had a couple of beers, went and saw an artist. Do you know what I mean?
Got hammered for going to the concert and having some beers.
And it's like, I mean, like, because I could, you know, you could go into like, you know, 213 and NWA and the CIA corporatization of rap,
Right.
but it's like you can fucking just go and enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
And like, because it's like when the Balenciaga thing comes, they're like, oh, I'm throwing away all my Balenciaga, and then you know, there's other people getting ripped. Oh, he's wearing this T-shirt. I'm like, if you're gonna go like that, we may as well throw away every bit of clothing. You'll be walking around naked.
Yeah.
So, you know, like throw away all your iPhone, everything. It's like you need to have some balance because there's this. I've seen it's become like a problem of like everything's the devil, everything's satanic.
Yeah, everything's
and it's like you are allowed to enjoy. Like, because even like, so I hadn't had a drink for 4 months, and then I had a wedding on the weekend. I had too many, and I felt like shit. But so, and like, but for me, because I was talking to other people that like I know that have done AA and stuff, and they go do it, and they're like, you can never drink ever for the rest of your life. And I'm like, well, what's that saying? That means you actually haven't healed the issue. If you cannot have a drink for 40 years and you have one, you go back, then you haven't solved the problem.
Yeah.
No.
So like, I'll never say I'm never going to drink again. It's just like, I actually have to work on my relationship with with alcohol. You know what I mean? But I like to cut it off, and like, you're not dealing with it. And it's the same thing with mainstream media. It's like, you can watch it objectively and you can still, you know, you'll send people stuff and they go, oh, I'm not watching that. That's bias. So I'm like, well, you're missing out on everything. If you can't, I can learn stuff from Karl Stefanovic. I can learn stuff from anyone.
Yeah.
It doesn't, if you're coming at it, if you know who you are, it doesn't matter. You can take in any information you want.
I agree.
I totally
I've
agree.
been saying that for so long. If you're autodidactic, right? It doesn't matter. You can choose. That's all you need to work on is yourself. If you don't trust yourself to, you know, disseminate information and to go with what feels right, well, go back to the mirror and start talking to yourself, because
that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is, because people keep sending me, oh, this person's a shield, this person. I've said, you're just projecting that you don't have the discernment, and other people don't have the discernment to understand themselves. It's like I send posts like Tucker Carlson, and they're like, oh no, he's fuck. I'm like, Just, I understand. I know what Fox is. I know.
I'm not saying I love him.
It's like,
Some
listen,
info.
take away, and it's even like anyone that watches this, it's like, take away from the personality of the person, and is the information true? Does it resonate? It's like, forget about the person.
This is, I always go back to, one of the first things we sort of come across in this, whole, truth, whatever thing, is the 2080 rule, right? There's always some truth, and there's always some lies, and so if you're blocking stuff, you're missing out on at least 20% that could be true. So it's weird. And I had a conversation the other day, and we were talking about the words, right? You can't say understand anymore. Can't do that.
Yeah,
you've got to
I know where you're
everything.
Yeah. Well, I was having this conversation with someone, and they're like, "Oh, do you know what that word meant?" I'm like, "Okay, if we're going to play that game, we're not going to speak anymore either, right?" Because you can go to the etymology of like, yes, I know about Shakespeare and the infiltration in English, but it doesn't matter.
It's intention, and this is the thing, is there's this weird thing with language that even though we know it's being manipulated and all this kind of stuff's going on with it, words still seem to mean what they're supposed to mean. There's this kind of there's something else going on, right? There's this spirit connection or whatever. And because I'm big into words, and we were sort of talking the other day, like words like whole, whole, WHOE is everything, HOL is nothing, right? It's like, well, that's the same word, but it's the opposite. And I used to think, oh, they're just trying to spell casting, and then I was thinking about it, and I was thinking, well, hang on, if we're all toroids, if everything's a Taurus, then nothing is everything, right? It actually is the same. And we were talking about the word yield. Yield is to give up, but when you grow a crop, you get a yield.
It's
so it's the same. It's the opposite. You need to give up to get.
Yeah.
And so all this stuff, we think it's just, oh, they're playing tricks. But when you think about it, it actually all makes sense, which is really interesting.
Yeah. But that's why I said, like, because I said the universe, it's contrast expression. So there's a yes and no for everything. So
yes.
Is there spellcast? Yes. Can it have opposite effect? Yes. So that's the balance. It's like you just see the negative in everything, and
and exactly right. Some people have got a solution, a problem for every solution, and everyone's running around, I'm so awake, I'm so awake, and I'm so positive and all this, but they're doing the opposite. It's a really weird thing. But it comes down to we it's this whole judge thing, right? And I kind of say judge people, but don't judge circumstance. Like, just don't judge the world as good or bad, because then you're stuffed. If something's bad, it then is in charge, and every time you come back to that point, it's bad, right? You can't see the good in it.
But do you know what I think? If you know the base etymology of the word, right, and then if that it's spell casting, but you're using it the other way, you've actually transmuted it. That's what you've done.
Yes, it all comes down to
you're aware of what's been done, but you're still using it, right? That's how you've just transmuted it through your understanding.
We all know there's black witches and white witches, and black wizards and white wizards, and all. We're told there's that duality, but you talk about spells and all this stuff, and everyone thinks, oh no, it's just the dark, just the dark, just the dark.
Well, even black means white, so that's a perfect example.
Yeah, exactly right. I said incantations to someone once, because I was sort of writing, little sort of poetry things, and I went, oh, and I've seen you've written some incantations, and they were like, what? No, and I'm like, it's just.
Oh, do you know? I'm so glad you said that, Campbell, because that's it's exactly how I think. It's rare that it's rare I speak to people that see it that way. So yeah, I appreciate that you see it that way.
You go, Kelly.
I like, if I fall into any sort of Puritan attitude, like in my own life, I just end up feeling grumpy. So like, I just like that Puritan vibration to me is out of balance. It's just swung way too far on the other side, and I just think, like, wow, like having a few wines around the campfire is one of my favorite things on the planet. Like, it is one of my favorite things. I love it. Like, the idea of giving it up to be like a cleaner, more sacred spiritual being, like, it's just not as fun. So, and like the fun is actually for me, like brings the vibe up. It's the vibe. It's all about the vibe, you know, like, and of course, like the next day, if you've had too many, you don't feel that amazing. And that's cool because then you see the balance of that as well. Yeah, I think like
because
this,
you know what that imbalance is. It's a drive to spiritual, what they perceive as spiritual perfectionism.
Yes,
which is bullshit.
Which
It's
is
absolute
bullshit.
right?
It's so
bullshit.
bullshit.
I know some of the most conscious people ever that smoke tobacco, drink wine, and are completely in touch with themselves. I'm not talking about they're not abusing it, but the search for spiritual perfectionism and constant healing. I need to heal. I need to. It's like
something outside of me. It's
you're going around the rabbit
whole,
hole.
I need to sit in a white robe on a cushion, you know, in the lotus position and just emanate white light and everything will be fine. It's not, that's not what you're here for. No. You're in a physical reality. You get to do that when you leave here. You can go and be a spirit as, you know, long as you want when you don't have a body. But
and all it does, Campbell, is push you into self-criticism. Like all it does is push you into like, like a self-doubt, a self-lack, a need to do better, be more, learn something, clean something up, heal something, fix something, be more authentic, be more, you know, it's always you're never there. You're never
which goes back to you're born with sin. You're always trying to achieve something that you can't actually achieve, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, we've got like, there's millions and millions of people going, you know, at the tail end now of the last couple of years here in this conscious community. And, you know, they're all struggling with it as well. Like, this is something that I think this is one of the greatest maturing of our consciousness, is to be able to accept ourselves in love all the time, and to like, and it's not about the external action you're taking. Like, that's been a flip for me. I've had to really, like, because I am that person. I am that smoking, drinking. I like my weed. I like my campfires. I'm that. I like my alchemist friends visiting, turning up. I like the festival scene. I'm into that world, right? So I'm very freestyling around the drug, sex, and rock and roll realm. It's like I like it. You know, and it's like I think a lot of people now are having to. Well, I think naturally we're all maturing our groundedness and like, hey man, like relax. It's okay. Like, it's better that you are happy and loving yourself right now than judging yourself and criticizing yourself and thinking you need to heal something more, or do a better class, or do a greater discipline, you know, find a new modality, fix it. Just keeps you broken.
And ultimately, all that information is coming from outside of us. And when we think about it, it's just opinions of people who probably got opinions of people. It's got nothing factual. It's just all this information, and people go, yeah, that's the truth. And they all get onto these things. And, you know, I guess, you know, and just to trigger people, right? It's like Gandhi said, Gandhi, what did he say? You know, you're right, even if you're in the minority of one. You know, so all this is about is our perspective. If you're changing yourself to you know, meld with someone else's perspective of the outside world, well, you're not being yourself. So this is the whole thing. We can get information from the outside world, but then we got to, you know, disseminate it, run it through our own filters and see what it means to us, because ultimately we are all in our own little world. And this is why arguing and debates just drive me insane. It's just someone trying to say, unless you believe what I believe, you're wrong. And that comes from, I don't believe I'm right until everyone agrees with me. So it's this weird, you know.
Yeah. And you know what, like, oneness is, right? If everyone collectively, we all work together in peace, that's not everyone agreeing at all. That is everyone's unique individual expression of the creator.
Yes.
Not, it's the opposite to hive mind collectivism, you know. So it's for any one person to say this is how it's going to be done, or this is like, I'm not, even when I went to Uluru, right, that I realized when I got there that was an external chase. Like, I'd been wanting to go there, and I did have some profound stuff happen when I went there, but it was, and the message I got straight away, like from the rock, is like, why did you come here? Like I'm in you anyway. You could have been anywhere in the world. Like, you can connect to me from anywhere. It's like everything. That's, it told me, I was like kind of laughing, saying this is the bullshit spiritual chase of like external, when it's all like,
it's all in us.
you all got it anyway. But that's what you were kind of saying about the pendulum, Callie, is that because so many people have had such a rapid fire awakening, whatever you want to call it, into all this dark stuff. This is how I'm saying they're coming to a distortion of the light, right? And that's the chase, because oh my god, every institution's effed up, and it's like we've had years to process that. It's like, yeah, like we knew that 20 years ago, but because it's been so rapid fire for them, you've gone and they've swung to see it, and they're swinging back into a distortion on the other way. That's how I see it. And it's like, the balance is in the middle, that you can actually observe both.
Exactly, that's what's going to happen.
I can see with like all these spiritual modalities, I'm not interested in any of them. And occasionally, like I actually did a sound bath thing the other day, but like I never chased this. I was just happened to be around the area, and the ladies right, she goes, "You want to come?" I'm like, "Yeah," and it was awesome. And like I think I was meant to be there for that, but it was never I wasn't chasing it.
Yeah.
And it ended up, it was exactly what I needed, but because there was no chase, it's like it fell in my lap.
Yeah, this whole thing of goal, you know, that everyone was imprinted with, you know, from the self-help kind of industry, goal setting, everything needs to be written down, and you've got to have your stuff and do this and goals. I think that's been, you know, it just draws you so much into the physical world, doesn't it? And possessions, right?
Well, it draws you into the chase.
Into the chase. Yeah, where we should really be creating what we want, you know, in ourselves, and then waiting for it to show up, you know, without sort of expectations of it's got to be on March the 7th, you know, and turn up in a pink dress. You know?
But you know what I think? They're like, when I said intent at the start, like why we're here, we came here intent. But like for me, the main intent is we came here for adventure. It's like, fuck, dude, that's what we're in the most amazing realm. You're a compressed fractal of the creator on the freaking Earth Mother. We're going through we're fucking rebirthing the whole universe.
Yeah.
And you're one of the special ones that came here at this time, and you came for the adventure.
Yeah.
And you're conscious. You can observe it because you actually got you're conscious of it. You know, you did your deprogramming, and you're conscious enough to observe that. Holy shit.
But that's what, you know, that's why I'm happiest when I'm like, I'm in my car driving. I don't know where I go. Like when I went to Thailand, it's just like, I'm going for a new experience. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
That's, to me, that's like, that's the most exciting thing. And that's why I love it so much, because I think that's the core reason we came here.
I agree. And they've sort of taught everyone in the last 2 years, oh no, you can't travel. And they're trying to do that more, but clearly you can.
Yeah, you can.
It's just, you've just got to, it's what you believe is what's going to happen. If you believe, oh, it's so bad, they're going to stop me, and when I get there, they're going to do this and this.
You know, I had people message out to me that were furious. They're like,
yeah, you were traveling?
They're like, yeah, you're and then other people going, oh, you've deserted her. I'm like, I'm doing exactly what you should be doing. Just go fucking express yourself.
Oh my God.
You know, and I'm like, that's such a program response.
It is. I just cannot. I've seen that heaps too recently, and I can't believe it. It's almost like I've believed all the lies, and I'm sitting here pretending I'm awake. Why aren't you as well?
Well, I mean, you know, out of balance, that vibration would keep you motionless. It would keep you motionless. I've had this experience recently where I was sitting down to do these meditations, which did involve trying to, well, at least identify my vision for the future, right? And for the first time in a long time, I actually had to surrender and say, I actually don't have one. I actually don't have one. I am not trying to lead it anywhere. Actually, I don't have a strong version of my life in the next 10 years. Like, I just don't have one. But I could tell you very clearly what's going on in my head about building this garden bench that's on my mind right now, and like how I'm engineering it mentally in my head. I've got a very strong vision for that, which I'm doing tomorrow. But as far as my life goals go, destiny and vision, I feel like I'm in an absolute, like, a new space, which feels matured, which just feels empty. It's interesting. Yeah. Do you guys relate to that?
Yeah, that's that's living in the potential, right? Everything is potential. And it's kind of like I said with goals, you know, we've been designed or, you know, programmed to say you need to, you know exactly what you want or else you won't get it. You know, but I'm the same. I've kind of got, you know, because we sort of did the same course and we're both, you know, supposed to write down all these vision statements and that. And I kind of had an issue problems as well because I've got all these possibilities, all these things going on, and I know what direction I'm going in, and it might be that, and I'm not sure exactly how it'll turn out, but I'm doing it anyway and going there, and that's kind of feels like the right spot. It just feels weird to sit down and start point forming things and doing all this.
Yeah, I can't do it.
You know, yeah.
You know, this, like, I've got to bring up David Icke again just because I'm reading the books. It's exactly. I don't know if you've read his books, but he always starts off. He tells you.
They were
And,
the first books I read.
Oh, they're I mean, he's such a brilliant writer.
Mm.
He's one of the best authors, and to be able to put those concepts into such a layman way it's a skill. I think only few can do. I think he's the best. But you know, he always talks about all these life experiences, and they're all, you know, one door open, another one closed, one door open. And he says now, like, he doesn't make any plans past like 3 months because he lives his whole life on intuition.
Yeah.
And if the heart tells him, he goes. And that's, what does he call it? Like the, you know, surfing the you know, the wave of life, right? It's like that you let the wave take you.
Yeah.
And then the thought comes, oh, you can't do that. You haven't got the money. You've got the, and then you don't do it. But it's like, if you go, because that intuition again is like connecting to creator, then you just, and you're like, holy shit, like I actually went with it and look what happened. Like, I would never have done this. And
well, isn't that interesting? Because from that perspective, goals would restrict us.
Yeah.
Well, they wouldn't be possible.
Yeah.
Because if you're on a wave, you couldn't just suddenly go, I'm going to turn left now. You can't. You're just like, you're going with the wave. Like it's.
But but if you hit the goal as the ultimate, and then you get there and you're like, oh shit, like, what do I do now? Right.
That's a common thing. They tell you that'll happen, and you have to have new goals before you reach your goals, or else you're going to fall in the pit. They know.
Well, you've seen with like Tyson Fury, his goal was to be heavyweight champ. He got there, and then he went plummeted into depression 10 minutes after the fight because he didn't know what to do with himself. Because his whole life was to get there, and he's like, "Oh, I've done it."
That's all he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. It's very interesting because they got us all, you know, get a job, buy a house, and all that. And as soon as you do that, then when you get inspiration to take off, you can't because you've got to pay the bills, right? You've got to go to job. You've got all this responsibility because you're following goals and doing the right thing and becoming successful when it's just such a line of crap, isn't it? It's complete. It's like everything.
I mean, I still think you should like setting goals is a good thing, but it's like you're not fully dependent on that goal. And, you know, once that's like, you just let it take you wherever. You don't have like, this is
more like visions and dreams.
I have to achieve this, right?
Yeah.
It's an interesting one though, like from both perspectives, because obviously, you know, everyone I know who actually has really worked on and defined their 10-year plan, or like are hugely successful individuals. Like it works. Like what we're talking about. I mean, what I'm saying is that pathway doesn't not work. I've only got evidence of it working. But for someone like me, like it doesn't feel like a fit. Like it's not the pathway. I don't seem to be able to work that way with it. Like there's a different consciousness flowing through me in order to move me to the next step,
It could just
that's what we said before about balance though too, because there's either option and everything in between.
Left brain, right brain. Some people do better like that, but that's the thing. You don't have to do it that way. There are options, you know.
It seems to work well in the realm of commas. In the realm of commas, that sort of 10-year plan seems to be very well suited. In the realm of consciousness, it seems a little bit too far ahead.
How can anyone have a 10-year plan at the moment?
I know. Far out.
You're lucky to have a 2-week plan, man.
Yeah, which leads us to 2023. What are our thoughts, Dal? What are your thoughts on this year ahead of us? Yeah. Already almost in April. Oh my God.
And we just went through a big full moon.
Yeah. Yeah. It was well, they say that 23 is the number of humanity, right? Which is the number of the Earth. So that's interesting.
That's interesting.
And we're in March now, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
3rd month.
So it's
I don't know. Was the full moon on the 2nd?
No, I was on the 7th.
7th. Okay.
So yeah, I think it's a tipping year. I think like you can see the energy now of what's coming out. It can't be stopped, right?
No.
It can't be stopped. And especially, I mean, like the push on the trans stuff and all that. And people are so concerned about it. I'm like, mate, this is like exposing itself at a rapid rate. I have no concern for it. And that doesn't mean I'm not concerned for, you know, like kids
the
being
children
indoctrinated and stuff, but I'm saying for the long-term plan, this is not happening.
All this
it's
stuff,
so
it's
rapid.
just
It's so
exposing
rapid.
people.
To me, it's all it is. Again, it's like, and I think it's been manipulated, but it's getting people to question their morality. That's only one aspect of it. The translate. There's so many. Everything that's coming in, it's like, oh, do I believe that? Why do I believe that? Fuck, my beliefs have been completely immoral. Like, what if I put a blank piece of paper down? Like, is this right? What the hell's going on? And it's and everyone keeps saying like the whole clown world thing. It's like, yeah, it is like, it's just but that's a time acceleration too, because that dark agenda is playing out way too quick. There hasn't been enough time for that to permeate within culture for it to be accepted. It's been pushed too quick.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's like they jumped the gun and they had to go far, you know, at a sooner time or something. But and all it's ended up doing is exposing them all. I mean, seriously, look how many people have now been done for, you know, kitty fiddling and all this kind of stuff. And these are all trusted people, like news anchors and stuff. You know, people were sitting there watching and going, "Oh, that's the truth." We now find out who they really are, right? And that's what. Do you see a swing back? Like, because obviously it's gone so far. You know, we're talking about the pendulum. It's all so, you know, satanic and, you know, trans and all that. Do you see it like a Puritan, like a real, and of course that doesn't make it good, but because it's
conservative,
going to be extreme, isn't it? It's going to be suddenly, you know, if women show their ankles and stuff, you know, don't do that.
I think there'll be a really conservative Christian consciousness that attempts to come through really strongly. I think it's going to be conservative. I think it's really interesting though, just that concept there, just to go back 1 second, around the agendas when we were talking about it being so rapid, the agendas had to, like, it's rapidly moving forward and rapidly showing itself, and that has having a direct impact on our perception of time. Like that we are actually feeling like we never have enough time, we're running out of time, and time just feels like we're getting less and less and less of it every day. So, like, just to talk about that for a second, the rapid projection of this agenda or this vibration, let's just talk about it vibrationally, the rapid projection of this low vibrationally is actually messing with our actual perception of time, of having time, of being in time, of having time, because we, you know, most people haven't had time to even like transition it or translate it into their consciousness, you know, enough to ground it. So it's just like it's happening really quickly, and that's making us feel like everything's happening really quickly, and we're not having enough time. Would you guys, let's talk about that for a second.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about this before you came on, Callie, before we hit record.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, we're just saying, like, you know, like you set yourself a little task, like to go to the shop or whatever. And it used to be like, you know, like half hour. You used to like segment your life in these little half hours. Like now it's like, that's an hour task. And that never used to be an hour task. And you're doing the exact same thing. I think, you know, like, because I haven't worked for a year, and the days I'm like, how the hell did I have a job and do anything else? It's like, and like, this sounds like such a, like, it's such an arrogant thing, because I know most people work, and it sounds, you know, like I'm coming from like being a hobo bum and not having a job, but like I'm like, how did I do anything? And like, I have no kids, I have nothing, right? And I'm like, and then I talk to my brother, he's like, you know, I've got 4 kids, like, what do you think I do? He goes, I literally have like no time.
Yeah.
It's do you know, like, when I first I had like my explosion, like awakening in like early 2000s, and I bought this book, which like most of it's bullshit after I've processed it all, but it was cool at the time. And
what was it?
Saint Germain's Prophecies. It was like 2000, I think it was that. But it was, I remember the whole first chapter was all about time acceleration, and I really resonated to that at the time, and that was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and it was saying how because like a minute's still a minute, a second's still a second, but it's the perception.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it was saying how this would constantly increase up until the financial collapse and all these other things. And it's pretty much playing out. I've got to go find that book again. But
quickening, man.
It's not, and like I said to you, Cam, before this, when we started, that you're like, oh, geez, this year's gone quick. And everyone says that every year.
Yeah.
Because every year goes quicker than the previous year.
Yeah, and they used to sort of say, "Oh, that's just because you're getting older. You've got more past, more memories."
Bullshit.
Complete bullshit.
Even like you think of the war agendas, like they did the whole Iraq thing, and that played out for 10 years, and then they try to take Syria, and that was like 3 or 4 years, and then it's like we're just gonna smash out World War III in like a year now, like
yeah, a couple of months,
and it'll be exposed in just as quick a time as well. So. But because all of that outside time perception, that's all happening with us too, because we're saying it's symbiotic, because it's like because the awakening really, and if the earth is changing and we're changing, it's time too, right? Because it's just movement and light. So we're I think we're changing on an atomic level, because the galaxy isn't out there, it's in here, and so everything's moving quicker.
Let me tell you a story. So in 2014, I started to get I was on my old farm, and I started to get these really weird sensations in my body where like it felt like I was shaking, right? Like it felt like everything in my cells was shaking, but if I held my hand up, it was perfectly still. And I'd like get this for like 10 minutes every now and again. And then it started to become like a daily thing, to the point where it was causing my heart to palpitate and do fluttering, and like starting to fucking freak me out. Right. So it's to the point where I was like, I have to go and lie down on the couch for like 20 minutes just to calm it all down, which was really unlike me to stop in the middle of the day like that. And I was really like, what the fuck is going on with me? And it was months. Right. And so eventually I went and I did a sound bowl healing, and it was just one-on-one. And just before I went into the meditation and then fell asleep, I said, I want to know what this is. Tell me what this is. Like, I was really demanding about it. And then I fell asleep, and I got woken up by this voice in my ear, in my head, yelling at me, just yelling at to the point where I was so shocked. I actually like jumped off the ground and then came slamming down on my ass and freaked myself out because I was asleep. And it said, "It's the quickening." That's what it said. Like, it yelled it in my ear, like really hardcore. I freaked out the teacher, and I'd never heard that term before. The only time I'd heard that term was on fucking Highlander.
They can be only
that's
one.
the only time I'd heard the quickening. So it's really interesting now to actually the woman who's doing the bowl, she'd flipped out, because at the same time I went through that, she had started seeing my bands reverse. She literally saw my bands reverse, and then like these like strikes of light coming into my bands, and then a voice in her head really clearly, this is what freaked her out, said, "Don't worry, this is not for you, this is specific to Kelly. Like, don't worry about this." And then I got screamed at. It was the quickening. So I'm just bringing that up because that was in around 2014.
What's his Joseph Campbell, Hero of a Thousand Faces. So what's the quickening? That's the point in the Rocky movie where they do the montage. So you have to watch you have to do an hour and a half of the movie, and then they compress him going from down in the dumps to I'm going to be champion in the space of however long Eye of the Tiger goes for, like a minute. That's the quickening, and because I remember reading Wilcox's book, and he went the whole way through. It was one of the best books I ever read.
I loved Wilcox.
And I'm like, we're in that in the montage.
Yeah.
So it's like boom, 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 and and eventually
we're in the fucking montage.
When you come out of the quickening, you face the nemesis, which we're all going to have to do collectively, and then we're ultimately it looks like we're just about to win. So like everything's going to come out, and then bang, there's one last hurdle, and it looks like we're all destroyed. And like I think that's. I mean, I've got ideas on what that could be, but like because we're already starting to see the small wins now. So I think we're in the quickening. When it comes out, we face the nemesis, and then it's going to look like we are lost at the last moment.
Wow.
Yeah, like
yeah.
Once I read that book, it ruined every movie. I'd sit.
Yeah, I was
there
going to say that's
I'm like,
every
this is going to
movie when
happen.
you think
This is going to
about
happen.
it.
I know.
Think about
I know.
Star Wars. It's all
Yeah.
all up to, you know, that last little bit where he's flying down and shoots his little bit down and blows up the you know, the whatever it is. But
Lord of the
every
Rings
movie,
classic.
isn't it?
But we're
Yeah.
we're so attuned to that story because it's not just a movie story; it's a universal blueprint that like people keep going. Oh, it's like we're in a movie. I'm like, we are in the like.
We are in the.
This
What do you
is the
think a
blueprint.
reset is?
And that's why nothing is like everything kind of feels familiar. It's like I've seen this shit before.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
That's
So,
interesting.
all right, amazing. We are in the montage. We're in the montage, everyone. Just so everyone got that, we're in the montage. Period.
Don't know what a
Which
montage
means,
is? Go and watch an 80s martial arts flick.
yeah, they're all in the martial arts ones.
so then when we come out of the montage, we go into the first round with the necromancer, right? Like we go into that dark night of the reconciliation, the big scary necromancer, and then we think we're out. We think we're at the other end. Do you think we're at that point yet? Do people think we're at the other end?
Do you know
Nowhere near?
my best analogy of that in the hero's journey is Happy Gilmore.
Mm-hmm.
I remember he gets hit with a car or whatever. I know, like he's actually winning, and then he gets hit with a car, and then he's just about to win. He's got one putt to win, and then the thing falls in front of the hole. And like, so that's that moment. Then it's like we've lost. But somehow he makes it, right?
All right, come on then. Let's
It's
chuck
like
your theories in.
Caddyshack too, right?
Chuck your theories into the ring.
I think it's the final showdown in the Middle East. I think that's so. I think there's
countdown.
going to be this, whether it's real or not, there's going to be a perceived global destruction, and then eventually, like, truth will come out. Everything's okay. And I'd even think that this is so well embedded into the DNA of like the destruction of Maldek and stuff in the solar system that we're wired to this something in the sky is happening, and because we're tied to that trauma. So I feel like everything will come out. It'll look like we've won, but then there's a comet coming, and these people, they haven't told you about this comet forever, but it's coming.
Yeah.
Just suddenly pops up and
like it'll just be
2 days.
like, oh my god, we're all free, and it's like, oh yeah, but there's a comet, and
yeah, because we're wired to. You're right. We're absolutely wired to the destruction, like the destruction of Atlantis, the destruction of Lemuria, the destruction of the old Earth, Marduk, and Tiamat, and all that. We are wired to these massive, like.
I think it's going to
end
come
of
from the
time.
sky. Something.
Yeah.
The final trauma is from the sky. Yeah, I think you're right.
Interesting, because all of the last 2 years it's been watch the water. Of course, then the inversion would be it's coming from the skies.
Well, but they say that like Maldek or Tiamat, right, was like that was a water planet anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's a lot of talk about the plasma as well, plasma, coming, plasma discharges and stuff, and which is kind of that's like the fifth element, which, if you get into the, the ways the world's destroyed, it's, what is it? It's earth, water, fire, ether or something, or water, ether.
I mean,
who knows?
At the end of the day, like when you watch all these channels or this information coming off online, you think like everyone's like, what's going to happen? When's it going to happen? And like the best answer is always like, you fucking know. Like you'll be so in it, you will fucking know. You won't need anyone to tell you it's happening. This is it. You won't need that. You will know. You'll be in it and like dealing with the
this
necromancer.
is it, man. Like disclosure, man, bloody disclosure. And people are still following disclosure. And if you're still following it, show me one thing that's actually happened that they've said is going to happen. None of it happens, And
come
then
on. Now, come on. There must be one thing. One thing. Let me think about it for a second. One thing.
One thing. Come on.
One thing.
Biden,
but Biden became president. That was in there. That was in disclosure.
I thought Trump was supposed to become president. But anyway, what it is, it's the same thing as it's trust us, right? Trust something outside of you. We'll tell you what's happening. You need us to confirm things and just wait. Don't do anything. Sit down and wait for the white hats or the Jesus or the UFOs or whoever it is to come and save you. But It's like you said, when shit hits the fan, we're going to know. You will
yeah,
know.
we'll
So
know.
you don't need
We'll
to sit
know.
down and watch all this disclosure stuff. You don't need to be in fear of when it's going to happen. Just live your life, create. When it happens, try and be prepared, I guess.
Do you know what I say too is about you got to trust the energy of like real love compared to the fake too, because if there was that scenario, right, and they played out a savior, right, because you're going from dark to like the polar opposite distortion of the light is worship, right? That's how you know. If any being comes in demanding worship, adoration, praise, that's it. You avoid that. I think that's highly likely, but at end of the day, I'm not attached to that outcome. I trust myself that if I don't give my power away to anyone, it doesn't matter good, bad, or anything in between. Then
I think they're working on a few people at the moment that they they've got their options open for who they want to put up as the anti-Christ. I think they're working. They're just sort of saying
like Trump's in the ultimate position to be the Antichrist, right? If they play out this whole scenario, and then it comes at that they took down the deep state, blah blah blah, and then
exactly.
It all ends in the middle.
He's the savior of the world.
He's already been played as a messianic character. He's got the gold hair and the gold face, and they put the thing on the back of his head like Jesus. It's like that's people, and Christians like, I wouldn't fall for that. I'm like, you will fucking fall for it.
Wow. It's a
I'm thinking, I'm edging towards Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, well, Jordan
That's
Peterson,
where I'm edging. This
Elon.
like the savior of like the Christian savior of like the intellectual AI safe sound, the fatherly figure.
Has anyone seen his last couple of interviews? And
I watched one about AI.
What he wears? I didn't listen to him.
Oh yeah,
have you seen what he's wearing?
Yes. It's so weird.
He thinks he's a Smurf Santa Claus. I saw this one. He literally had this blue Smurf suit on with Santa Claus like white, like they have on the Santa Claus suit.
He wears it two half.
And then the other one,
his suits in half.
Fit down the middle, half blue, half brown.
He'll do half tweed, half checker. He goes half. It's very Joker-esque.
It's very very strange. Man.
I've been listening to a lot lately. I haven't listened to much like conspiracy stuff, and I'm just going back with like
just
all
for fun.
Mike Tyson interviews. I just.
Oh, Mike Tyson, I like him, man. He's cool.
And I'm like, okay, he's like, if I had to like someone that I actually like kind of idolize for what he's been through, not idolize, but I
agree. He's awesome.
I appreciate his voice more than probably anyone in the truth movement. So I'm like, this guy's, and whether it's true or not, but the perception of his story is this man is brutally honest. He's brutally introspective. He owns up to all his faults.
Yep.
And he's learned from mistakes and made change. Like that is spirituality in practice. Mike fucking Tyson.
I agree. And look what he went through. He was he was king of the world basically at 19, man. Like imagine what was thrown at him. Like the money, the girls, the drugs, everything. And of course he bought it and he fucked up majorly. But like you said, he's owned it. He's made, atonement if you want. He's sorted his life out.
I thought you were about to say he bought it and he fucked it.
He went through all that, and he's not a saintly figure. He's like, and that's what to me he's like a real person.
That's real. I agree. That's real spirituality. It's not this. Yeah. You don't have to look a certain way. You don't have to talk a certain way.
Yeah.
All this kind of this external stuff, right? Everyone puts this physical stuff on what you need to have to be spiritual, but yeah, I agree. Mike Tyson.
One of the most beautiful, I watched it again. I've watched it 3 times now in the last 2 years, is like he does an interview. He's got his own podcast and he brings in Robert Kennedy Jr. And it's an amazing, because they both talk about their lives. He's come from this aristocratic type family and he's so educated, and they sync so well. And you could see just the way they were interacting. Robert Kennedy greatly admires Mike Tyson, right?
Mm.
And like the stuff they go into there.
Yeah, right.
It's like, but I'm like, that's the awakening, right? This brute fucking dude from Brownsville, New York, that was a bad motherfucker, and this other guy, and like whether they are or aren't what they perceive, it's like that. It was a perfect example. I loved it.
Fucking Rocky, man.
Rocky,
It's
man,
Eye of the
yeah,
Tiger
Rocky
right
story.
there.
Rocky
Well,
Point
it's
Five.
interesting. So your bets were on it happening from the sky. What's your bet, Campbell?
Yeah, I think if anything's going to happen, like an event, I think I'm on the sky as well. Plasma from the sky.
What about you, Kelly?
Yeah, for sure. It's the sky, because the sky, like, hello, that's the thing that we don't understand. That's the bit. That's the thing, the cover, that like defines, everyone's argument about what this Earth is in the first place. That's that to me is the greater simulation, is the sky. And I think all the movies would reflect that. It's always the sky is the greatest deception and illusion and delusion, and also probably the most manipulative and able to be manipulated thing. I mean, to me, that sky, I look at it, to me, the sky is the least organic part of nature. I don't relate to the sky as I do the ground or the water or the forest or the trees or the animals. The sky to me is the most inorganic, and I can't explain that. It feels like it's wrong somehow.
A lot of New Age dogma is very much focuses on, it's always about beings and taken off world and all. And I spoke to so many New Age people, and they're like, "Oh, if they come, I'm going." I'm like, you're on the earth, mother. It's like, why are you? Again, like, you came here intent. Why do you want to leave?
Yeah,
it's more externalization,
and it's also this. The Earth is bad, right? This is bad. It's a prison planet. All this kind of stuff where. Yeah, and someone needs to come and save me. It's it's not being mature, like Kelly said. All this stuff. It's really about growing up a bit, right? Really, not looking for mummy and daddy to come and answer every question and help us and get us out of situations. If we take control, then we're not waiting for anyone to come and save us, right? And if they do, we're going to ask them who they are. We're taking you somewhere better. Yeah, prove it. Prove it before I get on your bloody ship. Do I have to have something in my own?
I've always said, I go, if they ever come and we have a chance to go off, as I know absolutely.
I'd just be like to all the NPCs, yes, jump on board, go away. Leave us to inherit the earth.
I actually think there is a deeper agenda that could play out in the time ahead, because and if any beings do want to take you off world, what does that say, right? If the Earth's going through an awakening or rebirthing, why would they want to take you off?
Yeah.
Right?
Steal your front row seat, man. That's what they're doing. Stealing your show, stealing your seat.
Yeah. You don't.
With every single agenda, you can tie every one of it back to diminish the Earth. Every single agenda.
Massive. It's just 100% an offense against the Earth. The whole thing. The whole thing.
Like Campbell said, the prison planet. What does that say about even your mentality, that is what it is, and that's all it is?
Imagine living like that. And that's the whole, I'm born with sin. I've done all this bad stuff, but I don't know what it was. I must have been bad in a past life, or it's got nothing to do with your reality. It's just this fear, right? The greatest tool they have, the fear to hold you in a place where you're not going to step into your power and actually do something.
Well, I can say that there's been 2 times in my life that I've lost my faith, and both times it's been about me. It's been about the Earth. It's not been about like a God or a religion or a destiny. It's always about feeling like the Earth's let me down in some capacity. It's my relationship with the Earth always goes back to that, and very little for me has to do with the sky on that level. And I'm triple Earth. My star signs are triple Earth. I'm I'm earthed all the way, man. So for me, if I lose faith, it's when my relationship with the Earth itself, it's been severed in some intellectual rabbit hole I've gone down,
Yeah. But that's why it's always good to have your one thing that you can come back to. Because like I talk about the high perspective stuff, but then like you talk about service level shit, and you're like, oh, okay, Dale, just like remember, oh, okay, that's do you know what I mean? Simple stuff.
Yeah, simple stuff.
I think this is, everything's way too overcomplicated. I agree. I think we just need to strip back. It's one of my favorite sayings is statue's not done when there's nothing more to add. It's done when there's nothing more to take away. And that's what this is about, right? It's more about losing the programming is how you become more of yourself, not necessarily taking on more, right? But so how do you see this playing out, like Mr. Holmes?
Well, look, I'm just going to say, look, honestly, thank God for marijuana. Honestly, I'm just going to put it because honestly, if I had that, to me, it's a very grounding motherfucking herb.
I'm the same. I kind of think of it like, we came down here and with a bit more knowing, it seems, than the most of the populace, and so we have to go through a lot more crap, right? And it's kind of like, well, here you go, have this little plant to help you through. But that's another thing, right? Like you're talking about the alcohol. It's like, you can't have marijuana. You can't eat this. You can't eat that. Rah, 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 rah. And there's all these, rules around around what you need to do to be spiritual. And they're all physical. It's so weird. But yeah, so what do you see in the next couple of months or in the next couple of years even? Because Kelly sort of put out her projection that she thinks is going to go down in the next few years. How do you see it all playing out?
Well, I think, I mean, if you know that, the supposed, centralization agenda and AI, we're going to see every aspect of it in, to a diminished degree of what it was meant to play out. So I don't know. I look at as far as like big revelations coming out and the tilt of it turning back around. I think that's end of 2024, 2025 for me. It's like they're playing out that cycle. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Hillary v. Trump 2024 again. I said that 2 years ago.
Oh, really?
I think even if they're playing the hero's journey thing, that it's like that, you have, the hero is Trump and the villain is Clinton in that story. That I could definitely see that playing out. But I mean the scramble with the jab stuff and all that is just phenomenal at the moment. I'm watching a lot of those Senate hearings with Rennick and Antic and Roberts, and then people go, oh, they're involved. I'm like, just watch it. It's like, it's really good to observe. And the lies are just, they're just exposing themselves, and they're so tight with their words. And I heard Malcolm Roberts say in one of his interviews, they actually set up these Senate hearings because you're like, why is he asking that? They're getting nowhere. This is bullshit. He said, no, sometimes they play a game over 9 months, a year. They know certain stuff's coming out. They get them. You've got them on record saying something. Then you go back to that. And so they've already projected their Senate hearing questions for another year, right?
It's a movie.
They're like, and I appreciate, even I have no time for politics. I'm not interested. I don't vote. I don't support anyone voting, but I watch it, and I do, and even if people like Roberts and that is like an insider and blah blah, like it doesn't, to me, I still have respect for the role that he's playing in it, as I do many others. But I think the main thing is that if people want to speed up the process, is people want external truth on a worldwide scale. You've got to be truthful with yourself. So like, do you really want truth? How many lies are you telling on a daily basis? That's the only way truth permeates, is that you want truth, but you don't want to be truthful. Well, and the people, we're going to an age of telekinesis and what do you call it? Telepathy. I'm like, well, okay, if you got telepathy, that means you're going to be truthful 100% of the time. But everyone's going to your shit, right? So
are you ready for that?
You don't want telepathy. So in other words, we have to get and the only way we get to a point of telepathy is we live in a world of truth, which means you have to be truthful, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I just seen like morality starting to come back, and people going, like I do have, everyone has bad thoughts, or I was going to do something bad, and you're like, just that little voice in your head, like, no, I shouldn't be doing something for you because I want to be nice to you. It's like, is it the right thing to do?
Yeah.
that's basically it. And then, so yeah, like say on the outward world, we're going to see the crashing of the old system. It's going to look chaotic, but actually it's a beautiful new truth that's coming in as well. And yeah, I do see a lot of people swinging to a distortion.
Me too.
That have been so pulled in the dark, they're going to the distort. I think the ultimate is to play out a second coming Messiah kind of thing.
Yes, I agree.
And
yes.
that to me that is the whole point. This is what I'm saying.
It's just
they're showing the darkness so much. They're making it so obvious. And I'm like, well, do you think the dark's really in control? If they're showing it so blatantly, it's because they're trying to distort you over here to bring you over to this side.
Yeah.
And at the top of it, you've got this L figure, right? That created both Lucifer and God on the same side, right? And it doesn't care. It'll feed off your loosh and it'll feed off your worship. So it's in the middle. You've got
the middle ground.
That's where we've got to be. And just like, yeah, like you were saying, like we were saying before, about, oh, you can't drink. No, you're portraying what you think I should do. It's like, I'm in the middle and I'll probably sway, but like, I know that the goal
well, that's the thing. If you look at it that way, one side is being a drunk and the other side is being one of these AA people who runs around yelling at people who have a beer, you know. So obviously the middle ground is
Mary. Middle ground's Mary.
With people that say like orthodox, like dogmatic Christian families, and they're like suppression of sex and all this sort of stuff, and then they pull away and they become completely promiscuous. This is what that energy, like how they've feminized men so much that what do we get on the other side? All of a sudden Andrew Tate pops up because it's a complete opposite distortion of the expression. It's not the true in the middle balance. So it's like that.
Totally
people have just got to be able to see where they're being herded.
Yes.
Totally agree, man. I think we're going to go to a big kick to the conservative Christian. And I think you've got these people like Jordan Peterson who are being pitched to sort of be the intellectual, reasonable voice for those, like that whole the Daily
Christian
Wire
revival movement is massive.
It's massive, and that got all
that is going to
tied in.
lead to the distortion. That's where
I totally agree, and it all got tied in with the whole Trump supporters and the Patriot movement. It was really, really big in there, and this whole like massive sordid darkness that's been exposed is going to swing people back to defining what their morality is. They're going to find that morality in the Christian Bible, in the faith, and then they're going to completely the faith they find in Jesus or God through Christianity will make them feel safe and sound and secure again. And that's going to ground them down again. And it's going
to me, this is the whole Q operation. People think it's a darker. I'm like, no, Q operation is the distortion version of the light that's being controlled by this central figure. What does it say? God wins, right?
Well, Q is if you look into it in historical records, it's been used since like the 1600s. It stands for quintessence. The quintessence.
Yeah.
So
and again, like at a balance point of view, I respect what they're doing, right? This does need to be exposed, but they have an agenda, right? They want you over here. It is.
That's the other thing. The answer isn't to swing and become a Puritan. That's another deception. It's to see, okay, they're the polarities. I need to make my own decision and go down the middle road.
But this is how I see it too. There's going to be an option. This group ain't going to force you, right? And I think the other option is the natural world. It always goes back to the earth.
Yeah, because for this group, they will maintain the position that they can't force you to find your faith. That woe is you for not finding your faith and getting it. Like, we feel sorry for you. Like, let us feed you, but like we won't force it upon you. They know they're intelligent. It's an intelligent, very intelligent movement, and it's also full of really fucking amazing, beautiful, kind, compassionate, smart. My bestest friend in the world has just found her Christian faith, and I fucking love her. And she's happier than she's ever been in her entire, like, it feels to me, she's happier than she's ever been, ever. But I can't swing towards it because to me, I just feel like we're in a game of frequency. And having faith in anything, it swings you out of that frequency, apart from like my connection to this earth. And I think when to go right back to the beginning of this conversation about looking at this idea of new earth, like that to me is what it is. It's like suddenly our definition of our own morality, our own disciplines, our own practices, like, are now, for me personally, I'm just observing in my life, are now rotating in this torus field under my feet and behind me and around me, to do with nature. And it's like my most balanced place, you know, it's my balance here on this realm. Is to wake up in the middle of it every day, to be in it, to be sweaty and dirty in it, like every day. That to me brings, it's my happy place. I can't imagine finding that sitting in a church, you know, or reading the Bible, for example.
Yeah, and that's the thing, everyone's at a different point anyway, so nothing's right or wrong. You know, this isn't about judgment. You know, if you know, finding Jesus and, you know, being in that situation makes you feel better and helps you, then do it. But I think, you know, it doesn't mean it's an end point, right? It's all a journey, right? We need to understand certain things before we can, you know, because it's like a ladder. You can't jump the rungs. You've got to take each rung and sort of go up. So yeah, it's just depending on wherever you are and how you see it. I think you've just got to, but I think the main thing is you've got to have some kind of faith, right? You've got to have something you believe in, because, you know, they're trying to get us to believe in nothing, right? Even the guy, who was that guy? He's you know, Mr. Schwab's right-hand man, who's telling us that they're going to rule it. Yeah, he's going around doing all these podcasts, basically laughing at God, going, "Oh, God's just so stupid. He's dead. Doesn't everyone know he's dead? Oh my God." it's just.
But even like, you know, like this one where they put the drag queen on the
story time stuff. Yeah.
No, on the the project.
Oh,
I don't see.
Oh, he's basically gone out and like made this like real disgusting sexual joke about Jesus, right? And then
I did hear this, yeah.
But like that's what I mean. It's
he got promoted on the project for it, did he?
No, they actually had to do an apology. I think that show's probably done this year.
Good.
I mean, like Jordan Peterson, when you watch his clips, like he's very intelligent and philosophical, but he's very judgmental. Like there is that judgmental process going on, swinging against that conservative nature. Like he essentially thinks, if you're on this realm, if you haven't had children or got married and had children, like you've like totally not grown up as a human being and wasted this. You don't.
Yeah, I was listening to that one and I'm like,
yeah,
I'm a failure.
Dale, Dale, fucking man, F.
Get out there and start sowing your wild oats, mate.
But at the same time, he'll then run you through a conversation about, say, the transgender movement, and you'll agree with it. So like it pitches two moralities together, and it does sort of like come up with this like pathway.
But this is the thing.
Yeah.
It forces us to make a decision, right? So what the hell's he saying? We've actually got to think about it, where, you know, it used to be just like the new this, and people go, oh, there you go, now I'm informed. But now it's not that simple. So I think it's all, you know, it's all for us, right? It's all to make us think. It's all to just like, who is this really? What's he really saying? Do you really want to follow him? And of course, a lot of people only hear what they want to hear, and they're like, he's the savior. Yeah. But, you know, it's what level are you at? I guess, you know, what can you say? But,
you know, I got to thank you guys. This is the most common sense conversation I've had in the, in the last year. No, it's
welcome back anytime, Mr. Holmes.
Well, I mean, you know what? It's really interesting, because if we kind of agreed to the potential of it being something from the sky, and also this swing to this, you know, Christian conservative realm. And actually, to be fair, the AI does reflect a Christian conservative voice. When you type into this chat GTP, it's very conservative.
Really?
It's interesting then, because then we could go right back to Project Bluebeam, which was like my first Davidite book ever was all about Project Bluebeam, and that was all about the fake Messiah being projected into the sky. Like, you know, if we look at that sort of, you know, approach through where the narrative's taking us right now, which is conservative Christianity coming up as the moral right path. They're like taking say the whole presidential process, the political process down, and instead putting into place a wise older being who's got good strong morals, you know, like smart with morals,
not dementia.
And then there's like an event that you just can't imagine we'll ever get through, which will have to be some sort of weather event. And then there's the Messiah proving the entire.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I see this as like the swing one side to the other. That's the Ouroboros. I think that's how you stay in the simulation. So you have all these years of darkness, and then the energy starts to shift over, and then that same entity, this owl or whatever, the demiurge, is like, all right, they're waking up. So it offers you the other distortion of the light option, and then you stay in, and then you go. And I think they're like, we come to the end of this cycle, and it's like, if you can stay in balance with the earth, that's how you permeate out. But or you just go back, and then because you can, they're probably going to have, there'll be like another 20,000 years of light on this, and then they forget what dark is, and then it creeps in, and then it goes back the other way, and it just gets
well, I mean, that's what we're told, right? You've got to make the two become one. You've got to join the whatever, the dark and the light, the masculine, the feminine, which is clearly, it's saying the middle path. It's like as we believe their lines, we're just going from polarity to polarity.
But that's why I saw him. That's how I saw the cue board, right? It's like from dark. It says Q says from dark to light, God wins, right? And if you look at God as a demiurge, not the creator, dark to the demiurge doesn't care. Dark light doesn't matter. God wins. God wins.
And it even shows you in the pyramid, doesn't it? Like the top's actually the middle. It's right. Wow.
Yes.
But that's you know what I noticed when Novak won, they kept saying the return of the king to Melbourne, the return of the king, which is like, the hero's journey again. And they put him in the Australian Open pyramid, which is like an A, and they put him in the middle. And like pyramid literally means fire in the middle.
Fire in the middle.
So they've got Novak, who's the king, and king is the Jesus, the ascending of the 33 to the top, right?
Yep.
And this is what I like. I think you don't come out of this realm you don't go out through the pineal. And that's why like the New Age is the same as Freemasonry, even into Christianity, that it's all with the fire in the middle, the 33. And that even the pyramid it's built into the construct of the earth itself in its dimensions. Because I think like Jason Bashir was sort of saying this too, that it's a construct because it's like the AI mapping the whole realm to put it into one device. But that is only connecting to mind consciousness through the pineal, and that the only way home is actually through the heart and the earth itself.
Which again is the center point, right? The middle path.
Which I would say I would refer to that as the organic template.
Yeah.
The organic template. Yeah.
Well, the heart's color is green as well, right? Which is nature.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And they try and make us think it's pink, right? I mean, how's this? I've had so many questions. Like, it's like, with the heart, what do I imagine? Pink or green? What is it? What color crystal? I'm like, well, I think it's green, but it probably doesn't matter with your intention. But they just try and flip all this stuff, right?
Well, it's like the Emerald City in there. Wizard of Oz is green in Oz.
Yep.
Indeed.
Well, I mean, when you start to replace the Tartarian tech with the organic tech of nature, as in the trees themselves, or I was just saying the other day, Dow, how great it would be to sit there and literally meditate into the eyes of an animal, with an animal. Our little 12-year-old was asking me if I'd ever done it before. I've ever meditated with a horse. Have I ever meditated with a pig? And I was like, well, I never thought about that. And then I thought that is brilliant because they're frequency specific beings, right? So they will reflect, if you're emanating peace, they will reflect peace, to you and lie down. I just have been handed a note by that aforementioned 12-year-old. So give me 1 second. Speak among yourselves.
Hello, Charlie.
Oh, we've just seen a brown snake. I've just seen a brown snake by the corner of the shed where my room is.
Is that what the note says?
Keeping it real, people. Keeping it real. You guys go and I'll have a look at it later. Which way? Sorry, I should mute myself. Do we just keep it real? This New Earth conversation. Which way did it go?
This is it. This is growing up. We have to deal with
went underneath the grass.
You seen any snakes this year, Campbell?
I'm still in the suburbs, man. I'm still in the burbs. So I'll be standing next to Kelly in a couple of weeks. So I'm gonna run into a few, I think.
You'll probably see a few there. Actually, I hadn't seen one for
Can't go under.
I haven't seen one for years.
I haven't seen one since I
I
was
saw
in
it-
Cairns like 20 years ago.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah, when I almost stepped on a king brown.
And it was brown.
Yeah, well, I saw 3 or 4
Right,
in the
you guys
space
go.
of like a month,
Better
and I
shut the
hadn't
doors,
I hadn't
yeah.
seen any for years before that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's,
All right.
yeah.
In the middle. Okay.
I don't
All
like
right.
the suburbs, the old
okay.
snaky wakies.
Mm-hmm.
Crisis
Just
averted.
on this conversation between me and mammal, the me and reptile, and the different realities. So I'll go and meditate with the pigs, but there's snakes willing
reptile-
to
the
end my
snake's
life
coming-
around the corner.
Coming into your garden there, you've better not listen to what it says. Might lead you astray.
Oh, the friggin' snake. I hope that one evaporates, man. I hope that one's gone. That fucking snake, I tell you. And goannas, beasts of these realms.
Go, Anna. Mm.
Yeah. Campbell's about to move into a snake den, aren't you, buddy? You ready? You got your balls feeling, protected enough?
I'm bringing a big stick. Big wet stick. Yeah, no, I was
Anyway,
going to live
sorry.
in a tent, but I think we've decided I might get something a bit more solid. Keep the snakes out and get me through the winter time.
Yeah, man. What are you living in, Dale? You're in a bus at the
He's
moment.
a van man too.
Yeah, just floating around in the van.
So,
it needs a good clean out today. Actually, it's a bit putrid at the moment.
Yeah, fair.
So have you got panels and everything? And you like off? You got solar panels and water and stuff.
Yeah,
Like
I got
fully
solar
off-grid?
panels, got water tank, cooking, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's good. Little fridge.
Nice.
Yeah,
that sounds awesome.
Where are you? Where are you at the moment?
I'm just down in Melbourne at the moment.
Oh, you're in Melbourne.
Yeah.
Well, Campbell's moving to the Northern Rivers. So if you're in the area, I hear rumors, Dal. I've had a few phone calls from a few of your inverted commas producers and beings and people who've got it starting to whisper in my ear about a potential documentary that you've been invited to narrate. The
really?
fine voice.
Yeah. Well, I'm heading back up Northern Rivers too.
Nice. You're going to be there around the 15th of March next month, June. What's next month? April? No, I don't even know.
Actually, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there in April. I've got a friend coming over from New Zealand, and
nice.
show
Well,
them
you will have to hook up and drop in.
Yeah.
Well, I've actually invited your I don't know what the right word would be, but the people working with you to attend on the 15th in the in our Tartaria and Beyond show in Lismore. So and if you're around, Dale, you're welcome to jump up on stage with us and give you a few words, whatever it is going on, whatever you want to talk about.
I think I'll be settled there for a couple of months. So
yeah,
I'm
rock and
down.
roll, man.
Yeah.
So look,
Awesome.
Dale is everyone out there in the land of
There
Tartaria.
you go.
and
He's
beyond.
just committed 100%. He's going to be running the Lismore event.
Yeah.
Get your tickets to see Dale Hodes.
Lismore's an easy one. I'll go, definitely.
Awesome.
Yeah. No, Lismore's going to be fun. We actually were meant to be in Brisbane this show, but something about the energy just kept taking me to Lismore. So Lismore it is, which makes total sense to me now that I know the direction the show's going, and it's moving away from the cities and into the rural sort of vibrational areas. So yeah, Lismore, 15th of April. So anyone who's coming to the show, I think you'll be doing some vox popping with the producers of Dale's new project. You probably don't even know this yet, Dale. This might be news to you.
I'm doing what?
No, I'll be there. I'll be there. Definitely.
Awesome.
So just to wrap up this show, and I got totally distracted by the brown snake then. Where were we at? We were talking about conservative Christian God.
Yes, the swing.
The swing into
The middle
this
path.
next year. Yep.
Nature.
Everyone, events so big, you just lose your faith, and then it's like, who are you going to put your faith in? That's the question. Like the trick, who are you going to put your faith in?
That's how I see
The
it.
answer is yourself.
The warping of reality. That's how I see
Yep.
the next few years. That
Yeah.
everyone just goes, "What is this?" And then you're open to suggestion to be pulled in another direction. So
I agree. I think it's all about
you know, they talk about all this shadow work, and I really don't even know what that means, but it's really just about spending time with yourself, working out what you believe, trusting yourself. You know, learn to trust yourself, you know, above someone else's opinion, which you don't even know what that's based on. You know, and as far as the news and that, we know what these people are now and what their ethics are. So if you trust yourself and you can, you know, take in information and run it through your filters and get your own perspective, then it doesn't really matter what happens and what gets thrown at you. You can, you know, you can deal with it. So I think that's where we all need to sort of put our effort at the moment, is not in how do we change the world, how do we fix it, have you seen, you know, it's who are we and how are we gonna, you know, how do we see the world? And I guess it's rising above it, right? You know, like the middle path on the pyramid. Ooh, Illuminati. Yeah. Get above and have a perspective, and then you can see it's all a show, right? And just don't get involved.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, the ye old shadow work, it feels like a very 90s term now.
Oh
We've done a lot of it. I've done a lot of it.
So
Of course, we all felt very pressured to do a lot of it. Very fucking pressured all the time. We do shadow work.
Shadow work's easy. You just look back and be like, oh, yeah, I was an asshole.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I admit it. I admit it.
Yeah, all right. I'll try not to be an asshole anymore.
But now I think the version of that sort of hard and work, you know, of like pouring out your soul and doing 6 months of fucking whatever retreat count, whatever, has this amount of like, you know what, lie down, let consciousness tweak your little blocked frequency band, is tweak it with a few words and then get up again. Because like the modern day version of shadow work, to me, what we're going into is it's a 30-minute session of someone just like tweaking your frequencies, and that's it. Like the end, you know, like we're just for frequency specific. Everything else we bring into it is just layers of
This
the
is
play,
the thing, like all this, you know, all this focus on going back, you know, shadow working your past and clearing the past and all. It's just putting focus on your bad points, right?
Ancestral trauma. How many times have you heard that?
Exactly,
Fucking
right.
Ancestral trauma.
And it sort of goes back
We're
to the you're born
riddled.
with sin thing. There's something wrong with you, but you know, I think we can go forward faster if we just focus on the good points and how we did succeed, and obviously go, well, you know, I was an asshole then, won't do that again. But that's succeeding, right? That's what life is. That's why there's no mistakes. There's only mistakes, right? You take two because you learn how to do it better. And it's really all about self, you know, growing up, self-responsibility, leaving kindergarten, leaving the nanny state, all that kind of stuff, and trusting yourself.
Just being brutally honest about it, you know, because
Just be
when
like Mike Tyson.
be like because when you're brutally
like Mike
honest,
Tyson.
you actually come across as really funny, and that's fun. Like the more brutally honest I am, people will laugh, and I'm sorry, this doesn't feel
But
too
isn't
bad.
it good that isn't it good that, like, have you guys found that, you know, in the last, you know, and it's accelerating obviously, but you can actually say stuff more now. Like we kind of self-censored ourselves a lot, I think, because we had this information and we're like, if I say that, people aren't going to get it. I'm going to look like a loony. But as we go forward, I'm finding I can just say more and more, and I'm not suddenly it's being, you know, I'm not the lunatic, right? It's being accepted and taken in. So that's.
Yeah, do you know what I've loved, Campbell? It's been like saving for me mentally. Is like you'd be the same, like years of not being listened to.
Yeah, I know, right?
Now I talk, and there's like all these people listening to me.
What happened?
And they're like, "Oh, that's a good idea, Dale." I'm like, "I've never had that in my life," and it's like,
Exactly.
It's so good. It's like makes
I'm
you
the same, man. Totally the same, right?
Oh, listen, you two, I'm the same as well, all right? I'm the
Yeah,
same.
yeah. Kelly's in there. Come on. Tell me about Kelly, what did you have? Oh, Kelly.
Oh, Kelly, that was my.
I had, yeah,
growing
okay,
up.
Cam. Yes, Cam.
Okay, Cam.
What did you have, Dale?
Mine was always like, yeah, but like even if that's true, what's the point? I don't want to hear it.
Yes, Dale, but what's the point?
Oh, like, why do you waste all your time?
Yeah. Because in 2023, I'm going to be the smart guy. That's why.
Yeah, it was leading somewhere. Yeah.
All right, dudes. Well, listen, I've got a brown snake issue right this second.
Yes.
I've got someone screaming over there. I've got chickens screaming over here. Like, I gotta go.
Children. Think
Back
about
in
the
the
children,
new earth
man.
is demanding my attention right now. So awesome to catch up with you, Dale. Really, really nice as fucking always, man.
You
Like,
too.
cool.
Definitely,
No,
love that.
It was, yeah, it's just like I said, yeah, it was awesome. awesome.
Yeah.
Talking to you guys. I don't know. It's just, yeah. There's something else going on. I know you get it.
Yeah. It's nice, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
not to have to be censor yourself in any way and like
Yeah.
say
Lovely.
stuff and actually, wow, okay.
So thanks. I appreciate it.
All right, and
Awesome.
anyway,
And
we've got like a couple of excellent years to get through now, like getting to observe and have these conversations.
Exactly.
You know, there's some cool shit that's gonna happen.
Yeah. And Dale has committed. He's going to make a show.
I'll be there.
More.
Yeah.
He'll be
You've heard
there,
it.
and obviously we'll hook up and hopefully have another chat. We can maybe sit down, right?
Yeah, because
Leave us in a
Campbell's moving
room
to
and
my
record it.
farm, Dale. So you should come and have a
Yeah,
camp
no,
out with us.
I'm in.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we're going to need extra hands to build my house. So come stay at the farm for a few
Ah,
weeks.
I'm
he
not going to
takes
be
it
much
too
use there. If
far.
you
He
if you
takes
need me
it
to
too
dig a
far.
hole or something, I can do it.
Awesome.
All right, guys, I must go.
You must
So
go.
love you both, and I will speak to you soon.
Awesome.
Tartaria, Australia.
Bye.
Oh, Miss Daughter, Daddy, you're looking pretty friggin' good there. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, man. I'm sitting in front of the coolest designs in the t-shirt realm. The coolest merch on YouTube, man. That's what it is.
Fuck yeah. Okay, today we are launching, or yesterday or tomorrow. Time. What is time, Campbell? I don't know. Right now is a better way of putting it. Right now, we are launching the Tartaria Australia updated 2024 t-shirt range. All of these new t-shirts I've worked very hard on. I've like put a lot of love in. I've based them on the year of what we've talked about and the communities and tribes and people and excellent masterminds that we've had communication with, hung out with. And we're putting them up today, presenting them to you for the first time. I hope you love them. And really, Campbell, for me, if you've enjoyed Campbell and our, that's very unelegant. Campbell and mine. If you've enjoyed our content, it's too late in the afternoon. If you've enjoyed our content this year, if you have enjoyed hanging out with us, then we would really appreciate it and really love it if you go and check out the t-shirts and show your love and buy a t-shirt.
Yep. Support what
And I would, yeah.
love. Hopefully you like us. So if you do support us, all original artwork by Kelly Jones, like really good printing, really good quality t-shirts. They're not the
yeah, man,
crap that everyone else sells. So these are like t-shirts for life, man. And you'll look cool.
Mate,
You'll look cool to your kids, man.
We want these t-shirts to increase in value. We want them to be the cool t-shirts from the 70s that you still want to wear today, where your kids actually at some point like turn and go, man, parents, you're fucking excellent. You actually were so cool. You were wearing this truth way before I had any idea about it. You had the truth shoved all over your chest the whole time. That's the coolest t-shirt ever. I want our t-shirts to age well and increase in value. So we actually did make this big effort to find an Australian t-shirt business, not a multinational fucking print a full business. And they buy the t-shirts from New Zealand, and it's printed here in Melbourne in Fitzroy, and it's sustainable and all good and a lovely, amazing, creative young business. And it is like basically the best we could do to take as much of the poison out of the manufacturing process as we could.
Yep.
Hallelujah,
Massive color
Campbell.
range. They come in, God, heaps of colors. They're like 10 different colors. So whatever suits your fancy, you'll be able to find. And they won't fade. They won't stretch. They'll be looking awesome in 10 years. And you'll see them on auction sites for like $1,500 because everyone will be racing to get them. They'll be classic.
That's right.
Yeah, man.
That's the plan.
That's the plan.
So every t-shirt sold for 2024 is going to contribute to Campbell and I putting together another Australian tour next year with 12 dates, including a trip to the UK to go and rally the troops in the UK to get us to this stadium gig, which I am not letting go of. I'm not letting go of, Campbell. We're doing it. So every dollar you spend on a t-shirt like helps us like get a friggin' excellent thing happening for us, for Tartaria Australia, for our community, our tribes, our friends, the truth seekers, the way seers.
Definitely,
our
man.
favorites.
It's all about, connecting you all up, letting you meet your tribe, getting people together, building the vibe, having fun, maybe smoking a joint or two. We don't know, but
Yeah,
we'll be doing
of
12
course.
dates at least next year. So, if you enjoy our work, if you like the show, then we would really appreciate you looking cool in one of our t-shirts. And you'll find the link below.
All right, much gratitude. We love you. Thanks, guys. Go check them out. Give me your feedback. Be kind.
Stay awesome and awesome.
Oh, good morning, good afternoon, Tartaria, Australia, an order didactic who is a birthday boy today. Campbell. Campbell's birthday, day 16.
Yep. We're recording this on the 13th, my birthday, and day 16 without food.
That's right. And he doesn't get much. He gets an ice cube with a candle, a glass of water. He gets some hot water.
Yep. Had a tea.
Maybe a shower. You get a shower, birthday shower.
Yay. Yep. Gonna be a boring
Mate.
one, but we're gonna have a get together next weekend. And Kelly's not smoking, so he's gonna have issues, but we'll get her there anyway. Get a few red wines into her.
Yeah, I'm purified, man. Yep. No, I've quit smoking, tea and everything. So it's been big cleanse. So yeah, it's always that awkward moment. How do you step back into society and, socialize the way you're used to when you're not it's tricky business. I introvert myself while it's still setting in, I reckon.
Yeah, man. I mean, I haven't had a coffee either, in 16 days, so that's interesting. I think that makes you hungry, and I'm used to sitting here with a nice warm drink, but 5 days, the countdown is on.
You were up to 5 days. Whoa, legends. That puts us at 21 days, and we did it. Fucking A, man. That's 2024. That's all of our challenges. We've done a lot this year, Campbell. We've toured. We've been overseas.
Yep.
We've built a farm.
Yep. And I'm going to have another change of diet, I think. We've been looking at the gut and how it all works and what it needs. And so I'm going back to a more varied diet. Definitely going to include the fermented foods, though. That's a biggie.
Yeah.
Kimchi and sauerkraut, apple cider vinegar, all that good stuff.
Yeah, we've definitely going to repopulate our guts. There's a couple of different ways to do that, but yeah, it's just like starting to layer on top of all this emptiness now, all the right things, all the flora and fauna, all the biodiversity of the gut. We're going to build a regenerative farm in our guts. It's like everything, layers and layers of organic matter, good organic matter.
Forest in there.
Yeah, it's been a big friggin' experience. I tell you, it's been definitely at the same time. However, it's been quite cruisy and slow and mellow, and we haven't done much, have we? It's been very.
No.
It's been a bit boring, hasn't it? We've been a bit like.
Just been being boring, really. Watching a few movies and some kitchen nightmares, which is probably not the best thing to watch when you.
What were we thinking? Yep, kitchen nightmares. How's that? Bit of Gordon Ramsay. Admittedly, I have cried a few times watching this show, so I don't like, and maybe would have cried at anything at this point. This is like, openness to life and all, but. Yeah, no, it's been, I mean, Campbell and I basically would never sit around all day watching TV. Like, that's just never, ever. I mean, I don't think we've ever done that once. And yeah, so it's quite a unique experience like that. And we've also done some energy work with Maggie, who we're going to have in the show next week.
Yes.
As we start to launch our new series about what's the opportunity in all of this bullshit, man. What is the opportunity?
Yeah, man. Yeah, like most people out there have been studying and watching videos and collecting data about what's going on in the world and where we are and who we are and all this stuff. But when it comes down to it, we've really got to ask the question, you know, what are the results? Where's it getting us? So we're going to go into what's the opportunity, right? Because we need to use all this info to propel ourselves forward, right? And I think that's really the way that you create change. You've got to change yourself, be the example. You know, I don't think running around yelling at people to wake up helps or works. So yeah, we're going to get into what is the opportunity after all this stuff. What can we do with it all to make our lives better?
Yeah, and I mean that's just like it's such an excellent question. There's so many areas of this like consciousness that we've never asked such a question. And the other day, Campbell and I were having an excellent chat with our friend Cass, and the you know we're just asking this question on the topics that we would normally talk about in sort of like a the fucking enslavement, the caste system, blah blah blah. And we started to like apply this question, and it was a really nice shift in conversation. We're asking that question, how that sets up a new parameter of a conversation around looking at it from a totally and utterly different lens. Like, and it's as we were doing it, Campbell, didn't it just feel so obvious as we were speaking it out, but we'd never actually even asked that question before in relationship to all this before. Like, it was really interesting. It was really cool how we stepped into a whole different perspective, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to go down these rabbit holes and get depressed and, you know, think the world's a prison and, you know, feel helpless and all this stuff. But, you know, in the end, I think we're all doing this for a reason, and that should be to empower ourselves, right? And but in doing that, we empower those around us, and then they pass it on, and that's how I believe we create change. You know, we even talked about the protests and things like that, and obviously they're going on again. You know, but is that the way forward, you know, to get out? Because, you know, we don't see any long-term change really. I mean, you know, in Australia there were lots of, you know, protests 4 years ago, 3 years ago, but now they're out there trying to push another round of it. So, you know, what's and you know, I agree that it did give a lot of information to people, you know, woke some people up. But again, you know, what were the results of it? Is there better ways that we could use that opportunity, right, to go forward? And
I mean, well, let me ask you, Campbell, what was the opportunity for those who attended the protests? I mean, for me personally, there was an excellent social opportunity, and that above everything else, because of all the other things going on, they were our social events. So the protesting were an excellent opportunity to socialize. So that's number one. Above everything else.
I would have put that at number one as well.
Yeah.
Just people connecting with like-minded people, because then you don't feel like you're out there on your own. You know, you feel more empowered. Obviously, you know, you can make more friends and all this. But yeah, I think it's getting like-minded people together that is huge. You know, and we did our first show in Melbourne. What was it, 21? I think 22.
Yeah.
All the feedback overwhelmingly was that they liked it because they could connect with the same kind of people.
Yeah, definitely. So, all right, let me introduce this excellent twist of conversation that Campbell and I had the other day, and it was really, really fun. So, you know, because obviously, like the last show or the one before, we were talking about Masters and the Controllers series and just watching that. And coming out of that, out of watching it, even though it was really fun to watch, and you know, it ticks all our truth-seeking boxes. You know, you can't help but come out of that like fucking disempowered. Like you cannot help it, because and like even if you don't fully resonate with all the information, like generally speaking, it is all basically saying the same, which is that we live in a very embedded, organized pyramid-like structure. This whole reality we have is a very embedded pyramid structure. There's a hierarchy. There's pyramids within pyramids within pyramids within pyramids within pyramids within pyramids, and there's a caste system. And we are at the bottom of that pyramid as a caste system. And like, and you know, we don't have to prove that to you guys. We all know that's true. That is the reality that we live in. There's no denying that situation. You know, we have to give 40% of our wages to our government in taxes. That basically sums it all up, right? So we are enslaved in that way. And you know, over the years, I have personally spent a lot of time oscillating between being like really fucking grumpy about that and hence disempowered by that, and then, you know, swinging into the opportunity and like, what can I do creatively about all of that? And I've just oscillated the whole time, all the time. You know, everyone who knows me really well knows how my brain has worked on these topics. Campbell has endlessly heard me talk from both of those perspectives. But we started to say, okay, all right, let's look at it from this perspective. You know, what is the opportunity of this situation? We are in a caste situation and we're enslaved by it. And there's really no changing that. There's nothing we can do ultimately, and Campbell always says to me, there's nothing we can do about, so I mean, if I'm like, you know, traumatized by the way we treat animals in this realm, which I am, because I think it's the most fucked up thing that we could possibly do is harm animals. I can't do much about that. Like, I can't systematically change any of the laws that enable it. I can't do anything about how the realm in this pyramid grid has structured its behavior and attitude and legal processing of animals. I can't touch it. So then I get grumpy, right? And I feel disempowered.
Yep.
But from this perspective, and this is where we start to ask the question, what is the opportunity? What is the opportunity? No, all right, sorry. Set it up, people. What is the opportunity of us at the bottom of the pyramid in a caste system enslaved? What's our opportunity? Let's go, Campbell. Let's list all the opportunities that we came up with about being enslaved at the bottom of the pyramid.
Yeah. Well, I think the first one is that we're actually less enslaved than the peoples above us, right?
Yes.
You know, we can earn, you know, you can earn millions of dollars up, you know, up to a certain point, whatever that is, 100 million or whatever. And if you hit there and you want to go further, then you've got to start signing your life away.
Well, 100 million, probably way less than that.
It could be, yeah. Who knows what
yeah
is? But you can definitely make
a couple of million
and live a good life and have fun. But yeah, if you want to go up and be one of the rich and powerful or whatever,
or the celebrities, all the famous people, all the politicians,
all the big CEOs and all this kind of stuff, they're more controlled than us. Told what to do. You know, they might have a lot of money, but if they step outside their parameters, that money disappears. Their whole lives get trashed, you know, and worse, right? And so as you move up, like the people above us are much more enslaved than us. So I think that's definitely a plus if we realize that we're actually the freest people around. You know, we're the biggest group at the freest.
Fuck yeah. That is a significant realization and change of perspective. I bet you hardly anyone out there has thought this, because that is a pretty radical new way of thinking about it. Like, literally, the ones above us in this pyramid structure are more enslaved than us. They appear to be freer. They appear to have a better life. They appear to have all money and all the promotion and all the support and all the beauty and all that stuff. But they are totally and utterly more enslaved than us. In an instant, what they have achieved can be taken away from them. And for them even to move out of the caste system we're in, they've done something, right? To move out, they've actually done, they've signed something, they've signed something away, they've committed to something, and so they thus are less free than us. The ones that are called the slaves, the ones that are called the enslaved, are actually the freest ones on the pyramid. What do you think about the ones at the very, 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 very top? The top. Do you think the top is free?
I mean, I would say they're freer than most of the levels below them. Freer than us? Probably not, because you know, that they're going to be controlled as well. Whether it's, you know, if we go to the very top, you know, they're at least controlled by agendas, what they are going to do. They don't have a free life where they can live and be creative and, you know,
and fuck it all off,
all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
they're here to do it. Their whole life is to do a job. So
bloodlines
as well, all this stuff, right? And we know, right, the agendas they do, they're planned, you know, decades or centuries ahead. And that's all they do in their lifetime, right? Is they push the agenda, they work on it. And so, you know, basically if they don't, then everything falls apart. So yeah, they're definitely enslaved.
And
They might have money and stuff, but I mean, they can't really get out and use it. They can't help people. They can't, have normal families or communities or friends around them. They're just basically robots of the system as well.
yeah, and I would say, at the top of any pyramid structure, no one's free. Like there would be the least freedom there because something's binding them to that position. Something is binding them to everything that's underneath them, and why and what's motivated that. And so there's like a total lack of freedom. So in relationship to where we currently stand, all of us, we're literally the most free of every single layer of that pyramid, every single one. So like, let's talk about what that freedom looks like for us. Like, we can choose to basically live wherever we want in the world. That's true. We can choose to basically do anything we want, as in earn money any way we viably want to. I mean, we would hope our moral code hasn't been, well, that's another point. We'll get to that one. But what else can we do free, Campbell?
Well, we can be creative. We can have friends and community. We can, start businesses or start.
We can live off the grid. We can disappear into the bush. We can disappear.
We can travel pretty free. I mean, obviously there's restrictions that they bring in that we have to put up with, but we can still travel.
Yep.
I mean, anyone above us can't do that. Like literally, like if you just go to one of the lower rungs of celebrities, they literally can't even travel on normal planes, right?
Yep.
Yes, they probably have private jets and that, but that just shows you how controlled they are, right? They're told where to fly, when to fly. They have to go into their whatever, right? Their private airports and all this, get chauffeured around, so they don't have any contact with people. And I think that as humans, that's one of our basic needs, right? You want to have people around you, good friends. They probably can't trust anyone, right? They probably live these lives where they don't have anyone they can trust because everyone's out to get each other in their caste, so yeah, I mean, definitely we've got a lot of freedom as far as creativity and
we can eat whatever we want.
Yeah,
we can grow our own food, or we can eat poison shit.
Yeah,
we can learn anything we want.
Yeah,
we can learn whatever we want, even this stuff if we want. We can learn anything we want.
Yeah.
We can still be explorers, adventurers. We can still have a mundane job. We can have as big a family or no family at all.
Yep.
We can choose our religion if you want one. I don't know why you would, but if you want one, you could choose your religion.
Yeah, we can raise our children whichever way we want.
Yep.
Clearly, the people above us, in inverted commas, they can't, right? I mean, we've seen all the stuff that goes on, all the cross-dressing kids and all this kind of stuff.
Yep.
So every facet of their life is controlled, where ours isn't, and I still believe that we have the biggest ability to create change, and that's basically an individual thing. It's like with the food. You can go and eat crap from the supermarket that's full of shit, but if everyone starts getting proper organic food and growing their own and going to growers markets and all this stuff, well, that's how we stop the meat industry. It's not by going out and protesting or trying to blow up abattoirs or lobbying the government, because clearly that stuff has been tried, but it's never come to a result. So,
but you can do it if you want.
Oh yeah, exactly. You can still do it. Right?
You can do it if you want.
Do it. Yeah, man. It's like, I was going to say, it's like in America that they've tried putting up these surveillance cameras in lots of cities, and they just all get taken down or spray painted over. So we do have a lot of freedom to do that, and that's how ultimately we change everything. I think sitting around, feeling unempowered, like you're a slave, like you can't do anything, that's what they want, right? And from that position, you can't do much. But if you start making empowered choices, then you can do a lot, right? And the more people who get on board, the more things will change.
I mean, you can go and actually, like, in the middle of the night, chop down a 5G tower if you want.
Exactly.
You can still try to rob banks if you want to.
Yep.
Like you can.
All up for it, right?
But you can, and you know what else you've got, which is so friggin'. This is unique to our caste system. Like seriously, this is unique to us. You can use your imagination in any way you want. You literally have got your imagination and you can be as creative as you want. Nothing will stop you. This is part of the freedom that's magic in our caste system. As soon as you go above this caste system, you lose the rights to your imagination.
Yeah, yeah. Just think of musicians and singers.
Yep.
Right. If you're just doing your thing and with you're without the trying to become a celebrity and famous and all this stuff, you can do whatever you want. You can write your own songs, play whatever music you want. But as soon as you get into a level above, no, you've got to sing the songs that they want you to sing. You've got to perform when they want you to, everything in order. I mean, and they never get out of it. Like, look at the Rolling Stones, man. They're in their 80s and they still have to tour. And apparently they're mega millionaires, right?
Yep.
They should have the choice, from our perspective, to do whatever they want. So why would they be touring? They've got all the money in the world.
That's right.
But they're still touring, right?
That's right. All of them. Bob Dylan.
All of them, yeah.
Bruce Springsteen, fucking Kiss. Like, it's crazy. You go to Europe and we saw some crazy fucking bands being advertised, like well in their sort of 70s sort of guys. Like, I mean, and sport players, they can't just retire. What was that? There's that a boxer, he's
Mike Tyson.
No, not Mike Tyson. He's a kickboxer or some street fighter or whatever. Anyway, he tried to retire and they wouldn't let him. He had to keep going. He's like not allowed to stop fighting, basically. So even though they aim to and all the basketball players, all these
I saw Shaquille O'Neal on a show, like one of these sports desk shows. And again, he's supposed to be worth, I don't know, hundreds of millions or billions or something. He's got a family and all this kind of stuff, but he's still out there working. Why would you do that? Isn't the whole plan that you work, you make your money, and then you get to live the life however you want? But no, they have to keep going, man. Keep going.
All the actors, they have to keep going, working into their fucking, till they die, basically. This is just, I mean, I'm sure these older actresses and actors do not want to keep making fucking movies on set for a year doing all that hard labor and they're like in their 80s, but they do because they have no rights. Politicians, same deal. They just don't get to retire with all their stolen money. They have to keep fucking doing shit, whatever the agenda wants them to do. As soon as you leave our caste system, you surrender your rights to your accomplishments, to your wealth, and to your, basically the next point, morality. So in this, what is the opportunity of being in the slave caste at the bottom of the pyramid? You still have your morality intact. You still get to choose your value system. It's still your choice. And that's a really, really important one to talk about. Seriously big, seriously big. Because what happens as soon as you try to leave this caste system and get accepted? What happens? We all know.
Morals away.
Yeah, you do.
Totally.
You sign your moral code away. And that's just fucking weird, man. What a strange thing to never have really talked about before. But yeah, we literally, our caste system are the most moral people on this realm.
Oh, completely, man, completely.
We hold the morality of the human race within us. It is our actions and our choices of how we conduct ourselves and look after each other and the environment and the animals of this realm, the children of this realm, all living creatures of this realm. Our moral code is what's dictating any notion of the frequency and vibration of love on this earth.
Yeah.
How's that?
Yeah. Yeah, totally. We get to make all those choices about that, and as soon as you go up, it's all gone, right? And they take everything away. Your choice, everything is all controlled, and yeah, in our system, you can do what you want, you can be nice and loving and create good things, or you can be an asshole, right? You've got the choice. So and that's what it ultimately comes back to is we get much more choice in our bottom of the rung. I mean, I kind of look at the pyramid as a bit flipped upside down now, right? Because we're at the, I mean, money, all this kind of stuff, possessions, they're those things that possess you. that's what they do, right? They get these people, they give them money, they give them big houses and possessions, and then they say, step out of line and you lose it all. Hospital to
And
you and your family.
and rape this child in front of us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like what are you trading? Like, we don't have that situation playing out in our lives.
No. And
If
we get to change our own lives, with
Yeah.
with the animal thing. You can choose to not eat meat at all, or to just make sure that all your meat comes from, properly raised and cared for and loved animals, and is organic and all this kind of stuff. We can change our own lives. And I think that's what we're ultimately here to do. I don't think we're here to change anyone else. This whole waking people up, I think that's kind of silly, right? And it's never really worked. If you talk to someone who's already awake, then they're like, oh yeah, okay. And you might be able to teach them some more information, but ultimately you can't go out and change the masses. But you can change yourself, and you can be an example, and that will affect people.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We have our choices intact. See, in the caste system where we are, we get taxed. Like, that's where I would guess, that's where the pyramid, that's where I would say we're enslaved, is that we are taxed on everything. We're taxed. So we're essentially working and giving half of everything probably more to them, right? That's the serfdom of our reality. That's the Robin Hood days of our reality. But as far as our choices go, they're intact, and our morality is intact, right? And how we choose to treat one another is intact. And the choices that we make to do with our body, our well-being, our health, our personal development, our consciousness, our connection with the creator, our meditation, our spirituality, all of those choices are totally and utterly intact. And that's a fucking amazing thing for everyone to really consider, because it's been a really disempowering ride going through trying to figure out what is our reality and how did we get here. So to actually understand, when we look at it from what is the opportunity, everything about what makes you human is fucking intact.
Yeah.
And that's a really amazing thing to understand.
Yeah. And in the bigger picture, that's, creating, where we're going to go after this life, right? So we at least get to control the bigger picture, where those above us don't, right? They're made to do things that is definitely going to inhibit their spiritual growth and involvement, where we don't have that. We can be really good people and be the best people we can, that we can be. And that, in the bigger picture, because of course we never die. This is just one little part of our full existence. And yeah, we get to keep all that intact, right? And to grow. But no one above us gets that.
No, they do not. They do not. So as we've been like the deception that everyone's been trying to deprogram from is that out there somewhere is a better version, that there's more success, that there's more money, that there's more relationship opportunities, that there's more notoriety, that there's more influence, that there's more impact, out there somewhere. And we're shown this version of reality that is the pyramid structure. And all of us at some way or other, in some form or other, have strived for that, have desired something about that, have wanted that easier life, this concept of an easier life, that you can find some magical thing online and sell it, and you're going to be those people traveling the world and just making money while you sleep. The easier version of reality, right? That's the sales pitch. That's what's been sold to us about this pyramid structure without identifying the pyramid structure. What we've done as a conscious community is dive into understanding what this structure is, and coming out of the other end saying, okay, well, yeah, it's true. It's a pyramid structure. It's a hierarchical structure. It's pyramids within pyramids within pyramids within pyramids. And there's a lot of fucking evil that runs up. So once you go from this caste system, it's just there's a cutoff. Once the caste system, and then it's just this evil starts to creep in or come down from the top and like basically plant its roots. But at that level of the casting, there's like a line, there's like a block, there's like something that like buffers us from it. You know what I'm trying to say, Camilla? There's something there that like is like an ice wall. It's like something where our choice hasn't been taken. We can choose against it.
Yeah. And ultimately, all this stuff that people want or think they want, you know, money and the fast cars and celebrity and all this stuff, that is that darkness filtering down.
It's evil.
Tempt us to go up, you know, to get more enslaved so that they can trap us more. You know, and you know, we're not saying, you know, don't make money. Obviously, more money, you know, helps us in our lifestyle and helps us help more people and affect more change, all this kind of stuff. But you know, that is also the deception to want more and more and more and more. You know, where we should be happy with, you know, enough money to live a good life and do what we want. And then the other things should be, you know, more in the forefront, like community and friends and good relationships and good food and all this kind of stuff. You know, and again, that's how they try and tempt us. You know, like you could have a Porsche and a Ferrari and a big house on the ocean, and the other opposite sex will love you and all this stuff. But then you see the people in those situations, and you don't see very many happy ones, right?
Yeah.
They're happy when they're interviewed, no, but seriously, they're not.
Well,
all the time we see them breaking down, having mental breakdowns, being unalived, you know, often, you know, all this stuff. So that's the
and
truth, right?
the weird clone realm, the weird, once you go past our caste system, you get into the weird clone realm, man. Where this, like, fucking, I don't know anyone who's been cloned in my life. Like, they don't clone the slaves, they clone the next level. The next level's cloned, and then you get in all the weird, like, Freemasonry levels, and every step of the way, it just gets more and more evil, because it's an evil system from the top of the pyramid down. But right at the bottom, we are protected from all that because we have our own choice, which is super fucking excellent, and something that you guys really need to like say, that's amazing. We don't want anything else. So when we look at it from that perspective, this pyramid situation, which has been in the past quite a disempowering model for us and frustrating, and we're always trying to figure out how to break it down and pull it apart and destroy it and end it and change the rule and, you know, like get rid of the politicians and whatever. But like, what happens to us now? Here we are, collective consciousness, aware of what it is, can see it, know how it works and operates, acknowledging our freedom in this and acknowledging that our deprogramming process has done a very good job so far to get us to these levels of eyes. You know, so what happens with us? It's like half of the caste system, half of the humans on our level have been, unfortunately, intercepted by the jab. And not only that, that's just the latest thing, but by the food, by the poisons, by the programming, by the indoctrination, by all of the stuff we know, right? It's at least half of us from this level. But there's the other half, us. What happens to us here now that we can see it? Because once you see it, you're not really going to live underneath it, are you? Once you see it, you're going to like sort of like move along to the side, like slip along out from underneath the pyramid, because the pyramid can't bind you now. Like you can see it. It's not binding you. You're not razzle dazzled by it. You're not desiring it. You're not acting with it. You're not utilizing it. You're not drawing on it. You're not using its resources. You're sort of doing everything in your alternative model to become sovereign from it. Would you agree?
Totally. And I kind of think that's ultimately what it's all about. Like, we get shown all this stuff and everyone's like, oh, why is it so bad? And I mean, I think it comes down to the devil wants to tempt us, right? And so it's up to us to see what the system is and understand that it's evil and it's not good and it's not the way to go. And then once we realize that, then yeah, we can step sideways, not be affected by it, not be influenced by it, and then we get to build, you know, really good lives and have good fun and have good friends and all this kind of stuff. So I think that's really the major. I mean, I think that's probably what it's all about, right? Is they, whoever, right, God or whatever, or us, choose to be put in this situation so we can test our morals, right? We put ourselves in these places where we're going to be tempted, and it's up to us to make the right decision.
So, I mean, like aliens, demons, Satanism, all of that stuff is sort of up in the pyramid somewhere. I've never seen a demon. I've never seen one.
No,
I mean,
right.
I think it's all up in the pyramid. You gotta go up. You gotta get in there. You gotta interact. You've got to get into the pyramid. And whether you do it through like religion, that's one. You could get in up through the pyramid, whatever thing you can take. There's a ladder there. There's ladder. It's snakes and ladders. Snakes and ladders everywhere. So it's like fucking. You go up that ladder. You're gonna come down. There's a snake. There's a snakes and ladder game. But here we are. Here we are, all of us sidestepping the pyramid. We like go over here. All right, what's over here? And this is another thing we talked about. You know, what's the opportunity once you've sidestepped the pyramid? What is the opportunity? And like we sort of all collectively, you know, went straight to like, well, it's all about building community. And and it is like at the end of the day, whether or not I think most people in this situation have an innate desire to rebuild the type of reality they want to live in. And I think so many of us would be so delighted to be given a Darrow broken village and to have the right to fix it, to be given broken community and fix it, to be given a broken marketplace and fix it, to be given a broken school or a broken orphanage or a broken, you know, anything and fix it and like make it better and build it back in our image, that generates, you know, goodwill to mankind and serves human beings and loves the little cats in the alleyway and you know looks after the children, you know, who run around in their little gangs and whatever it is. We all have it in us to regenerate in that way, and it seems to be bound collectively to community.
Totally. I mean, everyone wants to be in a good community. Everyone wants to feel safe. Everyone wants, you know, lots of friends and gatherings and good times. And ultimately, that's worth much more than money. You know, like that's what you're going to remember on your deathbed. You're not going to remember how much money you earned. It's going to be the good times that you had, right? And over the last 4 years, you know, the amount of talk about creating communities has just gone through the roof, right? It's overwhelmingly what people want. They want a better community. They want people they can trust. They want good, fresh food. You know, all these things that come with a good, coherent community. That's the best stuff in life, you know. You know, and you know, you might need money, you might not. Who knows, right? You know, again, you've got choice. You know, we can go and just, if you wanted to, you could go and start something, you know, out in the outback or in some forest somewhere. But even, you know, we can get people together, we can get land, we can create good communities, and then ultimately, once you've done that, you've got pretty much most of your needs fulfilled, right? And your wants. And you stop, you're not going to be thinking about, oh, I want to be famous, oh, I want $100 million, oh, I want a Ferrari, because none of that stuff matters, you know, in a good community.
Agreed. So then we have to look at, so like every single one of us, every single one of you guys, our whole audience all around the world, you're in the situation right now where you have sidestepped the pyramid. Your eyes have been opened and you're out of it. You're out of it enough. You understand you're still taxed, but you're out of it enough to want to build some sort of alternative sovereign experience. So now you've got to ask yourselves individually, where's my opportunity? Where is my opportunity in my life right now to achieve something closer to the way that I want to live? You know, because I'm free to do that. And I'm empowered to do that. And like, we can't forget this, everyone. It's so easy to forget this when we go and watch all these things and listen to these talkers and, you know, even like all the speakers on YouTube. And like, I don't include us, but we should include us. But all the speakers on YouTube, you know, you have the right to deep dive and become obsessed with them. You have the right to like turn it into a cult. You have the right to give your life up and trust only one source. You know, we see that all around, even in the Tartarian realms. Like you literally can turn information people are giving you into a cult, and you have the right to do that. But you also have the right to just change your mind any fucking time you want and to tune out whenever you want. You have that right.
And you have the right to press stop on a video and watch another one.
Yep.
You don't have to watch it and get, you know, all pissed off at the person and, you know, oh, they're this and they're that and they're destroying my life. And just change the channel, man.
Yep.
It's crazy, right? And, you know, obviously, you know, we know that there's infiltrators everywhere. You know, they're going to try and influence us. So that's why I've always been against guru worship, you know. It's like if you're getting all your information from one source, you're being told something. You're just being told something. That's it. There's no other explanation. It's someone telling you what you should do, who you should be, what your goals should be, or they're just making you depressed and angry. But how does that improve your life?
Yeah.
And if you can't fix yourself, how can you help anyone? Like you can't. And I think this is what we got to get back to. And there's so many sayings, right, about this kind of stuff. You know, the way out is in. You know, go inside to find out. It's all about yourself. You got to change yourself. Don't go out and try and change the world because it's impossible. It's impossible. And all these people that are put up in front of us, you know, who have apparently changed the world, they're all from levels above us. They're not in our caste, you know, all the civil rights stuff, you know, all the peace movement, all the everything, you know. They're there to get us to follow them and to worship them and to take on their value systems. And that way we're more susceptible, right? And this is also why, you know, once you start moving up, they erode your morals because demons cannot inhabit bodies with good morals. They have to demoralize you, empty your vessel out, and then you're open to demons, man.
And they corrupt your focus because, like, you know, even like all the causes, like like that's the truth. Like every cause, every issue, every problem that we champion to fix at our level is brought down to us from their level. You know, and that is the truth. And like that's true with what I do as well. Like, you know, like the regen ag stuff, the fixing the soil, all those things, the fighting against the pesticides in the food chain, that's all issues they've brought down to us. It is part of the distraction. But I mean, the opportunity for us all is like, well, you know, you're going to have to earn money because we are in a caste system, like black and white. So, you know, what do you want to spend your time, like, how do you want to spend your time earning money? And to me, like, you know, caring about these issues, even though it's their agenda, and these issues aren't really real. Like, they're not really real. Anything to do with the environment, the earth will heal itself. Like, that's a truth. And like, I say that when I work in this area, like the earth's ability to regenerate itself is vastly underestimated.
Yeah, for sure.
Any issue with endangered animals, they will take care of that themselves. Any issue with pesticides in the food chain, well, at the end of the day, you get to choose what you want to eat. That's the truth. Like, so it's not really a problem for everyone. I work in it and it's not a problem for me because I don't eat it.
Exactly. I mean, ultimately, that's it. We get choice.
Yep. Any war, all the wars, like they're all relevant to me because I don't fight in them. I don't engage them. They're not part of my reality. I would never engage them. I would never send my children to them. I don't celebrate them. I'm not into it at all. It's just like, it's not part of my experience. Like that's another thing, you know, like, I mean, basically what I'm trying to say, Campbell, is like we have a choice right now in our lives, every single one of us, to take advantage of the opportunities ahead of us. And there's many of them. For all the information that you guys know, all the things that you've like tried to figure out and work out, you now have an advantage. Like you literally have knowledge, and knowledge is power. you have an opportunity now to do something with that that serves your life, whatever that may be to you, whatever's meaningful for you. I mean, I just wanted us to have this podcast. I mean, we could go on for ages, but Campbell, I mean, at the end of the day, I just wanted like really to share a shift in perspective with everyone.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we've all seen it, you know, like some of these deep, dark rabbit holes, you know, affect people psychologically. They get them depressed. They make them feel hopeless.
Yeah.
And in the end, you know, we can't really prove that. Definitely, we can't prove that all of them are real. You know, we were talking, what was it, a couple of days ago, and the whole, you know, children thing that came up in 2020, 21. You know, all this talk about, oh, they're going to free the children and all this stuff's happening and they're doing this and this.
Yeah.
You know, now we know that that was all crap. None of it existed. And I'm not saying that, you know, child abuse doesn't exist. Clearly it does. But on the scales that people were talking about and that, you know, we could shut it all down, or nothing happened. And nothing happens from any of these civil causes, you know, like civil rights and the peace movement, like whatever happened from that, right? Nothing. So it's, you know, understand that all these causes that they want people to get involved with, they're to corrupt our morals, get us more, you know, basically ingrained in the system and to control us. That's it.
Yeah, and take more money.
And take
more money and more energy. Like, hello, the 40-hour fucking famine. Who did that when they were little children? Me, I did, of course. I've done every cause. Like, I've cared a lot and tried everything, you know, and sucking on barley sugars for 40 hours. Yep, for the 40 freaking like, well, look at us
Do
now,
they even make
Campbell.
barley
We're doing a
sugar
real.
anymore? I haven't seen that in a while.
I don't know. But look at us. We're on a 21 day famine. But like, what happened to that? Where all the starving children that like the World Vision was meant to resolve back when I was 10 years
back
old,
in the
like
80s, man,
you know,
when it was
45
huge.
years later, nothing's happened.
Yeah, nothing's happened.
Yeah.
No one's life's been improved. You know, all the Live Aid and all those concerts that they did and Greenpeace and now we know that all these charities that stand up and say, oh, we're going to help people, give us money. It's all bullshit. No one gets the money except the bloody CEO and the employees at the top. It's all a grift.
Yeah, it really truly is, you know. But you as a human being at this level can choose, if you want to start any of those things yourself and actually do meaningful work. Like, you have that option. It's only when it like if it filtered down from the top, then it's corrupted, which is what all of them are. World Vision, Red Cross, Vincent's de Paul, Vinnie's. Did you guys know that our like op shops like Vinnie's, our famous Vinnie's here in Australia, is like privately owned? Like privately owned company now. It is nothing to do with charity whatsoever.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
like they still get all the grannies to go and work for free.
Free, absolutely, and get all the free stuff given to them.
Yeah, no, everything's free. So I mean, what a business plan, right?
Yeah, I know, shit, right? But as I have done in the past, you have the right to go into your community and open up an op shop, a real op shop, and actually do good things with that op shop. You have that choice.
Yeah.
And I mean, everywhere we look at this now, it's like total empowerment. Like, there's nothing in your life where you're not empowered from this perspective. And guys, like, you know, I mean, how many decades do we pursue understanding what's going on up there in this like pyramid structure? And how many years do you like give up the things that are important to you, or stop putting your energy and your heartiness onto the creations that would be meaningful in your life, you know? And like, how many creators out there have stopped creating because they're just fucking depressed and don't see there's any fucking point to any of this?
Yeah, and that's another one of the big scams, right?
Yeah, it's a fucking scam.
Yeah. They want to control your mind and get you depressed so that you don't be yourself. You don't be creative. You don't use your God-given skills, you know. You lose all that and give it away. Oh, did we freeze?
Yep.
Oh, we're back. So that's the other big scam is it's really ordered to control our mind, but we have to give our minds over. They don't come in and take them. They just dangle stuff in front of us, give us gurus to follow, and again, you have free choice to follow them if you want, but you know, we all should know by now that that's just a scam, and what it does is it takes away your humanity.
Yeah,
Takes away your God-given gifts and what you could give to the world, and for that you get to be depressed.
Yeah, you do. Fucking
you
oath.
know?
Yeah, and isolate yourself and then suddenly get paranoid and feel like anxious and feel agitated and feel like no one understands you and no one hears you, and you know, constantly trying to like get everyone to understand. Like that puts you into like stasis. You might as well be like in a cloning center in the tube. Like you're immobilizing yourself. Your general sense of, and I trust me, I know what this feels like. Your general sense of lightheartedness, of well-being, of waking up every single morning excited to get up and like, you know, do something with the opportunities. Like all of that gets oppressed. It gets oppressed and suppressed, and you end up, you know, years go by in your life where, you know, you're none the better. You're none the better because you've put too much energy feeling disempowered and like getting shitty about it. And you know, it's just like yeah, so I mean, like this is like a really important thing for us to sort of do a perspective shift on, because for me, yeah, I mean, being empowered is like a whole other kettle of fish, you know, like
Totally.
if Canberra, yeah, go Canberra, talk.
That's exactly what they don't want. That's why there's so much of this
Exactly.
around us, so much distraction, because if we all, you know, got empowered and started using our own creativity and stuff and creating what we wanted rather than focusing on them and what they create, then the world would change pretty quick.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and like for us, that world will become quite irrelevant, really, because, you know, we're going to be sort of moving our energies towards things that are opportunistic for ourselves. Like, and when I say opportunistic, I'm talking about not shit that like abuses other people, not stuff that scams other people, not stuff that like, you
Not
know,
stuff that
like
Tara
is
would do.
immoral in conduct. Exactly, stuff that Tara from Old World Tours has
The
done.
Red Witch,
Like
yeah.
that is not the right conduct. Yes. What is the right conduct? Is it like within your life, every step of the journey, it's meant to be improving. It's meant to get better. And the bridge to it getting better is to start to ask simple questions like, hey, good morning, everyone. What's my opportunity today? Like, keep like asking that every single day. I swear to God, it could be our next retreat. Like actually saying it every single day. First thing you say every single morning, what is my opportunity today? And just like, how long would it take for every single day a new opportunity to become obvious to you? Like they're already there. Just you're not looking for them. You're not naming them. You're not asking for them, you're not calling out to them, so you're not seeing them. But I swear to God, every single one of us, no matter your description of the life that you're in, there are opportunities being presented to you all the time that you are not acknowledging because you're too fucking pissed off about the fact that the world is shit and we can't do anything about it.
Yeah, totally. I often think about that you know, old lady that they interviewed on a deathbed, and they said, you know, what would you do differently if you had your life to live over? And she said, I would sing more, I would dance more, I would be with my friends more, I would love more. Yeah, and she didn't say, well, I'd research more. You know, so if you asked anyone what was the best times you ever had, no one's going to come up and say, oh, it was when I spent that 8 hours in front of the computer researching how bad the world was.
For 10 years.
10 years. Right?
Yeah,
So,
which I've done. I have done.
Yeah, we've all done it. But I think, you know, this is the whole point of the video is what now? We need to do something with all this. I mean, to what end? When are you going to stop, you know, going down these rabbit holes and everything and start actually using the information you've got to actually make change? And I think one of the biggest things is there's this whole sort of thought or narrative or whatever that you've got to change the whole world. No one can change the whole world, but you can change yourself. I think it's,
you got to change the pyramid.
Yeah, it's, just Joe Dispenza, I think, said, you know, if you want to change yourself, well, that's easy. But if you want to change the world, you got to go out there and change 7 or 8, well, so they say, billion people, which is impossible. You can't do it. So we need to focus on things that we can actually do. And if we do that, guess what? More gets done. Change
It's
happens
true.
quicker.
Yeah, so what you're saying there is like if you get depressed because the only thing you think is going to make a difference is to try to change the pyramid structure, try to change the organization of this reality, to like make those big changes. They're so lofty and unobtainable and impossible from our position that you end up in non-action. And it basically is like the Buddhist religion. You know, like they teach you to go after emptiness and sit there in no mind, no thing, do nothing, be non-creative, like just seek nothingness, basically. Whole lives, whole hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people dedicated their life to nothingness, thanks to Buddhism. And it's the same thing. Like if we dedicate our like energy and life trying to figure out how to take this control structure down, how to shift this pyramid, how to knock it down, how to like affect change from that perspective, it's like we're going to have no impact at all. Nothing's going to happen. And like we will not be contributing to the regeneration of our level. And our level is the true level. It's the human level. It's the creator level. It's the level of the imagination. It's the good level. It's the moral level. It's the love level. Our level is the love level, man. And so like our energy should be in like enhancing, like captivating, inspiring, and enjoying and regenerating the love at our level. Because from that perspective, our lives, our earth, the real reality starts to blossom again. And that's the fucking shift.
Yeah.
And that's a massive perspective change.
Totally. And yeah, I mean, I think change has to be bottom up, you know, if we're talking about pyramids, right? The only actual way that we can affect change to think to levels above us is to change ourselves and to be the example and show people that you can change. You can make, you know, amazing things. You can, you know, be a good, healthy person and create good communities. You start your own op shop like Kelly has, you know, whatever it might be, you can do it, but you cannot do that if all your focus is, oh my God, I'm powerless, I'm a slave. You'll never do anything. And so you're never going to change anything.
Yep. And you feel shit.
And you
feel shit.
To boot.
and then you're grumpy, and then you're a shit partner, and you're shit like mom or dad, or you're a shit kid, or you just like, you know, this sense of, and like, okay, take it back to last show with this whole MCO concept, this plasma apocalypse, this cyclic apocalyptic idea that like the world is destined and is inevitable. Like that may be so, but like considering it now from this perspective 1 week later, like how disempowering is that concept? Like like we don't know for sure that's a fact. We don't know anything. We don't nothing. And you know, if all of our energy is on trying to like work out how we're going to negotiate that thing that we don't even understand that thing, like then what does our actual life, what does the quality of our current life look like? You know, what happens to you? You kind of get mentally insane.
Yeah.
Like, and you become a shit friend and a shit partner and like a dodgy parent. Like you become obsessed with trying to figure this out. And like at the same time, as Campbell would say, well, I know exactly what you'd say about that. Like line yourself up to the right like level of frequency, in our case, like love, and be in the right place at the right time. It's all going to work out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's my plan. I just get in tune, and when whatever happens, you'll be in the right spot, right?
Yeah.
And this is the thing, you know, we don't know, that we've got no proof of anything really of what's going to happen or when or if. But you know, some people like the preppers, right? That they've spent decades, like spending all their time and energy on getting supplies. You've been a prepper too, yeah.
I've done this,
all this
man.
stuff. I mean, I think we've both done it like what, twice. We've sort of collected food up, and you know, I've just sort of stocked the pantry a bit. I haven't gone overboard. And you know, that's fair to do. It's good to have food on hand, right? But if you put your whole life and energy into it, then you lose yourself. And on top of that, you know, as a bonus, no one wants to be around you because that's all you ever talk about, and you're a boring, depressing idiot. So,
no, thanks,
yeah.
man.
Sorry,
thanks.
preppers.
Oh, geez, that was a bit harsh there, Campbell. Geez. But anyway,
It's
he has
true.
he has the right to say that because we're at the bottom of the caste system, man. You can say whatever you
Exactly, man. You
want.
can say whatever I want.
And you know what else? Like, this would probably be my last point. Like, the earth, our level, the caste system needs you. Like, it needs you, man, because our caste system, it's getting really dull and boring. You know, where are all the amazing, creators who are opening up shops in their community with awesome, unique fashion, for example? Please start bringing in some fashion.
Right.
Fashion or creativity or, crazy teapots, like a whole shop full of teapots from the teapot lady or, herbal teas to go with that or, the Devonshire tea lady or the the innovative sculptor man who opens up. There's so many amazing,
Great
we watch
cafes and restaurants and all this kind of stuff. Yeah.
like every
Parks.
yep. I
Dr.
mean,
Sam's built this big park. We can do all that.
oh yes, that's so true. Like, where's the parks, the creativity, the playgrounds? Where's the food outlets and the farmers markets? Where are the amazing markets? Like, there is so much scope to contribute to this regeneration of the earth, this new period, this new positively charged period in ways that are so unique to you that we've been basically deceived from even thinking about anymore. Like, no one really thinks about opening up business, like literal physical businesses, like in the streets anymore. Like, we've all been deceived to go up the pyramid, go into the land of the internet, the AI, go into this land where you're drawing on Amazon or drop shipping or whatever, trying to make money that way. Nothing physical, nothing tangible, nothing creative. But man, I tell you what, when you walk down a main street in a community and there's people who are actually individually putting out their product, the things they've made with their hands, their innovations, their food or their wine or their art or whatever the fuck it is, like, then that street becomes quite magical and it attracts people, it attracts more cast members to the street, and then there's profitability in that, and like there's community in that, and there's there's so much, there's like literally 1,000,000,000% potential for every single one listening to this podcast to do something physical and tangible in the real world at our caste system and have literally the biggest impact they could have on the overall well-being of the positively charged earth that we're going into.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's where the power is. And again, that's what everyone really wants, right? Everyone wants a good community, a good, safe community where you can trust people and you can walk down the street and have all this amazing stuff to see and to buy and whatever else. So that's what we need to get back to, right? Is creativity, because that's what we are. We're creators. We're here to create. We're not here to follow. And this is something like that's going on with social media, especially YouTube at the moment.
And we're producers.
And we're producers. But everyone's just copying each other.
Yep.
Just copying each other. You look at the videos on YouTube, whatever topic starts to get popular, 1 million people jump on and just create the same content. And it's as boring as, anything. It's crap. We don't want that. Repetition and all this kind of stuff, it's boring as shit. So we do need to get back into our creative space, because that's ultimately what we're here to do. And people always talk about, let's create a new earth, let's create a new world. Well, you have to create to do that.
Yeah. And physically, like in the real world, not in the internet. The internet is like up the pyramid chain. It's fake. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. There's nothing about it that's real. It's just numbers on a screen.
Well, we're real.
I know. Yes. Okay. Yes. But you know my point. Like, it's not, the creation is different. It's true. When I create in Photoshop, like a poster for us versus me painting something, it's an entirely different experience. Like, I don't know if you guys know about this, but I'm like a big mural artist. I paint huge murals for different councils all around Australia, and I love it. It's like one of my favorite things is to sit there with my headphones on and just get lost in a mural for 5 weeks. It's like, it brings a lot of love and joy to my heart. And I bet you, if you personally, all of us, sat down and like really looked into our lives at the times where we felt truly lighthearted and truly happy and just joy and really excited and was really content and fulfilled. They were moments when you were being creative. There were
Mm.
moments of your own, whatever that meant for you, creativity. And that should be our life.
Yep. Yeah. Some of my best times have just been walking around my garden and, you know, fixing up and doing some gardening. And, you know, I love that, right? You know, maybe have a bit of a joint and then just walk around for a few hours and
The best.
tend to the plants and fix everything up and create something, right? Create a garden that's amazing, and you know, you get food and you're creating habitats for creatures and things, and you know, it's definitely a different feeling than sitting in front of a computer.
I mean, and how many men out there are innovators and you know, like they're inventors. There's men and women, but like there's this like the male mind around innovation and invention is really, really impressive. And so many of you guys could be doing some fantastic work there, like some fantastic work. You know, the man shed is like famous for a reason. You know, like some fantastic things come out of that, and also fantastic relationships with the rest of your family because of that. And you know, that's sort of stuff filtering back into the caste system to our level of the game. It's just like that's the magic that they can't stop. That's the magic that swings it all back, you know, to the world that we want to be living in. And
Totally,
so,
man.
yeah,
Get
I mean,
into your man cave, you know, get some friends around, have a few beers, create things, have fun.
I have a man cave, by the way. I love it.
You
I love
do?
man cave. I do. I like man caves. Yep.
And that's what everyone, all the men used to do, right? On the weekends. And now they all are either on the computer or in front of the telly,
Yep.
you know, and that's not good for them or their children, right? They used to get their children out with them and they would teach them things. And then we would have, you know, young males that could actually do stuff, could build stuff, could fix stuff. I mean, we don't have that anymore. You've all seen the videos of the vast majority of, you know, young males that they don't know what's going on. They got no skills, and this is
But that's changing
it is changing
in our version because the homeschooling's kicked off so fucking massively in our community, you know, and all those kids are like back to that level of sovereignty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and just that, you know, if you are creative like that, or in any way, you know, a big way you can give back is just to share that, right? Teach children what you know. Like, let's get all this stuff back out. Let's get the real education back out and teach our
Yep,
children.
that's all changing. Yep. Apple pie trees, Campbell.
Apple pie
The apple pie tree. I would love to walk into a shop that had an apple pie tree. I'd love someone to create an apple pie tree, whether it be real or fake. It would be amazing to just go and try beautiful, amazing apple pies. Like there's so many things that, like, you know, the human race has forgotten about, or just you look at all the fantasy movies we watch, and whenever that you go into the marketplace in these fantasy movies, they're just unreal. There's like all sorts of craftsmen and skills and magical things and foods and lots of merriment and lots of excellence. And I think the biggest impact that I think the biggest head fuck that's come out of all of this for me, personally for me, is in doing all of those things, I was really grappling with the fact that I never felt like it had any impact. Like I never felt like if I'm sitting there painting my paintings or making my murals, the impact was too small. Like comparatively to the problems that I saw around me and the issues in the world, it just felt indulgent and silly and not going to affect any change. Yeah, not saving the world. Exactly. So I fell into that trap and have been in for a long time where, you know, I do all the creativity, but it's never what I would make my full-time job being, because I didn't feel like it was important enough or relevant enough. But from this perspective, that is fucking bullshit, because like me, it is the most important thing, because it's my lightheartedness that will bring about the most impact in this entire situation.
Yeah, man. I mean, you changed an entire town and brought llamacorns into the consciousness.
I did.
I mean, you know,
the largest herd of llamacorns in the world, I have you say, is in Ashford, in New South Wales, in Australia.
Yeah, there you go. And that's the thing. Like when you do stuff like that, you inspire people. When you inspire people, you get change. And again, isn't that what we all say that we're trying to do?
It's true. Campbell had to remind me because I literally I went into a town, in a ghost town, really, like 500 people, and I painted llamacorns all over the place and created a herd of them. And it was the only town in the world where everyone in that town knows what a fucking llamacorn is. Like, and that changed the town. I also introduced op shops to it. Now, when I was doing that, I was painting murals and I was very creative, and I wasn't doing any of this stuff. I wasn't in the rabbit holes. I didn't have a computer at the time. I didn't have a website. I didn't have Facebook, and I didn't have a TV. I was really literally in my own, and I'd created a community on my farm. I was in that world, and I was the happiest that I've ever been. And I would say I like really truly influenced the most people I ever did in that time in my life.
Mm.
So there you go. How do you
From
compare?
being yourself,
Like,
right? Mm.
it's true. It's true. I mean, I like this show. I love what we do here because we just do present ourselves. It's not like we're really presenting like any research anymore on any actual serious topics, Campbell. We really just present
Random
ourselves.
thoughts. But this is what we're talking about, right? This is us being us and using creativity and having conversations where we just expand on themes and our opinions and that's what it's all about. It's not about, you know, regurgitating secondhand information or anything, or trying to get more likes or trying to be famous YouTubers or any of that kind of stuff. And you know, as a bonus, we get a lot of feedback and people saying that they love what we do. And so we've got to do shows where we bring people together. And I think that's important as well.
And have a party, man.
Have a
Like
party.
how much? It's right. Like it's all about community, those shows.
Mm.
And that's fun to Campbell and I. Definitely. Our next year when we tour Australia again, it's so much going to be about the party. Like just getting us together and fucking having a fun time together. That's it. That's what we love. That's what we're going to do.
Yep. That's it. Yeah. We drew up our year the other day, and I think, what did we get? Like 11 or 12 places we're going to go in Australia. And then we're also planning to go to the UK for a mini tour.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And like
this has all come off the back of us just sharing random thoughts, right, on the internet. And so,
I would, sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, so when you yourself, when you do that, you get good rewards.
And look, I mean, I would love to have Tartaria Australia I would love us to be in a Radio Shack, man. I'd love to go back to the radio. I'd love us to have a fucking, you know, pirate radio station. I think that'd be fucking cool. And I think that would be fun to set up in Mulaney.
Yeah, we talked about this a bit. Yeah, that's a great idea, right? Like actually get off the internet, and everyone has to go and buy like a shortwave receiver or something.
That's right. And you can tune in.
Right?
That would be fun, man. I'm into that. I think we can make that happen.
Yeah,
and of course,
be uncensored too, right? Totally.
Yep.
Say whatever we want.
And interview anyone that comes to the radio station. And and of course the opportunity in that is that like probably all of that gear is super cheap right now because no one wants it.
Totally. Set up for $100.
Yeah, we could probably just like buy out the contents of an existing radio station that's about to go bankrupt because I don't think anyone listens to the radio anymore. It would be very fun. Anyway, look, I don't want to ramble on any much. I think we've made our point really well. And I hope that it's inspired and reinvigorated and re-empowered you guys to like shift your perspective that actually the situation we're in right now is fucking awesome.
Totally, man. Totally agree. You know, and we're not saying, you know, stop what you're doing and don't research. You know, if you enjoy that, well, you know, you can do that, but don't let it become your life and control you. You know, keep your humanity, get out there, use your creativity to create a better life for you and for others.
Yes. Don't put it aside. Your creativity, don't do it. That is the ultimate disempowerment from the pyramid. That's it. I would say.
Yeah, oh, they hate it, man. They do not like free thinkers at all, or people who are creative. More than that, they don't like people who do something with their free thinking, and that's what we're lacking in this whole you know, truther community or whatever you want to call it. Way too much study and not enough doing.
Yeah, I fully agree. And I leave you with one metaphor. I went to Tasmania last year into the very famous salamander markets, and like they've been going forever, right? And it's a massive market. It's massive. It's not as good as Umundi though, near Malini, by the way, everyone. That is a terrific market. Terrific.
No way to go there.
Yeah. But I was gonna say, so I walked the whole length one way and the whole length back. And I can tell you what, there was one stall in the whole market that I felt was original. One store, and it was this man, and he was just like, he was making sculpture out of toys and random things, and he was turning them, these like recycling these bits and pieces into these little pointless but fascinating bits of art and sculpture. And he was the most unique store I had seen at a market forever, because when you go to these markets, more often than not, it's like on repeat. There's the person who does the soaps, and the person who does the creams, is the person who does the nuts, it's the person who does the cutting boards. It's the same shit over and over again. It really is replica.
And unfortunately, a lot of it's straight out of China stuff, right? Like I noticed that at the Victoria markets, again, a massive, very famous markets. And yeah, I was kind of a bit shocked, you know. It was all either straight from China, or it was just the run-of-the-mill stuff, right? The handbag store and
It's all the
cool
same
clothes from Thailand store. You know, people weren't making this stuff; they were buying it and reselling it.
Yep, exactly. But there was one man in the midst of the whole market, maybe 500 stores, who was like doing something completely unique to himself. And I fucking respected that man. I bought one of his things. I don't even know what the name, how to call a little sculpture. I bought a little sculpture, and like, well done to him. And that's the vision of the world that I want to see. Imagine if 500 stores, everything was different. Imagine how friggin' amazing that would be. That's our potential. That is the potential. Definitely. All right, I'm rambling. We're rambling. All right, I'm going to say goodbye, Campbell.
Yes.
Happy birthday to you, my bestie. Happy birthday. How old are you today? You're going to share? You're going to tell everyone?
I am 52 years young.
Amazing. Campbell, it looks fucking amazing for 52. Unbelievable. You would never, ever know it. Ever. You know, you look great, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My secret is to be immature. So
And look, may I just say on behalf of the whole community, I'm sure everyone is wishing you a fantastic birthday, and really want to honor you with everything that you bring to this community, and all your work and all your words, and just your good-natured soul, my friend. Your good nature.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we love you, man. We love you, Campbell. All right, everyone, look, have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you next Friday. That's our commitment now, every Friday. Every Friday is our commitment. Can we do it, Campbell?
We're going to get regular. No more random videos. So this will be up a couple of days after my birthday, but feel free to wish me a happy birthday anyway.
Yeah, good on you, Campbell. I wish you a happy birthday, my friend. And next show, we're going to be interviewing Maggie Palmer, the amazing healer that has worked with both of us as we've moved through this fast, clearing our trauma and toxicity. Like, it's going to be a really, really good interview, looking at yet another opportunity of what we can do in this moment in time. Very exciting. All right.
Don't miss it. All right, guys.
Love you.